Schoolboy, are you free tonight at 9? Sister wants to go see a horror movie that just came out. Your brother Garvin has something to go home for, and I don't want to waste the 2 tickets that sister booked. Are you free to go with me? /poor. JPG/poor. JPG. Yang Chen was lying on his bed in his dorm room, looking at the message in the microchat and staring incredulously. Wasn't he himself caught in Yi Jiawen's trap and was victimized to the extent that the company's capital chain ruptured and was finally driven to the brink of extinction? Why is it still here? And the surroundings were exceptionally familiar. Wasn't it the dormitory room 14 years ago when he was in college? For a while, various doubts stuffed Yang Chen's brain. A full 10 minutes later, it was only then that Yang Chen was completely sure that he had actually been reborn. And reborn 14 years ago, when he was in his second semester of freshman year. Looking at his young and handsome self in the mirror, Yang Chen couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. In his previous life, he started his own business and opened a science and technology company, and because he made some achievements, he attracted the investment of his college basketball team's senior, Yi Jiawen. However, due to his own too simple and gullible, originally thought that the senior's joining is like a tiger adding wings, but did not realize that it is actually leading the wolf into the house. He capitalized his own company purely because he looked at his core technology. After getting the core technology developed by himself, Yip Ka-man joins hands with a rival company, and in collaboration with others, he makes his company break its financial chain. And when Yang Chen was finally desperate, Yi Jiawen didn't let himself go and sent people to persecute him. Yi Jiawen, I'll let you taste the taste of despair in this life as well. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. However, Yang Chen knew that it would not be easy for him to realize this goal in a short period of time. Because Yi Jiawen is a veritable rich second generation. His family does real estate business, at least a few billion or more assets, and the relationship is intricate. In all walks of life have a certain degree of influence. One can only think long term. In response, Yang Chen was also somewhat helpless. His current identity was nothing more than an ordinary student who had just started university. Buzz. Just then, Yang Chen felt his cell phone vibrate. After unlocking it, he noticed a new message popping up in his microchat. Brother, if you're free, reply to me when you're free. Remarks, Sister Su Yan. Seeing this message, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked out an evil smile. This Su Yan's senior sister herself was 1 year older, and was Yi Jiawen's veritable and proper girlfriend, as well as the school flower of their school. 175 tall, fair-skinned, sweet-sounding, and very hot, especially her long, white, eye-popping legs. Yang Chen still remembered the first time he met Sister Su Yan. He almost stood up. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Su Yan was definitely the goddess that had been fantasized about the most times by the male compatriots in their school. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Yan was properly an iceberg goddess that could only be viewed from afar but not played with. However, in Yang Chen's eyes, she was a complete face dog and contrarian. When dealing with a boy like Yang Chen, who had an extremely high face value, her posture would be extremely low, and she would even be able to say such things as inviting Yang Chen to watch a 9 o'clock movie in the evening. It's almost like naked seduction. Others might not be able to understand Su Yan's approach, but Yang Chen was very clear about the reason for it. Because, not for Garvin Yip, he was a man of honor in the eyes of others, despite his good looks and height, plus having the tag of being a second-generation rich man. But the only thing that Yip Garvin is a little dysfunctional in, is in a certain area. It was literally touch and go. This secret was still known only after listening to Yi Jiawen's own booze-fueled slip of the tongue when he was drinking once in his previous life. At that time, after knowing this news, Yang Chen was also shocked for a long time. I can't imagine that Su Yan and Yi Jiawen act so close and loving, but in fact, they have been widowed behind the scenes. This also explained why Su Yan always seduced herself intentionally or unintentionally. In his previous life, Yang Chen was too simple and had always stayed away from Su Yan out of respect for his senior. However, in this life, Yang Chen would surely have made a very different choice. Right at this moment, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Divine Choice System binding successful. Trigger Divine Choice. Option 1, agree to Su Yan's request. Get startup capital, $1 million. Divine investment card, valid for 15 days. Option 2, refuse Su Yan's request. Get the title Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, and the system will automatically unbind you. Ha! Upon hearing the voice ringing in his head, Yang Chen was slightly stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy. In his previous life, he hadn't read a lot of novels and knew what a buggy existence the system was. In this way, dealing with Yi Jiawen would only be a matter of time. Picking up a wicked smile, he didn't hesitate to type a line of text into the micro chat box. Okay schoolmarm, meet me at 8:50 at the Tonight Cinema on Backstreet, /shy, JPG. Anyone who has gone to school in the magic city of University City knows that the backstreets have only a few ambiguous private theaters dedicated to hot little couples. And tonight's cinema is one of them. Aha! See you later, good schoolboy. Flying kisses. JPG. Su Yan replied back in seconds. Little wavy hoof. The debt owed by Yi Jiawen will be recovered on you first. Yang Chen kindly laughed and casually closed off the microchat. At the same time, the phone suddenly received a text message alert. Your CCB has arrived at 100W. Please log in to your mobile banking to check. That fast? Despite being mentally prepared, Yang Chen was still a bit shocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. 100W has been transferred to the bank. The Divine Investment Card has been automatically used and will take effect tomorrow. Please believe in the divine power of the system. And the way the funds come from is absolutely legal. Note, after the Divine Investment Card comes into effect, the user can predict the stock trend in the next half month. Good use of the Divine Investment Card will bring unexpected monetary gains. Upon hearing the system's beep, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. Quest rewards are surprisingly sent in seconds. The system is really reliable. Opening his cell phone bank at the speed of light, Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little excited when he saw the series of numbers 0 behind the account balance 1. You know, in his last life it took him almost 8 years to save up the first 100W in his life. And now just by completing a simple task, you get so much money without any effort. I have to say, the system eats cow pies. However, compared to this $1 million, Yang Chen valued the role of the Divine Investment Card more. Predicting the stock trend in the next half month, as long as you take advantage of this, it is not a problem to turn over a few times or even dozens of times of the 1 million in hand, forcibly holding back his excitement. Yang Chen quickly changed his clothes and went straight to the Tonight Cinema on the backstreet. Thinking of Su Yan's perfect body and face, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel his heart burning. It was just as well that no one was in the dormitory right now, and no one would ask him where he was going, so he could save himself a lot of trouble. Chapter 2 Tonight's Private Theater. 10 minutes later. Private Cinema Tonight. Don't look at the elegant name, but it's actually a theater-style hotel where young couples can not only watch the latest released movies, but also enjoy a one-night stay. Compared to some small hotels, this place is better and you can enjoy movie watching. This is a significantly more cost-effective option for young couples attending college. In fact, Yang Chen could have asked Su Yan to go to a luxury hotel in the city center, but out of some strange psychology, he still chose the private theater in the backstreet next to the school. You know, the people coming and going here are basically students from the university town. There was no shortage of students from their Magic City University. How funny would it be if they knew that their schoolgirl came to a private theater with her own schoolmate, and behind her boyfriend's back? It had to be said that Yang Chen, after being reborn, did have a great change in his mentality. He was now more interested in pursuing some different sense of excitement than he had been before, when he had been so conventional and careful. Arriving at the alley where the private theater was located tonight, Yang Chen noticed Su Yan's figure at a glance. This was despite the fact that she was wearing a ducktail hat and mask, and a pair of sunglasses in a desperate attempt to be recognized, as if she was afraid of being recognized. However, the tight gray ultra-short dress she was wearing, and the pair of long legs wrapped in black silk underneath the dress, still allowed Yang Chen to recognize her at once. Yang Chen might be somewhat unable to remember Su Yan's looks, but he definitely couldn't forget her super hot body and that visually striking waist-to-hip ratio. Some of the crooked netizens who were on fire on the tube were just like that compared to Su Yan's body, right? At this moment, Su Yan stood at the intersection of the alley, pressing the brim of her hat low and concentrating on her cell phone. But even so, the males passing by around them still fixed their eyes hotly on Su Yan's body. Looking at that appearance, it seemed that he hated to eat Su Yan alive. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen's mouth revealed an evil smile, and he walked straight up. This wannabe hoof, who came 15 minutes earlier than the agreed time, is probably already horny as hell. Hey beautiful, interested in watching a movie together? Yang Chen's voice was low, and his right hand naturally wrapped around Su Yan's thin waist. Su Yan was startled by this sudden move, but after seeing that it was Yang Chen, she hammered Yang Chen's chest with her small fist as if she was pampered. Yikes! Schoolboy, how did you become so bad? How dare you joke about schoolmate? Aren't you afraid that your brother Jiawen will punish you? Although Su Yan said no on her lips, her body leaned towards Yang Chen's arms with desire. Her small movements were naturally seen by Yang Chen. Not only that, Yang Chen also heard the emotions of pettiness and stealing in her tone. To Yang Chen this wasn't surprising. Su Yan had been eyeing him for not a day or two, and had long taken Yang Chen as her prey. Now that the prey is at your doorstep, how can you not be happy? Only it remains to be seen just who is the prey tonight. Yang Chen didn't move on the surface, slowly moved his head closer to Su Yan's ear, and said in a teasing bass, I'm sorry, senior sister. It's really because senior sister looks so beautiful that it made me think that it's some kind of fairy that's here. Feeling Yang Chen's burning breath, coupled with his magnetic voice, Su Yan's body trembled slightly, and her legs were a little too soft to control. Su Yan subconsciously snuggled up to Yang Chen, exhaled her breath like orchids, and opened her mouth to beg for mercy. Senior, let's hurry up and go in. There are a lot of people outside. I'm afraid of being seen. Seeing her like this, Yang Chen wasn't polite. His big hand moved down a few centimeters, and he just wrapped his arms around Su Yan and entered the tonight's cinema. The livestock on the side of the road couldn't help but pound their chests and have an inner rage of impotence when they saw their goddesses being carried into a private theater with their arms around them. However, after seeing Yang Chen's handsome face, these livestock could only sigh silently. 5 minutes later, Yang Chen lightly opened the room and entered the room with Su Yan in his arms. As soon as the door to the room was closed, the ambiguity rose. Su Yan looked like she was at the mercy of the king. However, Yang Chen didn't want to be so simple and rough. This is just so uninteresting. After all, it's a long night. Yang Chen wanted to take his time and enjoy the thrill of being a hunter. After an hour, the plot of the movie heats up. Su Yan was currently shrinking in Yang Chen's arms with a flushed face, the shoulder straps of her dress slipping slightly. She was a little anxious. During this period of time, no matter how she hinted at Yang Chen always maintained an ambiguous attitude, treating her superficially and refusing to go further. This feeling of not being able to go up and down made Su Yan unusually uncomfortable. She lightly bit her lips, looked at Yang Chen with her big misty eyes, and said with a pout, "Schoolmate, can you help to see what is written in the English letters on this?" As he spoke, Su Yan's pair of long legs were still folding uncontrollably. The letters of the alphabet on the top will also keep changing color with the light. For a while, Yang Chen's breathing intensified. After all, sharing a room with the schoolgirl, and being tempted all the time, being able to endure until now is already considered Yang Chen's determination. Just when Yang Chen wanted to make a move, Su Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID on the screen, a trace of panic flashed across Su Yan's face. However, it quickly calmed down again. She quickly paused the movie that was playing and then picked up the phone, during which she also made a silent gesture to Yang Chen. No need to guess. It must be Yang Chen's good senior Yi Jiawen's call. "Hello, honey, what's wrong?" Su Yan said sweetly into her cell phone, her tone unable to hear a trace of abnormality. "Nothing, just came to care and concern myself with what my little one is doing." Since the room was unusually quiet, Yang Chen could faintly hear Yi Jiawen's voice coming from his cell phone. Hearing this voice, a trace of anger flashed in Yang Chen's eyes, but at the same time, a trace of a marvelous feeling rose in his heart. What else could I be doing? No one to keep me company, so I have to exercise at the gym. Women's mouths, lying ghosts. Right at this moment, a beep suddenly sounded in Yang Chen's head. Ding! Divine choice triggered. Option 1, you are suddenly a bit on top of things, so you let your schoolmate Su Yan encourage you during a call with her boyfriend Yi Jiawen, rewarding you with a dragon's body. Body functions are greatly strengthened. Option 2, do nothing, and get the title of honest man. Triggering a second godly choice so soon? After hearing the beep in his head, Yang Chen's mouth revealed an evil smile. What's the point of picking? Looking at Su Yan's flawless side face, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked up slightly and he immediately stood up. Chapter 3, Warm-Hearted Yipka Man. It was a night when the ground shook, especially for the other young couples in the private theater this evening. It was a pretty tough night. The next day, the sun came up. Boing boing. Su Yan woke up leisurely, the aches and pains all over her body letting her know that last night was not a dream. Schoolboy? Senior Yang Chen? Su Yan shouted twice. No one responded. She then realized that Yang Chen unexpectedly did not know when he had already left, without even saying hello. Sure enough, it's a stinky man, Su Yan thought with some hatred, but the thought of last night also gave her some heartburn. At this time Su Yan suddenly felt that it was actually quite good that Yang Chen had left. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the cell phone on the nightstand suddenly vibrated. Picking up her cell phone, Su Yan swept a glance at the caller ID. A few moments of disdain flashed in her eyes before she pressed the answer button. Good morning, little baby. Did you sleep well last night? Yi Jiawen's voice came. Not bad. What's wrong, dear? Su Yan returned sweetly, but her face was thick with contempt. What time did you exercise last night? Don't ever overwork yourself. Poor Yi Jiawen. Still trying to show himself as a gentleman and considerate. I'm practicing squatting in the back, but I still want to make my body look good, so that you can bring it out with face. Su Yan pampered. Aha, that's good. Do you want to have lunch together today? I have a reservation at the Mishi Zero Hotel with a 5-star chef today. It's just as well that you're so tired from yesterday's exercise, so I'll give you a tonic. Yi Jiawen is so warm that you want to cry. Forget it, I'm a little sore and need to rest. Su Yan politely refused. Well, then take care of your rest, said Yi Jiawen regretfully. While Su Yan and Yi Jiawen were making phone kanji, Yang Chen had already finished his morning exercise and was on his way to the cafeteria. It had to be said that after obtaining the body of the Dragon Clan, Yang Chen felt that his body had undergone a qualitative transformation. After all, last night he almost didn't sleep all night. He could still run 10 laps of the playground in one breath in the morning without taking a breath. What kind of horrible physical quality is this? Not only that, Yang Chen also tried sprinting, high jumping, and some tests of strength and balance. The test results greatly exceeded Yang Chen's expectations. All aspects of his bodily functions had improved in a very terrifying way. I'm afraid it's no better than some special forces. And according to the system, the role of the dragon's body was far from simple. It would also bring some incidental gains to Yang Chen, such as invulnerability to 100 poisons, explosive endurance, as well as accelerating the body's metabolism, enhancing its attractiveness to girls, and so on. Most importantly, Yang Chen's body would continue to become stronger over time. This means that the dragon's body possesses growth. It was yet to be seen how terrifying a point Yang Chen's body could evolve to in the future. Not bad, not bad. Whoring out a godly system reward. This wave is blood money. However, judging from the marks on the bed, Yi Jiawen is a pure wastrel with no escape. Yang Chen was in a good mood, humming a little song. Yang Chen stopped by the cafeteria below the dormitory to bring some breakfast to his roommate and returned to the dormitory. Living a new life made Yang Chen feel many things that were different from the past. In his last life, he was a person who was relatively indifferent to feelings, although the relationship with the roommate is good. But after graduation, due to their own never-active contact, to the back of the roommate also slowly no longer cross paths with the roommate. Now that he thought about it, Yang Chen was more or less regretful. In fact, his roommate has always taken care of him. There was a time when I had a stomachache in the middle of the night in college, and it was that roommate, Jian Li, from Haiju City, who carried himself to an off-campus hospital for an emergency room visit in the middle of the night. The first entrepreneurial failure. Is that Jiazhou City? The roommate Jiang Xinrui, hiding his wife will be the down payment of the house loan to their own turnover, but also almost and his wife divorce. There's also Han Wenbin in the next dormitory, who almost lost his graduate school spot for his head-on confrontation with the department chair. Yang Chen kept all these things in his mind. It's been 10 years since they've seen each other. Now that he was living again in a new life, Yang Chen would definitely not let himself have any more regrets and would make sure that they would soar with him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen took out the key to his dorm room from his pocket and opened the door to his dorm room with some trembling. Ha, Lao Yang? You haven't returned all night without a word, and you didn't answer several calls to you last night. What are you up to? Noticing Yang Chen entering the door, a literate man wearing round glasses and combing his center-parted hair hurriedly said, with some reproach and worry in his tone. This literary man is Jiang Xinrui. His dormitory location is on the left side of the entrance door, and Yang Chen sleeps on the same side. Seeing this familiar sullen look, Yang Chen smiled warmly, threw the bag of buns in his hand to him, and said, when I say that I spent the night with our schoolgirl last night, do you believe me? Jiang Ji? Jiang Ji is the nickname they gave to Jiang Xinrui, because they always felt that he wore a center-parted hair, in the air. It's good for that. His Su Yan? A friend's wife is not to be bullied, let alone a sister-in-law. No, old Yang, you lied to me. How could Su Yan be with you? How is it that after just one night, your mouth is full and you're starting to run away? Old Yang, you've learned a lesson. Jiang Xinrui first stared wide-eyed and believed it, feeling a bit shocked at once, and then figured out that he felt Yang Chen was joking with him. Alas, I had set my heart to illuminate the moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. These days, no one believes you when you tell the truth? Yang Chen shook his head helplessly. Just then, the door to the shower popped open. A dark-skinned, somewhat obese man walked out. He said, wagging his finger as he rubbed his hair. Nonetheless, Ginger Key, haven't you ever heard of a saying? Not as good as dumplings, not as fun as. As he spoke, the fat black man's meat was still shivering all over. Very dynamic. Li Jian, whose hometown is the city of Haizhou, which is in a tropical area, has a somewhat tan skin because he is always exposed to the sun. But old Yang, you're blowing this cow's skin a little too big. I still believe you when you say you're having an affair with a memory from our class. Su Yan is even better. Who doesn't know she's Yi Jiawen's girlfriend? Although you are more handsome than Yi Jiawen, but his family is much richer than yours. You want to pry his corner. I think it's hard. Brother advises you to give up this idea before it's too late. Yelp. Dangerously high. The road to Shu is harder than the sky. After an analysis, Ken Li chanted a poem while putting his hand into his pants and scratching them twice. Seems like the shower wasn't scrubbed clean. Brother Jian's sharp comment. Zhang Xinrui gave a thumbs up from the sidelines. Chapter 4 There are regrets about the past. By full position in Hopetown heavy industry. Seeing the two people's tawdry appearance, Yang Chen smiled faintly. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a really long time. Since graduating and entering society, the glow of the college years has faded. One has to deal with all sorts of bull ***** in addition to the daily stress of firewood, rice, oil and salt. After getting out on my own and starting my own business, it was even more of a challenge. And I didn't have such trusted and confidant friends around me. It felt really good to go back to college and see these old friends again. And one of the people mentioned in Jin Li's speech, memory, also made Yangchen feel slightly touched. Memory, the Academy Flower of the School of Information and Engineering, won the title of Academy Flower of the School of Information and Engineering and also ranked third in their Magic City University flower list for her piano solo in the Freshman's Party, City in the Sky. After Su Yan graduated, she also officially became the top of the school flower list. Also, the memories are from their class. There's a reason why Ken Li mentioned memory. This was because since they first enrolled in school, Yang Chen and Memory had been rumored to be gossiping about each other because of their good looks. There was a fling for a while after that, but what they never knew was that Memory had actually confessed her love for Yang Chen on the night of the senior graduation reception. Only, at that time, Yang Chen considered the gap between his family and her family, while ultimately rejecting the Memory. Memory then pulled the plug on Yang Chen as well. After that, Yang Chen had no news of her Memory, only that she had gone to live abroad. This matter had always been a not-so-small regret in Yang Chen's heart. Living a new life, Yang Chen intended to make some different changes. Brother Ken's high opinion. I confess, I had a get-together with the basketball team last night, drank and puked, and slept directly in the small hotel on the back street. Yang Chen simply went along with their words and pulled a good-natured little lie. By the way, another bag of buns was placed on Ken Li's table. Their dormitory was a standard 4-bedroom. But because one of them didn't report to school at the beginning of the semester and simply dropped out, one of the beds remained empty until they graduated. So it was just the three of them in the dormitory. I told you. Zhang Xinrui shook his head, took a bite of the bun Yang Chen had brought, and turned his head to continue going through his collection of Western essays. This guy studied engineering, but always had a heart to abandon work for literature and wanted to enlighten thousands of ignorant girls. Exactly what aspect of enlightenment, though, is unknown. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Yang. Ken Li picked up a bun and gave his crotch a few more handfuls before running out to the balcony to blow dry his hair. Seeing the two of them, Yang Chen smiled again and then sat down at his own desk to operate his computer. It's 9:28 a.m. And the stock market opens in 2 minutes. Yang Chen's divine investment card had already been used and took effect today. He didn't want to waste this great opportunity to make money. After quickly transferring all the 100W in the CCB to the stock account, the stock market was almost open. At this point, in Yang Chen's eyes, the trend of each stock in half a month was clear to see. How much was the low, how much was the high at, and how much at the close. At a glance, when others were still guessing which stock would go up today, Yang Chen already knew exactly how all the stocks would move in the next half month. This feeling, like having a god's perspective, is not generally pleasant. After casually browsing through a few stocks, Yang Chen then entered the venture sector. The stock market is divided into main board, SME board and GEM board, which are slightly different. Stocks on the main board and the SME board are subject to a daily limit of 10%. This means that the price of a single stock can only go up by up to 10% or down by up to 10% in a day. Even if you buy at the lows and sell at the highs, you'll only get 20% at best. In contrast, the stock restrictions of the growth enterprise market are more relaxed. The daily upward and downward ranges can be up to 20%, which means that the maximum daily return can theoretically reach 40%. That rate of return sounds like a bit of an exaggeration. However, there are both risks and opportunities. Although the growth enterprise market will have a higher return, but at the same time the risk will also be greater. So most shareholders will still choose to speculate on the main board and SME. However, for Yang Chen, there was no need to consider the risk at all. Because of the presence of the divine investment card, there is no risk at all. Just a mindless pursuit of maximizing returns. Yang Chen's operation idea is very simple. He first, according to the list of decline, to find the decline and close to the decline of the stock, and then in these stocks to find today's ability to buck the trend of pulling up the stock. This will enable you to maximize your earnings today. Soon, he found a stock called Hopetown Heavy Industries. This stock was down on the board from the open, with nearly 200,000 sell orders sealing the drop. And in Yang Chen's eyes, the chart shows that this stock will usher in a counter-trend pull-up at 1:30 p.m. and in just 5 minutes it will pull up directly from a down stop to an up stop, and it will also open with a one-word stop at tomorrow's open. This means that Yang Chen's gain in this stock today will be 40%, and with the 20% gain from tomorrow's opening, the total gain can reach a terrifying 60%. When he sold this stock early tomorrow morning, after deducting some transaction fees, Yang Chen's stock account would reach nearly 160 W. Gee, that's a great feeling to be open. There is no hesitation. Yang Chen a brain full position to buy Hocheng Heavy Industry. Damn it, Lao Yang. What kind of fairy speculation are you doing? Specializing in picking stocks that are down to buy. How stimulated must this be? What? Or Hopetown Heavy Industries? Lao Yang. You're afraid you haven't read the news. The boss of this Hocheng Heavy Industry lost his gambling and ran away with his sister-in-law. All the money in the company was lost by his gambling, and the stock must fall for at least 10 consecutive days. At this time, after blowing his hair, Li Jian returned to the dormitory, coincidentally glimpsed Yang Chen by Hocheng Heavy Industries operation. Suddenly some pain in the heart. Li Jian usually also take the living expenses to speculate some stocks, but mainly experience and learning is the main focus, so also have to pay attention to some stock news. Although he didn't see how much Yang Chen bought, he knew that the money was definitely lost. Like Yang Chen, this operation, basically the stock market is a small leak did not run. It's almost like Quaaludes is giving away money. Lao Yang, you have money is not such a burn. Might as well ask buddies to improve the food. So play the stock. The bottom pants have to lose all. You didn't buy much, did you? Don't ever buy this stock with the rest of your money. Jin Li's tone was a bit agitated, but what was revealed in his words was more of a concern for Yang Chen. And when Zhang Xinrui heard the commotion here, he also immediately put his books down and came over. Old Yang, it's fine. If you really can't afford to lose money, I'll reluctantly give you my meal card to swipe. Buy your ass for a month. While speaking, Zhang Xinrui also flirtatiously threw a few winks. Fuck off. If old Yang's ass is to be sold, it has to be sold to me. He's the grass of our academy. When will it be your turn? Li Jian angrily rebuked. Obviously, he was offended by Jiang Ji's behavior of taking advantage of the fire. Chapter 5 Gambit. White Moonlight in Memory. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen cried and laughed a little, but more than anything else, warmth flooded through him. Jian Li and Zhang Xinrui really took care of him, and after realizing that he had bought the treadmill stock, the first thing he did was worry that he didn't have enough money for dinner. What with all the ass-buying talk? It's purely to save face that they won't turn down their good intentions. Where do you find a good roommate like that? However, it was actually intentional for Yang Chen to buy stocks in front of them. Yang Chen was trying to get their attention. There's no way around it. I'm all pokered out. Yang Chen spread his hands out. But I'm going to make a bet with you. If this stock goes up in the afternoon, not only are you two going to call me dad, but you're going to have to give me all the money in your hands to speculate on the stock. If I lose, the punishment is reversed. The conversation turned, and Yang Chen finally spilled out his plans. Yang Chen was there to take advantage of the opportunity to bring them a wave of small fortune, but it was not good to say it directly, only a few little tricks to irritate them. Of course, that's just some minor perks. Follow yourself and they'll have plenty of opportunities to make money afterward. Good, you rebellious son Yang Chen. How dare you disrespect my father? I'll make this bet with you. Don't be a mangy dog if you lose. I'll bet you too. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Li Jian and Zhang Xinrui immediately agreed without even thinking about it. Are you kidding me? A stock that explodes can go up in the afternoon? The sun has to come out of the west. And although Zhang Xinrui did not speculate in stocks, but still know some basic common sense, a stock wants to go from down 20% to up 20%. This probability is really low. Seeing them with a grim smile on their faces, Yang Chen's expression was calm. The result of this bet is obvious. What's going on? What's all the commotion? Just then, the door to the dormitory was pushed open and a lewd-looking boy poked his head out. Old Han? Come. Welcome to the large-scale father recognition ceremony in dormitory 901. The visitor was none other than Han Wenbin from the next dormitory. Due to the frequent stringing of doors, his relationship with Yang Chen's dormitory was very good, and he was immediately and enthusiastically pulled in by Jian Li. In a few words, Jian Li gave Han Wenbin a clear account of what had just happened. And that's a good thing? Han Wenbin's little eyes widened as he immediately said, Old Yang, I'm going to join your bet and become a member of your father's group. Alright, just don't cheat when the time comes. Yang Chen laughed. After a few more moments of flirty talk, the guys packed up and got ready to go to the last 2 periods of their high math class. This class, a required course for engineering students, is considered the death of the freshman year, with a 50% failure rate. Yang Chen in his previous life had also studied very carefully before eventually barely drifting through. Of course, in this life, Yang Chen no longer valued school grades so much, and he went to class purely just to re-experience the feeling of a college classroom. 15 minutes later, the four of them arrived at the classroom in pairs. With a sweep of his eyes, Jian Li quickly locked onto a seat in the corner of the classroom and took Jiang Xinrui and Han Wenbin to sit there. When they sat down, they realized that Yang Chen hadn't followed them at all. Fixing their eyes, they realized that Yang Chen had actually waved his hand at them, and then he leisurely sat down next to the courtyard flower memory. The three men shook wildly inside. Although they often talk flirty in private, they are still just innocent teenagers who have just started their freshman year of college and are shy in front of girls, sitting next to the courtyard flower in a big way like Yang Chen did. They thought they couldn't do it. Awesome. Half the time it turns out that old Yang is the wolf exterminator, Li Jian said with heartfelt emotion. Old Yang couldn't have been irritated by something, right? Jiang Xinrui looked worried. I don't think so. You guys, have you felt out what's different about old Yang? Han Wenbin's small eyes dripped, obviously observing something. When you say it like that, indeed, I feel that old Yang is more mature and confident than before. There's an aura of calmness in the way he holds his hands. It's still true. Han Wenbin's words immediately gained the unanimous agreement of the other two. Just as the three of them were whispering, Yang Chen had already graciously taken a seat next to Memory. Memory-san, long time no see. Yang Chen winked at the Memory and said hello. Yeah, Yang Chen's child's shoes. Didn't we have class together just the day before yesterday? Memory's big eyes curved into a crescent moon and smiled sweetly at Yang Chen. Just as I remembered. The memories are still so soft and cute, with a smile that makes the heart melt, especially those eyes, which look like they were hiding stars, made people unconsciously fascinated. It's really hard to figure out why I used to be willing to turn down such a cute and beautiful girl. One day's absence is like 3 autumns. Yang Chen's gaze contained a smile. These somewhat ambiguous words, coupled with Yang Chen's handsome face, made Memory's heart suddenly dear in the head, and she somewhat shyly turned her head away. Ignore you. There's no form. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The bell rang and 2 periods passed quietly, much different from what Jian Li and the others had guessed. Yang Chen didn't have too much interaction with the memories during the 2 high math classes. Instead, he has been listening carefully and taking notes. Instead, Memory skimmed his head from time to peek at Yang Chen, and even to the point where he couldn't move his eyes anymore, and just peeked at Yang Chen in the open. Only these, Yang Chen didn't pay too much attention to. After 10 years, it was hard for him to return to the college classroom, making him cherish this hard-earned opportunity immensely, so much so that he had no time for memories. Until the bell rang. Yang Chen also wrote down on his notes one of the last key points the teacher spoke. It was then that he noticed Memory off to the side was actually staring at himself with a somewhat mesmerized expression. When did I become so attractive? Is it true that serious men are the most handsome? Laughing softly in his heart, Yang Chen reached out and pinched Memory's delicate nose, saying, "Don't look at the little nymphomaniac. Hurry up and get out of class to grab some rice." Pinched on the nose, Memory frowned somewhat nicely and subconsciously pouted. "You're the little nymphomaniac." After a while, she realized how ambiguous Yang Chen's actions were just now. Yikes. I can't believe you're touching people. Just when Memory was a bit annoyed, she realized that Yang Chen had run away at some point, and waved at her in passing. Abominable. Stinking man. Memory could only bite her silver teeth in hatred. She felt that today's Yang Chen was very different from before. It has become more confident and spontaneous, and there is an ineffable charm and mystery. Makes the Memory want to can't help but get to know Yang Chen. From this moment on, the Memory somewhat inexplicably looked forward to the next time he met Yang Chen. And curiosity and anticipation are the beginning of a girl's fall. Chapter 6 Basketball Exchange Match? Meeting Cheng Xiao. Okay, old Yang. You're really something. That's a good trick. I've seen the Memories staring at you for half the class. Maybe our goddess of faith work has already fallen in love with her. Old Yang. It looks like you'll be the first one to get off the hook in our 901 dormitory. We must celebrate today with 2 tea eggs each. On the way to the cafeteria, Li Jian gesticulated with his hands and sounded unusually excited. Make it sound like he's about to get off the hook. Jiang Xinrui also looked at Yang Chen with a look of adoration. Old Yang, teach me a couple of tricks. My requirements aren't too high. As long as the one I pick up is a woman. When the time comes, don't say I'll call you father. I'll call you ancestor. Tatsuo. Although Han Wenbin didn't say anything, the small eyes that were bubbling with light revealed a desire for females as well. This is the current state of contemporary male college students. Seeing them in this state, Yang Chen smiled faintly and said, "The secret is that licking dogs shall not house." 10 minutes later, the 4 arrived at the crowded cafeteria. This point coincided with the peak of the drop-off period, and there was a long line in front of every window. Damn it, are these people all 4-legged rabbits? Moving so fast? Seeing the sight, Li Jian couldn't help but break into a foul language. But pressured by the cost of living, the four didn't go to the less crowded specialty stir-fry window, but instead got honestly to the back of the line. Buzz, buzz. While standing in line, the cell phone in Yang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated. Taking out his cell phone and taking a look, Yang Chen found that there were a dozen unread messages in the microchat. There are messages from just after 9 a.m. And messages received just a few minutes ago. This cell phone is too old. So many messages are not even reminded in time. It seems that we have to find time to go to the cell phone store to get a new one. Yang Chen couldn't help but ponder. The cell phone in his hand was a fruit four that came out a few years ago, bought second-hand, and was now clearly a bit overpowered for everyday use. It just so happened that he saw an advertisement on the road for the latest 6 Plus from Fruit, and tomorrow he could take some of his money from the stock market to buy a cell phone. In the middle of his thoughts, Yang Chen tapped on an unread message from WeChat. Su Yan, hubby, where have you been, duck? Soyan, you're really gone? Su Yan, heartless little white-eyed wolf, doesn't feel sorry for people at all. Plucked bird heartless, /crying. JPG. Group chat, Letterman's basketball team. Captain Li Tai, we will play an exchange game with the College of Physical Education at 3 p.m. Everyone will arrive half an hour early and do warm-up exercises first. Please reply when you receive it. Mr. Chen Chang, roger that. Law, roger that. Kelvin, yeah, roger that. In addition to these messages, there was a friend verification message from memory from 2 minutes ago, accompanied by a blank stare emoji. With a slight smile, Yang Chen first clicked on the friend verification through memory. Then he typed a message back to Su Yan. Sister, I have a class in the morning, so I'll sneak back first. I'll make it up to you next time /pity. JPG. Immediately after, Yang Chen closed the dialog box and opened the group chat of the Xiangong basketball team. Basketball exchange game? Yang Chen's eyes narrowed as he recalled that there was indeed such a thing. Every Tuesday afternoon at Magic City University is an optional interest class for students, and the team often chooses this time to organize intra-team training matches or exchange matches with other colleges. Is this the first time you've seen Yi Jiawen since you were reborn? The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked up into an evil smile as some anticipation rose. Although he couldn't fix Yi Jiawen now, it was still possible to have some fun on him. With that, Yang Chen replied in the group chat, received. Buzz. Just then, Su Yan's message popped up again. Little bad boy. Finally giving up on me? I hear you're having an exchange game this afternoon? I'll be there to watch. So behave yourself. I've got some surprises for you. This leprechaun. Yang Chen's mind couldn't help but recall last night's images, as well as Su Yan's words. Schoolboy, feel free to rip the Parisienne on your legs. I have a whole other set in my closet in different colors, yo. It's all for you. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's body instantly became a little hot. After a while, it was hard to suppress the erotic thoughts in his mind. After briefly replying to Su Yan, Yang Chen couldn't help but ponder. Shortly after receiving the message in the basketball team group chat herself, Su Yan sent herself a message. Obviously, the matter of playing the exchange match was inevitably told to Su Yan by Yi Jiawen. With Yang Chen's understanding of Yi Jiawen, he knew without guessing. He's all about pretending. With his school girlfriend cheering on him, and some great play from himself, wouldn't he be a saint in front of people? This kind of thing, Yi Jiawen hadn't done much in his last life. Wouldn't things be more fun if you were embarrassed in front of your schoolgirl girlfriend? Yang Chen thought wickedly as some interesting images appeared in his mind. Class, what kind of dish are you going to hit? Just then, a voice as clear as spring water rang out. Yang Chen couldn't help but look back. Turns out it was his turn to hit the dishes. Chang Xiao? Seeing the girl with the vegetable spoon, Yang Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Coincidentally, Chang Xiao looks almost exactly like a certain actress of the same name. Dull-faced and sweet-looking. The body was also very well built. Fat where it needed to be and thin where it needed to be, especially the two soft masses, which were spectacular. She was a classmate of Yang Chen's in his English public class. Public classes, as the name suggests, are mandatory courses of a campus-wide nature and can occur when students from several colleges attend classes together. Chang Xiao is a student at the School of Economics and Management. The reason why Yang Chen had a deep impression of Chang Xiao was because she had two separate incidents during her sophomore and junior years. First, during his sophomore year, Lin Chang, the then student council president, made a high-profile confession to Chang Xiao and successfully held hands with her. Then came the year of his junior year, when Chang Xiao suddenly leapt from the 22-story library and committed suicide by jumping off the building. These two things were spreading in Mordor University at that time, and almost every student had heard about it. There is a wide range of opinions on this. Some people say that Chang Xiao was caught cheating on his wife, was ashamed and then committed suicide. Others say that Chang Xiao is pregnant and feels ashamed to face her family. However, Yang Chen knew that all these rumors were deliberately spread by someone just to discredit Chang Xiao, and that person is most likely the student council president, Lin Chang. Yang Chen had this presumption because he knew something hidden. Yang Chen had hosted an event with Chang Xiao in his previous life. Since the event ended late, Yang Chen invited Chang Xiao to jerk a skewer at the barbecue stand. It was then that he learned a lot about Chang Xiao. Growing up with an alcoholic and abusive father, her mother divorced her father to protect her and brought her to the big city to work. After she managed to get into college, her mother was tested for kidney failure, urgently in need of money. That's why while others are happily enjoying their college years, Chang Xiao is working various part-time jobs at school. Chapter 7, Triggering a Godly Choice Again. Yang Chen's decision. There were actually some bosses who knew about Chang Xiao at the time. She has explicitly and implicitly indicated to Chang Xiao that she can help Chang Xiao and her mother for a fee. But Chang Xiao refused them all, and relied on work-study to support the family's expenses. In his previous life, Yang Chen was also very heartbroken and compassionate to Chang Xiao after knowing what she had gone through. But there was no way to help her because she was born in an ordinary family. Eventually she gets together with the student council president, Lin Chang, and it's also about money. Later, because of a crucial surgery, Lin Chang went back on his word and did not give money to Chang Xiao, which ultimately led to her mother's surgery failing and passing away. This incident also became the last straw that broke the camel's back and directly led to Chang Xiao's suicide. At that time, Yang Chen, as one of Chang Xiao's few friends, organized the aftermath for her until she was actually physically innocent until her death. Oops, the making of the world. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ding! Trigger divine choice. Choice 1, help Chang Xiao change his fate. Get the reward, a set of Riverside Supreme Building. Funds 100W. A set of Tea-Face Moonlight Milk Tea Secret Recipe. Limited to 1 month. If you fail, the reward will be withdrawn. Option 2, stand by and cause Chang Xiao's tragedy to happen again. Withdraw all rewards issued by the system. Option 1, the sweet prompt sounded, and Yang Chen did not hesitate to make a choice in his heart. In fact, even if the system hadn't issued a mission, Yang Chen would still have prevented all this tragedy from happening. 1 month is enough time to change Chang Xiao's fate. Taking a step back, even if it failed, Yang Chen would not lose anything. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Riverside Supreme Building and the building of the real estate certificate and related information sent by the commissioner. 100W has been transferred to the CCB. Tea color moon color milk tea recipe has been entered into your brain. Not bad. Not bad. Yang Chen was a bit surprised by the system's rewards this time. It goes without saying that the Riverside Supreme Building within a building, as a high-class residence on the edge of the Pooh River in Mordor, the area of a set is more than 1,000 square meters, overlooking half of the Pooh River. Accordingly, it's not cheap, at least a small target at today's market prices. In contrast, 100W was somewhat trivial, but for Yang Chen, who lacked cash flow, it was a sizable amount of money. What surprised him the most was the recipe for Tea-Face Moonlight Milk Tea. Tea-Face Moonlight is a very hot milk tea store in the country in the future, and the taste of milk tea is absolutely second to none level. As a reborn person, Yang Chen knew how hot and huge the domestic milk tea market would be in the future. By utilizing this recipe, there will be a place for him in this market as well. It is not an exaggeration to say that Tea-Face Moonlight's milk tea recipe is a chicken that lays golden eggs, which can constantly make money for Yang Chen. Yeah, Yang Chen child's shoes. What kind of dish do you want to eat? Seeing that Yang Chen was staring at her with unblinking eyes, Chang Xiao was a bit shy and said hurriedly, I'm afraid the students in the line behind us will have a problem with it if we keep looking at it like this. Oh, sorry, got a little carried away. 1 fried chicken thigh, sautéed pork with garlic, and a bok choy please. Returning to his senses, Yang Chen quickly ordered a few of his favorite dishes and turned his head towards the back of the line to apologize with a smile. One of the girls in the original team who was about to get mad, immediately retracted her fierce expression when she saw Yang Chen smile, revealing starry eyes for a second. A few of the boys with bad looks on their faces became much better. Chang Xiao noticed Yang Chen's generous and courteous behavior and couldn't help but feel good about him in her heart. A girl is such a strange creature that she will quickly develop a crush on a guy as soon as one of his performances impresses her. It's typed. Here you go. Chang Xiao handed the dish to Yang Chen, and the grandeur of her chest trembled uncontrollably for a few moments. Thanks. Yang Chen took the plate and nodded his head towards Chang Xiao with a smile of greeting. At this time, Chang Xiao and himself were just ordinary classmates, so Yang Chen didn't exchange too many pleasantries. Otherwise it would look a little strange. Nothing. What kind of dish are you going to hit? This student? Chang Xiao also smiled at Yang Chen, and then asked the boy who was in line behind Yang Chen. When this boy saw Chang Xiao's smile, he immediately became shy and stuttered a bit in his speech. Yang Chen nodded and headed towards the dining seat occupied by his roommate. Wow. Lao Yang. Why are your food portions so much larger than mine? What's your relationship with that pretty girl just now? What are you whispering over there? Tell me the truth. As soon as Yang Chen sat down, Jiang Xinrui immediately wowed with a very excited expression. Li Jian and Han Wenbin also had a tight-lipped expression, their gazes filled with deep meaning as they looked at Yang Chen. Hearing Jiang Ji's words, Yang Chen then noticed that the amount of food on his plate was indeed a large amount more than theirs. Apparently Chang Xiao had specially given himself an extra call. What a cynical girl. Tapping Jiang Xinrui's head with his chopsticks, Yang Chen laughed. Kids, don't mind your own business. Eat quickly. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't say anything, they didn't force themselves, so the few people began to bury their heads and eat. After 10 years, Yang Chen was still able to eat the meals of Mordor University, and there was some emotion in his heart. Although it was still as bad as ever, bland to death and snoozy to death, Yang Chen ate it with gusto. A simple meal froze with the feeling of sentimentality. After eating and drinking their fill, a few people put away their dinner plates and began to sunbathe on the side of the road, incidentally consuming their food and looking at the passing beauties. College life is less hectic and more cozy and laid back. Yang Chen was also enjoying himself in a rare way. 2:30 p.m. Magic City University Gymnasium. Yang Chen arrived here early. Basketball players from the School of Information Technology and the School of Physical Education also arrived to warm up. It was an inter-college basketball exchange game, but there were quite a few people who came to watch. This is because the School of Information Technology and the School of Physical Education are recognized as the two strongest non-professional teams under the varsity basketball team. The lineups on both sides of the ball are also nothing short of luxurious, with 2-meter centers on the inside and 180-plus heads on the backline. Around 2:45, Yi Jiawen also arrived slowly with Su Yan. Yi Jiawen 193 height, with Su Yan 175 more than enough, looks quite handsome, coupled with a bit of doll face, giving a harmless and sunny male image. Very eye-catching. The Su Yan behind him, who was playing with her cell phone with her head down, was even more radiant, wearing a black sporty-style dress, carrying a donkey brand backpack, and wearing a double ponytail for the occasion. There is less of a sense of pure lust and more of a sense of youthful beauty. Seeing Su Yan's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the gym's males. Even her teammates on the same team implicitly glanced at Su Yan for a few moments. There's no way. The real deal schoolgirl is just too attractive. Chapter 8. Still schoolmates know how to play. The basketball game begins. Upon seeing Yi Jiawen's late arrival, Captain Li Tai's face flashed with a few moments of displeasure. But he didn't rebuke anything. While Yap's attitude isn't great, he has the physical talent and individual ability to help the team. Therefore, Li Tai also just said, Jia-1, things are released, hurry over here to warm up. You will start later. Sorry Captain. Overslept at lunch. Yi Jiawen laughed harmlessly, putting his things away and entering to warm up. Garvin, were you so tired from exercising at lunch that you overslept? You shouldn't wait for your legs to get weak, should you? Just then, Chen Chang, a sophomore, came up and gave a look that any man would understand, asking in a bitchy manner. And Yi Jiawen just smiled coyly and didn't say anything. The other teammates looked at his behavior and took it as his default, revealing expressions of envy and jealousy. For them, if they could do one exercise with the school flower Su Yan, they would be willing to reduce their lifespan by 10 years for fear. And this thing is just a daily routine for Yi Jiawen. I'm afraid? Yang Chen played with his cell phone while observing, taking in the expressions of the crowd, and a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. His own self in his previous life was the same. Every time he saw Yi Jiawen bring Su Yan to the stadium, his heart would be more or less envious and unbalanced. However, now it seemed that Yi Jiawen was simply a jumped-up clown, and he only had pity and sympathy for Yi Jiawen. Being an invalid himself, he can only satisfy his vanity by boozing it up. Poor Yi Jiawen. I'm afraid he still doesn't know that he's already wearing a green hat on his head, and his beloved girlfriend, Su Yan, was secretly messaging with herself on WeChat at the moment. That's right, Yang Chen was chatting with Su Yan on his cell phone at the moment. Chat box. Su Yan, brother, behave well later. If you do well, sister will give you a special reward /shy. JPG. Su Yan, by the way, I'll tell you a secret. I'm wearing your favorite Parisian house in my sweatpants, and it's red. Yang Chen inwardly, silken pants? I can't imagine that this kind of play existed 10 years ago. I have to say, Su Yan can still play. Glancing at Su Yan in the audience, who would have thought that the schoolgirl dressed so conservatively was wearing a red Parisienne in her pants? Yang Chen then typed a reply. Schoolboy will work hard. /color. JPG. Just then, the Captain Li Tai came over and whispered to Yang Chen, Shinzi, come over and shoot some more baskets. Later you'll be a substitute for Jiawen, and you'll be replaced in the second quarter. I've talked to the coach. The academy secretary Wang has come to watch the battle today, so you'll do well later. When Yang Chen heard this, he immediately said, "Understood, Captain. I'll fight with all my might." Li Tai was the captain of their team, a pure basketball enthusiast who had always appreciated himself, probably because it had something to do with his serious training attitude. The secretary Wang, as he called him, was the leader of the college, who usually liked to play basketball and drink, and was also in charge of part of the student work. Having a good relationship with Secretary Wang will make whatever you do at school more convenient. This captain, Li Tai, was considered to be taking better care of himself. This is because as a freshman, you generally have very little opportunity to play on the field and spend most of your time waving towels and cheering from the sidelines. They are also known as water fountain managers. In the future, when there is an opportunity, it is possible to bring up Li Tai. After taking his cell phone back into his bag, Yang Chen looked at Yi Jiawen, who was shooting baskets, and the corner of his mouth revealed an imperceptible evil smile, and then he walked forward. "Brother Jiawen, how's your hand feeling today?" Yang Chen enthusiastically passed a ball to Yi Jiawen. "Not bad, just now threw 5 and scored 4. Yi Jiawen saw that it was Yang Chen, and a harmless smile hung on his face again. "AI, Brother Jiawen, I really envy you for having such a good-looking girlfriend like school sister Suyen. If I could find such a girlfriend, my ancestors' graves would be smoking." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yi Jiawen smiled harmlessly again and said, "Senior, you're so handsome. Wouldn't it be handy to pick up a beautiful girl in the same grade? Don't worry, this school will be yours in the future." But in fact, he let out a disdainful laugh in his heart. "Just buy you? A beggar. What's the use of being handsome? Suyen, a donkey bag can top your 4 years of tuition. Suyen can look at you?" This Yi Jiawen is also hypocritical to the core. Yang Chen smiled at his words and didn't take Yi Jiawen's words seriously. In his previous life, Yi Jiawen could pretend to be a brother to himself while secretly designing to frame him. Yang Chen wouldn't believe a single word of this kind of person's words. He came to chat with Yi Jiawen and was simply looking for fun. After all, Yi Jiawen still didn't know that he was tweeting his thanks to Su Yen last night when he and Su Yen were making phone kanji. Soon, both sides had warmed up. The referee also blew his whistle to call the game. Although it was an exchange match, there were a lot of spectators around and there were leaders of the academy present to watch the match, so the match would be played in a more formal manner. The varsity basketball team, which had been training on the sidelines, came over to watch the battle. The crowd wasn't quite a sea of people, but it did surround the stadium 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The serve whistle blows and the game begins. The sports academy men were the first to get possession of the ball thanks to their bouncing speed. After receiving the ball, the opposing guard made a lane plus a Eurostep direct layup to cut down the first 2 points. It was fast-paced on both sides and basically pushed to a whiteout right from the start. The surrounding audience also let out a burst of shouts, and the atmosphere was very enthusiastic. The College of Public Information and Technology has been playing a positional game, using the height advantage of the interior to match up with a couple of very nice waves of offense. And not to be outdone, the College of Physical Education hit a few fast breaks and threes as they went up-tempo and outside. In doing so, the city started the game back at a disadvantage, trailing by just 5 points. Seeing this, the team's coach immediately called a timeout. "Garvin, you need to move your feet faster. You can't let go of the 3. You need to pounce fast." At that point, Tai Li named the problem with Yi Jiawen. Although Yi Jiawen was not happy in his heart, he could only nod his head and respond, "Understood, I will pounce in time." After a brief discussion of plays and defensive stops, timeout expired and the teams were back on the field. It's now the possession of the College of Physical Education, only to see the opposing point guard pass the ball to the point guard at the 45-degree corner. The point guard with the name Zhang Yang written on his shirt was the one who had scored 2 consecutive three-pointers on Yi Jiawen's head earlier. This time, the sports academy passed the ball to him again, apparently to name Yi Jiawen for military training. Zhang Yang first made a shooting motion, saw Yi Jiawen pounce this time, and then dribbled past Yi Jiawen for a 2-point shot. Swish! The basketball was airborne and in the net, and the College of Physical Education scored 2 more points. Chapter 9. Yang Chen takes the court. Interpersonal flat-frame dunk? The total came to 18-11 at this point. The College of Faith and Engineering has fallen behind by 7 points. MVP! 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 Just as Zhang Yang scored, the audience of the Sports Academy erupted in a burst of cheering. The aura is clearly coming to the other side. The one called Yip Garvin. Replace him. Just then, the secretary of the School of Information Technology and Engineering, Mr. Wang, appeared at the players' table and ordered the team's coach with a displeased face. "If we keep playing like this, I'm afraid the score will be gone before the first quarter is over." The coach immediately called for a substitution. Looking back around the circle, He landed his eyes on Yang Chen and said, "Yang Chen, you go on and replace Yi Jiawen." Yang Chen sniffed and didn't shy away from the stage, graciously stood up and moved his joints, then went up to the ring to replace Yi Jiawen. Yi Jiawen's expression was as ugly as constipation when he was subbed out. Originally, he was thinking of playing a wave of comparison in front of Su Yan and others, but he did not expect that the opposite guard did not know what to draw. And today he had such a good hand, cutting down so many points continuously, and one is still named for military training. It's more than a little humiliating. Not only that, the person who changed up was still Yang Chen, who was more handsome than himself. Thinking like this, Yi Jiawen's heart was even more unbalanced, and he couldn't help but think with hatred, "Stinking beggar, you will only be beaten up more, and then you still have to change me back." At this moment, Yang Chen stood on the field, facing so many spectators, without the slightest bit of stage fright, but instead, he was a bit eager to try. He had always been a good basketball player, and now he had the enhancement of the dragon's body. It's not an exaggeration to say that, not to mention playing this kind of game, even in the NBA, they casually tyrannize their opponents. Playing this college game is more of a descending blow. At this moment, seeing Yang Chen on the court, the memories of the Xin Gong audience immediately brightened up. Originally, she wasn't interested in this kind of basketball game, but she had no choice but to be forced by her roommate to come and watch, and she didn't expect to see Yang Chen on the court. So he's on the basketball team too? Seeing Yang Chen's handsome side face, the memory thought of the morning class and couldn't help but blush a little. "Hey, isn't that your little boyfriend?" The girl beside Memory gently nudged her, somewhat derisively. Hearing this, Memory looked around somewhat sheepishly and found that no one was paying attention before making a gesture to slap the girl beside her. "Jia, it's you who shouldn't talk nonsense. How bad would it be if someone heard it?" Then added in a thin, mosquito voice, "I have nothing to do with him." Fine, I'll shut up." Sun Jia instantly surrendered. This roommate of his own is good at everything, but he is a bit shy about his feelings. Obviously his eyes are going to grow on Yang Chen, but he also has to be stubborn. But Sun Jia looked away and turned his attention back to the court. On the other side, Su Yan also saw Yang Chen being replaced on the field, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but raise a smile that directly stunned the boys next to her. While seeing Yi Jiawen's downcast appearance, she skimmed her lips, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Pure and simple waste. At this point, the substitutions on the field had ended, and Yang Chen returned to the field as a small forward. The possession switched to the letterman's side of the ball this round. After everyone had finished falling into position, Captain Li Tai began to organize the offense from the arc. He first hoisted the ball to Li Yi, a big center stuck at the free throw line, while at the same time, Yang Chen, who was located at the baseline, moved quickly. After receiving the ball, Li Yi, with the good vision brought by his height of more than 2 meters, noticed Yang Chen, who was speeding up at the bottom line, so he instantly passed the ball to Yang Chen. Yang Chen got the ball. There is still about 2 meters away from the basket, only to see him take a big stride, even directly squatting his legs downward, making a gesture to jump towards the basket. At this time, he also blocked in front of the opponent to assist the defense over the 2 meters one big center. What does he want? Everyone in the audience had their eyes fixed on Yang Chen, and this question bubbled up unanimously. This action, what does he want? The next moment, Yang Chen gave his answer. His body leapt high after his feet powered up, as if he had lost gravity. His head was flush with the basket, and then he slammed the ball hard into the basket with both hands, and the big center from the College of Physical Education fought to jump up. His hands couldn't even reach Yang Chen's chin. Yang Chen's terrifying bounce was thus evident. Clang! A clear and incomparable dunking sound rang out. Yang Chen steadily dunked the ball in, and the opponent's big center was also knocked out more than 2 meters away by Yang Chen in response, and fell to the ground. At the sight of this scene, the large stadium was instantly silent. Both the players on the field and the spectators off the field were dumbfounded. They didn't even react to what they were seeing. Flat-rimmed isolation dunk? Geez, isn't that the kind of scene you only see in the NBA? What's with all the college basketball games like this? Even the members of the varsity basketball team watching from the sidelines were beyond shocked. Until the basketball rolled on the floor a couple times. It was only then that a deafening cheer came from the audience. Yang Chen, MVP. Yang Chen, MVP. Tatsu is awesome. Yang Chen, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Seeing this scene, Li Jian and the others who were watching the battle from the side instantly howled like a wolf with chicken blood, frightening the girls on the side to take a few steps back. Memory also waved her fist in excitement, her little face pink and looking thrilled. As for Su Yan, when she saw the scene, she felt her body soften for a few moments, and her legs were slightly clenched. Looking at the engorged muscles on Yang Chen's body, she didn't know what she was thinking about what was there. On the letter writer's bench, Secretary Wang nodded appreciatively and asked, "Which term is this young man from? How come I haven't seen him before? He plays very well." When the coach heard this, he immediately said, "Secretary Wang, this young man is a freshman." Secretary Wang nodded with satisfaction. "This young man is good. Give him more time on the field in the future. Time on the playing field is precious. Invested in people who are worth training." As he spoke, he also intentionally glanced at Yi Jiawen, clearly implying that Yi Jiawen is a player not worth developing. The coaches nodded their heads in agreement. As for Yi Jiawen, who was on the side, after hearing this, he revealed a harmless smile on the surface, as if he was happy for Yang Chen. In fact, he had long since begun to be impotent and furious inside, and he was a little twisted with jealousy towards Yang Chen, and even held a grudge against Secretary Wang, who had spoken. Beep. Just then, the referee blew a blast of a whistle signaling a blocking foul on the Sports Academy Center. Yang Chen gets an extra free throw. He had a beautiful hand gesture and steadily threw the ball in. Managed to score a 2+1. In an instant, the score came to 18-14, with CIT only trailing by 4 points. Another cheer rang out from the audience of the Academy of Letters and Engineering. In an instant, the momentum returned to the side of the Academy of Letters and Engineering. Chapter 10 Free Throw Line Jumping Dunk. Yang Chen is famous? Shingo, defense. Shingo, defense. With the momentum up, the cheering and chanting from the crowd became more enthusiastic. Even Memory and Su Yan couldn't help but shout along. Yang Chen stood on the field, hearing the mountainous cheering, feeling his body unusually excited, as if every cell had awakened, and his reflexes had reached their peak. At this time the opponent's point guard dribbled the ball across the half-court and habitually tried to pass the ball to the point guard Zhang Yang, but the moment he passed the ball, Yang Chen started. Yang Chen's speed was like a bolt of lightning, so fast that the receiver didn't even have time to react before the ball was already broken by Yang Chen. After Yang Chen successfully broke the ball, his speed didn't decrease, dribbling straight toward the opponent's basket. The opposing point guard saw this and tried to hold Yang Chen and get a tactical foul on him, but Yang Chen seemed to have anticipated this situation, and his body steeply deviated to the right side, directly and perfectly shaking away the opposing point guard. The scene immediately elicited another round of gasps and cheers from the audience. At this point, Yang Chen was already empty in front of him, and the entire half-court was only left with him and the opponent's basket. Once again, all of everyone's gazes converged on Yang Chen. Some were even already filming the scene with their cell phones. With all eyes on him, Yang Chen started to combine the ball from the three-point line. 1 step, 2 steps. When Yang Chen's foot stepped on the free throw line, his left foot instantly fired, and his entire body then rose up in the air. He made a beautiful arc in the air and slammed into the basket like a rainbow. Clang! A more crisp dunking sound than before rang out, and Yang Chen steadily dunked the ball one-handed. His posture is extremely stretchy, and his strong lagging ability makes his dunks violent yet elegant. Dunks from the free throw line. Compared to the previous flat-frame interpersonal dunk, Yang Chen's dunk this time was undoubtedly more ornamental, while once again showing everyone his horrible physical quality. Instantly, the stadium rang with a mountain of cheers. Dunking from the free throw line in real life. I'm afraid you don't see that kind of action in the NBA. Everyone felt like they were witnessing a historical moment unfold. Looking at Yang Chen's upright back, Su Yan's eyes were mesmerized, and her flushed and intoxicated face looked like it could drip water. She had a much deeper understanding of how terrifying Yang Chen's body principle was. Memory also had a small red face. Without realizing it, Yang Chen's handsome figure had completely occupied her heart. Yang Chen's family and friends, such as Li Jian and Zhang Xinrui, were so excited that they danced, and the scene instantly turned into a mountain of flowers and fruits. And as excited as the others were, Yi Jiawen's face was grim. When he was on the field just now, the School of Faith and Engineering was close to being blown right out of the water. As soon as Yang Chen came on the court, not only did he instantly reverse the situation, but he also made 2 dunking moves that he didn't even dare to think about. It's like rubbing your face on the floor. Yi Jiawen felt his face was now on fire with pain. The last time he'd been this messed up was when he knew he was a wreck. Yang Chen. Yi Jiawen gritted her teeth and looked at Yang Chen's handsome figure. Her hands could not help but clench her fists. After these 2 foul dunks, the momentum of City had completely risen, and even the spectators who had originally supported the Sports Academy had fallen back and started cheering for City and Yang Chen. And the number of spectators around them was getting bigger and bigger, and the huge stadium was getting crowded. Yang Chen, MVP. Yang Chen, MVP. In the midst of this mountainous wave of cheering, a few of the main players from the Sports Academy had already turned pale, completely unable to raise the courage to confront Yang Chen. The soldiers are defeated. 2 quarters passed and the half ended. The College of Faith and Engineering then blew the College of Physical Education right out of the water with a total score of 58-21. Yang Chen scored 40 points alone. All the spectators were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. For them, to be able to see this match live was simply a blessing in life. At the same time, in the major media platforms, such as the Scarf, Posting, Fox Poker and so on, the video about Yang Chen's foul dunk score in the rapidly being forwarded. Not only the students of Magic City University, but also basketball enthusiasts from all over have been blown away by the content of the video. They began to recognize the college student who wore the No. 1 jersey and was named Yang Chen. The comments section of the bib and the Posting, too, instantly exploded. Shelby Heirloom, Naya. This video is P, isn't it? That bounces better than a snail shell. CIC is a weapon of the gods? My fucking meow was straight up stupid. Master of ball control, this physical quality. It is simply the combination of Jordan and James Yang Chen's fangirl, my brain mail is just too handsome. Doryman, this is where basketball skills are exchanged. What kind of weird stuff is mixed in upstairs? Halftime. After Yang Chen came off the court, his teammates greeted him like a star, and some of the older seniors on the team directly acted as ball boys, wiping Yang Chen's sweat and handing him water. There was no way around it. Yang Chen's performance was just too shocking. It was almost as if one person was single-handedly taking on an entire academy on the opposite side. Seeing Yi Jiawen sitting in the corner, Yang Chen's mind moved as he picked up a bottle of water and walked towards him. Brother Garvin, I have to thank you for coming off the field just now to give me such a rare chance to perform. Here, have some water. Yang Chen put on a look of gratitude on the surface and shoved the water into Yi Jiawen's hand as if he was a brotherly love. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the corner of Yi Jiawen's mouth twitched unnaturally. He didn't expect the simple Yang Chen to say such shrimp and pig heart words. It was the equivalent of rubbing his Yi Jiawen's face on the floor again in front of everyone. At this moment, Yi Jiawen's back teeth were almost gritted, but he could only pretend to look as if nothing had happened. Waving his hand and saying generously, the team is full of brothers. As long as we can win the game. These words were immediately recognized by the captain, Li Tai, who patted Yi Jiawen's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Jiawen, don't be discouraged. Play as Yang Chen's substitute in the future. Learn more from him and try to contribute more to the team. Cam. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen almost exploded in place, but on the contrary, he could only put on a stiff smile on his face. Thank you, Captain. I don't know why, but a few lines of BGM suddenly flashed through Yang Chen's mind. Thank you for warming the seasons. I'm sure that's what's going on in Garvin Yip's mind at this point. 10 minutes passed and the intermission was over. Yang Chen volunteered to take a break in the second half, so Yi Jiawen came back on as Yang Chen's replacement, and the College of Physical Education seemed to have lost the courage to resist, as all 5 players on the field were replaced by substitutes. At this moment, just as Yi Jiawen was preparing to make a killing on the field to recover the lost face, the cell phone in Yang Chen's pocket vibrated. Chapter 11 Service to the People. Opening his cell phone, Yang Chen saw the alert box that popped up from WeChat. Su Yan, hubby, you were so handsome duck just now. Su Yan, can you come to the restroom in the secondary gym? I forgot to bring paper. I'm in the last cubicle. When he saw these 2 messages, Yang Chen was immediately shaken in spirit. If my sister is in an emergency, how can I stand by and do nothing? The gym is divided into 2 parts in total. The main gym is with 2 big basketball courts and booths, while the secondary gym is for some small types of sports such as badminton. Usually the secondary gym is closed and only the restrooms are open, so few people would choose to go there. I have to say, Sister Su Yan knows a lot. Ding. Divine choice triggered. Choice 1, serve the people. School Sister Su Yan has forgotten her Kleenex and is in trouble. You are duty-bound and have decided to deliver the paper to School Sister Su Yan without delay. Receive a reward, Divine Scrying Technique. Option 2, turn a blind eye and be spurned by Sister Su Yan. Option 1. In an instant, Yang Chen cried out in his heart. Note, the Divine Scrying Technique has been issued, and can be used on any object, with a 5-minute increase in the interval after each use, and recalculated for the next day. With that, Yang Chen said to the coach, Coach, I suddenly have something to do, so I'll go out for a while. Normally when you hear this kind of request during a game, the coach will absolutely scold the players, but after seeing that it was Yang Chen who opened his mouth, the coach's old face immediately smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum. It's fine. Go go go. Remember to come back and take a group photo at the end of the game. Yang Chen nodded his head in agreement, then put on a hooded sweatshirt, snapped his hat back on, and drilled out of the crowd. It didn't help that even though he wasn't on, at least half the crowd still had their eyes on him. If he waltzed over to Su Yan, he might make a mess. Glancing at Yi Jiawen, who was still selling out on the court, A trace of pity flashed in Yang Chen's eyes, and he avoided the crowd to head to the vice pavilion. Gym Annex. Second floor restrooms. Not long after, Yang Chen's figure appeared here, just to be on the safe side. He also pretended to wander around as if nothing had happened. After making sure no one was around, he entered the restroom and got into the last cubicle. Meanwhile, Yip Ka Man is still sweating it out on the court. He took advantage of his opponent's distraction to get a good touch on a goal, and immediately and skillfully performed a celebratory pose that he had practiced for 2.5 years. Finally, he regained a shred of courage and confidence. Yi Jiawen's eyes swept, but he didn't find Yang Chen and Su Yan's figures at all, and his face instantly became gloomy. It's so hard to be able to pretend for once that no one is watching. Su Yan took out a box from the donkey-branded bag hanging aside and handed it to Yang Chen. Here, Schoolmarm bought you the latest Fruit 6 Plus with maximum capacity. Be a good boy and keep it. At this moment, Su Yan looked like a queen, giving Yang Chen a feeling that he was being adopted. It was at this time that Yang Chen suddenly realized that it seemed like Su Yan's family was also very good, and it was the kind that didn't lose out to Yi Jiawen. However, since Yang Chen deliberately kept a distance from Su Yan in his previous life, he didn't know too much, but only vaguely remembered that his family was also in the real estate business. Thank you, school teacher. If he still refused Su Yan's gift at this time, it would be a bit uninspiring, and Yang Chen naturally wouldn't do such a thing. After all, it's just a cell phone. It's not a big deal. After that, Yang Chen will find a chance to return the gift. Clunk! Just then, the door to the restroom was suddenly pushed open heavily. At the same time a sound of footsteps came, interspersed with Yi Jiawen's angry voice. Damn him, this stinking beggar Yang Chen. I don't know what kind of medicine he took wrong today, performing so fiercely. Embarrassed me in front of so many people. Grass, light me a fire. There was a snap, a sound of a lighter being pressed. Yi, should we get him sometime? There is no hurry. I will find a time to have dinner with Brother Knife. Let him arrange a few people to do this. Otherwise it is not cost-effective to carry disciplinary action for this beggar. Ye are brilliant. Yang Chen, who was in the bathroom, couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he heard these conversations. You want to get yourself in trouble with a few punks? I'm afraid I don't know how to write the word death. Obviously, the few people who were talking outside were Yi Jiawen and a few of his little brother diehards. It could be seen that Yi Jiawen was in a hurry at this point, so she found the toilets of the vice pavilion to vent her emotions. But in front of the others, he still had to maintain his image as a fluttering gentleman. Not a bad example of a hypocrite. And since the innermost compartment was hidden around the corner, they didn't notice anyone inside. Hearing this, Su Yan's face also flashed a hint of sulking, obviously a little angry at Yi Jiawen's words. She would not allow anyone to harm Yang Chen. Right, have you guys seen where Su Yan is? Yi Jiawen opened his mouth as if he suddenly remembered something and asked. Boss, it looks like my sister-in-law left halfway through the movie. Grass, Su Yan this cousin, to determine the relationship until now, not even give me a hand to touch. She's pretending to be noble every day. Bitch. After cursing, Yi Jiawen didn't seem to be relieved and directly smashed his cell phone on the ground to vent his hatred. Bam! Very harsh in the restroom. Hearing this, Yang Chen was greatly surprised. With his previous view of Su Yan, Yang Chen had always thought that she was a girl with a more open character, but he didn't think that Yi Jiawen had even held his hand. Out of curiosity, Yang Chen used a probing technique on Su Yan. With that, a few lines of text appeared next to her. Su Yan, 20 years old, college student/rich girl, has a favorability rating of 98 and a loyalty rating of 100 towards her host. Favorability demonstrates the degree of friendliness towards Yang Chen. For example, 0 to 30 means that the two people meet each other in passing and are just passers-by. 30 to 60 is an ordinary friendship. 60 to 90 is a friend of friendship. And above 90 is even the kind that is unreservedly heart and soul. If the favorability is negative, it means that it possesses a high level of hostility towards the protagonist. And loyalty is literally the degree of loyalty to Yang Chen. What Yang Chen could not have imagined was that Su Yan's loyalty to him had reached a maximum of 100, which meant that Su Yan was diehard loyal to Yang Chen and would not betray him under any circumstances. This caused Yang Chen to reconsider his relationship with Su Yan. Originally, he only saw Su Yan as a tool to get back at Yi Jiawen, but now it seemed that Su Yan was definitely qualified to be her own woman. However, Yang Chen still didn't intend to publicize his relationship with Su Yan too early. After all, staying on Yi Jiawen's side would have unexpected and strange effects. Ding! Trigger divine choice. Hearing the familiar beep, Yang Chen couldn't help but light up. Chapter 12, 3 Joker Doom Cards. Ding! Trigger divine choice. Choice 1, you were helpful and helped warm Su Yan's body. Requesting the host to have Su Yan verbally thank herself. Reward for request fulfillment, receive 3 Joker Doom cards. Option 2, pass up the opportunity and get the title of Good Samaritan. This still needs to be chosen? The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked up slightly. Ding! Detects that the host has fulfilled the requirements and obtained 3 Joker Doom cards. Note, already placed in the host's clothes pocket. After Yi Jiawen and the others left, Yang Chen simply straightened his pants and left alone first. As for Su Yan, she had to fix the makeup on her face in the bathroom. The water splashed on her face accidentally just now. Receiving the reward from the system, Yang Chen was in a great mood. However, Yang Chen also discovered one thing. The system seemed to be particularly cross with Yi Jiawen. As long as it touched Yi Jiawen, it would easily trigger some unexpected choices. It seemed that more rewards had to be hoarded out on Yi Jiawen. Yang Chen immediately made up his mind. On his way back to the main stadium, Yang Chen took out the 3 Joker Doom cards in his pocket. On the face of it, these are 3 beautifully patterned and well-made clown cards, but in truth, they have the power to bring bad luck to people. It is also very easy to use. Just write the name of the cursed person on the back of the Joker card. In the next 5 days, the cursed person will have bad luck and bad luck. Even drinking a glass of cold water can stuff your teeth. However, according to the description of Joker's Doom card, it doesn't seem to pose a life-threatening threat to the cursed person, but at most, it makes them sick, breaks up the family, and destroys the family's fortune in such a way. After understanding what the Joker Doom card did, Yang Chen smiled slightly and took it back into his pocket. Needless to say, this first Joker Doom card was bound to be rewarded to Yi Jiawen for his enjoyment. However, before that, it was better to utilize him more to glean some system rewards. At this moment, Yi Jiawen sneezed coldly, and the poor man didn't know that he had already been missed by Yang Chen. Senior Yang Chen. Just then, a sweet female voice rang out, only to see a rippling sister trembling and running towards Yang Chen. 2 leather balls naughtily bouncing up and down, looking at Yang Chen for a while dizzy. Senior Yang Chen. I'm Su Dongdong from the sophomore acting department. Su Dongdong, can I take a picture with you? Su Dongdong stepped on high heels and ran up and down, and the small one shirt felt like it was almost going to burst. Aha! To be honest, this was the first time Yang Chen had encountered this situation, and he was more or less confused. Although he is handsome, but in his previous life, only some little sisters shyly and privately to find their own cell phone number, such as this fanfare put out a star look. Yang Chen has not really encountered. Don't say. This Su Dongdong is really like a sister-in-law in a certain TV series. Her body is not considered very hot, but the view of her chest is exceptionally spectacular. It's quite a bit of a family affair. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't say anything, Su Dongdong took it as his default and raised his cell phone, ready to take a selfie with him. However, a silhouette suddenly blocked in front of Su Dongdong and naturally wrapped her arms around Yang Chen. Yeah, brother Yang Chen, I finally found you. Immediately afterward, a sweet, deadly voice rang out, only to see Memory blushing slightly as she looked at herself, her big eyes blinking in a very soft and adorable way. That wasn't all, Memory said as he immediately turned his head to Su Dongdong. This auntie, brother Yang Chen is my boyfriend. Can you not come so close? You. Su Dongdong's face flushed red, and for a moment, he was so angry that he didn't know how to retort. You're a little more mature looking yourself, but you're not an auntie, are you? But the girl in front of her was indeed as delicate and beautiful as a porcelain doll, making Su Dongdong momentarily speechless, completely unable to find a point to counterattack. In a fit of pique, she became faster at blowing the ball. At this moment, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile slightly as he looked at Memory's red-faced appearance of protecting his food. As far as I can remember, except for his previous life when he boldly confessed to himself, Memory has always been a shy and well-behaved person. I didn't realize that she would pretend to be her girlfriend out of jealousy. It seems that because something has changed, the butterfly effect has crept in, and everything is moving in the direction that you want it to. Thinking of this, Yang Chen was in a good mood and smoothly pulled his hand out of Memory's arms and in turn wrapped his arms around Memory's waist. Sister-in-law. Oh no. Sister Dongdong. I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend. It's not convenient for me to take pictures with you alone. Seeing Yang Chen defending the Memory so much, Su Dongdong couldn't say anything else and could only leave in a huff. The other little fangirls around them, seeing Yang Chen with such a beautiful girlfriend, could only wish him well with tears in their eyes and walk away sadly. Seeing the people around him disperse, the memory of the moment backfired with some embarrassment. Just now, when she saw Su Dongdong shamelessly leaning towards Yang Chen, she didn't know which of her nerves was wrong, so she put her arm around Yang Chen and said such bold words. Obviously not usually like this. Memory's body was taut, her small face was red, and she was just intimately embraced by Yang Chen, her mind blank. After a full while, she was as fine as a mosquito. Voice Nana said. Yang Chen, hold enough. can you let go of me? Unexpectedly, instead of letting go, Yangshan put his face next to her ear and said in a low voice, what are you shy about? Aren't you my girlfriend? Ah. Feeling the burning breath in his ears, Memory's body instantly softened, and his entire body melted into Yang Chen's arms like a puddle of water. Yang Chen realized at this time why women were made of water. Memory's body seemed extraordinarily soft. Bad. People were just trying to help you out earlier. Her underhanded little defense instead made it sound like she was pouting. At this time, Memory's little face was pink, and her big eyes were already covered with a thin layer of mist, looking very cute, making Yang Chen almost unable to resist wanting to peck on it. But with Memory's thin skin, if he kissed her in public, he wouldn't be angry, but he'd certainly avoid himself for a while. There's no rush, there'll be plenty of opportunities later anyway. Yang Chen resisted this impulse and made an appearance of sudden realization. Oh, so that's how it is. Memory boy. Then can I treat you to a meal some other time as a small token of appreciation? Okay, let go of me first. Memory agreed with a flushed face. Chapter 13 Basketball Team Gathering? Yang Chen is a god. Yang Chen, Secretary Wang wants you to go over for a group photo. Just as Yang Chen let go of his memories, the captain, Li Tai, approached him. Seeing the intimate movements of the two, Li Tai smiled ambiguously. Yang Chen, you can do it. The flower of our academy has been picked up by you. In the Academy of Information Technology, the memory of being the flower of the academy was not small in fame, and it was not surprising that Li Tai knew her. Immediately after that, Li Tai was a bit anxious to pull Yang Chen away, leaving behind a sentence. Sibling, I'll borrow Yang Chen for a while. The college secretary Wang named him to take a picture with him. Memory blushed slightly as she looked at the backs of the two departing men, surprisingly not retorting, but only saying in her mind nah, what ah, it's not. 10 minutes later, the college basketball team group photo was over. Unlike his previous life, Yang Chen was only standing in the far corner of the crowd, tugging at the corner of the academy's banner and giggling nervously. In this life, Yang Chen stood in the very center of the team, side by side with the academy's secretary Wang, and all the people around him became accompaniments. Yi Jiawen, on the other hand, even had an expression as black as the bottom of a pot and stood in the least conspicuous position, as if he was constipated. Obviously, seeing Yang Chen make a big splash, in stark contrast to his own clown-like station, made his mood not help but explode a bit. After the group photo, the college secretary Wang kindly shook Yang Chen's hand and said, the young man played well, especially the spunk on the field. Let me see the shadow of our year. It was a much tougher time for us, and we weren't at the same level, but we never gave up on competing for championships either. You need to step it up and try to lead the Shiners to first place in this varsity basketball tournament. This matter Yang Chen is heard of. It is said that Secretary Wang is a member of the first-letter industry basketball team. Very love basketball. Although his physical talent is very average, height is only 1 meter 7 head, but with a passion. Hard to play into the team's main guard at that time. Since then, the Letterman's basketball team has been fighting for a championship, but unfortunately, always missing out on the title. Including Yang Chen's previous life on the team, with the strongest lineup in the entire team's history, the best result was only second place. At that time, the two sides fought to the last quarter, because Yang Chen leg cramps have no choice but to leave the game, and finally regret defeat. This matter is more or less a regret in Yang Chen's heart, and now that he is living again, since he has the ability, Yang Chen naturally wants to make up for this regret. I will do my best, Yang Chen said seriously. Seeing Yang Chen's attitude, the college's secretary Wang patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Immediately afterward, Secretary Wang turned his head to the cameraman with the DSLR and said, Xiao Su, take another photo of me and fellow student Yang Chen. After taking photos, Secretary Wang said to the crowd on an impromptu whim, this Friday night, book a large box in the Backstreet Tinglong Pavilion, and let's have a meal together with our letter writer team. Yes, thank you, Secretary Wang. Long live Secretary Wang. Upon hearing this, a few of the seniors veterans instantly cheered and lifted up Secretary Wang, while the junior team members happily applauded from the sidelines. Seeing this cozy scene, Yang Chen's heart warmed. This is the CIT basketball team, a group of people who come together purely for faith and love. Except, of course, for Yip Garvin. He joined the team more just to find presents and act like a pussy. Yang Chen subconsciously swept a glance and spotted Yi Jiawen standing at the edge of the group. He was currently looking at himself with a resentful face, his gaze revealing ill will. It was obvious that this guy was having second thoughts about himself, combined with what he had just heard in the restroom. Yang Chen instantly understood what this guy wanted to do after a little thought. Unsurprisingly, he would have wanted to take advantage of the Friday night get-together to get himself drunk and then have his gangster brother, Knife. Come after him. After all, in his previous life, he was a surprisingly poor drinker. 2 beers down. However, the current self was in possession of the body of a dragon. So how could a small amount of alcohol possibly have an effect on him? Oh, looking at Yi Jiawen's hypocritical face, Yang Chen thought of a brilliant idea. It's perfectly fine to let him taste what it means to lift a stone and hit his own foot. With that, Yang Chen also revealed an unguarded smile to Yi Jiawen. Seeing Yang Chen's smiling face, Yi Jiawen was slightly stunned. Laughing at you then, let you die this Friday without knowing how. Cursing in his heart, Yi Jiawen's face also revealed a harmless smile. After going back to the dormitory and taking a cool shower, Yang Chen prettily lay on the bed, drinking watermelon juice with one hand and playing with the Fruit 6 Plus that he had just replaced with the other. I have to say, the new phone just smells good. I don't know how many times better it works than the previous Fruit 4. What's more, it was a cell phone sent by the school beauty Su Yan. If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid that many of Su Yan's dog lickers are going to have heart attacks. At this moment, Zhang Xinrui was holding a fan and fanning Yang Chen thoughtfully from the side. Papa Tatsu, how's this wind speed? A total lickspittle. And Li Jian and Han Wenbin weren't much better. One was busy squeezing Yang Chen's legs to relax, and the other was peeling grapes for Yang Chen on the table. The scene was a bit unpleasant for a while. It's not their fault, though. The truth was that Yang Chen's performance had shocked them too much. First, he put on an epic, over-the-top performance in the afternoon basketball game, blowing away the entire athletic academy on his own. And then to have the memory of the Academy of Faith and Engineering's houseflower thrown in the ring in public? The two of them even had a little ear-to-ear talk in front of everyone, directly spreading a lot of dog food. This immediately broke the hearts of the 3 Li Jian, who were originally prepared to go and greet Yang Chen. Damn if this isn't tricking the dog into coming in for the kill. If it ended here, then so be it. When they returned to the dormitory room to brush their cell phones, they found that the Hucheng heavy industry that Yang Chen bought in the morning actually went up. The reason for this is that the heavy industries bearer, the Yura Energy Group, will be acquiring Hopetown Heavy Industries. Jian Li, who swiped this message, was dumbfounded on the spot and instantly felt a bit skeptical of life. Nima? The word is the word? Really just say up and stop? Only after double-checking did he tell Zhang Xinrui and Han Wenbin about it. In an instant, the 3 of them worshipped Yang Chen as a god. He's good-looking, he's a good ball player, and he's got the houseflower throwing herself at him. Now even the speculation is godly and predictable? Is this a human being? Simply divine. After some discussion, Jian Li and the others immediately decided to hug the thick leg of Yang Chen, even at the expense of color. Of course, the premise is that Yang Chen looks at. Chapter 14, the system reward comes. Seeing them in this state, Yang Chen couldn't help but hold his tongue a little. Isn't it just that they want to hug their own thighs and let them take them to make money? Just say no. Especially Jian Li, the man who claimed not to bend over for the sake of 5 buckets of rice, was now kneeling on the bedpan, carefully squeezing Yang Chen's thighs. Looking at Yang Chen, he laughed for a while. Think about this is not surprising. After all, now we are still college students. This kind of thing more or less some face. However, one's intention was to take them to a small fortune anyway. Not bad. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction, then said mysteriously, "Sons, I have a big plan. Do you want to know about it?" Hearing Yang Chen's words, Jian Li's 3 eyes shone brightly and immediately surrounded him, making an appearance of listening with all ears. A friend of mine whose family specializes in stock private equity has some insider information, and it was he who told me about the news of Hopetown Heavy Industries hike today. He said that in the next half a month they'll have a big wave of private placement, and the profit will conservatively be at least tripled. Are you guys interested? However, I demand that you keep your mouths shut on this matter, and no one is to say anything outside. When Yang Chen finished speaking, the 3 Li Jian immediately nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic. Are you kidding me? Triple? Based on the money they currently had on hand, a full year's worth of living expenses plus the money they usually saved for New Year's Eve would amount to nearly $10,000 or so each. Wouldn't that be $30,000 if we could triple it? Straight up college living expenses for all 4 years. How had Ken Li and the others ever seen so much money? Sent. As for whether they believe in it or not, originally they didn't believe it, but after seeing Yang Chen's stock rise 40% in one day, now they believe whatever Yang Chen says. Papa Tatsu, what do you want us to do? Don't say anything. Why don't I perform a dry ollie give first, to cheer everyone up? Jian Li tearfully said what was on his mind. It wasn't that he was spineless as a human being, it was really that Yang Chen had given too much. What not to bend over for 5 buckets of rice? What not to be held in contempt? Can go to bar. Come on, hit me with money. On the other hand, Zhang Xinrui on the side had his brows furrowed. as if Jian Li's words had brought him great pressure. After a period of entanglement, as if he had made up his mind, he said to Yang Chen with a shy face, I don't have much talent. Big deal. In the future, people's beds are at your disposal. Nima, how do you think it's Yang Chen who loses? Okay? Li Jian immediately showed a look of contempt. Hearing this, Yang Chen also felt a chill of evil. I have to say, Ginger Qi does have some chic hobbies. Yang Chen turned his head to look and found that Han Wenbin was also squirming and seemed to have something to say that he was too embarrassed to say. Seeing this, Yang Chen immediately said, Stop, all be normal. If you do that again, Dad won't take you guys to play. How much money does each of you have on hand? Except for the money for food during this period, transfer all of it to my card. I'll pay you back in half a month. At least triple guaranteed. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Jian Li and the three of them let out a cheer and immediately scrambled to transfer the money from their cards to him. Yang Chen also smiled slightly when he saw this. In this life, one can finally make some difference in the lives of the friends around them as well. The amount of money is not huge, but for people like Jian Li, who has an ordinary family and has just started college, it's definitely a huge amount of money. Although Yang Chen was enough to multiply their money even more, he was afraid that it would be beyond their reach. Anyway, as long as they followed themselves, there was plenty of room for them to make money in the future. When you do something, you have to do it in a step-by-step manner. It's just a little perk at the beginning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Yang Chen's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Picking up his cell phone, the screen showed an unfamiliar caller ID. In this day and age, information leaks and scam calls weren't that popular, and Yang Chen wasn't worried about it being these types of calls at all. Who would call themselves at this hour? With that, Yang Chen picked up the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yang Chen Yang? It's me, please. Greetings, the Honorable Mr. Yang Chen. I'm very sorry to have disturbed you. I am the property housekeeper of Riverside Supreme. I have already delivered your real estate license and related formalities information to your school entrance. May I ask if you have time to come out and get it now? Ha, so efficient? Listening to the voice of the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone, Yang Chen froze slightly. I didn't expect that the rewards issued by the system at noon would be delivered so quickly. This is the top neighborhood in Mordor right now. The legendary Riverside Supreme worth a small goal. Keep in mind that it's still a time when home prices haven't really risen dramatically across the country. Waiting for another 2 or 3 years, this suite may not even be available for $300 million, and is truly priced out of the market. The last time Yang Chen had seen this house, he had seen it in a Granny Master video that specialized in filming mansions. At that time, the video only showed a piece of the suite's meeting area, which made Yang Chen look greatly shocked. At that time he was in his startup period, living in a 20 square meter basement, eating instant noodles, and relying on these videos for his daily meals. As a result, after watching it, the instant noodles in his hand recoiled. Mr. Yang Chen, are you listening? Realizing that Yang Chen did not reply, the middle-aged butler asked again. Okay, I know. You find a place to park on the student street next to you first. I'll go over to you later. Yang Chen came back to his senses. Alright, Mr. Yang, waiting for you, the middle-aged butler said respectfully. Yang Chen hung up the phone and immediately jumped off the bed. A strong sense of balance allowed him to perform this difficult maneuver with ease. Changing his clothes quickly, Yang Chen dropped a sentence and went out directly. I have something to go out. You guys have dinner. Don't wait for me. Thinking that he was about to own this mansion, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel his heart burning. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen leisurely rode a shared bicycle and appeared on the student street. Student street was actually back street. Only Yang Chen was afraid that Riverside Supreme's housekeeper wouldn't understand, so he said student street. Unsurprisingly, the Rolls-Royce parked prominently at the intersection was the butler's special car to pick himself up. After all, Riverside Supreme is now the top residence in Magic City, and the people living inside are all either rich or noble, so it's not surprising that the property has this strength. Yang Chen then got out of the car, wanting to park the shared bicycle in a special parking area. However, he realized that at that moment a big long leg was in front of him, just blocking the parking opening for the shared bike. This long-legged woman with long hair and a toned front and back looks like she works out a lot. The peach butt in particular makes you very tempted to take a stake as a shareholder. At first glance it looked hotter than Su Yan's body. She had her back to Yang Chen at the moment, wearing a pair of yoga pants and workout clothes, with a donkey brand bag on her arm, looking very delicate. Chapter 15, The Schoolgirl of Magic City Dance Academy? Take a pinch. After admiring the marvelous figure for a couple of moments, Yang Chen politely said, Beauty, can you please make way? Big long leg sniffed and turned his head to look at Yang Chen. When she saw Yang Chen's handsome face, her eyes first lit up. However, After sweeping a glance at Yang Chen's dress as well as the shared bicycle pushed in his hand, a hint of contempt couldn't help but appear in the eyes of the big long legs. Although he's handsome, he's a bit too poor, isn't he? What kind of era is this where people still ride shared bikes? No way. No way? The long legs that originally wanted to ask Yang Chen for a micro-signal immediately dismissed the idea. She then snorted coldly, and raised her leg towards the intersection. As if it was demeaning to be with a poor person like Yang Chen, Yang Chen was not concerned about big legs' actions. In his previous life, when he was struggling to start his own business, what cold eyes and taunts hadn't he suffered? This kind of gold-worshipping female student's behavior was more than normal in his opinion, and would not affect his state of mind in any way at all. However, Yang Chen had some impression of the face of this long-legged man. She seems to be the schoolgirl of the Magic City Dance Academy next door, Zhang Yuqi. Yang Chen's impression of her was not because of her face or figure, but the scandal that had been exposed on her. It is said that Zhang Yuqi broke up with a famous rich kid surnamed Wang in her senior year and took a breakup fee of more than $3 million. At that time, this matter was also a big deal in the Magic City University City, causing Yang Chen, who had learned of this matter, to be shocked for a long time. In the end, I can only sigh, the world of the rich is really incomprehensible. However, in this life, if there was a chance to taste Zhang Yuqi's flavor, Yang Chen would not refuse. Living a new life, he had trivialized many things a lot, not so much bound by rules and regulations, and held more of a playful and spontaneous mentality. It's just a shame that people can't see themselves. Yang Chen smiled, parked the shared bicycle, and then walked towards the Rolls-Royce. At this moment, Zhang Yuqi, who was waiting for someone at the intersection, couldn't help but frown when she saw that Yang Chen was actually following her closely. What are you following me for? I'm not interested in making friends with a beggar like you. Hearing Zhang Yuqi's words, Yang Chen did not refute them, but instead looked at her with playful eyes. I have to say, this Zhang Yuqi, although it is a bit of gold worship, but the body hardware is really good, looks a bit fans queen phase, while the body is exceptionally hot. It was very different from Su Yan's imperial style, and had a kind of desire that made people want to conquer. Just then, the door of the Rolls-Royce on the side suddenly opened, and a middle-aged butler in a tuxedo walked down from the car. Unexpectedly to Zhang Yuqi's surprise, he went straight to Yang Chen who was on the side and made a gentleman's salute. Dear Mr. Yang Chen, I'm Lu Hong, the butler of Riverside Supreme. This is your real estate certificate and related formalities documents. If you're free now, you can take our special car to Riverside Supreme and I'll give you a detailed introduction to the layout and features of the house. Butler Lu Hong handed the bag of documents in his hand to Yang Chen with both hands as he spoke. Thanks, Yang Chen politely said, accepting the document bag in Lu Hong's hand. This file pouch has a very high-class design, with a burgundy-colored sheepskin exterior with crushed diamonds around the edges, and the hardware is made of solid gold. An air of luxury came over me. The scene in front of him directly subdued Zhang Yuqi who was on the side. In particular, the words Riverside Supreme were like a thunderclap to her ears. As an extremely gold-digging and vain person at heart, she not only knows all kinds of famous cars, watches, and bags like the back of her hand, but also knows a lot about the major upscale neighborhood mansions in Magic City. Among them, Riverside Supreme, as the topmost mansion in Magic City, was her dream residence, a building within a building worth $100 million. If she was allowed to sleep for a night, she was afraid that she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Zhang Yuqi had never thought that the young handsome man in front of her, dressed in all ground floor goods, would have such amazing assets. Are all the rich kids nowadays so low-key, wearing ground-up clothes and riding a shared bike? Thinking of the cynicism she had just directed at Yang Chen, Zhang Yuqi now regretted it in her heart. If he had been nicer to him just now, wouldn't he have been able to get in the car with him now and go to Riverside Supreme to meet the world? If he could find a chance to serve him well, it wouldn't be impossible to become the mistress there in the future. At this point, Zhang Yuqi had even thought of the names of their 2 children. At the same time, her heart chased after her. But, spare me, she was still going to fight for it. That handsome boy. Sorry about earlier. I lost my love today and I'm in a bit of a bad mood, so I'm really sorry for snapping at you just now. Can we add a microchat? I'd like to buy you dinner alone to make amends. Zhang Yuqi lightly bit her lips, and looked at Yang Chen pitifully with a pair of big eyes. She also deliberately leaned her body forward, inadvertently revealing some of the scenery. If an ordinary college student saw the school's flower with this look, his soul would have already flown away. However, Yang Chen was clear-eyed and his mind did not fluctuate in the slightest. He laughed playfully, came to Zhang Yuqi's ear, and said in a voice that only the two could hear, Sister, if you sincerely want to make amends, see you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, in front of the private theater tonight, just wear these yoga clothes today. Yang Chen added with a glance downward. These two words directly caused Zhang Yuqi's face to turn red. Tonight private cinema. She had never been there, but she knew it was a date mecca for young couples, and the 9 p.m. showing of the movie is a starkly obvious one. For a moment, she was in an immense tangle. Originally thought that Yang Chen was just a clueless young boy, but I didn't expect that he was simply a veteran of the love scene who had been in the battlefield for a long time. Not even playing false with her, getting straight to the point. If she agreed to Yang Chen, then it would mean that the innocence she had kept for years would be handed over to him. And if she didn't agree to Yang Chen, it would mean that she would lose the chance to be friends with the tycoon. That's Riverside Supreme, $100 million property, and the real estate alone is worth $100 million. So how much can Yang Chen be worth? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuqi still gritted her teeth and whispered to Yang Chen, I promise you I won't see you tomorrow night. It's a deal. Hearing this, Yang Chen laughed softly and slapped Zhang Yuqi's peach. Then he walked onto the Rolls-Royce. The butler, Lu Hong, is extremely professional and acts as a mook throughout. And when he saw Yang Chen getting into the car, he immediately covered Yang Chen's head with his hand to prevent Yang Chen's head from touching the roof of the car. With that, Lu Hong made a gentlemanly salute to Zhang Yuqi and also sat in the back seat of the car. These courtesies, Lu Hong had done to Zhang Yuqi entirely for Yang Chen's sake. This also made Zhang Yuqi can't help but feel a little fluttery. It seemed that she saw herself marrying into a rich family later and enjoying the butler's respectful attitude. Looking at the Rolls-Royce that was riding away, Zhang Yuqi's eyes were a bit mesmerized. Chapter 16, Butler Lu Hong's shock. Squeak. Just then, a BMW stopped in front of Zhang Yuqi. With that, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a somewhat Mediterranean head stepped down from the car and made a gesture to embrace Zhang Yuqi. However, Zhang Yuqi reacted quickly and dodged with a slight side of her body. Yuki, what are you doing? Seeing Zhang Yuqi's action, the middle-aged man froze slightly, seeming to be somewhat confused as to how the woman who had acted very intimately towards him yesterday had changed her appearance after only one day. Just when he was a bit unable to turn his head, Zhang Yuqi took the opportunity to pull away from the middle-aged man again and said coldly, Mr. Wang, please respect yourself. I already have a boyfriend. The middle-aged man in front of her was an executive at a bank, whom she had met while going to a bar the other day. In fact, Zhang Yuqi couldn't even look at this middle-aged blonde guy, only pretending to care about him in order to squeeze some designer bags and jewelry out of him. As for trying to take advantage of yourself, that's even more out of the question. And just now after seeing a real tycoon like Yang Chen, Zhang Yuqi immediately lost interest in this middle-aged man. It's just a donkey bag. Can it be compared to a building by the Pujiang River? If Yang Chen saw it and created any misunderstanding, wouldn't he pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon? Therefore, Zhang Yuqi immediately put on an appearance of not being familiar with you. Don't you want the latest bag from LV? I'll take you to buy it now. I've also booked the 5-star Hilton Hotel next to Pujiang for a candlelight dinner. When the bank executives saw Zhang Yuqi's indifference, they were a bit anxious and directly used their killer tactics. Mind you, he's got a box of Supreme Ultra Thin in his briefcase that he just bought. Even a few of the moves he was going to use tonight had been conceptualized in his mind several times in advance. Hearing this, Zhang Yuqi let out a snort. You want to take me down with a 2W bag? Mr. Wang, you're 50 years old. Why are you still so naive? After saying that, Zhang Yuqi walked towards the school without looking back. Only Mr. Wang was left standing in place, his face green and white. His gaze was dead set on Zhang Yuqi's swinging long legs, his eyes revealing greed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Despite being a bank executive, there really wasn't much that could be done to hold this schoolgirl. In desperation, Mr. Wang could only take out his pocket phone and edit a text message to his bank's most recent intern, 612 Hilton Hotel. I'll give you that 1000 W list to do. What happened later Yang Chen was naturally not clear. Teasing Zhang Yuqi was merely a whim. In his eyes, Zhang Yuqi was just a schoolgirl to be used to unlock new poses, and there was no way she could become his girlfriend. For Yang Chen, this was just a small hiccup, and it was all put behind him when he got in the car. Mr. Yang, would you like some coffee? There's a special coffee machine in the car, and the beans are the pure imported Jägermeister variety from South Fleet, so I can make them for you on the spot. Tea is also available. It's a special grade Mingqian Longjing, and it's a great match with the mountain spring water. Butler Lu Hong opened the cabinet next to the seat and enthusiastically introduced it to Yang Chen. This Rolls-Royce is a custom stretched model with an extremely spacious interior and 2 rows of opposite seats in the back. At this moment, Lu Hong was sitting across from Yang Chen. Have some tea. Yang Chen preferred locally grown tea to crooked coffee. The flavor is on the bland side, but the aftertaste is pleasant. One moment please, Mr. Yang. Lu Hong then took out the tea leaves and began to make tea in a flowing manner. The steps of making tea are not tedious, but they are very much a test of the level of the tea maker, and the control of the water temperature, as well as the choice of water quality is particularly important. It can be seen that Lu Hong is also well versed in this. As expected, the property housekeeper of Riverside Supreme was not that good. In addition to being a person with all sides, he also had to be proficient in various skills. Mr. Yang, the tea is ready, please taste it. Soon, Lu Hong handed a cup of brewed tea to Yang Chen. With pleasure, Yang Chen took the teacup and didn't rush to taste it. Instead, he lifted the teacup up and first used his nose to feel the fresh aroma emanating from the tea broth. He didn't take a sip of the tea without a hitch until the aroma of the tea filled his nostrils completely. He first let the tip of his tongue feel the fragrance of the tea broth, and then rolled his tongue, allowing his mouth to fully wrap around the tea broth before he proceeded to swallow it. This method of tea tasting provides the ultimate experience of the fresh aroma and flavor contained in the tea broth. Yang Chen was a tea tasting enthusiast in his previous life, and this tea drinking habit had been retained for many years, and was a completely subconscious action. And when Lu Hong, who was on the side, saw this scene, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. He had been working as a property steward in an upscale neighborhood for more than 20 years and had seen all kinds of rich people. Some people act impatiently, drink tea with piggyback, swallow ginseng fruit, taste are not tasted, directly swallowed. This kind of people tend to be thugs and do things in a hurry, and the money they make by luck is soon squandered for various reasons. While some people are drinking tea, action is too deliberate, seemingly pretentious. This kind of people often can only make a small fortune. Only some real bigwigs taste tea like Yang Chen, not too fast and not too slow, but also with an atmospheric momentum. Combined with the fact that Yang Chen was so young and was sitting on such huge assets, even Lu Hong, who had seen a lot of big shots, couldn't help but be secretly a little shocked. Yang Chen also didn't expect that his small action would cause such a big shock to Lu Hong. After sipping the tea, he leaned back in the leather seat and began to rest his eyes. Half an hour later, Yang Chen finally arrived at the Riverside Supreme community. Even though Yang Chen had seen a corner of this place in a video before, he was still viciously shocked when he came in. There are only 2 buildings in the Riverside Supreme community, and the green area has reached more than 70%, which is not an exaggeration to say that it is a natural oxygen bar. When you come in, you can see all kinds of valuable trees everywhere, as well as ponds and pavilions. Everywhere, birdsong and a breath of fresh air filled the air. Mr. Yang, our Riverside Supreme's community is mainly designed in Chinese style, combining ancient courtyard design with some new modern elements. As the Rolls-Royce crossed the atrium of the neighborhood, the butler, Lu Hong, introduced himself. Soon, the car pulled into the underground parking garage of Building 1. From the cars parked here, you can tell that the people who live in this building are indeed either rich or wealthy. Just Lamborghini and Ferrari, this level of supercars. Yang Chen saw more than one. In addition to Maybach, Rolls-Royce, all kinds of luxury cars. Around here, something like a Porsche is already at the low end of the scale. Chapter 17, a special gift. Reward limited edition Lamborghini. After seeing this parking garage that was comparable to a top-notch car show, Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little staggered. After all, in his previous life, he had relied on his own efforts to drive the best car he could find, which was only a BMW 5 Series. Sports cars of the caliber of Ferrari and Lamborghini are even more unthinkable. This kind of falls into the category of being born without it, and basically without it in this lifetime. However, for Yang Chen in this life, wanting a supercar was merely a matter of time. Mr. Yang, this way please. Each floor of our Riverside Supreme uses a 5-stair elevator structure to ensure that every owner can get on the elevator within 15 seconds. Not only that, the elevator room uses state-of-the-art iris recognition combined with face recognition technology, and the elevator can only be activated after passing, and the elevator can also automatically identify the floor you are on. Without prior authorization, owners can only reach their own floor. This can well guarantee the security and privacy of every owner. The butler, Lu Hong, guided Yang Chen in the front while giving a professional and detailed explanation. 5 staircases. This can no longer be described as luxury. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Chen would have found it a bit ridiculous. Is this how inches of land are used to waste? However, thinking of the greening rate of the district reached more than 70%, Yang Chen whirls a little relieved. Soon after Yang Chen completed the iris and face recognition, the elevator started up, sending the two to the 20th floor. It was only after some more face recognition that Yang Chen officially entered the interior of the house. Yang Chen's building within a building occupied 20 and 21 floors, each of which was a large flat floor of about 500 meters. According to the floor plan, one side has a completely unobstructed view of the river, overlooking half of the Poo River, and the other side faces the neighborhood atrium. and a piece of the CBD center outside the neighborhood. However, houseplan to houseplan, after actually entering inside the house, Yang Chen was still shocked by the scene before him. The living room has a panoramic wraparound floor-to-ceiling window about 20 meters long, with not a single obstruction in front of it, taking in the view of the Pooh River. The sun was slanting westward in the distance at that moment, turning the sky an intoxicating flushed red, including the iconic buildings of Magic City Pearl, World Trade Center and so on, at this time also became a piece of the background plate. The entire panoramic circular floor-to-ceiling windows are like a picture frame that frames the most beautiful scenery of the Magic City. Seeing this picturesque scene, even the butler, Lu Hong, showed some mesmerized expression. As a property steward, he also has no business being in the house. The only time you get to see this site is when he brings the homeowner in to describe the features used in the home. After a brief moment of disorientation, butler Lu Hong still quickly came back to his senses and introduced himself to Yang Chen. This panoramic wraparound floor-to-ceiling window is out of the hand of world-renowned house designer Shearson, which was his first prize winner at last year's World House Design Competition. Mr. Shearson himself named it a window opened by God. The material used is bulletproof-grade super-reinforced glass, which cannot be broken by a single shot even if it is shot by a sniper rifle at close range. Very safe. It seemed to have ignited Lu Hong's enthusiasm as he began to lead Yang Chen to start visiting. The structure of the first floor was similar to what Yang Chen had seen in the video in his previous life, which was mainly a fitness area, a movie viewing area, a game room, a meeting area, a tea room and a dining area. Soon, the butler Lu Hong led Yang Chen up to the second floor. The staircase was a rotating staircase with a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center with various gemstones. The second floor, on the other hand, has a much simpler layout. This floor is mostly all resting rooms, as well as a quiet room and 2 studies that can be used for meditation or office work. Each bedroom is equipped with a separate check room and bathroom. The design here is a motion-separated design, with the office study and bedrooms on either side, so they don't disturb each other at all. During the butler Lu Hong's introduction, the two of them soon finished visiting all the rooms and re-entered the first floor. Mr. Yang, it is a great honor to serve you today. The property fee for your house is $30,000 a month, and you've already paid a lump sum for the next 50 years. To thank you for your generosity, we at Riverside Supreme have prepared a special gift for you, and we hope you smile. This is an absolutely special customized edition, and you are the only owner here who can enjoy this special privilege. After saying that, Lu Hong raised his hand and clapped twice. Immediately afterward, a young girl of about 20 years of age pushed a food cart and walked gracefully through the door. She was dressed in a sky blue Eastern Japanese kimono, cinched up to a surfeit of waist, while her chest revealed a glimpse of snow-white skin that was even a bit dazzling in the light. This young girl was wearing a thin white veil, and her already exquisite features were even more beautiful. What attracted Yang Chen the most was her big eyes that could speak, full of seeming temptation. Mr. Yang, this is our Riverside Supreme preparing dinner for you, and your life maid, Arakaki Mai. She has the royal blood of the East and was sent here by her family because of some special changes in her family. Considering that your house is so big that you may not have time to take care of it during the week, this life maid is specially prepared for you, and she can fulfill all your requirements, not only limited to laundry and cooking and cleaning the room. Speaking here, butler Lu Hong revealed a meaningful smile. Of course, you have the right to refuse, or if you have other requests, we will try to fulfill them for you. I have to say, the rich still know how to play. Hearing the words of the butler Lu Hong, Yang Chen was also a little shocked. Turns out there are hidden special perks to owning this kind of mansion? Life maid, the Easting royal blood, and the exquisite facial features that can be described as absolutely beautiful, can satisfy their own all requirements. A real-life version of the Eastern princess on the run? Locking eyes with her, Yang Chen even felt his heart leak a beat. Ding! Trigger divine choice. Choice 1, you are a warm-hearted person who doesn't want to leave Arakaki Mamoru unsupported and decides to take her in. Reward, a Lamborghini Venom, full carbon fiber plate. Limited to 10 units worldwide. Option 2, politely decline the kindness of your butler, Lu Hong, under his strange gaze, and let him mistake you for having a dragon and a yang. What's the point of picking? Option 1. Of course. With a slight smile, Yang Chen said, thank you for your kind words, then I'll be respectful. After Yang Chen finished speaking, he could clearly feel Arakaki Mai's tense body relax. It seemed that she wasn't resistant to being her life's maid, but rather looked forward to it. With a little thought, Yang Chen understood why this was. I'm sure most of the people who can afford to buy a mansion here are middle-aged people over the age of 50. It wasn't uncommon to see someone as young as Yang Chen who also possessed such assets here. Moreover, Yang Chen looked well-mannered and handsome, and was a good person at first glance. Immediately after Yang Chen made his choice, a beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and obtaining a Lamborghini Venom, full carbon fiber plate. The rewards will be subsequently dispatched by a special person. Chapter 18. The atmosphere is heating up. Okay, then my mission for today is considered successfully completed. Mr. Yang, I won't intrude on your time any longer. If there are any problems with the subsequent use, you can contact me directly, or you can ask Ashi to talk to me. Seeing that Yang Chen's gaze had been resting on Arakaki Mai, the butler, Lu Hong, immediately bowed out with a sense of humor and smoothly brought the door with him. At this moment, only Yang Chen and Shigaraki Mai were left in the room. The atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. Feeling Yang Chen's fiery gaze, Arakaki Mai blushed slightly and avoided his gaze somewhat shyly. However, soon after, she looked at Yang Chen again and asked, Master, shall we dine now? Ha, did I hear you right? Looking at Nagaki Mai's angelic face, coupled with her seductive voice and big eyes, Yang Chen almost didn't have a heart attack. This Shigaraki Mai was so astonished when she opened her mouth that she almost didn't send Yang Chen away. If a normal otaku heard Arakaki Mai say that to herself, she was afraid that she would have died on the spot. The contrast is somewhat fatal. However, even so, Yang Chen still didn't intend to let her change her mind. Well, let's eat first. Noticing the food cart being pushed by Shigaraki Mai, Yang Chen said, apparently, this was a dinner specially prepared by Riverside Supreme Butler. It must be said that Riverside Supreme is worthy of being one of the highest-end properties in the Magic City, with an unparalleled service that thinks of all the details to perfection. And Yang Chen had been exercising for so long in the afternoon at the stadium and in the restroom, plus strolling around the building within a building, which wasn't a small amount of exercise. Being reminded of this by Shigaraki Mai, she was indeed hungry herself. Yes, please follow me. Nagaki Mai and Yang Chen weren't too familiar with each other yet, so she was a bit shy and her face was flushed. Soon, the two arrived at the dining area. The kitchen and dining room are in Chinese design, so the whole set of furniture is made of top-quality solid wood, which looks very elegant and cozy. After serving Yang Chen to his seat, Shigaraki Mai began to set the dishes from the food cart on the table. The dinner prepared by the property was very high class, and Yang Chen swept over all kinds of high-end ingredients at a glance. Caviar, king crab, sashimi, aurora, wagyu beef, and all that. Even part of the ingredients, Yang Chen had only seen in videos before. Beauty, food, and mansions. Everything in front of him still made Yang Chen feel unreal. This kind of life was something you couldn't even dare to think about before. And now just the second day after being reborn, it had already become a reality. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel some emotion. Master, tonight's dinner was individually prepared by a 3-star Michelin chef, using all the highest grade ingredients when he was flown in. Master, would you like some wine? Here's a bottle of 82 Lafite, and a bottle of 20-year-old Reserve Mutai. Nagaki Mai's soft voice instantly pulled Yang Chen's thoughts back. Looking at her absolutely beautiful face, Yang Chen spilled a smile. Why should one think so much? It was not easy to relive one's life. Apart from screwing over Yi Jiawen, all one had to do was to enjoy every day. For a while, Yang Chen had quite the drinking pleasure. As for Arakaki Mai, who was on the side, after seeing Yang Chen smile, her heart was like a deer in headlights. A little too handsome for his own master, isn't he? Thinking about what might happen afterward, her heart suddenly wasn't so resistant. Pour some red wine. Mai, sit down and eat with us even after you finish working, Yang Chen said. But, okay. Seeing Yang Chen's undeniable eyes, Arakaki Mai hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. At the same time, her heart leapt a little and her movements became numb. In the past, when she was in the East, Shigaraki Mai could eat whenever she wanted, but it had been a while since she had come to China, and she hadn't eaten such high-class dishes. She couldn't help but sneak a gulp at the plate of high-quality bluefin tuna just now in particular. Once Arakaki Mai was seated, the two of them began to move their chopsticks. Soon, Yang Chen noticed. Arakaki Mai only chucked in a few vegetables and ate them in small bites with white rice. Not a single one of the table's famous staples was touched. Knows so much it hurts. Seeing her perfect side face, a few moments of pity rose in Yang Chen's heart. The scene where she secretly glanced at the sashimi and swallowed her saliva just now was something Yang Chen noticed. Only, she still seemed a bit formal, unable to do anything else. Yang Chen could only personally give her the food. Here, Mai, have some more sashimi. I'm a little sick of this raw food, so eat more. There's no need to be too formal. Since you'll be in charge of taking care of my food and living from now on, treat this place like home. With that, Yang Chen chucked 2 pieces of sashimi of bluefin tuna and put them on Arakaki Mai's plate. Shigaraki Mai's gaze was brimming with emotion and her large eyes were filled with emotion. It turns out that his master is so sweet. This kind of detail actually impresses women the most. If Yang Chen used his probing technique on her, he would find that her favorability towards Yang Chen had suddenly risen by a large margin. "Thank you, master," Shigaraki Mai said, touched. After patting his stomach a bit, Yang Chen then raised his highball glass and gently shook the red wine in it. The finer the wine, the more it needs to be fully exposed to air so that it can stimulate the aromas that have built up over the years. "Mai, would you like some too? It's a rare occasion to celebrate today's first meal in our new home. If you can't drink it, juice is fine." Yang Chen rarely got up the pleasure. In his previous life he was forced to drink to socialize. Never had the opportunity to drink a cup by himself. "I can drink a little too." Seeing Yang Chen's interest, Arakaki Mai naturally wouldn't refuse and poured herself a small glass of red wine as well. She wasn't a very good drinker, but a little was fine. Cheers! Soon, the two men clinked glasses. After drinking the wine, the atmosphere started to warm up, and Arakaki Asuka wasn't as formal as she was before. The two began to feast on the food while talking to each other. "Mai, have you ever lived in China before? So fluent in Chinese?" Yang Chen asked curiously as he unwrapped a king crab leg in his hand. Nagaki Mai's Chinese was so fluent that if he hadn't known in advance that she was from the East, Yang Chen would have thought that she was a native Chinese. "I've loved Chinese culture since I was a child, and my family is very supportive, and I've hired a teacher specifically to teach me the Chinese language. And I was also an exchange student at Huaqing University for a year my freshman year. Only then I dropped out and went home because of something." Speaking of this, a few moments of loss flashed in Arakaki Mai's eyes. "The roast duck in Kyoto is so good. I haven't had it since I got back." Soon, though, a few glimmers of light reappeared in her eyes as she tried to talk about the Kyoto duck. Chapter 19. After drinking, Aragaki Mai's face turned pinkish pink and looked very cute. Seeing her appearance, Yang Chen couldn't help but put a smile on the corner of his mouth. "Kyoto, ah." Hearing her talk about Kyoto, a few moments of reminiscence appeared in Yang Chen's gaze. "In my previous life, I went to work for a big internet factory in Kyoto after graduating from college, and worked for more than 3 years before deciding to quit and return to Magic City to start my own business. Back then myself, I also liked to go to some old alleyway store for Kyoto roast duck on weekends." Kyoto has a period of youth and footprints belonging to Yang Chen, and a vermilion mole at the bottom of his heart. In the future, Yang Chen would definitely travel to Kyoto, only until all the conditions were ripe. "Wouldn't it be easy to eat Kyoto's roast duck? I'll take you to Kyoto for the most authentic one sometime later." Yang Chen waved his hand in a grandiose manner. "Really? Then I'd like to thank Master in advance." Hearing Yang Chen's words, a few moments of anticipation flashed in Nagaki Mai's eyes, and she immediately raised her cup and clinked it with Yang Chen. During this period of time, she had also probably figured out Yang Chen's temperament. Very easygoing and not overly regimented. That's why Arakaki Mai has become much more lively, and she's not as shy in her speech as she was before. At this moment, Yang Chen looked at her perfect angel-like face, and the alcohol in his body suddenly surged up. Ghostly, an ambiguous and incomparable sentence came out of Yang Chen's mouth. "Just use your mouth to say it?" Hearing this, Shigaraki Mai froze for a moment. Seeing Yang Chen staring closely at her cherry mouth, she instantly looked as if she understood something, and her small face turned crimson red. "Is the master in such a hurry? Humph. Men are all the same, but the master is so nice. Should we say yes to him?" For a while, Arakaki Mamoru was in a tangle. In fact, she was clear about her fate. The family made a great sacrifice to send her to Mordor. As for arranging to work here as a living maid, it was also in the hope that she could rely on a rich man for the rest of her life and live a life of clothing and food. And the so-called living maids are actually, as the butler Lu Hong said, able to fulfill all the needs of their masters. But will this be too soon as well? Arakaki Mai's small mouth pouted slightly, her expression a little torn. After saying this, Yang Chen also had some regrets in his heart. After all, Nagaki Mai was not Su Yen, and although she was her life maid, she had only known her for less than 2 hours before and after. Isn't this moving a little too fast? Usually it is not like this. Drinking is a mistake. At this time, Yang Chen also had some regrets. Yang Chen picked up his wine glass and prepared to try to make a harumph to diffuse the current embarrassment. However, Shigaraki Mai's next move was greatly unexpected, only to see Nagaki Mai after a moment of thought struggle. She first blankly glanced at Yang Chen, and then whispered and mouthed, "Men, they're all big-tailed wolves." I don't know how much time has passed. Yang Chen's brain became blank, and his eyes gradually lost focus. It seemed like a short dream. There was also some frustration at the end of the dream. In the end, Yang Chen collapsed into the chair as if he had been drained of his strength. It didn't take long for Shigaraki Mamoru to resit back in her chair. After this episode, Yang Chen had no desire to eat. It's a good thing the two of them had pretty much eaten before. leaving only hardcore dishes like premium Wagyu beef and lamb chops. After clearing the table, Yang Chen packed the leftovers and put them in the refrigerator. Then he slowly walked into the tea room to make tea. Drinking tea after meals was a habit he had developed over the years. Not only will it help clean out your gut, but it will also clear your brain along the way. At this time, Arakaki Mai had not yet come out of the bathroom, mostly because she was a little shy in her heart and had not yet slowed down. Yang Chen simply moved himself. The tea room is decorated in an Eastern style, and is a place to sit on a futon and make tea. Here all kinds of good tea leaves are readily available. The water pipe is also directly connected to the mountain spring water. A set of purple sand pot tea set is also brand new. It was obviously something that had been arranged before Yang Chen moved in. Sure enough, $30,000 a month in property fees is not paid for nothing. Yang Chen lamented a sentence in his heart, and then began to skillfully brew the tea. As a tea drinker, Yang Chen's tea skills were naturally not bad, and some of his movements were flowing. Both the grace of the movement and the degree of control over the fire were spot on. The most important thing was Yang Chen's concentration. The moment he picked up the tea, he was able to quickly get into the state and truly be free of distractions. While Yang Chen was making tea, Arakaki Mai also walked into the tea room. After seeing Yang Chen's pleasing tea art, he was a bit lost in thought. In his eyes, Yang Chen's skillful technique was flawless, not even the slightest bit inferior compared to the tea masters she had seen in the royal family. Coupled with his focused expression and handsome face, Shigaraki Mai gradually became a bit infatuated. She hadn't come back to her senses until Yang Chen poured the brewed tea into a teacup. "What are you standing there for? Come and have some tea. In a little while, the aroma and temperature of the tea broth will not be right." Seeing Arakaki Mai's dumbfounded expression, Yang Chen felt a bit amused and hurriedly greeted her over. Tea is at its best within 20 seconds of being poured into a teacup. By the time the temperature is evenly dispersed out, there is no way to concentrate the flavor of the tea broth, so the aroma is lost. Arakaki Mai came back to her senses and obediently sat down opposite Yang Chen, picking up a teacup and began to sip her tea. Her movements were the same as Yang Chen's earlier tea tasting in the car. First smelling the aroma of the tea soup before gently taking a small sip. First a touch with the tip of the tongue, then a roll of the tongue wraps the tea broth into the mouth. This will maximize the feeling of the aroma and flavor of the tea broth to be tasted. Seeing Arakaki Mai's movements, Yang Chen couldn't help but nod his head. Apparently, she was also someone who had studied a bit about the tea ceremony and was a connoisseur of tea tasting. This gave Yang Chen the feeling of finding a soulmate. "You people from the East, do you also like tea a lot?" Yang Chen was a little curious. "Aha!" Arakaki Mai said with an affirmative nod. "The Chinese tea ceremony has a deep influence in Eastern Japan, and my father is one of the enthusiasts. He studied in China in his early years, and since his return he has retained the habit of drinking tea every day." Hearing Nagaki Mai's words, Yang Chen nodded slightly. It was obvious that their families seemed to have a special affinity for China. Otherwise they wouldn't have sent Shigaraki Mai here. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask why Lu Hong said that you have royal blood? Yang Chen was a bit curious. Chapter 20, even a novel wouldn't dare to write like this. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to, Yang Chen added. Although he had already had an in-depth exchange with Arakaki Mai, Yang Chen still respected her privacy very much, because this was a habit of Yang Chen. For those he recognized, he would not force them to do anything. Therefore, even if Arakaki Mai was unwilling to answer Yang Chen's question, Yang Chen wouldn't feel anything. This habit may have been influenced by his father, who was a man who respected his mother and his family. So Yang Chen's family, though not rich, had always lived in harmony and happiness. This was the greatest treasure Yang Chen thought his parents had given him. "There's nothing I can't say." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Nagaki Mai immediately said, "Actually, in all seriousness, my family is a shogunate loyal to the emperor, and I am the daughter of the current shogunate's head. Because my grandmother came from royalty, I have royal blood in me. In fact, master, are you more curious as to why I was sent to Mordor?" Nagaki Mai looked at Yang Chen with wide eyes, as if she knew what was going on in his mind. "Aha!" Yang Chen graciously admitted. After all, putting the princess of the general's house of royal blood not to be, but also to come to a foreign country alone, anyone who knew would find it strange. However, Yang Chen was still a bit shocked by Shigaraki Mai's identity. He knew the history of the East and knew the origin of the shogun's house. If placed in ancient times, the head of the general's residence was completely considered to be under one person and above 10,000 people, and hands down, a call to arms. Even the de facto ruler of the East would scorn them for a few moments. However, as time went on, the general's house fell out of favor by the time of the modern era, but they still belonged to the bearers in the Eastern nobility. It stands to reason that Shigaraki Mai is also quite a bit more established in the East. Because the eldest daughter of our family is the designated mate of every generation of Heavenly Phoenix. I was destined to marry the Heavenly Phoenix from birth. This is both to ensure the purity of the bloodline, and also to consolidate the position of the Heavenly Phoenix and the General's house, Shigaraki Mai said seriously. With this explanation, Yang Chen was instantly a bit dumbfounded. Nice guy. So Shigaraki Mai was originally going to be Tengenho's wife? But then by mistake, she becomes her life's maid? Cam. Yang Chen couldn't help but burst out in his heart. Is it that exciting? I wouldn't dare to write that in the novels I've read. Humph. To think that you were originally going to be a goddess. As a result, somehow I became the master's maid. Nagaki Mai lightly bit her lips, her eyes watery as she looked at Yang Chen. To Yang Chen's ears, it didn't sound like a complaint, but rather like a child pampering his father. Instantly, Yang Chen's brain buzzed a little. Strange. Was Arakaki Mai's seductive power too great? Or was her own self-control declining? Why are you so easily agitated? Yang Chen secretly pondered. Ding. As the host possesses the body of a dragon, due to the nature of dragons, the host will naturally be affected to a certain extent. Oh, so that's it. In that case, one shouldn't be considered an LSP. Yang Chen took a sip of the tea soup and slightly lowered his heart. Thinking about what Arakaki Mai had just said, Yang Chen wondered, what about your family? No one came to China with you? Arakaki Mamoru dimmed in her eyes for a moment when she heard that and shook her head. No. My mother got sick and passed away when I was a child. And only my father supported me in the family. Everyone else saw me as a tool to curry favor with the Phoenix of Heaven. It took a lot of effort for my father to get me out of there. And he stayed alone in the eastern capital by himself, facing all the pressure. Even as she said this, Arakaki Mai's voice choked a bit. Gee, Arakaki Mai's father is so great. He's carrying it all by himself after all. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel some emotion. From now on, only I can take the place of your father. Looking at Arakaki Mai's teary-eyed appearance, Yang Chen silently sighed, and then softly consoled. It's okay, since we're living under the same roof now. I have a responsibility to take care of you. I won't let you get away with anything. Yang Chen's voice was full of magnetism and warmth, causing Arakaki Mai's heart to settle down immediately. Yeah, it's a tough life, but at least there's a home here already. Thinking of this, Arakaki Mai gently wiped her own tears and looked at Yang Chen with gratitude. Thank you, master. Just then, the cell phone in Yang Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated. Yang Chen glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhang Ji, so he casually picked it up. Hey, good old Yang. You're not absconding with the money, are you? It's this time of the day and you're still not back in your dormitory? I just sent you several microchats and didn't reply. As soon as he picked up the phone, Yang Chen heard Zhang Ji's familiar loud voice coming from the other end. What kind of gray machine is this old Yang guy on? If you don't come back, the hostess is going to close the door. There is also Ken Li's voice in the mix. Hearing that they cared about themselves, Yang Chen's heart warmed, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he laughed. I can't run away from the monk. My 82 socks are still in the cupboard, so how could I run away? I've got something going on tonight. I'm spending the night out. You guys don't have to wait for me. Yang Chen used to drink out with his team in his previous life, and whenever it got to 9 or 10 o'clock, Ken Li and Kangi would call on time. Other than his own family, they were the only ones who would care so much about him. Alright then, old Yang, you be careful out there. Remember to rest early and protect your ass. Was going to invite you to sleep in my bed tonight. Oi! Zhang Ji's tone revealed regret and helplessness, and he couldn't help but sigh at the end. Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but darken his face. When Kong Qi gets flirty, there's no other women. Go to bed early. Sons, Daddy will be back to see you tomorrow. After saying this, Yang Chen immediately pressed off his cell phone, not giving Zhang Ji the chance to speak out of turn. Who? After hanging up the phone, Yang Chen saw Nagaki Mai's big eyes full of curiosity, with a smile still hanging at the corner of his mouth. Yang Chen said, college roommate. Hearing this, Arakaki Maui said incredulously, you're still a student? Yang Chen nodded. It couldn't be blamed on her. After all, Yang Chen had such amazing assets that no one would look at him as a student. So it's the younger brother? Arakaki Mai's big eyes were a bit astonished, and she stared at Yang Chen without knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 21, Show him the ropes. After drawing closer to Shigaraki Mai, she went from being cautious in the beginning to being full of spirit now, like a little elf. I have to say, Arakaki Mai has a really good pedigree, and there's barely a hint of imperfection in her entire body. Coupled with the fact that he was born in the royal family, whether it was the etiquette of treating others or a small action, it all revealed a very good upbringing. It was pleasing to Yang Chen's eyes. It's also really quite nice to have such a maid in the house to take care of your food and living. For Arakaki Mai, Yang Chen was inwardly satisfied, almost impeccable. In the beginning, Yang Chen had only left her behind in order to complete the system mission. As he continues to learn more, he slowly begins to sympathize with Arakaki Mai's life and what happened to her. Now, on the other hand, Yang Chen was appreciating Shigaraki Mai from the bottom of his heart. The change is subtle, but real. Similarly, Nagaki Mai was also very satisfied with Yang Chen. The aggression of the previous months had all been swept away, and she was now full of hope for the future. The night was cool and breezy. Next to the Riverside Supreme, the water of the Pujiang River slows down and rushes at times, with the occasional fish leaping out of the water with a splash. It made a series of loud slapping sounds. Tonight, another night of peach blossoms. The next day, Yang Chen got up early as usual, possessing the body of a dragon. He had amazing stamina and recovery, and with a simple sleep of 2 or 3 hours, his energy could reach its peak again. Even Piggy, the time management master of a certain parallel world, would have to feel inferior to Yang Chen when he saw him. On the other side of Riverside Supreme is the Pooh River. It was still early in the morning and there weren't too many pedestrians on the road. Yang Chen directly began to start his morning run around the Pooh River. It's a habit he's maintained, even during the busiest of his entrepreneurial years, and he still keeps up the habit of running for half an hour in the morning every day. The cool breeze along the Pooh River made it very pleasant and comfortable. There were also a few old people exercising in the park to one side. Among them, there was a slightly chubby old man who attracted Yang Chen's attention. This old man had gray hair, but his eyes were shining and his posture was very upright. He was currently standing on top of a flat stone, playing Tai Chi without any distractions, rigid and soft. Even if Yang Chen didn't know anything about national arts at all, he could still tell that this old man's Taijiquan was extraordinary. It wasn't until he had run his 5th lap around the river, a full 15 kilometers, that the old man stopped punching. Good health, young man. When Yang Chen passed by him, this old man smiled and greeted him. Obviously, this old man had also noticed Yang Chen. In this age of fakers and bimbos, it's not often that a youngster can run 15 kilometers without getting out of breath. Looking at the time on his sports bracelet, Yang Chen then stopped as well. An hour. That's about the right amount of activity. After all, Yang Chen was not there to exercise his body, but simply to stretch his muscles and bones. 15 kilometers of running was just enough to make him just slightly sweaty. You're too kind, Grand Master, or you're old and strong. Yang Chen also praised from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, the oldest man was truly extraordinary. Normal people of that age even walk with crutches. And this old man is not only fit as a fiddle, but he can also play Tai Chi in a soft and tigerish way. By no means average. Ha ha, the young man is nice and has a calm nature. The boss laughed twice cheerfully, looking at Yang Chen with eyes filled with undisguised admiration. He had seen too many young people who, after being complimented, were either terrified and showed a look of excessive humility. Either that or they are self-righteous and say humble things but are actually complacent on the inside. It is difficult for such people to achieve great things when they have eyes only on themselves. And there were very few young people like Yang Chen, who were naturally generous and calm and collected, anymore. The rarest thing is that this young man is also thievingly handsome. This made him love his talent even more. Do you usually practice martial arts? Any interest in sparring with me? This old man obviously wanted to instruct Yang Chen in 2 moves. Hearing this, Yang Chen felt a bit surprised. However, he was not too interested in this. Living a new life, apart from screwing Yi Zhaowen over. Living a rich and healthy life was his greatest wish. Practicing martial arts didn't mean much to Yang Chen. Just as he was about to refuse, a sudden beep sounded in his head. Ding! Trigger divine choice. Option 1, promise the old man and instruct him in 2 moves. Reward, national art, Tai Chi. Option 2, politely reject the old man. And from then on there was another sad old man by the Pujiang River. At the same time, the door of the national art will be completely closed to you. I can't believe I triggered a godly choice? Yang Chen stiffly collected the words that were about to come out of his mouth and instantly changed his mind. In fact, learning martial arts not only strengthens your body, but also protects you and those around you in case of an unexpected situation. Most importantly, the system gives so many rewards. If Yang Chen keenly noticed, the reward given by the system was the national art Taiji, and not Tai Chi. Don't underestimate the difference in the word. The result is perhaps a world of difference in impact. While Taijiquan is nothing more than some punching and kicking moves in martial arts, Taiji represents a higher level of national art that encompasses the understanding of oneself and the Great Tao. Whether it's Taijiquan fencing, etc., they're all actually off of Taiji. Option 1. Yang Chen did not hesitate to murmur in his mind. Since the system dares to give rewards, this will Yang Chen dares to grip. Just pointing out an old man and getting the national art of Tai Chi. What is this if not a free ride? Yang Chen, who originally wanted to say that he would definitely do it next time, immediately agreed. Please instruct. When the old man heard Yang Chen's words, he said with a regretful face, well, since, what? Young man, would you like to spar with me? Earlier, when the old man saw the difficult look on Yang Chen's face, he thought he was going to refuse, but he didn't expect Yang Chen to agree. It made him instantly happy. Well, young man, in terms of Taijiquan, I wouldn't dare to say I'm one of the best in the country, but I'm at least a top 5 ranked figure. It's rare that you have the heart to learn. I will definitely let you feel what Tai Chi means. After hearing Yang Chen's promise, the old man's face flushed with joy. He looked so agitated that he couldn't even help but breathe heavily. Chapter 22 National Art, Tai Chi. At the same time, a beep sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Reward, National Art, Tai Chi. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Yang Chen felt a layer of invisible shackles being broken in his brain. In an instant, Yang Chen underwent a radical change from the inside out. He felt that he was sensing with heaven and earth, and he seemed to be one with the surrounding plants and trees. He had the illusion that it seemed as if he had become a part of heaven and earth, and as if heaven and earth had become a kind of extension of himself. It's a very wonderful feeling. Yang Chen couldn't help but close his eyes and feel the mingling between himself and his surroundings to his heart's content. At the same time, even though Yang Chen's power had not changed, he could feel that his control over his body had increased by more than one notch. As an analogy, whereas originally he could only exert about 30% of his muscular strength, now he could exert 100%, if not more. After comprehending the national art of Tai Chi, it seemed that all the levels of his life were further sublimated. Opening his eyes again, Yang Chen had a bland smile on his face as he spoke to the boss. Please. Yang Chen's changes. The boss watched the entire time. When he opened his eyes again, the boss was clearly able to feel that Yang Chen seemed to have shed a sharpness and become more introspective. This introversion, however, in turn gave the boss a greater sense of oppression. What's going on? Can it be that this youngster is also a martial arts practitioner? The boss originally held the mentality of pointing out Yang Chen for a moment or two, but after sensing the changes in Yang Chen, he put away his contempt and his gaze sharpened. Soon, the two of them arrived in a clearing in an unoccupied part of the park and took up their pre-match stance. 12th generation disciple of the Taijiquan outer sect, Wei Wuji. The boss's body slightly bowed and clasped his hands towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen then clasped his fists and returned the salute. Taiji, Yang Chen, please. Yang Chen's gaze contained a smile, and with one hand behind his back, he gently extended one hand. Please. Wei Wuji didn't dare to be arrogant and hurriedly set up the starting stance of Taijiquan. Looking at Yang Chen, whose gaze was smiling, he felt a little nervous, as if he had returned to the time when he had just started to learn Taijiquan and faced his teacher, and his palms had even slightly started to sweat. After circling around Yang Chen for a few tries, Wei Wuji finally couldn't hold back and was the first to start striking. He didn't dare to be too big, and started with his own killing move, Taiji disc steps coupled with Taiji cloud fist. There's not a single extra fancy move. Seeing Wei Wuji's movements, Yang Chen nodded slightly, his gaze containing a smile. The moment he bullied his way closer to him, Yang Chen only took half a step backward and easily defused Wei Wuji's killing move. To outsiders, Wei Wuji's punch seemed to have struck Yang Chen's heart, but the truth is that it is not. Yang Chen very skillfully controlled the distance so that his punch actually hit an empty space. Although it looked like his fist had struck Yang Chen's heart, in reality, all the force had been completely removed. This is the true national art, Tai Chi. Wei Wuji felt like his punch hit cotton. His face changed abruptly and he quickly retreated towards the back. But how could Yang Chen give him this chance? When Wei Wuji's body retreated backwards, Yang Chen's footsteps moved slightly, and his figure followed Wei Wuji's body like a ghost, like a shadow. Seeing this scene, Wei Wuji was appalled. Without seeing Yang Chen's movements at all, he didn't know when to stick to his body. Moreover, Wei Wuji felt his shoulders and elbows being grabbed by Yang Chen's hands. In the next second, he was dragged in Yang Chen's direction like a puppet on tugging strings, completely unable to control his body. Immediately afterward, Wei Wuji felt as if he had hit a huge mountain and instantly flew backwards, his body's qi and blood churning. Defeated. The opponent used only one move. Wei Wuji managed to control his form with difficulty, his eyes frozen. Immediately afterward, he felt a rush of blood against his throat. With a wow sound, Wei Wuji spat out a large mouthful of thick black blood. After spitting out this blood, instead of feeling the slightest bit uncomfortable, Wei Wuji felt a sense of relief that his body was as light as a swallow. It was as if the capillary chakra had been opened. Is it? Wei Wuji's gaze fell on Yang Chen's body. Understood. At this moment, Yang Chen bowed slightly and cupped his fists towards Wei Wuji. Understood. Wei Wuji lost convincingly. Unsurprisingly, the black blood just now was sludge that had been deposited in his body for years. Yang Chen should have purposely used a force of dexterity to force out this bruise. It was surprising that he had lost so completely, and to such a handsome young man, thinking that he had just shamelessly said that he would instruct the other party. Wei Wuji immediately felt his face turn a little red. In the end, however, he graciously performed a disciple salute to Yang Chen and respectfully said, Taiji disciple Wei Wuji, thank you for your guidance. Senior, those who practice martial arts are honored by those who reach the top. This shows that Wei Wuji is a very open-minded old man. Yang Chen gave Wei Wuji a false support and said with a smiling gaze, Old Mr. Wei, you don't have to be polite. Your Taijiquan has been perfected, but in the course of your usual practice, your emotions are still a little impatient, and in the long run, you have deposited a blood blockage in your body. If I don't release it, I'm afraid it will cause irreversible trauma to my body. So I'll take the liberty of overstepping my bounds, and I hope the old gentleman will forgive me. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Wei Wuji's face smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. Look at that sweet mouth. Look at what a man of honor does. The admiration in Wei Wuji's eyes was on the verge of overflowing. What an afterlife. I'll call you little brother Yang. I wonder if little brother Yang has already started a family? Wei Wuji first let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Yang Chen with a burning gaze. Hearing these words, Yang Chen was momentarily speechless. The twist came too suddenly. Old Mr. Wei, I'm still a college student. I don't even have a girlfriend, so how can I start a family? Yang Chen was dumbfounded. To be honest, Yang Chen even seriously thought about it for a while. It hadn't been 2 days since he had returned from his rebirth, and the only women he had skin-to-skin contact with were Su Yan and Nagaki Mai. Su Yan was still nominally Yi Zhaowen's real girlfriend right now, and Nagaki Mai was just her own life mate from her status. Doesn't even seem to count as a serious girlfriend. As for Memory and Chang Xiao, there was even less to say, merely in a state of having a good feeling. So, in all seriousness, Yang Chen really didn't even have a girlfriend. This really wasn't Yang Chen lying to Wei Wuji. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, a burst of light immediately emerged from Wei Wuji's 2 eyes. He looked at Yang Chen as if he was sizing up some rare treasure instead. Chapter 23, Wei Wuji, I have a disabled granddaughter. Little brother Yang, I have an unkind request. Wei Wuji stared at Yang Chen for half a day until Yang Chen was a little hairy before he spoke. There's no harm in saying so, old Mr. Wei. Yang Chen smiled. So Wei Wuji continued. It's true. I have a granddaughter who is no good. She was previously an undergraduate at Huaqing University, and was invited to study at Evergreen University in the pretty country as a PhD student because she published 2 top-notch papers. She also started a company while she was in college, and now that company has completed a domestic IPO with a market capitalization of more than $20 billion. She looks like her mom, which is okay. After all, her mom used to be a star for a while. This child has no shortcomings elsewhere. The only problem is that he doesn't like to get in touch with boys. He hasn't talked to a boyfriend until now, and I'm a bit anxious. Wei Wuji gushingly introduced his untalented granddaughter with a look of pride on his face. Yang Chen, you call that a failure? Adapt her experiences and you could damn well publish a book in the women's genre, right? Yang Chen had a black-faced question mark. However, he was also a little smashed out of flavor. Dare I say that this Wei Wuji is trying to introduce herself to her granddaughter? As expected, Wei Wuji's next sentence revealed his big tale. Little brother Yang, I wonder if you're interested in getting in touch with my granddaughter? Consider it a small favor to me, and I'll never let her pester you if I can't see her. Wei Wuji's eyes were filled with hope, as if only Yang Chen could solve his granddaughter's lifelong matter. Yang Chen smiled sparingly. Your granddaughter is so outstanding. It's me who takes advantage anyhow. If she's willing, there's no harm in meeting her sometime afterward. It's just like getting to know one more friend. Yes. Getting Yang Chen's promise, Wei Wuji immediately clapped his hands in excitement and said, then let's exchange our cell phone numbers, and when my granddaughter returns to China, we'll immediately make an appointment to meet. Also, even though I'm not from Mordor, I do have some old friends here, and their words should count for something in this acreage. In the future, if little brother Yang encounters any thorny problems, just come to me. With that, Yang Chen cheerfully exchanged cell phone numbers with Wei Wuji. After getting Yang Chen's cell phone number, Wei Wuji was like a treasure, revealing a smile of scheming success. Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh as he watched. Dare I say that the introduction of his granddaughter is a front, and what this guy actually wants is his cell phone number. I have to say, Wei Wuji is really an old man. However, Yang Chen wasn't a calculating person. With a spontaneous smile, he cupped his fists at Wei Wuji and said, Elder Mr. Wei, I still have some things to take care of later, so I'll take my leave first. Take your time. Keep in touch when you have time. Wei Wuji also clasped his fists and returned the salute, only that his eyes were still somewhat reluctant to part with Yang Chen. Feeling this gaze, Yang Chen shivered and hurriedly walked in the direction of the Riverside Supreme. Looking at the time, it was already after 9 o'clock, and it was time for him to go back to operate the stock. After Yang Chen left, Wei Wuji was still standing in the same place. Looking at Yang Chen's back, he was silent and finally laughed softly. Since ancient times, heroes have been young. Our generation is getting old after all. Yo, it's also time to train the next generation of heirs. Muttering to himself for a while, Wei Wuji took out a strangely shaped satellite phone and pressed a string of numbers before dialing out. Hello Elder Wei. Unit 6 number 007 at your service. Get me a helicopter. I need to fly back to Kyoto by 12 noon. Yes, please rest assured. Elder Wei. The latter scene was unknown to Yang Chen. He was humming a little song as he made his way home, in a very happy mood. He didn't realize that there was an unexpected gain from his morning run. White gripping, a national art of Tai Chi. This is a good weapon for self-defense. And with the national art of Tai Chi in your body, your personal safety is greatly guaranteed. It's safe to say that basically no one is a threat to themselves in any way. It's just not cool. Yang Chen bought a bag of donuts and a bag of soy milk from a street stall along the way, and then slowly returned to the Riverside Villa. According to the information provided by the Divine Investment Card, Yang Chen bought yesterday's Hucheng Heavy Industry will be up at the opening of the disc, and sealed the board to 10 o'clock after the beginning of a direct decline until the fall. So Yang Chen just needs to sell this stock before 10 o'clock. The time now was still early, so Yang Chen planned to go back to take a shower and have breakfast along the way before operating. I wonder if Asako's awake yet. Thinking of that little goblin from the east, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth involuntarily hooked up a smile. Shigaraki Mai, it's just too good. Dropping, face matching past. Welcome home. The unlocking sound sounded and the door to the house slowly popped open. Just as Yang Chen stepped one foot into his home, a figure instantly pounced on Yang Chen. A burst of aroma. Woo woo, where have you been, Doc? I thought you didn't want me. Arakaki Mai gently leaned against Yang Chen, her face pearly, obviously a little frightened. Yang Chen also didn't expect that he would just go out for a while and make Arakaki Mai scared. But when you think about it, it's not surprising. After all, as a native of the East, Shigaraki Mai came here alone, and it was inevitable that she would be insecure now that she only knew herself, especially since they had a deep soulful conversation last night and became good friends with each other. So it's not surprising that you wake up in the morning and don't see yourself, and behave like this. It seems to have been ill-considered. At that moment, Yang Chen blamed himself a little. With that, he gently patted Arakaki Maui's back with his hand and said softly, Maui, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm in the habit of going for a morning run, and when I got up I saw that you were still asleep, so I didn't wake you up. Look, I even brought back some breakfast on the way. Arakaki Mai saw the milk and donuts in Yang Chen's hands and broke into a smile. She shook her head softly. It's my fault, I was so insecure. Wiping her tears, Nagaki Mai then glanced at Yang Chen urgently before whispering a few words in Yang Chen's ear. Yang Chen was instantly energized. Half an hour later, Yang Chen took a cold shower and felt refreshed. He was sitting at the dining room table at the moment, nibbling on a donut while manipulating stocks on his cell phone. Yang Chen's operation was not complicated. You could even say it's simple and crude. He put in a direct pending order to sell his entire position in Hopetown Heavy Industries. Since he doesn't have a lot of money on hand, selling the whole position basically won't affect the stock price too much, so he can just do it that way. In an instant, his account went from 100W yesterday to over 159W. After deducting a portion of the commission, he netted almost 60W in just one day straight away. Chapter 24, The Dragon's Body is a really good thing. The stock market, it's just too profitable. Even Yang Chen couldn't help but smack his lips a little. In his previous life, he started a tech company, and in his peak year, he only made a little over $1 million, and busy and tired, days almost continuously, the busiest time, even more than half a month in a row to sleep in the company. And now, relying on a godly investment card, he netted 60W in just one day, by moving his finger to buy a stock. What is this if not picking up money? The profiteering in the financial market greatly impacted Yang Chen's view of money, making him instantly nonchalant. After pounding a mouthful of soy milk, Yang Chen's emotions gradually stabilized. Looking at the balance in his stock account, he didn't choose to continue the operation, but just closed the speculation software. It's not that Yang Chen doesn't want to speculate on stocks, but he wants to make a big wave. He knows that 60% of a day's profit points is far from the limit. You can easily make several times your profit in a day just by utilizing some financial derivatives, like leverage. There are as many people who are enamored with this tool as there are people who avoid it. As a financial derivative, leverage works simply by doubling the principal amount. From Yang Chen's checking of the latest regulations, now as long as the speculator's principal reaches 200W or more, he can use the highest level of leverage, 10 times leverage. Simply put, it's a tenfold doubling of the principal. For example, Yang Chen now has 160W in his stock account, plus the 100W from yesterday's reward, totaling together to 260W. If you utilize 10 times leverage, you can directly double 260W 10 times, which means Yang Chen has 2600W of equity. When operating next, if Yang Chen can make 50% profit in a day, it means he can make 1300W in a day. Making 1300W with 260W is called leverage. Of course, it's not that simple, because stocks go down. Suppose Yang Chen utilizes 260W of capital and uses 10 times leverage to flip the equity to 2600W. This means that as long as the stock falls by 10%, Yang Chen's 260W principal will be completely lost. This is known as a blowout. So the average person using leverage with too high a multiplier will only lead to two endings. Either the villa is by the sea or the ashes are by the sea. Because no one can predict future market movements. If the stock you buy skyrockets, then naturally you make a lot of money. In a short period of time you can earn money that you would never earn in your working life. However, if the stock ever falls too much, resulting in a blowout, then you will lose your money. That's why levers are also known as the devil's scales. And the state, in order to protect the average investor, generally sets the leverage for handling to a maximum of 5 times. For 10 times leverage, you must demonstrate appropriate risk tolerance, as well as a certain amount of equity principal. And in Yang Chen's hands, the risk of leverage is equal to 0, and it is completely a tool to make money. Because of the existence of the divine investment card, Yang Chen could accurately buy at the lowest point of every stock and accurately sell at the highest point. Master, the donuts are so delicious. My stomach has become round. Shigaraki Mai finished the fries in her hand and couldn't help but touch her stomach. In the next second, she suddenly came to Yang Chen's ear and whispered softly, "Will there be a baby? It's not usually this round." Hearing these words, Yang Chen was directly frightened and his hands shivered, almost spilling the soy milk. That little goblin. What nonsense. However, Arakaki Mai's words did remind Yang Chen. You're not going to kill anyone, are you? Yang Chen also had a bit of a headache for a while. He's only a freshman now, so if he has it at this point, won't he be able to have fun afterward? Just then, a beep sounded in his head. Ding! The host doesn't have to worry too much, since the host has the body of a dragon, and therefore possesses a higher level of life. So to a certain extent there is interspecies isolation from ordinary humans. At this stage there is absolutely no need to have this aspect to worry about. Am I not even human now? Yang Chen's expression became even more ugly. Soon, he had a new question and asked in his mind. System, means I can't have children in the future? No and no, the host doesn't have to worry about nothing. The host's physique is that of a dragon. And while feeling the true meaning of life with the women, he is also able to help the women improve their physique. And in the long run, their physique will be close towards you. After a while, the host will be able to successfully carry on the great life transmission with these women. This time is as short as 1 or 2 years, or as long as 2 or 3 years. The system is explained very clearly. So it is. Yang Chen came to a sudden realization. I have to say, the dragon's body is a real treat. Looking at Yang Chen's face was cloudy, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling happily. On the side, Arakaki Mai was also a bit jittery in her heart. Her 2 hands twisted together uneasily. The Lord can't be so irritated that he's starting to get sick. Soon, Yang Chen thought of the wording and explained to Arakaki Mai. Mamoru, there's something I want to tell you. Actually, because my constitution is a bit special. I've been drinking Chinese medicine for the past 2 years, so it won't be what you think. As for what you're talking about, although you're just here now and your business skills are not proficient enough to master all the skills of being a maid well, I, as your master, will naturally be responsible for you to the end. I'll be back to test your learning when I'm not doing anything. Arakaki Mamoru pinched the corner of her maid's skirt and said obediently, Wow, I'll be sure to learn the specialized skills. When master returns, I'll make sure you enjoy a full range of 5-star services, Arakaki Ma said with conviction. Yang Chen touched Arakaki Mai's head and laughed. Alright, no need to be so serious. Half an hour later, Yang Chen calmed Arakaki Mai down and then went out. He needed to be at the Mordor Stock Exchange by noon to go through the formalities of using the leverage. TCH, no wonder the poem says that from now on the king doesn't have a morning court. Yang Chen also deeply realized the meaning of these words. As the heavenly maiden of the East, Yang Chen is also a king in a sense. Chapter 25 Lamborghini Venom has arrived. Buzz. Buzz. Just as Yang Chen was riding the elevator, the phone in his pocket rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Yang Chen then picked it up. Hello, is this Mr. Yang Chen Yang? A young man's voice came from the phone. It's me. What's up? Hello Mr. Yang. I'm Zhou Ming, the regional head of the Lamborghini company. The full carbon fiber version of the Lamborghini Venom that you reserved has arrived. According to the address you filled in, we have now placed Lamborghini Venom in a van in front of Riverside Supreme. May I ask when you are free to come for an inspection? The young man said respectfully. Oh, my God, so a Lamborghini has arrived? Yang Chen was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect the system's reward to arrive after just one night. The system really is a godsend. After all, this is a global limited edition of 10 carbon fiber version of Lamborghini. Yang Chen thought that at least need to wait for 10 days and half a month. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's heart couldn't help but be a little fiery. After all, the best car he had ever driven in his previous life was only a BMW 5 Series. And what man hasn't had a supercar in his dreams? After freezing for a while, Yang Chen then said, I'm free right now. Which door did you guys leave the car at? The car was left at the main entrance to Riverside Supreme, the one with the large fountain. Saying that, Yang Chen was very clear. You guys hold on, I'll be right over. Okay Mr. Yang, we are waiting for you. At the same time Yang Chen hung up the phone. The elevator also happened to reach the first floor. His heart was on fire, wanting to see his favorite car as soon as possible, and he couldn't help but walk much faster than usual. That's a limited edition Lamborghini. What man wouldn't want that if he had the strength? A few minutes later, Yang Chen appeared at the gate of Riverside Supreme. Just as he stepped out of the front door, he saw from afar a gray and black sports car parked on the side of the road with a few people standing around it. The first man was dressed in a suit and blue striped tie, wearing a gold-rimmed eyeglass, and looked very well dressed. And a few of the surrounding ones were tigers and wore sunglasses. They looked like bodyguards. It was obvious that the gray and black sports car with the premium shine was his own Lamborghini. Seeing this row, Yang Chen wasn't surprised at all. Last night he took the time to check the price of the car. This full carbon fiber version of the Lamborghini Venom is priced at 4,000W just for the naked car and at least 5,000W with all the options. Of course, that's just the issue price. Keep in mind that this carbon fiber Lamborghini Venom is limited to 10 units worldwide. This means that of the billions of people on the planet, only 10 are eligible to buy. There are so many dirtbags all over the world that money is not always available. On the secondary market, a brand new one has been speculated to over 6,000W, and it's still priced to sell. Being able to drive this kind of car is no longer simply a matter of money. It can largely symbolize one's status. It was also after checking so much that Yang Chen realized how precious the rewards given by the system were. That explains why the folks at Lamborghini were so nervous about sending so many people to escort the car. If something goes wrong during the process, I'm afraid selling my house won't be enough to pay for it. After all, the average price of a house in the Magic City area is only about 5W at this time. This shows how extravagant such a car is. Before Yang Chen could walk to the car, a crowd of people ushered towards him first. The young man at the head first bowed and said respectfully, Mr. Yang, I'm sorry to trouble you. I'm Zhou Ming, the regional head of Lamborghini. Fortunately, we delivered the full carbon fiber version of the Venom you ordered safely. Here are your keys and paperwork documents, and some souvenirs given by our company by the side of the car. I'll have someone carry them to your car later. As he spoke, Zhou Ming took the document bag handed over by the bodyguard and respectfully handed it to Yang Chen with both hands. Yang Chen took the document bag and nodded towards Zhou Ming. Thank you. With that, he began to walk around the car admiring it. You could tell that it was a completely brand new Lamborghini, with not a speck of dust on the body, and the license plate still hanging. You are too kind. You are the highest ranking customer in our area. And to us, you are God. With a sincere smile, Zhou Ming followed Yang Chen step by step. Let me briefly introduce the features of this car for you. This Lamborghini Venom is a rear-drive model with the most powerful engine available, the V86. And the entire car is built from carbon fiber throughout for great power and shock resistance. Accelerates to 100 meters in just 1.6 seconds. It's the fastest 100-meter acceleration sports car in existence, bar none. I'll show you exactly what it does again. It had to be said that although Zhou Ming looked young, his relevant professional knowledge was very solid. Under his introduction, Yang Chen quickly figured out the basic functions of this Lamborghini Venom. Even someone like Yang Chen, who didn't know anything about cars, could feel what a terrifying mechanical beast it was. 1.6 seconds to 100 kilometers. Yang Chen couldn't help but be a bit eager to try, but he still had one more question. By the way, Manager Zhou, do I need to get the license plate for this car myself? Mr. Yang, please don't worry. The license plate our company have already helped you. Just need to take the certificate in the file bag to the DMV. The license plate will absolutely please you. Zhou Ming patted his chest and said, obviously very confident in the numbers on the license plate. With pleasure. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled faintly and then sat in the car. For one thing, he couldn't wait to feel the car's power. And for another, he wanted to get to the securities office in time to leverage it before noon. Manager Zhou, I still have some things to do. If there are any problems with the subsequent use, I will contact you. Yang Chen sat on the driver's seat and said to Zhou Ming outside the window, you are welcome to call any time. It is my honor to serve you. Zhou Ming bent down and stood beside the car, respectfully saying to Yang Chen. Nodding his head, Yang Chen closed the window of the car, then blasted down the gas pedal and set off towards the securities company. The powerful feeling of pushing back instantly ignited Yang Chen's passion. Meanwhile, a fiery red Ferrari ate his exhaust to return to Riverside Supreme. Ha! Lamborghini Venom? Carbon Fiber Limited Edition? The fire-red Ferrari slowly stopped at the entrance of Riverside Supreme, and the window on the driver's seat was rolled down, revealing the face of a stunningly beautiful young girl. Just as appealing as her high looks were the outfits on the young girl. She was all decked out in blue dress, blue heels, blue contacts, blue earrings. It looks very peculiar. A nerd in the know would have seen right away that she was cosplaying one of the characters from Beyblade. This young girl looked in the direction that Yang Chen had left and couldn't help but let out a soft eep, her expression looking extremely shocked. Chapter 26, Shocked Rich Girl. Account Manager Jiang Yuzhen. This teenage girl is a total sports car fanatic. In fact, she had been following the car when it was first teased and had made no less than 10 trips to Lamborghini's main store in Mordor, wanting to order this car, but in each case, they were told they were not eligible to buy. Keep in mind that she also has almost 5,000 W to spend in the Lamborghini store, but still not even eligible to register for a reservation. The incident caused her deep frustration. Later, I heard from a friend in the circle that 3 of the 10 all-carbon fiber Venoms were left behind by the oil prince, and 4 more were sold to Pretty Country, Kangaroo Country, and the Western Alliance, respectively. The remaining 3 were also bought by a mysterious tycoon and are nowhere to be found. Didn't realize one of them was in Mordor? When she first saw the car, the young girl almost thought her eyes were hallucinating until she confirmed it a few times. Because this Lamborghini has a unique look and materials that no other sports car can have. I just wonder if the owner is a man or a woman. How old? If we can become friends with the owner, maybe we can get a chance to drive it once in the future. At this time, the young girl had already become intensely curious about Yang Chen's identity, and had even begun to hit Yang Chen's crooked ideas. Just then, the young girl noticed Zhou Ming and the others beside the car and was taken aback again. In her impression, Zhou Ming, as the regional head of Lamborghini in Mordor, never sat in the store, waiting for customers to come to her door. Since when do you give people a personal ride to your door? However, it would make sense if it was a special trip to deliver this Lamborghini Venom. Between thoughts, she pulled down the window on the other side of the car and warmly greeted Zhou Ming. Manager Zhou. What a coincidence. Hearing the young girl's voice, Zhou Ming turned his head to look, then slightly nodded his head in greeting. Hello MS. And you live here? It could be seen here that Zhou Ming's attitude towards Yang Chen earlier could be described as respectful. Even meeting with him he couldn't wait to bow 90 degrees, while he only nodded his head slightly to the second-generation rich girl. From this, it could be seen that his attitude towards Yang Chen was only exceptional. Aha! Seeing Zhou Ming's nonchalant attitude, the rich second-generation girl, and you, took it for granted. Don't think that all sales are like a housing agent, going around whispering to people to sell them a house. For a regional general sales manager like Zhou Ming, the situation is completely opposite, and many rich kids are trying to flatter and please him in turn, because there are places in the Lamborghini store for special models every year, while there are many people who want to buy them, and Zhou Ming has the right to be able to allocate places, so Zhou Ming's status is naturally high in the sports car circle. Manager Zhou, can we book a new Lamborghini Laurel that came out recently? And Language asked. Reservations can be accepted, but there's a queue, and according to your place, MS. The earliest it will take is about a year. As you know, Lamborghini's annual production is small, but there are a lot of people who buy them, and sub-popular models like the Laurel don't arrive in our stores in large numbers each year. I'm really sorry. Although Zhou Ming said he was sorry, there was no expression of embarrassment on his face. Instead, there was a look of arrogance. Though Answord was rich, he wasn't exactly at the top of his client list. Well, then I'll trouble Manager Zhou to help me get in line. And Whisper said with some regret, luxury goods like sports cars are all about rarity, and being able to own them when everyone else can't is the best way to show their value. And wait until a year from now. The Lamborghini Laurel is feared to be driven by a lot of people on the street. By then, it won't smell so good. Okay, MS. And whisper, I have things to do to get back to the store. If you need anything else, come see me at the store. I'm always available. Zhou Ming gave a slight nod of greeting to Yu and left with his men. Yu then also drove the Ferrari back to Riverside Supreme. At this time, Yang Chen was already on his way to the securities company. He looked for Xinhua Securities Company, which is considered a relatively large securities company, and the address is located next to the Magic City Stock Exchange, which is not too far away from Riverside Supreme. It was almost mealtime, so there weren't a lot of cars on the road. But surprisingly, none of the cars dared to get next to Yang Chen within 10 meters. All the cars regarded Yang Chen's Lamborghini as a flooding beast and hated to stay away from it. Although these car owners didn't know exactly how much Yang Chen's car was worth, they understood the truth that the more peculiar the shape of the sports car, the more expensive it was, especially a sports car with a Lamborghini bull tag. If you accidentally rub it, you're afraid that you can't afford to pay for it even if you smash it. As a result, this resulted in a strange sight on the road where the traffic was heavy. A vacuum band with a radius of 10 meters appeared next to Yang Chen's car. At the same time, the passing vehicles and pedestrians all saluted Yang Chen's car. Fortunately, the glass of the Lamborghini Venom has a peep-proof function. Otherwise Yang Chen would have become a monkey in the zoo. This also allows Yang Chen to feel the charm of the luxury car for the first time. So it turns out that the luxury car outdoor live show that he had seen in his previous life is true. For Yang Chen, this was also a very novel experience. With that, he had a smooth ride to Xinhua Securities. Within this absolute financial center area, Yang Chen's Lamborghini Venom finally didn't seem so abrupt, but in order to keep a low profile, he still parked the car in the underground parking garage. In his previous life, during his entrepreneurial period, Yang Chen had come to this financial center not infrequently in order to handle company loans and business. He remembered the first time he came here and was blown away by the dazzling array of luxury cars and the skyscrapers of all shapes and sizes. When he came back in this life, Yang Chen's mindset was completely different, and there was only lightness and calmness in his gaze. Parking his car, Yang Chen took the elevator directly up to the first-floor lobby of Xinhua Securities. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, a staff member immediately greeted him. Hello sir, I'm account manager Kong Yuzhong. How can I help you? Yang Chen turned his head to look. It was a beautiful young lady with a sweet voice. She wore a uniform dress from a securities company, a pair of black-framed glasses, and her figure and features were impeccable, especially the black stockings on her long legs, which were very eye-catching. Another intellectual beauty not unlike Su Yan. Yang Chen swept a glance at the nameplate on her chest, which read Trainee Account Manager, Zhang Yuzhen. Briefly surveying the other party, Yang Chen's gaze was clear. Nodding his head with a smile and greeting, Manager Jiang, may I ask where I can handle the leverage procedure? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zhang Yuzhen's eyes lit up, a professional smile on her face. Sir, you come with me. Chapter 27, Poor Yi Jiaowen. At first, when she saw Yang Chen, Zhang Yuzhen saw that he was young and handsome and plainly dressed, looking like a college student. Kan Eugene also habitually thought that he was just here for some ordinary business of opening a stock account. I didn't expect that Yang Chen would want to handle stock leverage as soon as he opened his mouth. This was indeed somewhat unexpected by Zhang Yu really, because the threshold for opening leverage in a stock account requires at least 50 W in the stock account. In this day and age, it's considered a wealthy family that can casually shell out 50 W to speculate on stocks for a kid in college. After all, as an account manager, her first year's base salary was only a few tens of thousands of dollars if she didn't have any commission. Naturally, Zhang Yuzhen categorized Yang Chen into the label of rich second generation. Sir, I haven't asked your name yet? Poplar, as in poplar tree. Hello Mr. Yang, it's an honor to serve you. May I ask how many times you want to handle the stock leverage? Zhang Yuzhen led Yang Chen to the second floor, and the two of them talked as they walked. 10 times, Yang Chen replied succinctly. Hearing Yang Chen's reply, Zhang Yuzhen's footsteps slightly lurched, and his heart was immediately somewhat shocked. 10 times stock leverage requires at least $2 million in the account. In the eyes of their account manager, Yang Chen was also properly a big fat fish. Then you go this way. Zhang Yuzhen didn't dare to be slow, and then led Yang Chen to a small VIP room on the second floor. Would you like some lemonade? Or coffee? Pour me some lemonade. Yes. Kang Eugene squatted down and took out a cup from the sterilizer, then poured the soaked lemonade into it. The entire time, her uniform fell apart tightly, showing off her perfect body. Mr. Yang, your water. That's right. The application procedure for 10 times leverage needs to be approved by the department manager. I have to go to the department manager first. You wait here for a while. Zhang Yuzhen's voice was gentle, and her service counted for nothing. Okay, there's no rush. Yang Chen smiled. With that, Zhang Yuzhen walked out of the door and also carefully and gently brought the door with him. I have to say that the staff at Xinhua Securities Company is really high quality. Both in terms of professionalism and appearance are impeccable. Not only that, but in his previous life Yang Chen had also heard that Xinhua Securities Company had a very high threshold for recruitment. The staff here are all graduates of top universities in China, including some masters, and there are even many foreign returnees working here. Count on a group of highly educated and qualified people. After Zhang Yuzhen left, Yang Chen first surveyed the environment of the room. The area of this VIP client room is not that big, probably around 30 to 40 square meters, except for a desk. It is 2 leather sofas and a small coffee table, as well as some greenery. The decor is also on the minimalist side, and the overall look is cozy, especially since the soundproofing is excellent. Yang Chen entered the room and basically couldn't hear the sounds outside. Bored, Yang Chen took out his cell phone and began to swipe it up. A dozen unread microchat messages in one morning's work. Open the microchat. Zhang Ji, old Yang. The second class has already started. Why haven't you come yet? Where the hell have you been? Zhang Ji, shit. I just gave you a point to and almost got caught on the spot. Scared dad to death. Lao Yang. You owe me a favor. You have to send me a few young ladies microchat. Ken Li, roll call. Come quickly. Ken Li, it's okay. Kangi nailed it for you with the clip tone. Seeing these messages from his roommate, Yang Chen smiled slightly. In his opinion, the class point to this kind of thing has been harmless. Really can't stuff too wazy to the teacher. Everything is solved. But in the eyes of Ken Li and Kangi, who were still freshmen, it was a huge deal. It's also evident that they're still quite dependable. Something's up. They're really on. Closing the microchat box between the two, Yang Chen then opened Su Yan's conversation. Su Yan, brain gong. Where have you been this morning? I passed by your classroom just now and didn't see you. Su Yan, this afternoon, Yi Jiawen invited me and my girlfriends to go see a movie at China Film International. Do you want to come along? I heard that it's dark in the movie theater, so you can secretly do bad things to people. Cam. Su Yan the little wavy hoof. Seeing this message, Yang Chen immediately had some sense of picture in his mind. China Film International, a cinema chain he knew, was different from the mainstream theaters of a few years later, which were currently still big theater screen type theaters. Simply put, it's a theater that can hold 200 or 300 people at a time, watching the same big screen, and many young couples looking for a thrill occasionally come here for a movie in the early morning session. Yang Chen remembered that in his previous life, when he came to watch movies with Zhang Ji and the others, he could sometimes hear some strange sounds. If in a place like this, Yi Jiawen in the front row was concentrating on the movie while Yang Chen and Su Yan in the back row were doing something strange. This is too much, isn't it? Where on earth did Su Yan learn so much strange knowledge? Yang Chen was instantly a bit tense. Closing Su Yan's microchat box, Yang Chen took a few deep breaths before calming his somewhat agitated mood. When he looked at the unread messages again, Yang Chen realized that Memory had also sent him a message. Memory, Yang Chen. Where were you this morning? Why don't I see you here? The teacher of the big stuff, University Physics, is going to call the roll later. Memes, how can you not reply to my messages? /angry. JPG. Seeing the memorized message, Yang Chen smiled slightly. According to the shy character of the Memory, Yang Chen originally thought that it would take a while before she would contact him. I didn't realize that she seemed to care more about herself than she thought she did. Aside from a couple of them, the rest of the news is from the team. Letterman's basketball team group. Tai Li, brothers. The Varsity Basketball League officially kicks off next week, and we're organizing a full court against each other first this Saturday afternoon. Li Tai, after the game, Secretary Wang is organizing a dinner with everyone, so I hope everyone will put off what they are doing and be there. Can come call a 1. Chen Chang, 1. Luo Jichao, 1. Yeh Gavin, 1. Seeing the message from the group chat, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up into an evil smile. Poor Yi Jiawen, destined to become a victim of his own white-knuckle system rewards. After replying to the messages one by one, Yang Chen then opened the today's first article software. Soon, a message came to his eyes. Cooperation breakdown. Yura Energy Group abandons its acquisition of Hopetown Heavy Industries. Hapcheng Heavy Industries may be delisted. How will the market operate? Please add the group chat number XXXX. The group has experts to explain the stock market situation. Oh, sure enough it blew up. Seeing the message, Yang Chen then opened the stock software. As you can see, after 10 a.m., Hopetown Heavy Industries stock took another dive, going straight from up to down in one fell swoop. There are also hundreds of thousands of lots of pressure orders. Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh a little. How many little leaks of the stock market have been buried in this wave? Chapter 28 Senior Investment Advisor, Pei Luotian. Yang Chen didn't brush his cell phone for long. Soon the door to the room was knocked on again. Jiang Yuzhen, who had just gone out, went and returned with a few materials in his hands. At the same time, Yang Chen also noticed that she was followed by a stunning young woman. Yes, a stunning young woman, with big burgundy waves and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her body had a voluptuous beauty that gave the impression of being very voluptuous, but without a hint of flab. The way she walked, every move she made, was full of flavor, clearly different from college students. She was like a ripe peach that made you feel juicy just looking at her and wanting to wait to take a bite. This young woman was dressed in a fancy blouse and wraparound skirt, with a pair of premium quality black silk on her legs that made it a little hard to take your eyes off of her. Yang Chen noticed that this stunning young woman also had a small nameplate hanging on her chest. Senior Investment Advisor, Pei Luotian. But because her size was just a bit exaggerated, it caused the little nameplate to look like a rootless floater. A bit wobbly. It made Yang Chen want to help her hold the nameplate up. Redheads. At the first sight of Pei Luotian, Yang Chen gave a high evaluation in his heart. Mr. Yang, this is the manager of our business department and also a senior investment consultant, Pei Luotian. After coming in, Jiang Yuzhen's body was slightly flanked as he introduced the young woman behind himself towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen then stood up, took the initiative to extend his right hand, nodded his head and smiled. Good day, Manager Pei. Pei Luotian was also slightly stunned when she saw Yang Chen. Although Jiang Yuzhen had already told her about Yang Chen's approximate age previously, Pei Luotian still hadn't expected that Yang Chen would be so young and handsome. It's not even close to the fresh meat of the movie. Not only that, there was also a maturity and calmness in Yang Chen that did not match his age. This sense of contradiction made Pei Luotian feel the uncontrollable urge to understand Yang Chen. After being slightly stunned, Pei Luotian spread a smile and extended her hand to Yang Chen as well. Hello, Mr. Yang. I really didn't expect you to be so young and talented. Vermilion lips lightly opening. Pei Luotian's words immediately closed the distance between the two. The hands of both parties were shaken ceremoniously and then released. Such a light grip made Yang Chen feel for the first time what it meant for his skin to be like solid fat. Although Pei Luotian was older than Su Yan and Nagaki Mai, her skin was superior to both of them. It's like touching a piece of tofu, and you can't help but love it. Hearing Pei Luotian's compliment, Yang Chen smiled faintly. You flatter me. I didn't expect Manager Pei to be such a beautiful woman. Is it possible that your company hires employees and places them in positions based on their face value? Hearing this, Pei Luotian burst into laughter. Giggle. You're so funny, Mr. Yang. Even Jiang Yuzhen, who was on the side, pursed her lips and laughed lightly. But at the same time, Pei Luotian was also somewhat secretly alarmed. Don't look at Yang Chen's young appearance, but his style of speaking and doing things, all with a kind of mature and old-fashioned of 1,000 sales read. In two simple words, the words were cupped back into their hands. Are all the young people nowadays so demonic? After a few simple pleasantries, Pei Luotian and Yang Chen both sat down. On the side, Jiang Yuzhen acted as a waiter, serving tea and water to the two. After doing so, Jiang Yuzhen handed Yang Chen the materials he had brought and smiled. Mr. Yang, this is the application form for our company to handle stock leverage, and it has the relevant business rules on it. You talk to our manager Pei first. I'll leave you to do your business. This level of business was not something that Jiang Yuzhen could handle, so she very sensibly excused herself first. Yang Chen nodded slightly. Thank you. After Jiang Yuzhen left, Yang Chen and Pei Luotian also formally entered the topic and started discussing the matter of handling the leverage business. From the information on the business rules on the application form, Xinhua Securities Company charges a commission of 0.005% and has certain requirements on the number of times the applicant operates each month. At least 8 times. A fee of $0.005 may not sound exorbitant, but it is important to realize that this fee is calculated for the funds after the leverage multiplier is added. Simply put, assuming Yang Chen handles 200 W of 10 times leverage, his trading capital is 2,000 W, and for every transaction, Yang Chen has to pay a commission of 5,000 to Xinhua Securities Company. 2,000 W times 5,000, 10 W. It means that as long as Yang Chen has to pay 10 W to Xinhua Securities Company for every buying operation, and at least 8 operations in a month, if the operation is not completed 8 times, it will also be charged at a minimum of 8 times handling fee. These fees add up to a total of 80 W. That is to say, as long as the leveraged business, even if the process of speculation in the stock market does not lose or not make a profit, alone a month's commission to go 80 W. That's the price of using leverage. It seems like leverage can help speculators make huge profits in a short period of time, but it comes at a pretty scary price. The matter to be discussed between Yang Chen and Pei Luotian was about the handling fee. Although these handling fees are a drop in the bucket for Yang Chen, they are also real money. Using these saved handling fees to buy something for Su Yen and Arakaki Mai and the girls, doesn't it smell good? Naturally, Yang Chen was hoping that the lower the handling fee, the better. Of course, for the average investor, these fees are set in stone, but for clients like Yang Chen who have more equity, the rules can be modified somewhat. Manager Pei, I've read the business rules of your company's leveraged application, and I have no doubts about the other terms and conditions. It's just that in terms of the handling fee, I hope that your company will lower it a bit. Yang Chen carefully read the business content on the application form and then said, how much would you like it to be, Mr. Young? Pei Luotian looked at Yang Chen with a smile, neither agreeing nor refusing. This is the usual tactic of talking business. Start by understanding the other person's needs and bottom line, rather than rushing to reveal your cards. This is the way to maximize the benefits. Hearing Pei Luotian's words, Yang Chen smiled. Manager Pei, I'm not here to negotiate. I just hope to handle the leverage as soon as possible. Tell you what, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I would like to see your commission reduced to 2.5 per thousand. And at the same time, I will keep trading once a day for the next 3 weeks, for a total of 14 trades. If I can't meet that requirement, I'll go next door to Joaquin Securities for leverage. Yang Chen's words were very dry, not giving Pei Luotian any leeway. In fact, to Pei Luotian, Yang Chen's request wasn't terribly excessive. Although the handling fee for a single transaction had been reduced by half, the total handling fee added up to not much different from the previous rule due to Yang Chen's minimum number of transactions of 14. Chapter 29, Toe-picking a 3-room apartment. After a moment of silence, Pei Luotian looked at Yang Chen's calm expression and somewhat helplessly blanked Yang Chen. Well, what a loser, not leaving any room for bargaining. No mercy at all. Pei Luotian's words were quite a bit of petulance, with style written all over her watery eyes. I have to say, a young woman is just more lethal than the average schoolgirl. There is a seeming temptation in every knit of the brows and smile. If it was an ordinary boy, he would most likely fall into Pei Luotian's knitted brows and smile. But Yang Chen was a born-again, and had experienced so many scenes in his previous life. In his eyes, this kind of small trick was just like a child's playground. Pei Luotian put on this appearance, purely in the hope of gaining some more benefits for the company. It would be a mistake to easily assume that she was making secret glances at herself. Yang Chen's head was very clear, completely ignoring Pei Luotian's performance. Oh, Manager Pei is wrong. This cooperation is a win-win situation in the end. The general stock market is not doing so well at the moment, and most investors are taking a wait-and-see attitude. If I'm not mistaken, the leveraged business of all securities firms has shrunk substantially recently. In this case, most of the fees for 10 times leverage will be set at more than 300 per thousand, and the minimum number of trades is usually 6. If you do the math this way, a 200W 10 times leveraged business will give your company a maximum profit of 45W, while I can give you a profit of 70W. You guys don't lose anything by saying anything. Yang Chen had a smiling face and spoke in a very organized manner. Obviously, Yang Chen was not an ordinary college student, but a connoisseur. He is very knowledgeable about the overall market environment, as well as the rules of the industry. If Yang Chen's profile hadn't stated that he was a current college student at Mordor University, Pei Luotian would have thought that he was also a practitioner. With these words, Pei Luotian couldn't pretend to be pitiful anymore. It was indeed just as Yang Chen had said. This deal seemed to be a great deal for Yang Chen. But in fact, when they did the math, their securities company didn't lose out at all. Even more fees can be earned. Looking at Yang Chen's cloudy expression, Pei Luotian's heart was rather deflated. This was the first time she felt like she was being held to death, as if all the circumstances were in the other party's consideration and she was not given the slightest space. For a while, she felt like the legendary white snake, being held in 7 inches by Yang Chen, the Fa High. I just don't know if Yang Chen, the Fa High, is a real monk and how strong a fixation he can possess. In the end, it's just an adolescent. Ghostly, Pei Luotian's heart gave birth to the idea of wanting to tease Yang Chen a bit. LOL, you are such a connoisseur, Mr. Yang. Then let's have fun working together. Pei Luotian stretched out her slender hand, and Yang Chen gave it a courtesy-like shake. Immediately afterward, Pei Luotian's eyes flowed and her delicate figure slowly sat up from the chair. We're successful in this business deal, so we need a drink to celebrate. Considering that it's daytime and Mr. Yang probably drove here as well, then we'll have drinks instead. While talking, Pei Luotian walked over to the small refrigerator placed by the wall and slowly leaned down, fumbling for something in the refrigerator. Straight, plump, long legs, coupled with high heels, formed an amazing arc with the bent-over body. Tighten the shirt and wrap-around skirt. From Yang Chen's angle, her amazing waist-to-hip ratio created a strong visual impact. Rather like a mature teacher in a comic. What does it mean to have a pure lust ceiling in the microfat community? Yang Chen had seen it all today. Obviously, Pei Luotian did it on purpose. Yang Chen was old and calm, his eyes fixed on his cell phone without looking away. Noticing this scene, Pei Luotian's heart was again somewhat deflated. With that, she took out 2 imported drinks from the mini fridge. Mr. Yang, to celebrate our happy cooperation, let's drink together instead of wine. I hope you'll consider our company more in the future too. I'll definitely offer you the best price. Holding the drink, Pei Luotian walked slowly towards Yang Chen. There was a smile in her gaze, with a hint of seeming flavor. But just the next second, Pei Luotian's high heels under her feet failed to step steadily, and suddenly her whole body fell forward, and she fell towards Yang Chen. Seeing this, Yang Chen subconsciously reached out to catch her. Just like that, Pei Luotian and Yang Chen collided. Both of them were a bit caught off guard when this unexpected scene happened. Originally, she just wanted to deliberately flirt with Yang Chen, pretending not to stand still and then holding Yang Chen. But I didn't expect that people's plans were not as good as heaven's plans, and I didn't expect to crash directly into Yang Chen. Yang Chen was also a bit short-circuited at first, but when he recalled Pei Luotian's actions earlier, he quickly understood. Pei Luotian was mostly because he had fallen behind in talking business, so he wanted to find some ground elsewhere to come back. Ha! What a strong and sweet young woman. Manager Pei, be careful, don't fall. Channel Gabrielle. A very tasteful perfume. Top notes with a hint of citrus scents and berries. Middle notes of sweet white flowers and a warm sandalwood finish. This perfume, like you, Lorraine, was born with a self-possessed nobility, like a well-taught aristocratic lady, but without losing its movement and femininity. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen unhurriedly let go of Pei Luotian and said in a relaxed yet elegant manner, in his previous life, Yang Chen opened a startup company, and what kind of women hadn't he dealt with? In his opinion, Pei Luotian was just a latecomer. In this room where there wasn't much space, Yang Chen's base was full of magnetism, directly causing Pei Luotian's neck to raise a layer of goosebumps. She could have picked out a 3-room apartment on her toes by now, and shame filled her heart as she thought about her earlier actions. His own Tao is completely insufficient. How did he think of catching Yang Chen? This time, Pei Luotian was really eaten to death by Yang Chen. There was some regret in her heart. Why mess with him? Knock knock. Just then there was a knock at the door. Immediately afterward, the door to the VIP room was pushed open, and Jiang Yuzhen's delicate figure appeared in the doorway. Manager Pei, Mr. Yang, I took some dessert. Sorry to interrupt. Halfway through his words, Jiang Yuzhen's voice came to an abrupt end, and immediately afterward, he immediately retreated again. Seeing Jiang Yuzhen's shocked eyes, Pei Luotian wanted to cry at this moment. She looked like a thief caught in the act. Chapter 30, Sudden Hostility? Jiang Yuzhen exited the VIP room with a stunned look on his face. She patted her spectacular chest repeatedly to get her breath down. Phew, good thing I reacted fast enough. I didn't expect Manager Pei to be so proactive. Jiang Yuzhen was very shocked inside. She had also been in the company for more than half a year and knew some things about Pei Luotian. Pei Luotian was once briefly married, but soon divorced. She is the industry's famous beauty consultant. Not only is the domestic top school watching university graduates, has a very solid professional knowledge, but also is recognized as the first beauty of the Magic City Securities. A year ago, Pei Luotian was poached to Huaxing Securities Company. It's not an exaggeration to say that the men pursuing her could circle the Pooh River in Mordor for a week, both before and after her divorce. And these men are either billionaires or executives from all walks of life. But even so, Pei Luotian had always kept herself clean, and in the past few years, she had never heard of any rumors about her and any man. Never thought I'd see the day. Jiang Yuzhen actually saw with her own eyes, Pei Luotian and a young and handsome man with a lot of money maintaining such an ambiguous posture. Is this a blessing, or a misfortune? Jiang Yu really had some tears in his eyes. Then a question couldn't help but pop into her mind. Could it be that even a queen like Pei Luotian couldn't resist the temptation of a little puppy? No, maybe he's a little wolfhound. Thinking of Yang Chen's earlier aura, Jiang Yuzhen muttered. Being so stimulated by the scene caused all sorts of strange thoughts to pop into her head uncontrollably now. She didn't notice that a middle-aged, bald man appeared behind her. Ahem, Ginger, what are you talking to yourself here during work hours? Seeing Jiang Yuzhen's soulful appearance, this middle-aged bald man frowned and asked, Ah, Mr. Gao, hello, I was just about to deliver some dessert to a client. Seeing the bald middle-aged man, Jiang Yu was truly startled and immediately bowed, explaining, this bald middle-aged man was the management of their Huaxing Securities Company, named Gao Jun, considered the second-in-command status, usually known for his strictness. It is said that every staff member who comes to work here, especially the female ones, is criticized by him in one way or another. I even heard of a female staff member being scolded and crying in his office. John Yu really was in a somewhat jittery mood as well. What's the situation with this client? Is there someone in there talking business with him? Gao Jun's expression did not change as he continued to ask. Kang Eugene said after adjusting his mood. Mr. Gao, the customers inside are here for stock leverage business. 10 times leverage. Manager Pei is discussing specifics with him. Her thoughts were clear and painted a general picture of the situation. Oh, 10 times leverage? Rare guests indeed. No wonder Manager Pei is personally involved. Hearing this, Gao Jun raised his eyebrows and seemed to be interested. His expression was subtle, and he didn't know if he was interested in the client or Pei Luotian. You knocked on the door, and I happened to follow you in to see what was going on. Gao Jun nudged his chin, signaling Jian Yuzhendao. No. Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yuzhen saw that Gao Jun's expression was not favorable and could only stop what he wanted to say stiffly. In this case, she could only knock on the door. Knock. Excuse me, Manager Pei, Mr. Gao is here to see you. Kang Eugene deliberately slowed down the knock on the door and also reminded the two people inside the house. That was as far as she could go. Let's just hope they don't wipe the floor inside the house. Under Gao Jun's gaze, Jiang Yuzhen could only slowly push open the door of the room after making these movements. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen. Manager Pei had already sat back in his original position, while Yang Chen was also writing the application form in a furious manner. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Other than Pei Luotian's somewhat flushed face and the movement of looking down to straighten his shirt, there was nothing broken. However, the sharp-eyed Gao Jun quickly caught Pei Luotian's movements, and a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. What are you doing fixing your shirt? And the room was air-conditioned. Why was Pei Luotian's face so red? Immediately afterward, he saw Yang Chen's handsome looks, and an imperceptible shade flashed across his face. Gao Jun sniffed out a hint of something unusual. Manager Pei, Mr. Gao is here. I have some desserts for Mr. Yang and you, and if there's nothing else, I'll go out first. Jiang Yuzhen greeted Pei Luotian, put the dessert down, and fled the room. She knew that the occasion was no longer for her, a mere clerk, to meddle in. After Kang Eugene left, the bald man, Gao Jun, said with a smile, Manager Pei, just happened to be passing by. Heard Xiao Jiang say that you were talking about business. Out of curiosity I came in to take a look. It won't disturb you too, right? And this client of ours is? Pei Luotian had already straightened her shirt by now, and she got up to introduce herself to Gao Jun. Mr. Gao, this is Mr. Yang. He's here specifically to handle the 10 times leverage business for stocks. We've just negotiated the details of the process and are now signing the contract. Pei Luotian's expression was extremely natural, as if nothing had happened just now. Hearing this, Gao Jun put on a surprised expression and said appreciatively to Yang Chen, Mr. Yang, since ancient times, heroes come out of youth. You have such great vigor at such a young age. Your future achievements are unlimited. While saying this, the bald man Gao Jun in his heart disdainfully laughed. Don't know that recently the stock market is poor in a mess? Even I don't dare to put money into the stock market. How dare you do 10 times leverage? You won't even know how to die. Strangely enough, the moment Gao Jun saw Yang Chen for the first time, a twisted abhorrence was born in his heart, especially Yang Chen's unbelievably handsome face. With every glance, Gao Jun's heart felt like it was being stabbed with a needle, and a wave of twisted jealousy bubbled up uncontrollably. Yang Chen smiled lightly. Where, compared to an old-timer in the field of expertise like Mr. Gao, I'm still far from it. Looking at Gao Jun's old face that was wrinkled into a chrysanthemum-like smile, Yang Chen's intuition sensed that he seemed to have hostile intentions towards himself. This was an instinctive reaction that Yang Chen had honed from dealing with countless people in his previous life. Out of curiosity, Yang Chen used the scrying technique on Gao Jun. Immediately afterward, a few lines of text appeared next to Gao Jun. Gao Jun, 48 years old, management of Huaxing Securities Company / assets over $10 million, -40 favorability towards the host, possesses strong hostility and jealousy, -40? Seeing the results of the probing technique, Yang Chen was also a little surprised. Like Yi Zhaowen's favorability towards herself is also -60, which belongs to the point of reaching the point of adopting some hostile means towards herself. And this bald man Gao Jun and himself had only met for the first time. How come his favorability was all -40? Chapter 31 Who is the dog and who is the master? After thinking for a while, Yang Chen had a rough guess in his heart. When this Gao Jun spoke to Pei Luotian just now, Yang Chen noticed that there was a very subtle touch of possessiveness hidden in his eyes. It seemed to regard Pei Luotian as her own forbidden domain. Although this situation sounded absurd, It was not strange in Yang Chen's eyes. When he opened his company in his previous life, he could not avoid drinking and socializing with some bank executives. These executives are not too far removed from Gao Jun's situation. They are all middle-aged, balding, and successful in their careers. All of them have one thing in common, which is that although their physical functions are declining, the desires in their hearts are always expanding. The home of the aging wife has been unable to meet their desires. Naturally, the idea will hit the company some young and beautiful subordinate employees. A common configuration at social dinners is an executive with a beautiful subordinate female employee. After drinking and singing KTV, these executives go to the five-star hotel next door with their arms around their unconscious female employees. This is so common that it seems to have become an unspoken rule of engagement. The bald man Gao Jun in front of me is, unsurprisingly, in this situation. He had already been categorized by Yang Chen in the smiling tiger column. Next, Yang Chen had another bout of fudging with Gao Jun. Seeing that it was getting late, Yang Chen stopped talking and handed Pei Luotian the filled-out business list. Manager Pei, I've filled out the application form. How long will it take for this approval process to be ready? Pei Luotian took the application form in Yang Chen's hands, gathered her hair around her ears, and said, I'll handle it for you at noon, and the funds will arrive before the market opens in the afternoon. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and nodded. Then I'll trouble Manager Pei. After the earlier incident, Pei Luotian seemed to have less of a queen's aura on her, and instead had more of a small woman's movements. Sweeping the time, Yang Chen said to the two, I have an appointment at noon, so I'll take my leave. Gao Jun's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum again. Mr. Yang, you take your time. I'll have Manager Pei see you off. Come back for tea sometime. The two nodded at each other in greeting. Afterward, Yang Chen and Pei Luotian left the room together. Seeing the door of the room closed, the smile on Gao Jun's face immediately disappeared, and his entire old face was so gloomy that it looked like ink could seep out. Immediately after that, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and pressed a string of numbers before dialing them. It took half a minute for the phone to be answered. Hey, Sun Xiao. Gao. What's so urgent this early in the morning? On the other end of the phone, there was a sleepy voice. Hearing this, Gao Jun's face darkened. It's fucking 12 noon and it's still early in the morning. However, although his face was disgruntled, he didn't dare to show the slightest emotion in his tone and said respectfully, I'm sorry, Mr. Sun, for disturbing your rest, but I do have a big thing here about Pei Luotian. What? Luotian? What happened to her? The voice on the other end of the phone immediately got louder. It seemed to be very sensitive to Pei Luotian's name. Immediately afterward, there was a loud noise on the other end of the line. Although Gao Jun's face was like a pot, he could only wait honestly. Obviously, the relationship between Gao Jun and Sun Xiao was that of an old dog and its master. After a bit of rustling, the environment on the other side of the phone finally quieted down again. Lao Gao, what happened to Luotian? Tell me specifically about the situation. Sun Xiao's voice came back. Young Sun, it's like this. I just passed by the VIP business room and found Pei Luotian and, in 3 words, Gao Jun spiced up the whole thing. You're saying Pei Luotian and that Yang Chen guy are making small talk in the room? Hearing this, Sun Xiao's tone immediately revealed a hint of danger. 1,000 times true, Gao Jun said immediately. After a short silence, Sun Xiao spoke again. I know, you send me Yang Chen's information, and on Pei Luotian's side, you keep an eye on it lately. This stinking bitch. After cursing, the phone was simply hung up. Hearing a busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, Gao Jun revealed a sinister smile. This Sun Xiao's full name is Sun Xing, and his old man is the chairman of Huaxing Securities, which is considered Gao Jun's top boss. They met at a dinner party and have been working together ever since. In the securities industry of Magic City, as long as they have their eyes on a woman, none of them can escape their clutches. Whether it's a married young woman or a brand-name college girl fresh out of the ivory tower of college, they always have a way of putting these women in their place. Every time Sun Xing finished playing with these women, he would reward Gao Jun. Occasionally on a whim it will also. And this time they were staring at Pei Luotian. They have a lot of heart for the industry's long-famous first beauty of securities. First, she was overpaid to poach her from the securities firm next door. Then Sun Xing teamed up with Gao Jun to put out all sorts of sugar-coated bombs. And what with the red faces and the white faces, they've played around with that too. Suffice it to say that they have tried everything except some strong-arm tactics. But Pei Luotian froze in a soft and hard way. Unexpectedly, today, she was actually bumped into by Gao Jun, who was having an affair with a client she had just met. This made Gao Jun instantly furious. He wanted to take revenge on Yang Chen, so he added to the story by telling Sun Xing. With Sun Xing's energy, wouldn't it be easy to screw Yang Chen? Thinking of this, the smile on Gao Jun's face became even more sinister. Borrowing a knife to kill a man was not the first time he had done so. In his eyes, although he was ostensibly Sun Xing's dog, he could manipulate Sun Xing's behavior at will. Who's the master and who's the dog? It is not yet known. After leaving the room, Pei Luotian sent Yang Chen to the stairway on the second floor. Mr. Yang, I'll send you here. Follow up with any questions, microchat, contact me. You have all my contact information anyway. I'm going to go through your leverage procedures now. After saying this, Pei Luotian fled as if she had left. With Yang Chen, Pei Luotian always felt a bit uncomfortable. It seemed like he could always feel his words in his ear and the burning breath he exhaled. Take care, Manager Pei. See you next time. Seeing Pei Luotian's wretched figure, Yang Chen burst into laughter, and then he also went downstairs. While waiting for the elevator on the first floor, Zhang Yuzhen even came over and exchanged microchat numbers with Yang Chen. Mr. Yang, next time you come to our company, remember to contact me in advance. If there's anything you need for your business, you can also find me on the microchat. Before the elevator closed, Zhang Yuzhen said sweetly to Yang Chen. Yang Chen also smiled and nodded. Chapter 32. Yo-Yo wants to see you too. After getting into the Lamborghini Venom, Yang Chen had wanted to take out his cell phone and make a call to Arakaki Mai at home. But then he suddenly realized that there didn't seem to be a landline phone in the house. And Arakaki Asaka didn't seem to have a cell phone. It looks like it's time to buy some necessities for Shigaraki Mamoru. Yang Chen muttered. Arakaki Mamoru lived with herself and really didn't bring much with her. Just a lone duffel bag. There weren't many clothes in there. Just a few simple changes of personal clothes. As for things like cosmetics, it's even less. Let's go back for lunch and then go to Treasure City in the afternoon to buy her something. After all, she was her own woman, so she couldn't say anything to treat her poorly. As for why she didn't take Shigaraki Mamoru shopping with her, it was because her status was rather special. It's inevitable that something will go wrong if someone with an axe to grind finds out. Yang Chen currently didn't have enough strength to protect her either. And if I remember correctly, it seems that Su Yan is also going to see a movie at Treasure City in the afternoon? With that, he took out his phone and confirmed clearly with Su Yan on WeChat. Yang Chen then started the Lamborghini. In the next second, the entire underground parking garage resounded with the roar of Lamborghini Venom. Meanwhile, in the Rose Garden cafeteria of Magic City University, a handsome man and woman are sitting face to face at dinner. It attracted the eyes of countless people around, especially the schoolgirl Su Yan, who was wearing a baseball cap. A pair of dazzling long legs under the table attracted the attention of all the males. She was playing with her cell phone at the moment. The corners of her mouth curved into a nice curve. Baby, what's so funny? Yi Jiawen, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, revealed a harmless smile towards Su Yan. Upon hearing this, Su Yan turned off her phone and looked at Yi Jiawen with a trace of imperceptible pity flashing through her eyes. With that, she smiled sweetly. Nothing, just thinking of something happy. Oh, right. Yao Yao is going to go to the movies with us this afternoon. She wants to see that latest literary movie that came out too. As you know, Yao Yao, she only has me as a friend. You shouldn't refuse. She's dying to meet you, too. Su Yan lightly bit her lips and looked at Yi Jiawen with innocent eyes. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen, who was sitting across from him, blushed, as if thinking of some not-so-favorable memories. The Yao Yao Su Yan was talking about was her roommate. Of course, that's not the point. The main thing was that this Yao Yao weighed more than 200 pounds, while only being less than 1 meter 6 in height, looked roughly as wide as Yi Jiawen, and was thievishly ugly. Whenever Yi Jiawen invited Su Yan alone to go out for dinner or whatever, Su Yan would definitely call her her roommate. Seriously, Yi Jiawen's stomach turned a little every time he saw her. The most outrageous thing is that this roommate of hers, Yao Yao, has no self-awareness at all, and is dead set on being a light bulb every time. And she always takes advantage of Su Yan's absence to make a move on him, like a sow in heat arched into his arms. And his mouth kept shouting brother, brother. Yi Jiawen's stomach flipped when she thought of that image. If it wasn't for the fact that she was Su Yan's roommate, as well as the fact that he had to maintain his warm-hearted image, Yi Jiawen would have wanted to directly hammer this Yao Yao to death with one punch. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Jiawen revealed an ugly smile and pretended to be generous. It's fine. I also kind of want to vomit. Want to see her. Seeing Yi Jiawen's nausea and wanting to vomit, Su Yan asked with concern, are you alright? No, it's okay. I just ate a bit too much at lunch and I'm a bit sick to my stomach. I'll be fine if I take it easy. Because of the fast pace of life in the Magic City, most of the office workers were eating and resting at the company at noon, so the vehicles on the road were in turn less than in the morning. In 10 minutes or so, Yang Chen returned to Riverside Supreme in his Lamborghini Venom. It also took Jansen a few minutes to register the car since it had not been previously registered on the property. I have to say that Riverside Supreme's security system is really very well done. It doesn't matter how much your car is worth. If it's not registered on the property, the gatekeeper, who is a veteran, will never let it go. Captain Lin, is this okay? Yang Chen said to the dark-skinned security chief after doing the face recognition. For these veterans, Yang Chen maintained a very high level of respect in his heart. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your cooperation. In the future, this car of yours will be able to freely enter and exit the neighborhood. If you have guests coming, you have to give me a greeting in advance, and fill in the information with the mobile app, Captain Lin said meticulously. Good work. Yang Chen laughed and waved his hand at him before driving the car back to the garage. 5 minutes later, Yang Chen stood in front of his house, and before he had time for face recognition, the door to his house opened automatically. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen saw Shigaraki Mai, who was sitting on her knees at the foyer. She was wearing a black maid outfit with a double ponytail, tilting her head and smiling sweetly at Yang Chen. Master, welcome home. This image, Yang Chen had seen it in a video before. Since most of the families in the East are made up of men who work outside the home to earn money and women who are full-time housewives at home, so whenever her husband came home after a long day of work, the wife would sit on her knees in the foyer and welcome him home in this way. Yang Chen had fantasized about this image in his previous life, and he didn't expect it to come true in this life. Moreover, Shigaraki Mamoru was wearing a maid's outfit. It made the macho ego in him explode. I have to say, Arakaki Maki can be so good at this. Long time waiting, right? Yang Chen smiled warmly and walked into the house. Shigaraki Mai then stuck up and carefully changed Yang Chen's shoes. It's okay, I was afraid you wouldn't come back. After changing her shoes, Shigaraki Mai got up and kissed Yang Chen. Yang Chen noticed that her knees were reddish, and it was clear that she had been sitting on her knees for some time. Unable to help it, Yang Chen's heart was somewhat moved. Come on, hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold. I warmed up the lamb chops and beef in the fridge, made scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and boiled a corn and rib soup, so I'll simply eat at home for lunch. Immediately after that, Shigaraki Mai took Yang Chen's hand and headed for the dining table. Good. Yang Chen stroked Shigaraki Mai's head, feeling warm in his heart. Soon a cozy lunchtime passed. Master, is my cooking good? After the meal, Shigaraki Mai looked at Yang Chen with an expectant face. Mamoru's handiwork is awesome. Yang Chen heartily praised. It's just some simple home-cooked food, but it's all colorful and very appetizing to eat. That's good. Receiving Yang Chen's affirmation, Nagaki Mai's face was filled with happiness. Then master, go rest for a while. I'll clean up the table and dishes. Chapter 33, Stock Assets Over 10 Million. Arakaki Mai was about to get up when she was suddenly pulled into Yang Chen's arms. What's the rush? It's all because your lunchtime cooking was so good that I'm holding up my stomach. Master, what should we do then? Shigaraki Mai's small face was red. Of course it's to punish you for accompanying me to do some after-dinner exercise. Yang Chen had a smile on his face. Without waiting for Arakaki Mai to agree, Yang Chen gave her a horizontal hug and headed for the bedroom on the second floor, dancing to the Materia Medica. Of course, shouldn't anyone be getting the wrong idea? 1:30 at noon. Since practicing the Materia Medica was too much work, Arakaki Mai collapsed onto the 3-meter wide bed and drifted off to sleep. Yang Chen, on the other hand, leaned against the bed and opened the stock speculation software to start picking stocks. Peiluoshan's efficiency was very high. All the formalities were completed before 1 o'clock, and the money was credited into Yang Chen's stock account as scheduled. Looking at the string of zeros behind the two, Yang Chen was quite emotional. When he applied for leverage, he applied for the amount of 250W, so he now has 2500W in his stock account. Yang Chen had specifically left 100,000 on hand for his usual expenses. Next, Yang Chen began to pick stocks. As with his previous stock picks, he went into the TechCrunch sector and then looked for stocks on the downtrend list. In the list of losers, these stocks are ranked according to their losses, from highest to lowest. All of the stocks at the top of the row are down. Since the general stock market was okay today, the number of stocks that fell was not high, only a few dozen. Through the information on the investment card, Yang Chen found that the subsequent performance of these dozen stocks was not working. Even if you count on selling at the highest point after tomorrow's open, the highest gain is only a dozen points. Sure enough, like yesterday, Hucheng Heavy Industry kind of pull from down to up, or belong to a relatively rare situation. Yang Chen simply continued to slide down. It was a full 5 minutes before he found a stock that was down and floating around 14%, Greenleaf Construction. The investment card shows that this stock would start pulling up in a different direction around 2 p.m. and was able to reach a gain of 16% until the 3 p.m. close. And when the market opens tomorrow, this stock will open with a one-word stop and have 5 consecutive stops in the following 5 days. It's considered a big demon stock. But for Yang Chen, Greenleaf Building's subsequent several stops does not mean much, because one stop also means just a 20% gain for the day. And if you look for these stocks that are pulling up in the middle of the day and will open higher the next day, Yang Chen's one-day gain can reach up to 60%, just like the case of buying Huching Heavy Industry. Therefore, for this kind of 5 consecutive boards, Yang Chen is really not rare. All he had to do was eat the first wave up. With that, Yang Chen began to buy Greenleaf Construction in separate positions. Since Yang Chen's current equity is too large, a one-time purchase would cause the stock to fluctuate significantly, so the most prudent way to buy is to buy in batches. After a few minutes, Yang Chen completed the operation. With that, he set his cell phone towards the side of the bed and smoothed his arm around the side of Shigaraki Mamoru to start his nap. This sleep lasted until after 3 in the afternoon. Yang Chen got up and changed his clothes. Then after a brief wash, he leaned on the sofa to check the stock situation. Just as the investment card shows, Greenleaf Construction started pulling up in a straight line at 2:05 p.m. It first touched the halt and then shook down, finally sealing in a 53% gain at the end of the day. Since Yang Chen built his position in batches, he bought Greenleaf Construction's average share capital as the share price when the decline was at 13.3%. Simply put, his afternoon wave had given him a gain of almost 30 points, based on a principal of 2500 W, and after deducting fees, he would have personally gained over 740 W. Together with Yang Chen's original 260 W, his total real assets had now directly broken 1000 W. After a simple calculation, Yang Chen also felt that it was somewhat unreal, though it was all predestined to this outcome before the purchase of Greenleaf Construction. But when Yang Chen saw the amount in the account with his own eyes, it still felt like he was dreaming. In his previous life, he started a company, and even at the company's peak, all of his own assets combined did not break $10 million. I didn't realize that in this life, just by moving my fingers and speculating on stocks for 2 days, I would earn money that I couldn't earn in half of my previous life. It's true that making money in finance is so easy compared to industry. After taking a sip of plain water, Yang Chen's mood calmed down slightly. For him, this is all just the beginning. With 13 more days of investment cards, he had enough assets to turn over to a level unimaginable to the average person. Maintain a sense of normalcy. Standing in front of the full curtain floor-to-ceiling windows and looking at the river view for a while, he adjusted his mindset completely before Yang Chen then went out. Before she left the house, Arakaki Mai was still sleeping sweetly in her bed. Unsurprisingly, it would be practicing the materia medica too hard. 15 minutes later, Yang Chen's Lamborghini Venom appeared in Treasure Elephant City. Since Treasure City is only a mid to high-end shopping mall, luxury sports cars are not common here, and the more expensive cars are sedans like Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Therefore, as soon as the full carbon fiber version of the Lamborghini Venom appeared on this street, it immediately attracted a crowd of pedestrians around. Even many car owners, while waiting for the traffic light, had rolled down their windows to take pictures of Yang Chen's Lamborghini. A Lamborghini with such racy styling must be at least a few $1 million. Right, brother? Poverty limits your imagination. I've seen this car at car shows. It's at least 1500 W to start with. Old man in front. That's the normal version you're talking about. This is a carbon fiber version of the Venom. Limited to 10 units worldwide. A market price of at least half a small Target to start. A noise arose from the crowd. I have to say, wherever you go, there are car-savvy people out there. Fortunately, Lamborghini's glass is peep-proof. Otherwise Yang Chen would really be a monkey in the zoo. In fact, Yang Chen didn't like this feeling of being surrounded and noticed, as if he was a star. What happened to him in his previous life had taught him the importance of keeping a low profile, especially now that he is, more than ever, in a phase of biding his time. When I first acquired my Lamborghini, it was more of a euphoric energy. Now that the excitement had passed, Yang Chen realized that the full carbon fiber version of the Lamborghini Venom seemed too high profile. It is more or less an inconvenience, especially when traveling on a daily basis. After a period of time for the stock money to come back, Yang Chen will choose to go for some more low-profile cars. And now, for the sake of traveling convenience, he could only reluctantly drive this car first, because the sensation caused by Yang Chen's car was too strong. The security personnel of Treasure City had already started to maintain order at the entrance and exit to prevent the crowd from rioting and causing some stampede. When Yang Chen drove his car into the entrance of Treasure Elephant City, there were special people in front of him to guide him to the specially prepared VIP garage. Chapter 34. I've never seen such a thick-skinned person. After some tossing and turning, Yang Chen finally entered the mall of Treasure City. It's not too different from what I remember from Treasure City. The first floor was decorated in gold and blue, all of which were stores selling all kinds of luxury bags and designer watches. In his previous life, Yang Chen even occasionally came here to eat with his roommate during his college days, but he never came here after work instead. Because Treasure City is a relatively high-end shopping mall, there are few affordable things, plus Yang Chen has been busy at work, so he has basically never come. There weren't many people in the mall at this time, perhaps because it was a weekday. It was mostly young college students who were bored and hanging out, or noble women who didn't have to work. Yang Chen looked at the guide map and went straight to the third floor. Third floor, Fruit's cell phone flagship store. Yang Chen just walked into the store, and the clerk standing at the door habitually said, "Welcome." After noticing Yang Chen's dress, the originally enthusiastic and elevated tone of voice also instantly lowered and became breathless. "Just look around." The clerk was probably in her 40s, with a heavily painted face and a snobbish shrewdness that was revealed in her long, thin eyes. She had seen many young people like Yang Chen in cheap clothes. Most are college students who sneak out to hang out during class time. These college students have a characteristic, that is, no money and love face. Every time the store just launched the new Fruit phone, these college students will come to the store to play, but the vast majority don't end up shelling out for it. It's also true that a cell phone costing several $1,000s might not even be affordable to his parents. So how can these college students living on just over $1,000 be able to afford it? After saying her words, this shopkeeper Amma looked left and right at the doorway, treating Yang Chen as heir and no longer paying attention to him. Seeing this, Yang Chen was unimpressed. In fact, you don't need a guide to buy a cell phone in the first place. These guides exist only to increase the marketing of the store and to earn a draw. Since she rats herself out, she will only end up losing herself. Yang Chen smiled faintly and simply wandered around the store by himself. Just then, another clerk tidied up the display case and saw Yang Chen, who had entered the store alone. She then stopped her work and jogged to Yang Chen, saying enthusiastically, "Hello sir, what style of phone do you want to see?" Looking at the age, it was a young lady in her mid-20s. Yang Chen also nodded politely and said, "Do you have a Fruit 6 Plus? I want the largest capacity kind. Get me a brand new one straight away. Pink." As he spoke, Yang Chen noticed a flat panel on the display cabinet and his eyes lit up. Thinking that Arakaki Mai is usually bored at home, it should be nice to buy her a tablet to watch movies and variety shows or something. With that, he added, "Oh yeah, and the latest model tablet. Get me one of the largest capacity too. Silver." Hearing Yang Chen's words, this young lady clerk was slightly stunned. Obviously, she also didn't expect Yang Chen to really come to buy a cell phone. She hadn't been in this line of work for a short time, and knew that Yang Chen should be an ordinary college student, and the odds were that she was just coming over to take a look. But even so, she warmly received Yang Chen out of professional ethics. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen actually wanted to buy a cell phone, and also a tablet. Those two things are going to add up to over $10,000. After freezing for a moment, the Missy clerk immediately said, "Yes, please wait a moment. I'll go get it for you." When this female clerk went to get her cell phone, the big mom clerk who was originally standing in the doorway unexpectedly walked towards Yang Chen with a cup of hot water in her hand. "Sir, you're thirsty, aren't you? Have some hot water. Are you buying cell phones for your family?" The big mom store clerk was full of enthusiasm and had a big smile, not realizing that this made the wrinkles on her face look even more pronounced. Yang Chen treated her words as air and played with his cell phone in his old age. For this kind of shrewd and mercenary people, Yang Chen couldn't say that he was disgusted. After all, a large portion of life was this kind of city folk, but he would also never interact too much with such people. Seeing that Yang Chen ignored himself, the big mom sales clerk's expression was not the slightest bit discouraged. Instead, she sold the product towards Yang Chen even more vigorously. "Sir, our store is doing a limited time offer right now. Buy another phone and get a 10% discount and 2 free phone cards and $50 to spend. Ever consider bringing an extra one for the family?" Yang Chen took it all as a whisper. Soon, the young lady clerk who had left earlier went and returned with a brand new cell phone and a tablet in her hand. Walking in front of her, she was about to hand over the item in her hand to Yang Chen for inspection. Unexpectedly, the sight of the big mom store clerk was quick to the eye. The young lady store clerk's cell phone and tablet are grabbed into their own hands. "Here, sir, let me take you to the checkout." While she was talking, she was still vainly trying to pull Yang Chen's arm to the cashier. Seeing the big mom sales clerk's actions, Yang Chen sort of understood. Why did the older woman continue to make her own sales pitch despite ignoring her earlier? Turns out she wanted to cut off the other store clerk lady's order and count the draw as her own. It's really a bit brazen. The young lady clerk on the side was instantly a bit at a loss when she saw her colleague's sudden move. A Fruit 6 Plus maximum capacity phone, plus the tablet, would cost nearly around 15,000, pumping Chengdu equivalent to her basic salary for a month. But being thin-skinned, she was too embarrassed to speak up and stop it. All you can do is get anxious and have tears welling up in your eyes. Hands off and give her back her cell phone. Right at this moment, Yang Chen, who had previously been behaving in a gentle manner, suddenly opened his mouth, with a hint of unquestionable severity in his tone. Although Yang Chen's face was expressionless, he exuded an invisible aura, completely unlike a mere college student. The older woman clerk who had been staggering around was instantly dumbfounded and had to return the phone and tablet in her hand to the young lady clerk and then run back to the store entrance in disgrace. Didn't even dare to fart the whole time. That's what these snobs are like, used to bullying. When confronted with a good-tempered person, one dares to keep hitting the snake and getting an inch, and treat people with tough attitudes like they can't even fart. And so ends a little farce. With that, the lady clerk took Yang Chen to the counter to settle the bill. Hello sir, a pink fruit 6 Plus with 256G capacity and a silver tablet 2 generation with 512G capacity for a total of $16,000. Are you paying in cash or by credit card? Swipe. After paying, the store manager thoughtfully mounted the phone and tablet, and gave 2 additional stickers and cases. Chapter 35 Yo-Yo, Brother Gavinger. Excuse me, can I get a cell phone card here? Collecting his things, Yang Chen asked. In this day and age, you don't need real name authentication to get a cell phone card. And most cell phone stores can do it. I'm sorry sir, we don't have the means to handle it at our flagship fruit store, but there's a cooperating business hall next door, and we can give you a beautiful card for free. I'll have our store clerk take you over there for a moment. The store manager replied sweetly. Okay, thanks. Yang Chen nodded. Then, the young lady clerk took Yang Chen to the next business hall and shows a beautiful number with 3 CXS on the tail number. In this way, the cell phone is even bought. Immediately after that, Yang Chen browsed the clothing store on the second floor and bought some high-class pajamas for Arakaki Mai, as well as the dresses and skirts she usually wore. Also by the way, what Chong Sam, JK uniforms? Oh well. In the end, Yang Chen stood and hovered in front of Parisian House for a while, but still gritted his teeth and went in to buy 2 more stockings with letters printed on them, 1 black and 1 white, and a pair of diamond-encrusted black attack shoes. Oh no, heels. Yang Chen actually did not have any other ideas, but simply wanted to explore, from an academic point of view, whether the quality of the Parisian family is good or not. After all, the one Su Yan had worn before had been torn by him in several pairs. Yang Chen was a bit worried. Su Yan should not have bought a fake, right? After purchasing, Yang Chen put all these things into the car. I have to spit out again that the Lamborghini has so little room. The storage space on the front hood of the car is so small that it's completely inadequate to put things in, and some of the items have to be tucked into the passenger side to make it work. After doing so, Yang Chen's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Opening his cell phone, 2 messages popped up one after the other. Su Yan, good boy, have you come to Baoxiang City yet? The movie has already started /shy. JPG. Su Yan, for the sake of convenience, I wore a super short skirt with a pair of fishing net stockings inside. You don't know. When I saw me wearing this, Yi Jiawen's eyes went straight. Seriously. Seeing that, Yang Chen straightened up as well. I have to say, play or schoolmarm will play. Yang Chen couldn't help but lament. At the same time, he was very glad that he had the body of a dragon. Otherwise, with the 2 little goblins, Su Yan and Nagaki Mai, I'm afraid that an iron body wouldn't be able to carry it. Pressing down the restlessness in his heart, Yang Chen took the elevator straight to the movie theater in the mall. After buying a movie ticket at the front desk, Yang Chen entered the darkened theater. The theater was showing the recent hot crooked 3D sci-fi movie, and the theater also gave Yang Chen a pair of glasses specifically for watching 3D movies. Sneaking in through the back door, Yang Chen soon found the 12th row where Su Yan was. With the help of the light from the screen, Yang Chen immediately saw Yi Jiawen and Su Yan. They were both left and right, with a heavyweight tank in the center. Unsurprisingly, that tank was the Yao Yao that Su Yan was talking about. It was obvious that Yao Yao did like Yi Jiawen and kept leaning towards him intentionally or unintentionally. When the images played on the screen were exciting and thrilling, she would still hold Yi Jiawen's arm in fear, and her head would still rub against Yi Jiawen's chest. One could see the corners of Yi Jiawen's mouth twitching madly, but there seemed to be nothing he could do about it. Too fucked up. Dare you say that every time Yi Jiawen goes out with Su Yan, it's always this scene? I'm afraid you're not dating Yo-Yo. Seeing this image, Yang Chen all but almost laughed you, and a few moments of pity for Yi Jiawen flashed through his heart. With that, Yang Chen took a seat 3 rows behind them and took out his cell phone to send a microchat to Su Yan. When entering the door, Yang Chen had specially observed that there were not many people coming to see the movie at this point, and there were no people at all in the back rows, and Su Yan's position where they were already belonged to a relatively backward one. Therefore, Yang Chen's surroundings were very safe. It was estimated that according to Yi Jiawen's original conception, He wanted to come to the movie with Su Yan as two people and then take the opportunity to make a move on her. Unexpectedly, Su Yan directly called Yao Yao over as a shield, and a private date with himself. All of Yi Jiawen's careful arrangements have been done to himself. If he knew, would he just spit out blood in anger? The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked up an evil smile, closed his cell phone, and waited quietly. Meanwhile, Su Yan, who was sitting in the front row, felt a vibration on her cell phone and couldn't wait to open it and take a look. Seeing that it was Yang Chen who sent the microchat, the corners of her mouth also curved up into a nice arc, like Daji's smile, which was generally bewitching. Removing her 3D eyes, Su Yan looked at Yao Yao and Yi Jiawen on the side, and had planned to explain a few things, but found Yo-Yo was concentrating on making love to Yi Jiawen. Brother Garvin, come on, have some popcorn. Here, I'll feed you. Oh, just like that. Su Yan watched with her own eyes as Yao Yao's fat hands grabbed a handful of popcorn and forced it into Yi Jiawen's mouth. On the contrary, Yi Jiawen had a face of resistance, but in order to maintain his demeanor and image, he could only tearfully eat this mouthful of popcorn. That constipated look is like eating that. He suddenly realized something. Wasn't he here to date Su Yan? Why? Too late to think. He felt pressed against the seat by a pig. Brother Jiao Wenj, this alien is so scary looking. You have to protect Yao Yao. Pust. Forcing back her laughter, Su Yan dismissed the idea of explaining to them. With the two of them making out like this, I'm afraid that by the time the movie is over, Yi Jiawen and Yao Yao won't realize that they're no longer in their seats. Quietly getting up, Su Yan quickly found Yang Chen sitting 2 rows back. Brother, I haven't seen you for a day. My sister misses you. Don't worry. I have a BFF who works here part-time, and she told me that all the monitors in this theater are broken. Yang Chen hadn't made much movement yet. Su Yan's body that was like a boneless body wrapped up and exhaled like orchids in Yang Chen's ear. His Yang Chen immediately had a feeling of being electrocuted. People are numb. This, not good, right? Yang Chen said through gritted teeth, the veins on his temples flickering as if he was holding back something. Other girls aren't afraid. What are you afraid of? In the darkness, Su Yan's expression was seductive as if Su Daji was alive. Just as Yang Chen was about to righteously refuse, a beep sounded in his head. Ding! Trigger divine choice. Choice 1, a real man can't say no. Hold the hat on Yi Jiawen's head steady. Reward, ecstasy card *3. Option 2, righteously rejecting Su Yan. Unexpectedly gaining Yao Yao's admiration. And no matter where you go, she'll stalk you. Love comes too fast like a tornado. Hearing the beep, Yang Chen instantly had a jolt. Get Yo-Yo's love? Don't. It's better to let Yi Jiawen enjoy her favor alone. Chapter 36, Yi Jiawen, the fluids I'm getting are thinking about you all night. Option 1. Yang Chen murmured helplessly in his heart. With that, he asked Su Yan softly, do you really want to be here? Aha! Su Yan nodded seriously. Are we really going to dance to Wang Xinlin's Love You here? Wouldn't it be too socially dead? Yang Chen was undeterred and confirmed to Su Yan once again. Are you jumping or not? I'm not afraid of a girl. Su Yan was a bit angry. Alright, scared of you. Yang Chen had no choice but to compromise. With that, the two started dancing in the back to the dance that has recently caught fire. Love You. When Yang Chen made his choice, a prompt came to his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Rewarded with a fascination card *3. The reward has been issued to the host's pocket. Fascination card effect can be used on a certain object, must be a creature within a certain range around it. After it has been used, the object will fall into a state of fascination, i.e., love for the nearest object. In his, her, its eyes, the object will be the most beautiful being in the world, and that object may even have the urge to give its body in marriage. Duration, 1 hour. Hearing the system's introduction of the ecstasy card, Yang Chen couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Then he looked at Yi Jiawen and Yao Yao who were in the front 2 rows who were in the middle of their love affair. In fact, Yang Chen had an advantage as a person. That's the beauty of being an adult. Seeing Yao Yao caring for Yi Jiawen in every way, Yang Chen was honestly a bit touched. Though she wasn't very graceful and looked like a ball, she had a heart of gold in pursuit of love. And unfortunately, the flowers are falling, but the water is running. From the hard look on Yi Jiawen's face, it seemed that he wasn't very interested in Yao Yao. What's to be done about it? By the way, there happens to be the system rewarded enchantment card. Yang Chen couldn't help but pull out a pink card from the pocket of his clothes. This card is engraved with a lifelike image of a loving cupid that can easily catalyze the hormones in your body just by looking at it. Why don't we just borrow a flower? Looking at Yao Yao who had a face of infatuation, Yang Chen was really a bit touched and decided to give her a hand. As it happens, the duration of the ecstasy card effect is 1 hour, lasting until the end of the movie. Use it on Yi Jiawen. Yang Chen's mind moved, and then the enchantment card in his hand dissipated into the air. In a trance, a cupid flapped his wings and flew into midair, shooting the arrow of love in his hand at Yi Jiawen. In an instant, Yi Jiawen was like a different person. Originally, he was still ignoring Yao Yao on the side, but now, his eyes were filled with endless love when he looked at Yao Yao. Yo-yo, do you know why I blocked your friend's circle? Why? Woo Yo-yo cried like a 200-pound child. Because all the friends' circles you've liked are donuts. The doctor said I'm diabetic and can't eat too much sugar. Yi Jiawen held Yao Yao's chubby hand as if holding a pair of pork elbows and said fondly, "Oh brother, you're so nice." Yao Yao was moved to tears. "Oh Yao Yao, I went to get an infusion this morning suddenly." Yi Jiawen's words turned around, and there was some sadness in his brows. "Brother, are you alright?" Yao Yao's eyes swelled like copper bells as she looked at Yi Jiawen with concern. Yi Jiawen shook his head, cupping Yao Yao's face with some difficulty and said, "The fluids I'm getting are thinking about you all night." Woo woo. Yao Yao's face was swollen from crying. It was at this time that Yi Jiawen took advantage of the situation and launched another earthy love story attack. "I want to set one thing, but I think it's hard to set it. Is it a rope touch? Set of dolls?" Yao Yao was so touched that her words went pear-shaped. "No, it's lassoing your heart." Seemingly sensing that the atmosphere felt bit, Yi Jiawen kissed without hesitation. In fact, in his vision, the Yao Yao he saw had always been Su Yan's appearance. He was still rejoicing in his heart, thinking that he had finally gotten it today. The genius is YY shining through. And as Yi Jiawen's voice was not deliberately controlled, it just so happened that the sound of this movie episode was not too loud, and what he said was immediately heard by the young couples around him. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look, just in time to see the scene of Yi Jiawen kissing Yao Yao deeply. "Wow, hubby, look at other people's boyfriends. They are tall and handsome, and they say such sweet love words. Unlike you programmers, you only write code and don't even know how to be romantic," a girl said to her programmer boyfriend who was beside her. This Program 8 boyfriend first looked at Yi Jiawen, then turned his head to look at Yao Yao next to him, and couldn't help but show a look of sympathy on his face. In his eyes, Yi Jiawen was 80% of the time an adopted gigolo. Otherwise, with Yoyo's dignified appearance and size, how could this man get down? Is it performance art? In his rational mind, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Hey, rich people's world, don't be envious, the guy probably has some unspeakable pain. Hey, this damn life. It turns out everyone is enjoying the blessings. The programmer boyfriend stroked his hairline, emoted a sharp comment, and then turned his head away tastelessly. Among the group of young couples, there happened to be a pair of students from Mordor University, and the girl among them also happened to be in the same major as Su Yan. After seeing Yi Jiawen's looks, they couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Isn't Yi Jiawen's girlfriend the schoolgirl Su Yan? What's with the passionate kiss with a strange girl here? This girl with the tiger's back and waist seems to have a hint of familiarity. Huang Yao Yao? Su Yan's roommate? The girl covered her mouth and let out a soft whimper. It was a good thing that the movie theater was noisy and only her boyfriend, who was on the sidelines, heard her. Hearing this, his boyfriend immediately asked in a gossipy manner, "That tank is Huang Yao Yao? Su Yan's roommate?" Although the girl didn't know what tank meant, she subconsciously nodded her head. She had been too shocked to speak. "I don't believe in love anymore." Yi Jiawen and Su Yan were male and female. One was a high-flying handsome and the other was a white beauty, and they were known as the Golden Boys and Girls of Magic City University. But even so, Yi Jiawen wasn't satisfied yet, and went so far as to secretly screw Su Yan's roommate behind her back. And it's even Yo-Yo Wong, that 200-pound girl who likes to be inside the game, using a clip tone to voice others, and often claims to have a dozen or so people chasing her online at once. Genuinely disgusted that her mom opened the door to disgust. Disgusted to the core. How could Yip Kaman be attracted to this kind of girl? Or does he have some unknown quirk? No way. I mustn't leave Su Yan in the dark. I must expose this pair of dogs. Looking at Yi Jiawen and Yao Yao who were kissing passionately, the girl felt a little angry and filmed the scene with her latest fruit six. Poor Yip Kaman. He's all started on Yo-Yo. Yang Chen, who was not far away, couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Yi Jiawen. Chapter 37, Brother Yang Chen, I'm lucky to have you. A marvelous scene is playing out in the movie theater. While Yang Chen and Su Yan were kissing, Yi Jiawen and Yao Yao were also kissing. While Yang Chen and Su Yan were dancing to Wang Xinlin's Love You, Yi Jiawen was dancing with a pig, intoxicatedly holding Yao Yao in a swaying position. When Su Yan was so tired that she melted in Yang Chen's arms like a puddle of water, Yi Jiawen also rolled his eyes like a dead fish in Yao Yao's arms. Oops, bad times and bad luck. One can only sigh in contempt that fate has made a mess of things. Time flew by and an hour of fun passed. Though for Yang Chen, joy was real joy. But for Yi Jiawen, this joy is not sure if it is really joyful. At this point, The lights in the theater turned on and the audience dispersed one after another. When Su-yen limped back to her seat, the movie ended just in time. And Yodo on the side was quick to throw Yi Jiawen back to his original position. Yi Jiawen shook his somewhat dizzy head, finally recovering from the effects of the ecstasy card. Looking at the shy Yao Yao on the side, he was a bit strange. Yao Yao, you. Before the words could come out, Yi Jiawen's mouth was blocked by Yao Yao's hand. Don't say it yet. Let's go back and talk about it in a microchat. I'm afraid Su-yen she won't be able to accept this fact for a while. Yao Yao's squinting eyes glanced at Su-yen as a thief and hurriedly whispered into Yi Jiawen's ear. These words made Yi Jiawen look puzzled. EXM? What's that? At this time, he also noticed that the fishnet stockings under Su-yen's short skirt had disappeared at some point. Did you say that you had such a strong hand just now? Ripped her fishnet stockings during the dance? Brother can be a real slugger. The blindfolded Yi Jiawen was still in the midst of complacency, and then he glanced at the lone Yang Chen in the back row, and his face suddenly became a bit gloomy. This guy Yang Chen, why is he here too? It's always a ghost. Brother Garvin. Yang Chen warmly greeted Yi Jiawen. Yi Jiawen then put on a harmless smile and asked curiously, Senior brother Yang Chen, why are you here as well? At the same time, a twisted thrill flashed through him. Yang Chen this poor. It would not be a whole movie in the back to see me and Su-yen love each other, right? Trick the dog into killing it? Wouldn't that be a little too harsh? Why don't I mercifully post a few pictures of Su-yen in my circle of friends at night so he can do his own needlework? While Yi Jiawen was YY, Yang Chen opened his mouth. Hey, I just suddenly wanted to come out to see a movie, and no one around me was available to come with me, so I had to come alone. It's not like you, brother Jiawen. You still have sister Su-yen to keep you company. That's great. Yang Chen pretended to look forlorn, but in fact, his heart had long been happy. Luckily, you have Yo-Yo, a heavyweight schoolmate, to keep you company. With that, Yang Chen also greeted Su-yen next to him. Sister Su-yen, is your knee better? The words seemed to have a meaning. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Su-yen secretly blanked Yang Chen and said, It's fine. It's just that it still hurts a little. You're a bad boy. You're always picking on me. Feeling Yi Jiawen's puzzled eyes, Su-yen rubbed her reddened knees and said in an aggravated manner, Just now, the socks were accidentally hooked by something, but fortunately, there was schoolmate Yang Chen who helped me in time, so that I didn't fall too badly. Just go back and rub some Yunnan Baiyao on it. Upon hearing Su-yen's words, the bewildered Yi Jiawen came to a realization and also gratefully said to Yang Chen, Senior brother Yang Chen, fortunately there's you. Yang Chen had an embarrassed smile on his face and put on a look of being ashamed of himself. Hi. Brother Garvin is too kind. Isn't it right to take care of your sister? Right at this moment, Yao Yao, who was ignored by the three on the side, was a bit unhappy and immediately interjected. Su-yen, who is this schoolmate? How come he looks so handsome? Not waiting for Su-yen to speak, Yi Jiawen took the lead and said, This student Yang Chen is one level below us, and I'm on the basketball team of the same faculty. Not only is he handsome, his grades are good, and he's a very nice person too. Yo, should I introduce you guys to each other? Hearing this, Yao Yao's face changed and she whispered to Yi Jiawen, Dead beat, we just got together and were playing around so much? At the same time, she stole a glance at Yang Chen's handsome face, then said sheepishly, 3 people? It's not impossible. Yeah Gavin? What the hell? Ghost fucking with the 3 of you, ugly people. Seeing this, Yang Chen then waved his hand and said, It's getting late. I'll go back first. Bye. Ignoring Su-yen's grumbling eyes, Yang Chen ran away in a puff of smoke. Only the 3 of them, each with their own concerns, were left. After thinking for a while, Yi Jiawen felt that this was a good time to ride out the storm, so he said to Su-yen, Let's have dinner together tonight? I've booked dinner at a 3-star Michelin hotel next door. Who knows? Before Su-yen could open her mouth, Yao Yao on the side gathered her messy hair around her ears and shyly refused. Some other day. I'm a bit uncomfortable today. Yeah Gavin? Who asked you? Get out of here. You ugly bastard. Okay. Seeing Yao Yao's interjections one after another, Yi Jiawen could no longer tolerate it and was about to lash out. And just then, Su-yen, who was on the side, also spoke up and said, Forget it, next time. My thighs are a little sore from dancing too much to love you lately. Seeing this, Yi Jiawen couldn't say anything else and could only put on a gentlemanly demeanor. Alright, then I'll send you guys back. With that, the 3 of them left the movie theater as well. If he saw this scene, Yang Chen might thank Yi Jiawen again. Hi. Brother Jiawen worked hard. You've sent your girlfriend here, and you've even sent her back. When they left the theater, Yang Chen was already on his way back to Riverside Supreme in his Lamborghini. After the movie at 5 o'clock almost 6 o'clock, The road was just in time to catch a wave of people leaving work, so the road seemed a bit congested. However, within 5 meters around Yang Chen, there were still no cars that dared to approach. There's no way around it. The best cars around are Mercedes-Benz types, and people don't dare to joke around with their family's money so easily. What if you accidentally rub it out and lose the down payment on the house you've been saving up for years? Just like that, after spending nearly 20 minutes, Yang Chen drove back to Riverside Supreme. Just like last time, when Yang Chen stood in front of the door of his home with a big bag, he hadn't had time to do face recognition. The door to the house then opened automatically. Arakaki Mai was still in her black maid's outfit, sitting on her knees in the foyer with a ponytail. Only the black silk on her legs had a few holes in it. She tilted her head and smiled sweetly at Yang Chen. "Master, welcome home. Oh, the meals are all ready." Then it was to attentively serve Yang Chen to change his shoes. I have to say, Arakaki Mamoru's service was impeccable. Chapter 38. A headache. "What are these bags of ducks you're carrying?" After serving Yang Chen, she noticed a few bags that Yang Chen had put aside. Yang Chen touched Shigaraki Mai's head and said, "This is something I bought for you at the mall this afternoon. There's a Fruit 6 Plus phone and the latest tablet, and some clothes you're wearing, so you can see for yourself later after dinner." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Nagaki Mai immediately cheered. As happy as a child who had been rewarded by his parents, she pinched her maid's skirt and stood on her tiptoes to whisper in Yang Chen's ear, "How do you want Mai to thank you?" Hearing this, Yang Chen almost went limp in his legs. "Even though I'm a dragon's body, I'm still just a young dragon. If we keep this up, we'll probably become a wasted dragon. Let's eat first, later after dinner." As a last resort, Yang Chen had no choice but to concede. After all, it takes time to grow. No shame in that. Seeing Yang Chen's appearance, Shigaraki Mai covered her mouth and snickered, so she went to the kitchen and set out the dishes that were being kept warm one by one. After the meal, Yang Chen was making tea in the tea room as usual, while Arakaki Mai was busy fiddling with the things Yang Chen had bought back in the living room, loving every single one of them. I have to say, Arakaki Mai is really very handy. Even applying the film on her cell phone is perfect. Yang Chen was afraid that she was usually bored at home, and bought some new Lego toys for her to play with, as well as some plush toys. After watching Nagaki Mai unpack for a while, Yang Chen went into the tea room alone to make tea. Enjoying the night view of the lights along the Pujang River while making tea is indeed a rare and pleasant thing in life. This had always been the ideal life that Yang Chen had diligently pursued in his previous life. I didn't expect it to materialize so soon. In this situation, Yang Chen thought of many ideals and ambitions that he had once harbored, but in the end, they were all slowly worn away by reality. And in this life, with the help of the system, perhaps all have a chance to realize one by one. Of course, the prerequisite was to get rid of Yi Jiawen first, as well as make up for the regrets of his previous life. When he thought of the scene between Yi Jiawen and Yao Yao in the movie theater in the afternoon, Yang Chen couldn't help but have an evil smile on his face. He was a little curious about what kind of expression Yi Jiawen would have if he knew that his female companions for the whole afternoon were all Yao Yao. Just as Yang Chen was about to make his second brew of tea, the lights in the tea room suddenly dimmed. The only thing left in the room was the lamplight and moonlight from the window, and the environment instantly became hazy. Power outage? Just as Yang Chen's eyes were a bit puzzled. At that moment, the door to the tea room was slowly pushed open. A black cheongsam, Shigaraki Mai quietly walked in. Her hair was up in a high bun. The face was covered with a thin black veil, complemented by the monogrammed Balenciaga on the legs, and the attack shoes on his feet. The diamond-encrusted black heels glistened dazzlingly in the light from the window. It had to be said that the black cheongsam that Yang Chen had picked out did fit very well, showing off Arakaki Mai's diminutive figure perfectly. Compared with the previous Eastern Japanese kimono, Arakaki Mai has a different kind of temperament in cheongsam, just like a classical beauty coming out from a painting. An hour later, the workout was over. A sweaty Shigaraki Mai sat paralyzed on her yoga mat, panting. Yang Chen was also sweating. This shows that the materia medica is really not a small movement. It's no wonder why Frederick Red and Juchi make a money-seeking duo. It's really hard to keep going the whole way without some physical strength. Touching Arakaki Mai's head, Yang Chen said, "Mai, I'm going back to school at night, so I'll come back to accompany you on the weekend." Yang Chen was also somewhat helpless, but his current status was a student after all, and there's a lot of things waiting for him at school. Most importantly, the main battlefield between him and Yi Jiawen was still in the school now. Without pulling out the thorn in Yi Jiawen's side, Yang Chen always felt that his heart wasn't happy enough. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Arakaki Mai, whose lips were a bit white, forced a smile and said, "I know, I understand. I'll be sure to stay home when you're away, but make sure you remember to come back to see me if there's nothing else or call me on video voice as well." Seeing Arakaki Mai's understanding look, Yang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, little glutton. I'll be back on time to feed you. It's only an hour from the school, so I think it'll be quick to come over. So if anything happens, just call me. Aha! Shigaraki Mai nodded vigorously. There was only one contact in her cell phone's address book. There was also only Yang Chen in the microchat's friend list. It could be said that she really only had Yang Chen to rely on in this strange country. Despite his reluctance, Yang Chen still got up and took a shower, and then prepared to return to school. You must remember to come back and see Mamoru. Yo! Before leaving the door, Shigaraki Mai said with a sense of reluctance. Yang Chen touched her head and smiled. Don't worry. With that, Arakaki Mamoru said in a good-natured manner. Be careful on your way, I'll take care of myself at home alone. Don't worry. Well, I'll talk to you at school. Yang Chen gently hugged Shigaraki Mai and left. After Yang Chen left, the home that was still cozy seemed a bit cold. After unlocking the front door and turning on the lights in all the rooms, Arakaki Mai curled up on the sofa, hugging the doll that Yang Chen had bought, not knowing what she was thinking about. Driving on the viaduct in his Lamborghini, Yang Chen was not in a very good mood. The microchat software in Arakaki Mamoru's cell phone, as well as the numbers in his address book, were all downloaded and stored by his own hand, including the password for her cell phone, which was also Yang Chen's birthday. Out of curiosity, he had used his scrying technique to read information about Shigaraki Maui. Somewhat unexpectedly, but justifiably, Arakaki Mashiro's loyalty and favorability to him reached 100. The more this happened, the more Yang Chen's heart instead felt a little guilty. Her situation is more complicated. Unlike Su Yen, who had her own life, family and friends besides Yang Chen, Shigaraki Mamoru's world is really just herself now. But Yang Chen had to do a lot of things in his new life, so it was impossible to spend all his time with her. For the first time, he felt a little short of time. This was also an issue that Yang Chen had to consider. Finding something for Arakaki Mamoru to do? Seems like she's not very good at throwing her weight around. Why don't we find a chance for Su Yen to come over to the house, accompany Shigaraki Mai to relieve her boredom? After all, there are plenty of rooms in the house and the beds are big enough that there shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 39 Yang Chen returns to school. Just as Yang Chen was thinking seriously, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. The afterglow glanced at the phone, and it was Kangi's call. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Yang Chen picked up the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hey, old Yang, why aren't you back yet? I thought we said we were going to jerk off in the back streets tonight? What time is it? If it's any later, all the girls at the stall will be gone. Just as soon as he picked up the phone, Kangi's urgent voice rang out from the phone. Hearing his words, Yang Chen smiled faintly. In their previous life, the three of them in the dormitory liked to stroll around the playground or go to the backstreet to jerk off when they had nothing else to do. Occasionally old Han from next door would add in if he had nothing else to do. In fact, a few of them were drunk. Strolling around the playground and jerking off was just a name, but in reality, they were there to see the girls, especially on these summer nights. Whether it's the playground or the backstreets, there are countless bare-legged girls hanging out with a flip-flop. If you're lucky, you'll get to see the so-called hot girls out on the streets. However, at that time, the three of them all had the heart of a thief but not the guts, and they only dared to take advantage of something with their eyes, like they didn't dare to do anything at all about hitching a ride. Only old Han next door dared to be cheeky enough to ask for it, and if memory serves, in his previous life, old Han's first girlfriend in college was met in the backstreets asking for a microchat number. In Yang Chen's current state of mind, they were really green at the time. In fact, didn't the girls in 2s and 3s as they hung out in the playground and on the backstreets have the same idea as they did? They are all young boys and girls at the age of flower season, all just graduated from high school, free from parental control. In fact, the idea is really not much different. All are eager to have an encounter and a sweet love affair. It was only because Yang Chen and the others were too thin-skinned at the time that they never plucked up the courage to encounter a girl or two, only dared to peek aside. Gee, that's youth. Hey, Lao Yang. I suspect you're not listening to me. Are you coming back tonight or not? Seeing that Yang Chen didn't say anything for half a day, Jiang Ji immediately became anxious. With a faint smile, Yang Chen said, "Don't be in a hurry. I'll be there in another 20 minutes. You guys go ahead and take a spot at Fatty's barbecue on the back street. I'll be there directly later." If Yang Chen returned to the school, he would pass by the location of the back street, so going directly to the back street was the fastest. So Yang Chen didn't bother to go back to his dormitory to join them first, and just in time to find a place to park next to the back street. Yang Chen didn't want to be famous in school because of this car. Good. Old Yang, you don't pigeonhole us, or else the locks on the dormitory doors will be changed for you. You won't be coming back to live here from now on. Clearly, Ginger Key takes this weekly jerk-off seriously. In his words, literature comes from life. It is not enough to learn from books, one must observe life with one's own eyes in order to have a deeper appreciation of literature. To be honest, when he first heard Jiang Ji say this before, Yang Chen was still somewhat moved. Until one time, when Kong Qi, in order to observe the next table's schoolmate's beautiful legs in a more detailed way, drilled his whole body under the table and was almost beaten by the muscular man at the next table. Yang Chen was even more moved. He realized one thing. It turns out that it is not easy to engage in literature, and there are sacrifices to be made. Thinking of this, Yang Chen also somewhat couldn't help himself. Fine. You guys go first, I'll be right there. Aha! Hearing Yang Chen's words, Jiang Ji's tone seemed satisfied. However, he was a little suspicious. Lao Yang, how come the wind is so loud next to you? It's not like you're riding a bike next to the Pooh River with your sister, right? Damn it, go on a date without calling us. Come back and make sure you tell us the truth about what you've been doing for the past 2 days. Nothing, go back and talk about it. Yang Chen smiled, not bothering to explain. After all, telling them that you're driving a 6,000W sports car is too esoteric a thing to say, and they wouldn't believe it. Yang Chen simply smiled and didn't say anything. Alright, be safe on the road, Jiang Ji said and hung up the phone in a hurry. Yang Chen smiled and continued to concentrate on driving. There was still a certain distance from the center of Magic City to their university town, and Yang Chen drove on the highway access bridge for nearly 15 minutes before arriving at the range where the university town was located. Finding an underground parking lot at the mall next to the backstreet, Yang Chen parked his car and texted Arakaki Mai to report his safety, before wandering slowly toward the Fatty's Barbecue on the backstreet. This store is considered the hottest barbecue place on the backstreets of their college town. The owner of the store is really a real fat, 1 meter 9 tall, nearly 300 pounds, barbecue craft a great, said to be from the north. Not only does the barbecue at this restaurant taste good, but it's also sold at a thief pulling a bargain. A handful of 30 skewers of small kebabs is only $8, so ordering 3 or 4 is enough to fill a person up. That's why business is booming here. Good value for money. 5 minutes later, Yang Chen arrived at the entrance of Fatty's barbecue shop. It was only 9:30 and there was already a long line out the door. There were also a couple of white-skinned girls, sitting on chairs waiting by the door, getting high on melon seeds and shaking their big white legs. As soon as Yang Chen appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding girls. He was still wearing a cheap suit, but there was something really outstanding about his looks and demeanor, especially with his confident eyes and stride. He stood out in the crowd and it was hard not to notice him. Lao Yang, here. Just as Yang Chen pulled out his cell phone and prepared to contact Jiang Ji, a loud shout reached Yang Chen's ears. Looking up, he found that at a small round table in the corner of the store, Jiang Ji was waving his hands, looking excited. While sitting on the sidelines, Ken Li held his forehead with both hands, as if he found Kong Qi's action a bit humiliating. Indeed, when Jiang Ji shouted that, half of the barbecue restaurant turned their heads to look at him. If it were 10 years later, this would be socially awesome behavior. I have to say that Kang Yi does have potential in this area. Seeing Jiang Ji's excited movements, Yang Chen smiled faintly and also waved his hand towards Jiang Ji before walking into the store. When he took his seat, Kang Yi took out his menu and said, "Old Yang, you're finally here. It's good that we arrived early, or else we'd be blowing in the doorway again right now." Hearing Jiang Ji's words, Li Jian immediately said, "Come on you, don't take credit. Quickly show the menu to Old Yang." "Oh, forgot." Jiang Ji touched his head, then handed Yang Chen the menu in his hand. "Lao Yang, I just put 3 small meat skewers on the order form, and 2 bottles of Coke. Do you see anything else you want to add?" "Gee, it's the same familiar 3 small kebabs and 2 Cokes." Hearing Jiang Ji's words, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked up. Chapter 40, We scholars must learn to be indifferent to fame and fortune. 3 handfuls of small meat skewers for a total of $24, plus a $3 bottle of cold Coke for a total of $30. This was basically the standard way they ate kebabs throughout their college years, as well as the most affordable way to eat them. The small meat skewers are big, filling, flavorful and generous, and with 2 refreshing cold Cokes, it's definitely one of the most enjoyable things to do in the summer. Best of all, this meal only costs $10 a person flat. Looking at the 2 large lines written by Jiang Ji on the order form with a dragon's flourish, Yang Chen was filled with memories. However, in the very next second, Yang Chen's actions were unexpected by Kang Yi and Zhen Li. He went so far as to just tear up the page of the a la carte menu that Kong Qi had written. "Lao Yang, what are you doing? I have to rewrite it again." Ginger Qi was a little anxious. Zhen Li was also filled with questions regarding Yang Chen's inexplicable actions. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked up and he hooked his hand towards the 2 of them. With that, the 2 men came together. At this time, Yang Chen deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Aren't you guys curious about what I went to do today? I specifically went downtown to find a friend to help me get a 6 times stock leverage." "What? Didn't I hear that leverage requires hundreds of thousands of dollars to handle?" Hearing this, Jian Li's face instantly became grave. Jian Li had studied some stock knowledge, but leverage was too far away for him, and he had only heard about it. "My friend's family is in private equity, and he leveraged me through private equity and transferred the funds to me." "Of course, that's not the point. The point is that the stock I bought today is already up 30%, which means it's more than doubled today alone," Yang Chen patiently explained. "Double the earnings? That means my money has turned into more than 20,000? A look of ecstasy appeared on Zhang Ji's face, and his voice unconsciously grew much louder. It caused the students at the next table to turn their heads and look over. Immediately afterward, Zhang Ji also lowered his voice and said with some embarrassment, My, too excited." Then, he asked somewhat incredulously, "Old Young, is what you say true? It's no wonder that Kong Qi is so out of sorts. For them, $10,000 is a year's tuition plus living expenses." This meant that Yang Chen had helped them earn a year's tuition in one day by investing in stocks. "It's like winning the lottery. Can you not be excited? When have I ever lied to you?" Yang Chen smiled faintly. It was Li Jian who was much more calm. He first damaged Zhang Ji. "Look at you. As if you've never seen the world. This amount of money to it. We readers, we must learn to be indifferent to fame and fortune." Hearing Ken Li's words, Kang Yi was mortified. Then, Li Jian asked in a serious tone, "Lao Yang, you do leverage all right? If you don't operate well, you'll lose your position." It's obvious that Ken Li has studied a certain amount of stock knowledge and knows quite a bit more than Kong Qi, a white boy. Although he had great trust in Yang Chen, he also knew that the levers were not a joke, so he was a little worried. "Don't worry, I buy all the overshooting stocks. The decline is limited. There is almost no risk of bursting the position. If there is a risk, I just exit in time." And all of these stocks were also told to me by that friend of mine whose private equity has been heavy in these stocks lately. Yang Chen told Jian Li what he had thought of to say in advance. Only after hearing this did Ken Li's expression relax, and Kang Yi was even less skeptical. After all, they had witnessed Yang Chen's godlike operation, perfectly predicting the rise and fall of stocks. In fact, what Yang Chen said was still conservative, because Yang Chen opened 10 times leverage, and he bought the Greenleaf building as of today's close rose 30%. Just wait for tomorrow's opening and sell straight away. The gain can be up to 50% straight away. That is to say, according to Zhang Ji and Li Jian 1W each of the principal, by the opening of the market tomorrow we'll have a solid 5W gain, equivalent to a direct doubling from 1W to 6W. At this rate, in half a month, under Yang Chen's operation, the money in both of their hands could even reach the million level. In fact, with leverage plus a stock investment card, it's not that hard to double 100 times. It was only for fear that they wouldn't be able to accept it, so Yang Chen didn't say it truthfully. Yang Chen had already planned that when the stocks were cashed out, Yang Chen would first give them a cash amount of about 100,000 to ensure their daily expenses for the 4 years of college, then use the rest of the money to invest in real estate in their old neighborhood. This is because at this point in time, prices in many second-tier cities have not yet risen. That way when they graduated, Yang Chen could give them these houses as graduation gifts. It would be too appalling not to tell them the real situation now. And secondly, I'm afraid that if word gets out, it will be used by people who are interested. It's also protective of them not to tell them too much. Yang Chen, who had experienced social ups and downs in his previous life, deeply understood this. It's important to retain a certain amount of privacy even with those closest to you. Just then, Ken Li suddenly stood up without warning. Then he fiercely picked up the cup on the table and toasted towards Yang Chen before drinking it all in one go. It was followed by a 90-degree bow to Yang Chen. "From today onwards, you, Yang Chen, are my regenerative parent, Father Chen." Jian Li's face was red, and his original composure was gone. It was as if he had already forgotten the scene where he had just taunted Zhang Ji. The gesture drew another round of sideways glances from the surrounding tables. Yang Chen also couldn't help but hold his forehead a little. How is it that his housemates, one over the other, are social cows? Finally, after a bit of hand-wringing, Ken Li and Kang Yi resumed their seats and began to order properly. "Tonight is my treat. You guys can order whatever you want to eat." Yang Chen waved his hand in a grandiose manner. "I want roasted oysters. I've heard they're delicious and good for you, so give me a dozen. I'll have leeks and cashews, 10 skewers of each." As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, Jian Li and Zhang Ji started mumbling as if they had been beaten up. Hearing what they ordered, Yang Chen almost thought that the two of them were the ones being drained. So, he asked with some confusion, "Don't you two stay in the dormitory except for classes? What are you doing? Is your body so weak?" Hey, isn't this a female anchor that we've been following on Doohoo lately? It's said to be the schoolgirl of the Magic City Dance Academy next door to us. What's her name? Zhang Yuqi. She wears a yoga outfit every night at 9 p.m. and teaches yoga and jumping jacks on the air. I sought to read all the time. I also need to follow the practice. I did not expect to give me all the practice of false recently. Ginger Key said mysteriously. Chapter 41. How can you defile a person's innocence like this? Come on you. Is that drill practice? I go to bed every night at 9 o'clock sharp, and pull the curtains down, and I'm afraid I'm not doing needlework. Hearing Jiang Ji's words, a trace of disdain appeared on Jian Li's face and he immediately mocked. Kong Qi's eyes widened and he said, how can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air like that? What innocence? You left the curtains of your bed undrawn last night, exposing a corner of it, and I saw it clearly. Same as the toothpick of a certain Wu electric eel. Thin and long. Jian Li's words shrimp and pig heart. Jiang Ji immediately had veins popping out on his forehead and retorted with a blush. Nuts. You're still the same. When I went to bed you excused yourself as having a stomachache and squatted for an hour as soon as you went to the restroom. Longer than the hens laying eggs in my old neighborhood. Don't you dare swear that you didn't do anything in the bathroom. Li Jian's face also pranced and turned red as well. The two of them at this point looked like the Kong Yi written in the book. With all this noise, Yang Chen could sort of understand what was going on. Adolescents are always in need of something. No shame in that. Yang Chen didn't think it was a big deal. And this Magic City Dance Academy schoolgirl, Zhang Yuqi, has a really hot body. Because of her long-term fitness, her body was even better than Su Yan's. So it was no wonder that she had such a fatal attraction to them. But this also made Yang Chen suddenly remember something. When he went to get the real estate license for the Riverside Villa yesterday, it seemed that he had a bit of a hiccup with this Zhang Yuqi. And in the end, Yang Chen had made an appointment with her for the 9 p.m. show tonight. As a result, when things got busy today, Yang Chen completely forgot about this matter. If it wasn't for Jiang Ji and Jian Li mentioning it, Yang Chen was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to remember it at all. Looking at the sports bracelet on his hand, Yang Chen realized that the time was now almost 10 o'clock. A full hour had passed since the appointed time. After pigeonholing her for an hour, I'm afraid the people are long gone. Yang Chen showed a look of pity, and then he put the matter behind him. Unbeknownst to him, at the other end of the backstreet, Zhang Yuqi in her yoga outfit was still doggedly waiting for Yang Chen at that moment. She was dressed like Su Yan from 2 days ago, wearing a sports cap and mask over a wide sweatshirt. But even so, it couldn't hide her hot body. Passing livestock saluted her, some even drooling at the sight. And Zhang Yuqi had long been accustomed to their behavior. Cursing a beggar in her heart, she continued to look east and west, trying to find Yang Chen's figure. Yang Chen didn't come, and instead, she was in a hurry. Does that mean he's not interested in himself? I don't think so. My face value may not be the highest among the schoolgirls in this university town, but my body is definitely number one. I just don't believe he won't be able to look at me. Could it be that there's some kind of emergency? It's not surprising. After all, a suite in his name alone is worth $500 million, so he must usually have a lot of serious business to attend to. It's my fault I didn't ask for his cell phone number last time. Zhang Yuqi was preoccupied with nonsense at this time. The fans in her live room who were waiting in agony, as well as the lickspittles in the school, would not expect it at all. The goddess of their hearts had such a humble attitude towards another man. Fatty's barbecue house. The kebabs that Yang Chen had ordered had been brought to the table one after another, and 6 bottles of ice coke had also been placed on the table. Jiang Ji inhaled a mouthful of iced cola and let out a sound of soothing satisfaction. Phew, a mouthful of iced cola on this summer night is really not a change from the gods. Ken Li also took a sharp drag, then burped. Who says it isn't? The joy of boys is so simple. In the past, when the 3 of them came to jerk off, they only bothered to order 2 cokes just to save a little money. In fact, 2 bottles of coke were totally inadequate for 3 big men, so they had to finagle every sip they took. Otherwise the barbecue gets to the end of the meal and there's no coke to go with it, and that's when it's the most torturous. So it's a bit of an unfulfilling experience every time. This time, though, things are different. Yang Chen's stock market operations had netted them $10,000 in one day without doing anything. That's a year's tuition plus living expenses. Even Kong Qi, who had always been known as a stingy person, made an unprecedented move by ordering 2 bottles of ice coke for everyone. Genius is spending with a vengeance. Yang Chen also took a sip and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Being able to bring changes to the lives of those around him gave Yang Chen a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction in his heart. Ginger Key, what do you want to do when old Jan gets his money out of the stock market? Ken Li asked as he nibbled on a chicken leg. Take a trip to Yunzhou. I wanted to go right after I graduated from junior high school then, and I still haven't gotten there yet. Zhang Xinrui replied without thinking. For what? Ken Lee wondered. Harm. I used to read some books and movies about it. Yunzhou is the romantic capital of our China. There are snow-covered mountains and the sea of air, and all kinds of scenery are so beautiful that it's only worth going there once, Ginger Key said somewhat coyly. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Ji had always wanted to travel to Yunzhou, something Yang Chen had heard him say so many times in his previous life, but the reason is not as simple as Kong Qi is now saying. He wanted to go to Yunzhou to play. In fact, he simply wanted to go to meet girls, and spend an unforgettable night with a certain girl who was in love with him. After all, as the city of Yunzhou, the capital of romance, there were many confused and ignorant student girls who went in search of romance every year, and Kong Qi feels it's his duty to save them. As for him talking so grandiose now, it was only because they'd only been roommates for over half a year now, so they were still too embarrassed to say something so shameful. I can't believe you know so much about romance, Kang Gi. Ken Lee smothered a mouthful of coke and was quite emotional. Jiang Xinrui smiled coyly, seemingly a little embarrassed, and asked immediately after, what about you, Ken? Is there anywhere you want to go? Me? Not that there's anything I want to play. When Lao Yang gets the money out, I think I'll just buy a laptop and just watch movies and play games in my dorm room. I've saved all the other money as tuition and living expenses for these 4 years, and I don't want to take any more money from my family. After all, it wasn't easy for my parents to save up for my schooling. A look of great contentment appeared on Jian Li's face. According to his original plan, as long as he saved more money for living expenses during his freshman year, along with the money he had saved before, he would have enough to buy a used laptop when he started his sophomore year. In his family's situation, he is very content to be able to buy a laptop. Chapter 42, National First Love Goddess Yan Bingbing. Hearing Jian Li's words, Yang Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He thought of his parents who were far away from his home in Rock City. Living again. I hadn't called my parents myself. The fact that things are usually busy is only one aspect of the reason. More importantly, Yang Chen was not ready to face them. He had a guilty conscience. Yang Chen's parents are both ordinary employees working in state-owned enterprises. They hadn't accomplished much in their lives, but by saving their money, they had provided Yang Chen with a decent living condition. Although he couldn't afford any luxuries, necessities like computers were never missing from Yang Chen's life. Yang Chen's monthly living expenses were also paid by his father to the card on time. But whenever Yang Chen had any requests or ideas, his parents always supported them unconditionally. However, the parents have been living on a shoestring. First, I've been saving up for a house for Yang Chen. Later on, even after a few years of Yang Chen's successful business, they still didn't dare to spend money to enjoy it, just because they were afraid that Yang Chen's startup company would have some kind of crisis. Thinking about Yang Chen's previous life when he drove his BMW and took his parents to the mall to buy clothes. His father picked and chose only to buy a pair of pants that cost more than $200, and his mother only picked out a $300 plus bag. Thinking of this, Yang Chen was flooded with a pang of heartache. In their previous lives they had nurtured themselves to adulthood with such painstaking efforts, but not only did they not have children themselves so that they could enjoy the joys of heaven, in the end, he also jumped to his own death because his company was designed and framed for bankruptcy by Yip Kaman. Yang Chen didn't even dare to imagine how devastated his parents in his previous life were when they heard the news of his suicide. Now that it was so hard to live again, they must not be allowed to suffer for themselves again. Make sure you let them enjoy themselves. Yang Chen's fists, hidden under the table, could not help but clench. Old Yang, what about you? What do you want to do? Just then, Zhang Ji's voice rang out. Feeling both of their gazes, Yang Chen tilted his head and took a sip of iced cola, taking the opportunity to adjust his emotions. When the coke was put down, Yang Chen's gaze had become calm. There's nothing I want to do. I just want to get through each day, and getting some things done that I wanted to do before, but then didn't get around to it for various reasons, kind of making up for the regrets I have in my heart. When he said these words, Yang Chen's gaze was deep and his voice was quite low. At this moment, Yang Chen did not look like a young and ignorant college student, but rather like a mature man who had experienced the baptism of years, with an indefinable charm. Even Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui, who were on the sidelines, couldn't help but be greatly infected by their emotions. After a while, Zhang Ji's eyes flickered as he looked at Yang Chen adoringly. TSK, old Yang, you looked so handsome just now. If I were a girl, I would definitely fall for you too. Che, you just have your eyes on old Yang's ass. Jian Li nonchalantly nailed Zhang Ji's mind. Aren't you? Jiang Xinrui had an expression of not being ashamed, but rather honored. Good for you, Zhang Ji. Come with me on this. Ken Li was momentarily speechless. He wasn't as bottomless as Kong Qi. The two of them bickered, watching Yang Chen laugh for a while. Just then, Jian Li suddenly tapped his head and said to Yang Chen, by the way, Lao Yang, That said, I remembered something. You didn't come to class today, and I see that the memories are always in my head, looking over to where we are when nothing is going on, and suddenly approached the two of us at the end of class and asked me and Kangi what you were doing there. It all took me by surprise, and this was before Kangi and I had even spoken to her. What's her relationship with you now? And why does she care so much about you? Quickly tell me the truth. As he spoke, Ken Lee also raised his eyebrows for a moment, in a I know what you are kind of way. Kangi immediately perked up his ears and came over. Hearing this, Yang Chen also felt a bit surprised. As far as he could remember, the memory of his previous life had always been shy and introverted, and perhaps the single most out of the ordinary thing he had done was to confess his love for himself at the graduation party. But in this life, the memories seem to have become much bolder. It's amazing that you would take it upon yourself to question your roommate out of concern. It also reminded Yang Chen of the time she pretended to be her girlfriend at the basketball court. The memory of that crescent moon-like eyes and cute smiling face surfaced in his mind, and the corner of Yang Chen's mouth curved up into an arc. I don't have anything with her yet. We're just regular classmates now. Looking at the gossiping Li Jian and Zhang Ji, Yang Chen smiled and said, Harm, Lao Yang. You're not making any sense. Why are you twisting and turning even with the two of us? That's it. Seeing Yang Chen denying his relationship with the memories, Jianli and Kangi were greatly disappointed and continued to jerk the skewers again. Seeing the expressions on both of their faces, Yang Chen was also somewhat speechless. They didn't believe them when they said they had an affair with Su Yan before, and they still didn't believe them when they said they had nothing to do with memory now. How is it that no one believes the truth these days? Just then, a sweet voice suddenly came. Classmate, sorry to interrupt. May we share a table, please? Kang Ki and Ken Lee were burying their heads in shivering oysters and immediately subconsciously raised their heads when they heard this heavenly voice, only to see before her stood a pavilion girl, wearing a clean white dress, slightly powdered face with a sweet smile. At the first sight of her, both Ken Lee and Kang Ki looked like they were in a dream world, as if they were in a trance seeing their first love, and their heartbeats couldn't help but stop for half a beat. For a moment, they all forgot to answer. Yang Chen was also originally feasting on the chicken leg in his hand, and he also raised his head after hearing this sweet voice. At the sight of the girl standing in front of him, Yang Chen slightly froze and subconsciously said, Bing Bing? The girl who appeared in front of her was no other than Yan Bingbing, the journalist who had burst into flames in her previous life. She has the face of a first love, always has a sweet smile on her face, and is very infectious to young and old alike. Therefore, she is known as the national goddess of first love. In all seriousness, Yan Bingbing and herself were indeed alumni. It was only because she was 2 years older than herself and a student at the School of Journalism and Communication that the two had barely crossed paths in their previous lives. I didn't realize that in this life I would meet by chance in a small barbecue restaurant. Is this fate? Looking at Yan Bingbing's face, Yang Chen also thumped his heart a little. This schoolmate of his own. It seemed that he had kept himself clean throughout his college years, and there had been no rumors of any gossip. Do you recognize me? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yan Bingbing's head tilted and asked with some curiosity. As she looked at the impossibly handsome boy in front of her, she always seemed to feel a little familiar, but couldn't remember where she'd seen him before. When did college towns have such handsome boys? Chapter 43, Springtime for Ken Lee and Kangi. Of course I recognize it. Sister Bing Bing, you are the goddess of our school's new communication college, and I've seen the video of you interviewing our school's old academician Lin. Bing Bing's senior sister's professional ability is already not inferior to some professional reporters, Yang Chen said with a slight smile and a sincere gaze. He's not just kissing ass, but he did watch the video. This interview video is a special column interview made by Mordor University to publicize the outstanding contribution of the old academician Lin in chemical materials. In the video, Yan Bingbing does not show any timidity when facing the old academician Lin, but is dignified and generous, always with a sweet smile on her face and a very sweet voice. The whole interview was very comforting. Unfortunately, the video didn't get much attention, let alone on the internet, or even at school. The reason for this is probably because there are no so-called lovable stars on the interview program. In this day and age, people would rather focus all their attention on the so-called celebrities than spend even a little bit of time paying attention to the researchers who have made great contributions to the country's society. It's also a sad sign of the times. However, when Yang Chen had the ability, he would go and try to change that. With these compliments, Yan Bingbing's face overflowed with a happy smile, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curling upwards. Compared to her polite smile a moment ago, her smile now seemed even more stirring. Which is not true. I still have a big gap compared to professional journalists. Senior, are you also a student of our Magic City University? Yan Bingbing had a modest face, and at the same time, there was a slight curiosity in her gaze towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't dwell too much on this issue, but instead smiled slightly and nodded his head. Well, I'm a freshman student of the Academy of Faith and Engineering, Yang Chen. These two are my roommates, Ken Li and Xinrui Jiang. You guys have a seat first. School marm. Yang Chen's eyes were sharp and saw that Yan Bingbing was followed by two other girls. Unsurprisingly, they should also be coming out to get together as a dormitory. Hello schoolboys. Then we're welcome. Yan Bingbing smiled coquettishly and greeted the silly Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui, so she gestured for her roommate to sit down with her. Yan Bingbing took the initiative to sit down against Yang Chen. Since this round table wasn't very big, it was more of a stretch for 6 people to sit at it, so Yang Chen and Yan Bingbing leaned very close to each other, and their bodies were almost on the verge of touching each other. Yang Chen was even able to smell the faint fragrance of Yan Bingbing's body. Let me introduce you. These two are my roommates. This one on my right is Li Ran, and the one further past that is Coco Wang. Although they had just met each other, Yan Bingbing did not have the slightest stage fright, and very generously introduced her roommate to Yang Chen. Li Ran, who is sitting in Yan Bingbing, is wearing a pair of glasses and looks very quiet, although she is not a stunning beauty, but she looks knowledgeable and has a good temperament. Coco Wang, on the other hand, like her name, is not very tall, but very cute looking. In this way, the two sides are considered to be officially acquainted. Hello, schoolteacher. Hello, schoolteacher. Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui also reacted at this time and greeted them with a straight face. Hello schoolmates. Li Ran and Wang Coco responded graciously as well. Don't look at the two of them who usually chatted and farted with Yang Chen without any boundaries, and their mouths were as smooth as anything. But once they came into contact with unfamiliar girls, especially a goddess of Yan Bingbing's caliber, they both immediately became coy. The only boy present who could maintain normal thinking and action was Yang Chen. Seeing that the table in front of the 3 schoolmates was empty, Yang Chen very naturally handed them each disposable bowls and chopsticks, and then placed a few plates of kebabs towards the center of the table. He didn't forget to say to Ken Li and Kangi, "Why don't you help the 2 senior sisters open the Coke?" With that, Yang Chen naturally opened a can of cola for Yan Bingbing and put it in front of her. Under Yang Chen's reminder, Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui also immediately reacted and opened colas for Wang Coco and Li Ran respectively. This was the old-fashioned way Yang Chen did things. If they just froze and ate their kebabs, there would most likely be no further contact between the two sides after today either. And by sharing the barbecue and drinks you ordered, you not only make a good impression, but also build a bridge between the two parties. Maybe we can do some dorm room bonding or something like that in the future. After all, how much can a table of barbecue be worth? Moreover, Yang Chen could see that Jian Li seemed to be somewhat interested in the tiny Wan Coco next to him, while Jiang Ji had a crush on the quiet and gentlemanly Li Ran in the center. As for himself, he had thoughts about Yan Bingbing. After all, it's the ice goddess who was on fire in her previous life. Which man doesn't want to have a kiss? Senior sister, no need to be polite. We ordered more barbecue today. Let's eat together first. If it's not enough, we'll order more later. Yang Chen took the initiative to take a bunch of sausages and handed them to Yan Bingbing. Seeing the curved large sausage in her hand, Yan Bingbing's eyes lit up. Senior Yang Chen, how did you know that I like sausages? Then we're welcome. Thank you schoolmates. Yan Bingbing's favorability towards Yang Chen rubbed up. Who can resist a boy who is both handsome and gentlemanly and generous? This got the atmosphere of the small round table going. A few people were no longer as formal as they had been in the beginning, and began to chat with each other. And after knowing that they are both single, the conversation is even more intense. Junior Li Jian, where are you from? Just came to Magic City to go to school. Are you still used to it? After Wang Coco ate the kebabs, her whole mood rose a bit and she began to pull Li Jian beside her to chat. I'm from Haiyo City. It's okay to be here. It's just that the winter is too cold. I brought less clothes last semester, and I almost didn't survive the winter. Li Jian immediately replied. Hearing Li Jian's exaggerated expression, Wang Coco snorted a laugh, her eyes shining brightly. Hey, schoolmate, I'm also from Haijo City. Which district are you in? Our small place, Ning Counties. Where are you in Haijo? Senior sister? Knowing that Wang Kiki was his hometown, Jian Li was also happy. I live right downtown. School brother, there is a monkey island in your place. I even went to your place to play last year. Hey, it's especially interesting. Wang Coco's interest in chatting rose completely. Hey, Monkey Island is just more publicized to the public. Because know that little place of ours isn't overdeveloped. There are still a lot of very beautiful natural sceneries. Next time if senior sister comes back, I'll take you there to play. And we have a very good local pig roast over there. The craftsmanship that's one of a kind. After chatting away, Jian Li's mouth became slippery. Yeah, Piggy is so cute. I love eating Piggy. Wang Coco's eyes lit up. Chapter 44, Surely a Fickle Animal. Li Jian and Wang Coco are rather cheerful people themselves, and after realizing that they are from the same hometown as each other, their conversation instantly becomes much more varied. In stark contrast to the two of them are Kangyi and Li Ran in the center. Kangyi belongs to the sultry type and often never dares to open his mouth on such occasions because of an inexplicable sense of shame within him. And Li Ran belongs to the quiet type after all, eating small meat skewers, but also slow and very gentle. It seems like it would be hard to chat with just the two of you. Seeing this situation, Yan Bingbing and Yang Chen glanced at each other, both seeing what was going on in each other's minds. Since they're both slow burners, they'll just have to light a fire under them. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen whispered softly to Yan Bingbing, "Sister Bingbing, does Sister Li Ran usually have any hobbies?" Yang Chen's voice was low and sexy, a full-on subwoofer, and coupled with the hot air he exhaled, Yan Bingbing instantly felt her body dry up uncontrollably. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Forcing herself to hold back this strange feeling, Yan Bingbing replied in a low voice, "She usually doesn't have any other hobbies. She just likes to stay alone in her dorm room and read books." Once this was said, Yang Chen's heart was in the right place. With a thought in mind, he then spoke, "Old Jiang, I finished reading the book 100 Years of Solitude that you borrowed from me last time, and honestly, there's something I can't understand." Jiang Xinrui was still sullenly sipping his coke, but when he heard this, he then came to life. "Harm, let me just tell you, this book is a magical realist novel with a high bar for reading. I still recommend you to read the author's other book, Love in the Time of Cholera, which is also his masterpiece and very well written." As soon as he talked about literature, Jiang Xinrui was like a chicken blood, and his eyes had a different look. As for Li Ran on the opposite side, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes when he heard Jiang Xinrui's words. She couldn't help but interject, "Senior Jiang, do you usually like to read books too?" Li Ran's voice was as warm and gentle as her looks, and sounded very comfortable. Jiang Xinrui nodded and proudly said, "Well, I dare not say I've read every literary novel by well-known authors within 100 years. At least I've read more than 90% of them." Seeing Jiang Xinrui's confident and proud demeanor, Li Ran's face had an additional imperceptible smirk. "Schoolmate, then I'm going to test you." Thereupon, the two began a forgettable conversation about literature. Looking at Zhang Ji's engaged appearance, Yang Chen kowtowed to his melon with a loving fatherly smile on his face, and as Yan Bingbing looked at the glow on Li Ran's face, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted. Yan Bingbing and Yang Chen glanced at each other, and both of them felt an indescribable tacit understanding with each other. It was as if the heart was in the right place. "You seem to care about your roommate." Just then, Yan Bingbing came to Yang Chen's ear and whispered. She hadn't noticed how natural her posture with Yang Chen was at the moment. The tips of her hair had fallen to Yang Chen's shoulders. A nice fragrance came from the tip of his nose. Yang Chen slightly skimmed his head and faintly smiled. "We get to know a lot of people in this life, but most of them are just passing through for us. There's only such a small group of people who are very important in our lives, and they are." As he said these words, Yang Chen's tone carried an unquestionable certainty, and his gaze was so deep that it seemed to penetrate through the years. Seeing Yang Chen's side face, Yan Bingbing felt the tip of her heart tremble. Just what kind of man could say something like that at the age of 20? Yan Bingbing's gaze couldn't help but be a bit smitten. She was starting to get a little curious about his past. It was a kebab meal that went on until almost 12 in the morning. As a matter of fact, the dormitories are closed and banned at 11 o'clock at the latest. But the talk on both sides was so intense that the matter was completely left behind. After exchanging microchat numbers and building a group face-to-face, the two sides were ready to go back to their respective dormitories. The dormitory area of Mordor University is mainly divided into two areas. On one side is the dormitory area for engineering colleges such as the School of Information and Engineering, and on the other side is the dormitory area for liberal arts colleges like the School of Journalism and Communication and the School of Dance. These two wards are situated on either side of the teaching area and are therefore some distance apart. Once they entered the gates of Mordor University, both sides waved goodbye. "Senior Yang Chen, then let's meet again next time? After the 1st of May, let's organize a game to get together again?" A sweet smile appeared on Yan Bingbing's face, and her tone was filled with a hint of hope. "Okay, it's a deal. Be safe on the road." "School sisters." Yang Chen smiled and nodded, waving his hand at them. An unexpected and beautiful encounter comes to an end. Yang Chen's trio then slowly wandered back to the dormitory. However, it's clear that Ken Li and Kangyi haven't calmed down from the hot conversation they just had, and are still in a still hyper state. "Lao Yang, Jian, let me tell you, you don't know that Sister Li Ran has read a lot of books. I chatted with her from Chinese literature to crooked literature, from Western culture to Eastern culture, and for every author's masterpiece she talked about, she had read them all and had unique insights. What a strange woman." I really didn't expect that in this fickle society. There are still people who love literature as much as I do. It's so nice to meet you. Jiang Xinrui's eyes under his round-framed glasses revealed excitement, and his center-parted hair couldn't even be bothered to take care of, and was blown into a 3/7 by the wind. It was obvious that he was a drinker, and it was rare that he ran into someone who shared his interests, and a girl who grew on his aesthetic point. Jiang Xinrui couldn't help but feel that today was the high point of his life. Hearing Jiang Ji's excited words, Yang Chen's gaze contained a smile and said, "Don't you have her microchat number anyway? If you're not doing anything, ask her out more often. You can go to the library to read books together." Jiang Xinrui's eyes lit up. "Yao! We can go to the library together and save money." Yang Chen couldn't help but be a bit speechless. Money is not a problem. You must be generous to girls. Hearing this, Jiang Ji almost cried bitterly, sobbing and hugging Yang Chen's thighs. "Father Chen, you're so nice. Then will you still travel to Yunzhou City in the future?" Yang Chen asked flirtatiously. "Go to a hairline. That place is shabby. What's there to go to? Doesn't it smell good to read in the library with Sister Li Ran?" Jiang Ji said decisively. Hearing this, Jian Li couldn't help but skim his lips. If memory serves, didn't this guy just say he wanted to go to Yunzhou for fun 2 hours ago? Sure is a fickle animal, and Ken Li was on a roll at the moment. It was obvious that he and Wang Coco also hit it off, and they were also hometowns from the same place. Both of them are also more open-minded people. Let me tell you, if I have to say a strange woman, it's definitely not Sister Coco Wang. Chapter 45, The Schoolgirl Loses Sleep. You guys don't look at her as tiny. I didn't know until I talked to her tonight, but it turns out that she has already traveled to more than 20 countries and is planning to travel around our China next. It is better to read 1,000 books than to walk 1,000 miles. I profoundly realized that I can no longer be a deadbeat either, but will follow in her footsteps and travel around our China with her. The most important thing is that the money that Coco sister went out on a trip was all earned by doing part-time jobs on her own, and she didn't take a penny from her family. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to meet up with her to do a part-time job. Ken Li fights like a big rooster. There was no sign of the disheveled, deadbeat look he had before. Seeing the change in the two of them, Yang Chen had to sigh a sigh of relief that the power of love was great. It turns out that it really only takes a moment to change someone. 20 minutes later, the three of them finally made their way to the dormitory floor. Looking at the door of the dormitory building, which was chained shut, Jianli and Kangi could not cry. "Father Tatsu, what should we do? We really have to sleep on the streets." As freshmen, they are law-abiding, but it is the first time they encountered such a situation. It is inevitable that some of their hands are at a loss. For Yang Chen, an old fart, this was a rare thing. "Master, help open the door." Under the gazes of Jianli and Kangi, Yang Chen strutted to the hostel's small room and tapped the door a few times. Seeing Yang Chen's maneuvering, the two of them had some scalp numbness. More than the time to go back to the dormitory. Already belongs to the night does not return to bed. In accordance with the provisions of the school rules of the University of Magic City, to the counselor that is to be given disciplinary action. Just as they looked on in horror, the door of the hostel master was pulled open. With that, the smelly-faced hostel master stepped out and yelled, "Which dormitory's asshole? Come back so late. I'll sue your counselor in the morning." Yang Chen smiled faintly and pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and shoved it into the hands of the hostel master. Glancing at the red shell, as well as the soft-touch shell, the hostel master's breath stuttered and his eyes instantly widened, and then he busily stuffed it back into his breast pocket. That expression was as if he was afraid that Yang Chen would suddenly want to go back. "Good boy. Not bad. Knows how to behave." The host master then patted Yang Chen's shoulder and said in a pleasant manner. Yang Chen smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Master, I'm Yang Chen from 901. So if I come back late in the future or am not in my dorm room when I check the dormitory, please bear with me a little more." "Master." The hostel master's face smiled like a chrysanthemum. "Well said." In Magic City University, the power of the hostel master is not too big, not too small, usually is responsible for locking the door at night, as well as the occasional bed check. For the good, law-abiding student, the hostel master has little deterrent effect. But for a student like Yang Chen who didn't return to bed at night from time to time, it was more or less an effect. It can be a bit of a pain in the ass if you get caught during a bed check, or if you're late like today. So it's beneficial to have a good relationship with the hostel master. Immediately afterward, the hostel manager was wearing a bright smile and took the initiative to open the door of the dormitory building for Yang Chen. That expression was like a butler serving his master. Seeing this dramatic scene, Jianli and Jiang Xinrui were instantly astonished, almost kneeling towards Yang Chen again. Returning to the dormitory room with a scare, the three of them took turns washing up and laying down on their respective beds. Before going to bed, Yang Chen sent a good night to Shigaraki Mai. A second later, he immediately received a reply, "Good night, master." This girl, I'm sure she's been waiting to hear from herself. A flash of mixed emotions flashed through his mind. Yang Chen's eyes floated back to her waiting for herself at home in her maid outfit. We'll just have to make more time to go back and be with her. In response, Yang Chen was somewhat helpless. Just then, another message popped up on the microchat. Yan Bingbing, Yang Chen Sr., back to the dormitory? /naughty. JPG. It was obvious that this national first love schoolmate cared a lot about herself. Yang Chen immediately returned. Back. Ready to sleep. Yan Bingbing, I've got a very healthy routine. Good night. Yang Chen, sisters also go to bed early. Good night. Turning off his cell phone, Yang Chen glanced at Jianli and Kangi who were giggling into their cell phones, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Living again. The lives of those around you follow suit. This night, Yang Chen slept well. However, for Zhang Yuqi, the school flower of the Magic City Dance Academy, it was a bit of a toss and turn. She stood in the doorway of the private theater and waited for almost 3 hours until all the small stores next to her had closed, and only then did she reluctantly return to her dormitory. She couldn't figure out why Yang Chen hadn't come to her. Could it be that you're not in shape enough? Or was he busy with something and forgot? This night, for the first time, Zhang Yuqi lost sleep over a man. The next day was another beautiful cloudless day. When Kenli and Kangi got up from their beds with dark circles under their eyes, Yang Chen had already returned from his morning exercise, took a shower, and incidentally brought breakfast for both of them. Full class this morning. What a nightmare day. Looking at the course schedule on his cell phone screensaver, Jianli leaned back and reluctantly climbed out of bed. Ginger K wasn't much better, looking like he was going to die. It looked like the two of them hadn't gotten much sleep last night from all the excitement. Yang Chen rubbed his hair while laughing. You two hurry up and eat breakfast, or you'll be late later. Seeing the steaming buns on the table, Li Jian and Zhang Ji were grateful. Thank you, Father Tatsu. Father Tatsu was so nice. After packing up their things, the three of them rushed out the door. This morning's schedule is all public classes, all scheduled on the main academic building. Since they were in a hurry, the three of them had the luxury of deciding to take a small white to the main teaching building. Xiaobai is the school's circumnavigation bus, $1 a ride. You can circumnavigate the entire campus a circle, stop and go. Since it's the peak of the morning class, it's clear that white is a bit oversupplied. A group of students huddled on the side of the road, staring intently in the direction that Xiaobai drove from, as if they were staring at a piece of fat meat. If we can't squeeze on these buses again, it means we're going to be late. Cam, why are there so many people today? Doesn't it usually sit empty? Jen Li's face paled when he saw the scene. The first class was college English, known as the Devil's class, and if you were late 3 times, you would fail the class outright. Ken Li has been on the record once before. Kangi also looked bad, and unfortunately, he also had a record of being late. Yang Chen had a slight smile on his face. It had been a long time since he had felt this kind of tension of being late for class. It was a long overdue experience. Just as he was anxiously waiting, Yang Chen noticed that Memory was standing not far in front of them, along with her roommate who was also waiting for the bus. Chapter 46, Grass. There's old 6. She was dressed in a JK uniform and skirt, with black silk wrapped around her straight, well-proportioned legs. It just looks like it's well-groomed and looks very sophisticated. Just then, 2 small white cars appeared at the corner of the road. The car is here. I don't know who shouted. The students standing in front of them hooted and pulled, stopping White directly in the center of the road. Before the little white car could stop, they swarmed up and directly took up all the seats. One student was still picking at the car door, and just like that, the first white drove away fully loaded. It was a scene that was really a bit shocking. Lao Yang, Ginger Key, go! Seeing that the situation was not right, Jianli turned around and shouted, then directly topped the front and charged towards the second Xiaobai. Kangi was busy following him. Seeing Jianli's action, the others were also anxious and then swarmed up to him. The memory of being in the front of the line was immediately swept away from his roommate and left behind by the crowd. That wasn't all. A girl who looked to be over 200 pounds squeezed past her hard and accidentally pushed her. Caught off guard, Memory took 2 steps straight back, looking to fall backwards. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen's eyes stared. With a movement of his feet, his body passed through the crowd like a flexible fish, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Memory. With that, his arms wrapped around the Memory and held it directly in his arms. Memory was a bit stunned by the suddenness of the encounter. In that situation just now, if you fell, you would probably cause a stampede. If you disfigure your face, how will you face Yang Chen in the future? I didn't realize that at a juncture like this, that's what the Memory thought of? It took a good 10 seconds for Memory to react to the fact that she seemed to be being held. Feeling the strong arms as well as the warm body temperature, Memory panicked and jumped away, and also kept bowing to Yang Chen to thank him. Thank you, classmates. Thanks. She lowered her head, completely not realizing that the one who saved her was none other than Yang Chen. What are you thanking me for? I saved my own girlfriend. Isn't that what I should do? Yang Chen's gaze contained a smile and flirted with the memory. He found the memories to be completely dorky and adorable, no matter what the situation. It made the corners of her mouth involuntarily turn up at the sight of her. Yeah, Yang Chen, why don't you greet me? You're so annoying. You just love to see people make a fool of themselves. And who's your girlfriend? The more he spoke, the quieter the voice of memory became. If I remember correctly, this should be the second time Yang Chen hugged her, right? It's really good to feel safe. At the same time, she breathed a long sigh of relief in her mind. Luckily it was Yang Chen. If he was held by another man, he might as well fall on the ground. Yang Chen didn't know what was going through Memory's cute little head. He noticed at this moment that the second Xiaobai was already fully loaded. The 200+ pound girl alone took up 3 spots by herself, and Kangi was well and truly squeezed in at the far end by her. Seeing his expression of lust, Yang Chen felt that it was fine for this little white man not to be on it. Meanwhile, a third white arrived late. This is the last light for all students. If I don't make this class white, I'll be really late. All the students who hadn't gotten on the bus yet were on the verge of glowing green at the sight of this little white car. Looking at the memory that was rambling, Yang Chen simply gave her a princess hug and then rushed towards Little White. Memory let out a gasp of surprise and shyly glanced at Yang Chen before burying her head in his chest. Ooh, no face. Yang Chen couldn't care less at this moment. He carefully protected the memory in his arms. Then with his strong body and the sense of balance brought about by Tai Chi, he nimbly maneuvered through the crowd like a swimming fish. The moment Xiaobai parked the car, Yang Chen happened to appear in front of the car holding Memory, and he immediately leapt up and then put Memory down. Shit, there's old Six. When Yang Chen jumped on the car, a gasp came from the crowd behind him, and then they also swarmed up. In a matter of seconds, White was fully loaded. The students who didn't get on the bus could only hang their heads for a while, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen laughed unkindly. The Memory sitting in the corner, on the other hand, looked at Yang Chen shyly, with a pair of bright eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. 5 minutes later, rushing before the class bell rang, Yang Chen finally took Memory's hand and entered the latter classroom. Since all the other seats were filled, Yang Chen and Memory simply sat in the first row. The scene, which also happened to be seen by the other students, could not help but whisper. Yang Chen was tall and handsome, while Memory was the image of a small, bird-like beauty. The two come together in a full-on C-pop. High as a kite. High as a kite. I told you they'd be together for sure. Our housegrass and houseflower of this term are like a match made in heaven. Ooh, I've fallen out of love. Brother Yang Chen actually has a CP. Help! How can I take the rest of the class if I'm spreading dog food in the first period? A few girls from the same dormitory were looking at the backs of the two of them and whispering. Ken Li and Kangi, on the other hand, were very shocked. Shit, old Jiang moves so fast. This is holding hands? It looks like there's no hope for Sister Yen Bingbing. A look of regret appeared on Jian Li's face, followed by a sigh of emotion. Young people don't know the goodness of a schoolmistress, and mistake a young girl for a treasure. Or my Coco sister. Jiang Ji also nodded at the side, deeply impressed. It's still Sister Li Ran who's good. Just then, a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman walked into the classroom. Let's start the class with a roll call. Obviously the teacher of the class. During this time, she also glanced at Yang Chen and Memory, who were sitting in the front row. It's so nice to be young. I think she and her husband were so romantic when they were in college. College classes are usually 2 in a row, starting at 8:10 and finishing just after 10. During that time, Yang Chen was always concentrating on the lesson, and did not communicate too much with his memories except for the necessary interactions in the classroom. Having lived a new life, he cherished this hard-won college time so much that he was very involved. On the other hand, Memory on the side was distracted and would turn his head to look at Yang Chen from time to time, watching him concentrate, watching him write in his notebook in flowing handwriting. A serious man, really handsome. Stars twinkle in the eyes of Memory. Soon enough, 2 sessions just slipped by. At the end of class, the snazzy English teacher even made a point of passing in front of Memory and telling her, relationships are important, but grades are just as important. Be more serious in your next class. Chapter 47, You Support Me. After saying this, she even smiled towards the two of them and left in style. Memory's face flushed red when she heard it, and a faint blush colored everything from her snow-white swan neck to her lovely earlobes. Yang Chen looked at the Memory with a faint smile on his face. There are 2 kinds of moments he finds the most beautiful to remember. For one thing, when you smile, it's like you have stars in your eyes. Another was when she was shy, as she was now. her eyes misting over like they could drip at any moment. Humph. You're still laughing. It's all your fault. Seeing Yang Chen smile, Memory was instantly a bit ashamed and gently pinched Yang Chen's waist to show her anger. Yang Chen had an innocent look on his face. Obviously he didn't do anything. Right. I forgot to ask you where the hell you ran off to yesterday. It wasn't even clear to me on the microchat. After the scuffle, Memory frowned adorably and put on a serious face. I don't know. She's even cuter that way. I'm going to the securities company to do some paperwork for speculation. Yang Chen said vaguely. The whole leverage thing is a little scary to talk about. And there's no guarantee that mere memories will tell their roommates about it. If it gets out, it could cause some unnecessary trouble. So Yang Chen didn't make it too clear. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Memory's nose wrinkled and said, speculating in stocks? Wouldn't it be too risky? I've heard from my family that the stock market is not doing well these days, so why don't you just wait and see? Speaking of which, it made Yang Chen suddenly remember something. The father of the Memory seems to be some big shot in private equity in the north. It's not clear how much her family's assets are, but they must be in the tens of millions. After all, the average family can't afford to memorize the usual expenses. You know, a pair of Parisian Shijiazhuang shoes under her feet right now would cost a few $1,000s. There's also the Cartier diamond-studded blue balloon on her hand, which costs tens of thousands of dollars. It's not something that families with less than $10 million in assets can afford to pay for. Living a new life, Yang Chen could naturally see many details that he could not see in his previous life. Don't worry. I have a friend who is also in this business, and all the information he gave me was pretty solid, and I didn't have much money to invest. Yang Chen explained. Aha, if you're short on money, just let me know. Don't be polite. We're now are friends. Memory tried to put a I'm your buddy look on his face. Seeing her lovely appearance, Yang Chen couldn't help but scrape her nose and said, I know, little rich girl, if I can't afford to eat in the future, I'll let you feed me. Humph, who wants to feed you? I have to go to the bathroom. Being made by Yang Chen, Memory was shy and fled to find her roommate. Seeing her falling away, Yang Chen lost his smile and shook his head, then took out his cell phone and started today's stock operation. Their next class was Introduction to Computers, also in this room, with a big 20-minute break in between. It's enough for Yang Chen to complete a stock buying and selling operation. Logging into his stock account, Yang Chen saw that his account showed a total capitalization of 3730W. The stock holdings are up 49.83%. As expected, the stock movement of Greenleaf Construction was exactly the same as what the Divine Investment card showed. Today at the opening of the market directly closed up, and to date it is still a one-word board. As long as he sold it, after deducting the commission, he would have netted 1200W from this operation. Isn't that faster than picking up money? The benefits of 10 times leverage are as horrifying as they are. Seeing this string of numbers, Yang Chen couldn't help but turn the corner of his mouth upwards. Together with his original principal, his assets for this wave have reached 1450W. Without hesitation, Yang Chen directly sold all the stocks in his hand, although the godly investment card shows that this stock has 4 more consecutive stops to follow. However, for Yang Chen, a 20% profit per day was still not enough to maximize the role of the Divine Investment card. After selling the stock, Yang Chen's stock account amount shows 3710W. Since he has so much money now, the commission on the sale alone is close to $20W. A bit appalling indeed. It was fortunate that there were no classmates around him right now, or else his jaw would have dropped in shock when he saw this scene. Most of them have families that probably don't gross that much in a year. After selling the stock, Yang Chen thought about it and chose to transfer 110W of it back to his bank card. Yesterday, after a reminder from Yen Bingbing, he noticed that the May Day holiday would be celebrated next week. When the time came, Yang Chen was definitely going to make a trip back home, and he wanted to prepare a surprise for his parents in advance. After transferring the funds out, Yang Chen then began to scan the drop list. He's still in the same mode of operation. Start by selecting the drop list on the Scion list and then start looking at a few stocks that are down. There has been a significant recovery in the stock market over the past 2 days, with only a handful of stocks falling today as they did yesterday. Most of these stocks carry the ST symbol, which means that the company is storming the market and will face delisting after a while. Among these stocks, Yang Chen didn't find any divine stocks that could change his fate against the heavens, so it was just a matter of continuing to pull down. Soon, he noticed a stock called Northwest Dairy. This stock is down around 15% at this point. The Divine Investing card shows that this stock will gradually drop to 20% for some time afterward, and then struggle with small fluctuations, and then it would instantly buck the trend and go up when the market first opened at 1 p.m. Looked at the news information that comes with the stock software. Yang Chen learned that this Northwest Dairy has recently been exposed to negative news. It is said that several people drink the relevant products are not feeling well. Unsurprisingly, this negative news should be fake news made by a rival company. And during the noon hour, Northwest Dairy responds positively. That would explain how it was able to go straight up at the afternoon open. Not only that, but this stock would also open 16 points higher the next day and then peak at 18% not long after the open. Conservatively, Yang Chen could have made about 55% profit on this stock as well, because the amount of money he has now is too huge. Unless it is a sealed up or down stop situation, it cannot be bought or sold at one time, but only operate in batches. So it's hard to take in all the gains as completely as you did before. After selecting the stock, Yang Chen began a series of dazzling operations. He divided his funds into 30 portions, each amounting to about $1 million, and thereupon bought in separate batches in a state where the stock was trending downward. Phew! After doing these operations, Yang Chen felt a little tired of speculating for the first time. It occurred to him that he could not also find a trader to help him complete the operation. Chapter 48, The Shocked Pei Luotian. And after this 15-day divine investment card runs out, you may need a professional manager yourself to help you through the management of your assets. Otherwise, in the future, once involved in other industrial investment or asset management, he or she may also be divided. When he thought of this, Pei Luotian's stunningly beautiful face appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Wouldn't it be a good choice to have her help herself? At this time, Pei Luotian, who was far away in the financial center of Magic City, inexplicably sneezed. She had just finished reviewing some materials and started to turn on her computer to see how the stock market was doing today. As a qualified securities company practitioners, although Pei Luotian no longer need to carry out specific stock capital operation, but will still pay attention to the general market trends every day. She needs to stay on top of financial trends, and the stock market is a financial barometer. She was taking a general look at the performance of the broader market, as well as the hot sectors. Inexplicably, Yang Chen's incomparably handsome side face flashed in his mind, and the words he whispered in his own ear. A strange feeling instantly rose in Pei Luotian's heart, and his body was suddenly a little hot. This little villain. I wonder how the stock operation is going. I hope I won't lose my money. Strongly holding back her body's agitation, Pei Luotian pouted a few times, then opened her company's internal database. The company's internal database contains detailed information on each client, as well as records of each stock or investment product operation, even down to the detail of at what point in time he bought, at what price, and how many lots he bought, all documented. As long as a customer opens an account with their company, all trading information is available and this internal database is updated in real time. However, accessing this database also required a certain level of authority, at least Pei Luotian's level of department manager to be able to access it. Enter Yang Chen's name and bound cell phone number in the query box. Soon, all the information related to him was displayed. Pei Luotian briefly skimmed through it and was greatly shocked. With that, she resumed her perusal. The information shows that Yang Chen opened his account 8 months ago. In the past 6 months, he's only purchased a total of 5 stocks. The first 2 times were shortly after the account was opened, and the equity purchased was only $2,000, and the stock was sold within a few days of the purchase and the drop. This is a common stock delivery order for stock market leaks. Chasing the bulls. Then there was a 6-month-long period of empty positions. During this period, he did not have a penny in his stock account and did not perform any stock trading operations. The 3 subsequent stock operations were concentrated in these days, and in those 3 days, every single one of his maneuvers has been nothing short of amazing. First, the morning before yesterday, Yang Chen suddenly transferred 100W into his account. Then in 1 minute, without hesitation, buy a full position in a stock called Hopetown Heavy Industries. This stock Pei Luotian also heard something. Sort of a stock that's been making a lot of noise in the securities world the last few days. There is no other reason. Because Heshong Heavy Industry in 2 days out of the floor to the sky and sky floor, up to down, of the amazing stock movement. This is the only stock in the last 3 years that has seen this particular situation. The night before Yang Chen bought it, the stock first broke nasty negative news that the company's owner had gambled with the company's cash flow and lost all his money. This also led to a direct cash flow break in the company. And the most outrageous part is that this owner seems to have run off with his sister-in-law. Normally, this stock would normally be down for a dozen days in a row, or even delisted. Anyone with but a modicum of common stock sense would not choose this time to pick up this stock. But Yang Chen bought it. And unexpectedly, Hecheng Heavy Industry in the afternoon at 1:30 when a sudden anomaly, directly from down to up. The reason was that the Yura Energy Group suddenly held a press conference to announce that it was going to wholly acquire Hopetown Heavy Industries. This wave of pull-ups directly brought Yang Chen a 40% gain, or 40W. That's not all. At the opening of the next day, Hopetown Heavy Industries opened up again. and Yang Chen sold it along the way for a total gain of 60% pips. The most amazing thing for Pei Luotian was that 5 minutes after Yang Chen sold Hucheng Heavy Industry, Yura Energy Group announced that it had temporarily stopped acquiring Hucheng Heavy Industry because of qualification review. Immediately afterward, Hopetown Heavy Industries stock fell again in response until it stopped. This rise and fall, Yang Chen stepped in an incomparably precise pace, almost as if he had opened God's vision. Looking at this delivery slip, Pei Luotian was also a little heartbroken, and Yang Chen's show has just begun. After selling Hopetown Heavy Industries yesterday morning, Yang Chen did not operate again. This time period he found the Manhwa Securities Company where Pei Luotian is located, handled the leveraged business, and transferred another $1 million toward the account. It wasn't until 1:30 in the afternoon, when the funds from the handling of the leverage were wired into Yang Chen's account, that he began his second stunning performance. This time, he bought a stock called Greenleaf Construction. This stock is a small cap stock and nothing special. Before Yang Chen bought in, this stock has been variously gloomy and plummeting for several months, and the stock price has fallen from more than $10 a share to a few dollars a share. It stands to reason that a half-dead stock like this shouldn't get much attention, especially like Yang Chen, an investor who handles high leverage, should not go for such cold stocks. But Yang Chen also favored buying it, and just half an hour after Yang Chen bought it, the stock suddenly started to pull up rapidly until it stopped. Although it fell down quite a bit more during the middle of the day, it still held steady at a 16% gain by the close. Pei Luotian then pulled up the capital inflow of this stock. Unsurprisingly to her, the few organizations that purchased this stock yesterday were a few of the more famous lobbying organizations around the city of Zhengzhou. These lobbying organizations have a customary leak-cutting technique. It is to specialize in picking some cold small-cap stocks that have fallen for a long time, and then use the funds to quickly pull up this stock, and at the same time spread some good news, so as to attract some retail investors to come in. Then will continuously pull up the stocks 3 to 5 days, etc., until enough leaks to deceive in, and then use a word-broken soul knife to harvest these leaks. But unfortunately, these tourists ran into Yang Chen. Yang Chen bought Greenleaf Construction and then first gained 30% in one day yesterday, then sold the stock this morning on a stop. Adding it all up, Yang Chen netted another 50% point gain on this wave. And with 10 times the leverage, he was getting the equivalent of 5 times the return. That's almost $12.50 earned. And most of that money is made from these lobbying organizations. This tactic is simply appalling. Chapter 49, Jealous Gao Jun. These days, it's all about lobbyists cutting retailers' leaks. When did it become a retailer taking a knife to cut the meat of a lobbyist organization? It's outrageous. Apart from Yang Ziming, who was known as the folk god of stocks more than 10 years ago, she had never heard of any retailer who could make such a counterintuitive move. Could it be that there is a higher-level big brother behind Yang Chen? Pei Luotian's good-looking brows furrowed together as she muttered. She was really a bit puzzled as to why Yang Chen was able to make such a counterintuitive maneuver. He was just a mediocre 20-year-old college student, except for his good looks and temperament, and a little old-fashioned in his dealings, but there was nothing else special about him. You know, the most popular saying in the stock market is big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. The implication of this statement is that large organizations harvest small lobbying organizations, which in turn come to harvest retail leaks. Since Yang Chen can cut his teeth on small lobbying organizations, the most logical explanation is that he has the shadow of a big organization behind him. It's the only reasonable explanation left. Pei Luotian's heart finally felt better. She was also a rather competitive person, or else she wouldn't have been number one all the way from elementary school to high school, and finally entered Huaching University as a top student, and throughout college, she stayed in the top 3 of her major. After graduating and joining a securities firm, she then relied on the model she had worked out to achieve wealth freedom. Pei Luotian has always believed that in her field of expertise, she may not be the strongest, but she must be the most top-notch manipulator. Until he saw Yang Chen's stock delivery slip, it was the first time she felt what it meant to be powerless. Indeed, because Yang Chen's modus operandi was no different from that of a god. It was as if he could predict the movements of the stock market, stepping on every most precise point. Facing Yang Chen, Pei Luotian felt frustrated for the first time. She couldn't wait to strip Yang Chen naked now to see what he was made of. Unconsciously, Yang Chen's image had filled Pei Luotian's heart. Meanwhile, upstairs in Pei Luotian's building, the vice general manager's office, a balding man with a Mediterranean head was staring grimly at his computer. His face so black it looked like it had been rubbed back and forth with coal. This person was none other than Gao Jun, who had fought with Yang Chen before. On his computer screen, information about Yang Chen was clearly displayed. As the deputy general manager of Manhwa Securities Company, Pei Luotian had the authority that he also had, and it was even higher. Being able to access Yang Chen's information naturally made sense. at this time on Gao Jun's computer page. In addition to the operation records of the stock account, there is even information related to Yang Chen's account bank. What's with this guy? Even if Matt is handsome, he's still so damn lucky. Even if you bet on Hopetown Heavy Industries, even a junk stock like Greenleaf Construction can go up if you buy it? Staring at the handsome picture of Yang Chen on the profile, Gao Jun was a little crazy with jealousy. In fact, he was even more concerned about the movements of Yang Chen's stock account than Pei Luotian, and had been refreshing Yang Chen's operation records in the background since he met him yesterday. However, unlike Pei Luotian, he didn't think that Yang Chen had any bigwigs behind him as backers. Instead, he attributed all of Yang Chen's counterintuitive maneuvers over the past 2 days to luck. Gao Jun also had his basis for making this judgment. This was because he had used the contacts at hand yesterday to briefly do an investigation into Yang Chen's background. From the information that had been investigated, Yang Chen had only come from an ordinary family, and there was simply nothing in his relatives or friends that could be called powerful. And just a few days ago, Yang Chen was just a college student who was mediocre except for his good looks. There's less than $10,000 a year running through the bank card. In Gao Jun's eyes, Yang Chen was a proper beggar. Nothing to do with anything but face value. But I don't know why. Yang Chen in the past few days. First of all, the bank account suddenly more than 2 million. And then in the stock market in a row to get a windfall. Direct stock funds tens of millions. What the fuck kind of luck is that? Gao Jun was a little psychologically twisted with jealousy. You know, even though he's only 200 W a year as the deputy general manager of Xinhua Securities Company, and it took him almost 30 years to get to this point, and countless other people on his knees during that time, before he struggled to get to the top. And Yang Chen was so young and had only just started college. What made him able to have this kind of wealth? Gao Jun's face twisted a bit. However, it was only after seeing one of Yang Chen's transactions from 10 minutes ago that Gao Jun's grim expression relaxed before he laughed maniacally a few times. Yang Chen surprisingly bought Northwest Dairy. Isn't this a death wish? Gao Jun, as an executive of Xinhua Securities Company, has a core circle of his own in the securities world, and usually shares many hidden messages that are not known to the public. Take this Northwest Dairy, for example, ostensibly because of negative news reports related to several people who became unwell after drinking milk from Northwest Dairy, but in reality, it was a couple of financial bigwigs in the circle banding together to try to suppress Northwest Dairy. Not surprisingly, this stock will soon be held down on the dips, and it will be down for days on end. In this way, if Yang Chen was unable to make a margin call, his money in the stock market would be forced to be closed out and he would lose all his money. Hey. Thinking of this, Gao Jun laughed out sinisterly, a creased old face as ugly as a chrysanthemum. It's true that if you don't go to heaven, you'll barge in here. By the time Yang Chen had lost every penny, wouldn't it be as easy for him to pinch Yang Chen to death as it was to pinch an ant? Wait a few more days and see if you die. Gao Jun closed the internal database and then displayed the computer desktop. Surprisingly, the wallpaper on his computer desktop was Pei Luotian's professional photo. This shows how much Gao Jun longs for Pei Luotian. Looking at Pei Luotian's picture, a flash of excitement flashed across his lewd eyes. Subconsciously, he reached under the table to do some needlework for a while. But then, on second thought, he put his hand out again, followed by picking up the office phone and dialing a number. Hey, bitch, come to my office for a minute. I'll guarantee that you'll be the director of human resources when this job competition comes around. Gao Jun's voice was filled with a perverted frenzy. Right now, I'm transferring today and I'm shopping with my husband. After hearing Gao Jun's words, the woman on the opposite side froze for a moment and said with some hesitation, Now, rush over here immediately. Otherwise the position of Director of Human Resources is out of your mind for the rest of your life. By the way, stop by later and bring a stocking. Gao Jun's eyes were filled with an evil essence light, not giving the woman any chance, and then hung up the phone. Looking once again at Pei Luotian in the computer screen, his voice hissed, When we finish cleaning up this kid, we'll do you with Sun Xing. Let you fucking pretend to be noble. Chapter 50, Meeting Yi Jiawen. At this time, Wanta Commercial Plaza. A young woman with a convex front and a curvy back, after answering the phone, said miserably to her husband beside her, Husband, the company boss told me to go back to work overtime again. Her gaze was full, her voice full of helplessness. What kind of people are the owners of your company? You worked overtime on the weekend last week, and then this week, when you had a hard day off, you were told to go to the office again. Really, I've booked the Wanda Hotel next door, and asked my mom to come over and take the kids, and was thinking about coming out and relaxing with you. After a flurry of complaints, her husband still said, Go on then, be good. I'll make dinner for you tonight and wait for you to come back. There's no way to pay the mortgage and the car loan, and you still have to pay it off with two people's paychecks. Complaints were all he could muster. Well, husband is so nice. The young woman gave her husband a kiss, and then walked towards the curb with a twist, carrying her donkey-branded bag. Watching the young woman's back, her husband had a hint of bathos in his gaze. There's nothing to do but hold back and wait for the night. 12 noon. Magic City University, main teaching building. With the pleasant ringing of the bell, the college students who finished their classes couldn't wait to rush out of the classroom and run to the cafeteria without stopping. There's no way. If we don't run faster, we'll have to eat the leftovers later. After Memory finished packing up his textbooks, he wanted to greet Yang Chen, who was on the sidelines, and eat with him. But who knew? When she looked up, Yang Chen was already standing at the classroom door waving at her, and Zhang Ji, who was next to Yang Chen, was good enough to die and shouted, "Let's go, sister-in-law." Instantly, Memory blushed and ducked her head. "Humph, who's your sister-in-law? Yang Chen hasn't even confessed yet," she murmured, and there seemed to be some small grudge against Yang Chen in her tone. What are you muttering about? Let's go eat." Just then, Memory's roommate, Sun Jia, appeared on the sidelines, looking at Memory suspiciously. "It's nothing, let's go." Memory hurriedly shook his head in denial, and then he pulled up Sun Jia and headed out of the classroom. "Oh, shame on you." 10 minutes later, Yang Chen and Zhang Ji appeared in the cafeteria across from the main teaching building. Dig it, these guys are fucking bogut, aren't they? Run faster than a rabbit. Seeing the cafeteria a huge piece of people, Li Jian could not help but swear. Is there a possibility that it's bullshit you're trying to say? Ginger Qi, who was on the sidelines, said weakly. Seeing the crowded cafeteria, Yang Chen was also somewhat powerless to spit. To come and eat once is sentimental. To come and eat every day is more or less torture. Yang Chen didn't want his time to be wasted on queuing up. "Why don't we eat upstairs? My treat," Yang Chen said with bravado. The third floor of the cafeteria is a specialty cafeteria, which is about as expensive as outside restaurants, and therefore can be less crowded. "That won't do. You were the one who paid for it last night, so it's my turn to treat you today." When Yang Chen finished speaking, he was immediately opposed by Zhang Ji. "That's right, it's also time for Zhang Ji and I to treat ourselves. If we keep this up, brothers won't be able to do it anymore." Li Jian also immediately chimed in. Just as Yang Chen wanted to compromise, he caught a glimpse of two figures not far away. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Yang Chen smiled evilly. "We don't have to pay for it. The meal ticket is here." With that, he walked over quickly. "Brother Jiawen, Sister Su Yan, what a coincidence. You guys come here for lunch too?" Yang Chen had a smile on his face as he enthusiastically patted Yi Jiawen's shoulder. Turning back to see Yang Chen's handsome face, Yi Jiawen's expression froze for a moment, and then he put on a harmless smile. "Yes, schoolmate." After Su Yan saw Yang Chen, a hint of a leap flashed through her eyes, and then she pretended to be high and mighty and said, "Aha." After seeing Zhang Ji and Li Jian follow him over, Yang Chen then introduced, "Zhang Xinrui and Li Jian, my roommates, Yi Jiawen, my team's senior, and Sister Su Yan, our school beauty. You should have all met before." After Yang Chen's introduction, Jian Li then warmly shook Yi Jiawen's hand. "Brother Jiawen, right. Besides Yang Chen, you're my biggest idol. Last time you guys played against the sports academy, we were there to watch, and although you didn't play very well, your bouncing stance was particularly handsome." Jian Li's flurry of compliments directly caused Yi Jiawen's face to darken. Those who didn't know thought they were mocking him. Who didn't know that the one who made the most noise in the last match was Yang Chen? How bright Yang Chen's performance was, and how lame his performance was. Invisibly, Yi Jiawen felt his face being rubbed on the ground again, and in front of Su Yan's face, whipped again. Yi Jiawen's facial muscles twitched twice, and then said with a smile on his face, wherever, it's still student Yang Chen's basketball skills that are superior." Hearing this, Yang Chen said with a smile, "No way. We're all on the same team. What's the point of separating us from each other? Brother Garvin is going upstairs for dinner too? It's just right to join together." Yang Chen was smiling, hooking shoulders with Yi Jiawen, looking so affectionate. "Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. It's just that my family Yan Yan prefers to be quiet when she eats and doesn't like crowds." Yi Jiawen had a harmless smile on his face. In fact, in his heart, he had already cursed the Yang Chen trio. Three beggars also went up to eat restaurant. Afraid of the back days to gnaw steamed bread it? Don't you know that one meal can cover your living expenses for a month? Yi Jiawen was such a hypocrite. Although he despised the Yang Chen trio very much in his heart, he still had to pretend to be close on the surface. "I don't have a problem with it, just so I can get to know the new class of schoolmates." Su Yan smiled lightly, instantly leaving Li Jian and Zhang Ji at a loss for words. Su Yan instantly punched Yi Jiawen in the face. Hearing these words, a hint of haze flashed in Yi Jiawen's eyes, Then he pretended to be indifferent and said, it's rare that Yen Yen is in the mood today, so let's join together. With that, the five went up to the third floor together. The layout of the third floor is completely different from the cafeteria downstairs, divided into several restaurants with different flavors, Northwest flavors, seafood restaurants, Sichuan restaurants, and the list goes on. Soon, Yang Chen found a restaurant that looked mediocre on the outside. Pointing at the signboard Old Farmer, he said innocently to Yi Jiawen, "Brother Jiawen, why don't we eat here for lunch?" Seeing the restaurant Yang Chen pointed to, Yi Jiawen almost didn't laugh out loud. The Old Farmer sounds like a corny name, but in reality it's the most expensive restaurant on this floor, if not the most expensive on campus. Even many school leaders feasted and entertained here. Here, mountain delicacies and wild food are low on the list, and what lobster and abalone are even rarer. I wonder if Yang Chen's group of beggars will have their eyes glazed over in fear when they see the menu later? Yi Jiawen was rather looking forward to seeing their expressions. Yes, schoolmate. Yi Jiawen revealed a harmless expression. Chapter 51, Mr. Yi Jiawen is really a good man. To be honest, Yi Jiawen wanted to see Yang Chen's embarrassed expression, especially when they see the menu and look overwhelmed. I'm afraid they can't afford to spend money in this kind of store in their lifetime, right? Bunch of stinking beggars. Yi Jiawen finally found a little balance in his heart. Then the five of them went into the Old Farmer restaurant. Welcome to the Old Farmer. Just as he entered the store, a young woman clerk with a pretty face greeted him. Judging by the costume, he should be the supervisor here. After seeing Yi Jiawen, her eyes even lit up and she said enthusiastically, "Good day, young Yi. Why are you free to come here today?" Obviously, Yi Jiawen hadn't spent a lot of money here during the week, and the young woman's supervisor naturally recognized him. Yi Jiawen very much enjoyed the pretentious feeling of this special treatment, feeling that he was going to be higher than the three Yang Chen. Nevertheless, he pretended to nod bashfully on the surface. In the face of Yi Jiawen's cold attitude, the young woman's supervisor was not the least bit surprised, but instead remained enthusiastic and said, "Still open box number 8 for you?" "Yes." Yi Jiawen nodded bashfully. With that, the young woman's supervisor led the 5 people into box number 8. Unlike the restaurant's low-key facade, the inside of the restaurant is decorated in a light and chic style, and the private rooms are even more gilded. Whether it's all solid wood seats, crystal light fixtures or gold-encrusted dishes, it's enough to show that this restaurant is something special. Once inside the box, Ken Li and Kangi were a bit jittery in their minds. Looking at this, I'm afraid they can't afford to spend any money at all. With that, Zhang Ji pulled Yang Chen's coat corner and lowered his voice. "Lao Yang, why don't we just forget about it? This place doesn't look cheap. Why don't we find a reason to pull out?" Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Yang Chen smiled faintly and turned around to give them both a reassuring look. "Don't worry, Senior Yi Jiawen is a good person. He's treating us today." It was only after these words that Kangi and Ken Li's expressions relaxed. Senior Yi Jiawen is really a good person. Jian Li couldn't help but lament. Yi Jiawen's afterglow kept an eye on Yang Chen. The trio's small movements at this moment naturally fell into his eyes, and with that, a trace of contemptuous mockery flashed through Yi Jiawen's eyes. As he expected, Yang Chen and dormitory are all beggars who have not seen the world. Only into the box on the goat? Then won't you pee your pants when you see the menu later? Senior brother Yang Chen, come over and sit down. I'll have the waiter make some tea first, and you guys take a look at the menu. Yi Jiawen greeted warmly. Hey! Yang Chen put on a naive face and was about to sit next to Yi Jiawen. Unexpectedly, Jian Li suddenly crossed over Yang Chen with an arrow step and sat down next to Yi Jiawen first. Brother Jiawen, I've heard a lot about you for a long time. Yang Chen often mentions you in front of us, saying that Brother Jiawen is a good person. Let me sit next to you. You shouldn't mind, right? Jian Li's eyes narrowed into slits with a smile, and he was very affectionate towards Yi Jiawen. Seeing Jian Li's fat face that was about to come up to his face, Yi Jiawen's expression froze. God is a good man. You're the good guy. Your whole family is. Hearing Jian Li's words, Yi Jiawen was almost angry and laughed. I have to say, it's true that Yang Chen's roommate is just as annoying as Yang Chen. Originally, Yi Jiawen still wanted to enjoy Yang Chen's embarrassed expression up close. As it turned out, that little expectation was dashed by Ken Li. To be honest, Yi Jiawen was a bit upset in his heart. However, reaching out was not a good idea, and he couldn't afford to not give Ken Li face in front of everyone. All that was left was a leathery smile. Of course I don't mind. With that, Kangi also sat down close to Ken Li, and in doing so, the position next to Su Yan was left to Yang Chen. A godsend. Ken, no less. Yang Chen subconsciously glanced at Su Yan. Coincidentally, at this time, Su Yan was also staring at Yang Chen, a pair of large eyes revealing a seemingly seductive charm. Her flawless white hand lightly covered her cheeks, and the corner of her mouth secretly evoked a fox-like smile towards Yang Chen. Seeing this look on her face, Yang Chen had already guessed what was going through her mind. Hi, Brother Garvin. I'm really sorry. Yang Chen could only sit next to Su Yan. Although this box was decorated in a very high-grade manner, it was only a 6-person box, plus there was a tea brewing table set up next to it, so the space wasn't that big, so the distance between each one is not that far away. Seeing Yang Chen sitting in the seat next to Su Yan, a hint of gloom flashed across Yi Jiawen's face. He regarded Su Yan as his forbidden domain. Where would he allow another man to get so close to Su Yan? Not to mention the handsome Yang Chen. Poor Yi Jiawen. Now he didn't know that he was already carrying a prairie on his head. Despite being upset in his heart, Yi Jiawen still had a harmless smile on his face. Senior Yang Chen, take a look at the menu first. Long before a few people entered the box, the waiter had thoughtfully prepared a menu in front of each seat. Good. Yang Chen nodded nervously. With that, the crowd flipped through the menu. And just as Yang Chen was about to flip through the menu as well, a cold, soft object suddenly touched his calf. His Yang Chen couldn't help but shiver. Just then, Ken Li made a similar sound. However, Jian Li's reason for making this noise is different from Yang Chen's. Hiss. Just after opening the menu, Jian Li sucked in a breath of cold air. On the first page, it says Buddha Jumping Wall, the signature dish of the old farmer's restaurant. 288 yuan per cup. Glancing at the colorful accompanying picture of the Buddha jumping wall, and then at the small line of prices marked at the bottom of the menu, Ken Li instantly sat back a bit. $288 for a small cup? Might as well just go ahead and grab it. Kong Qi didn't fare much better, his hand holding the menu shaking a bit uncontrollably. At first, when he saw the Buddha jumping over the wall, he thought it was a specialty, so it was more expensive, and assumed that the later menu would be cheaper. As a result, the further back he flipped, the better his expression became. Mutai braised turtle, $2.000. Bluefin tuna, $288 per piece. King crab for $5, $299 per pound. A 5 wagyu. All sorts of unimaginable ingredients leap off the page. In a time before short videos, these dishes and prices were enough to make a huge impact on the duo's consumerism. His Jiangji also sucked in a breath of cool air. Looking at the unanimous movements of the three as well as the sound of them sucking in cool air, Yi Jiawen was very satisfied and felt a secret pleasure in his heart. He naturally assumed that all three of Yang Chen were stunned by the prices on the menu, which was why they let out a sound of sucking in cool air. Sure is a bunch of bumpkins. I'm afraid they can't even read the names of the dishes. Can they? Chapter 52, Harm, Who Are We? After mocking for a while in his heart, Yi Jiawen still had a leathery expression on the surface. What's wrong with the three schoolmates? What's wrong with the menu? He pretended to be confused in order to embarrass the Yang Chen trio, especially Yang Chen. The thought of Yang Chen losing face in front of Su Yan caused a wave of inexplicable perverted pleasure to appear in Yi Jiawen's heart. But unbeknownst to him, Yang Chen under the table was tangling with Su Yan, and didn't even notice what was written on the menu. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, Li Jian immediately said with a trembling voice, Brother Jiawen, I'm afraid the prices on this menu aren't mislabeled? Yi Jiawen asked with a smirk. Oh, Senior Li Jian, which dish has a problem? I'll call the waiter over to take a look. This king crab. What kind of crab is it? The crabs at my place are only 20 a catty. How does this say 299? Asked Li Jian in a trembling voice as he pointed to the king crab 5 to eat. Let's see. Yi Jiawen pretended to come next to Jian Li and looked at the menu. Then, he explained with a bland look. Harm, this king crab is this price. This is a crooked variety. Only some deep sea areas are produced, because there's not a lot of production caught each year. Plus there's a transportation fee coming from crooked fruit. That's the price. In fact, this kind of crab meat tastes very average in texture. Not as good as our native Chinese crabs. After saying these professional words, Yi Jiawen was a bit smug in his heart. He liked this kind of moment of showing his holiness in front of people the most, especially pretending to be a pussy in front of Su Yan. It made him feel even more smug. Unbeknownst to him, when he turned his head to talk to Jian Li, Su Yan on the side had already been flushed and her body tensed up, completely not hearing what Yi Jiawen was saying. Oh, so that's how it is. Brother Jiawen, you are really knowledgeable. When Zhang Ji heard this, he immediately adored Yi Jiawen. Harm, what's wrong with that? If you usually eat more, you'll naturally have some understanding. Yi Jiawen looked like it was no big deal. He was in his heart at this point, and at the same time, Yang Chen, who was on the side, had a blast. In Yang Chen's eyes, the color of the hat on Yi Jiawen's head is getting darker and darker. Just then, Yi Jiawen turned her head to look at Yang Chen. Senior Yang Chen, have you looked at the menu? is there anything you want to order? Yi Jiawen's sudden movement caused Su Yan's body to tighten a bit, and her force was suddenly a bit out of control. Hiss! Yang Chen sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his hands trembling slightly. Seeing Yang Chen's expression as well as his trembling hands, the contempt in Yi Jiawen's heart increased. Stinking beggar. Not performing as well as your two roommates. Look at a menu. As far as it goes? It was only after a while that Yang Chen said with a trembling voice, Hiss, Brother Jiawen. This dish is too expensive, isn't it? We only live on $1,000 a month, so I'm afraid we can't afford to eat at this restaurant. Yang Chen's brows were furrowed as if he was holding back something. This appearance, on the other hand, was a proper embarrassment in Yi Jiawen's eyes. At the same time, Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui on the side chimed in. Yeah, why don't you and Sister Su Yan eat it, Brother Jiawen? We'll just go downstairs to the cafeteria for the three of us. Looking at the trio's shabby appearance, Yi Jiawen's heart was so cool, especially Yang Chen's somewhat embarrassed expression, which made him feel even better. Ever since the day before yesterday, outside of being outclassed by Yang Chen on the court, Yi Jiawen had been shrouded in Yang Chen's shadow for the past 2 days. Every time he thought of Yang Chen's personal flat-frame foul shot that handsome stance, he would be impotent and furious in his heart, so angry that he could not sleep at night. But at this moment, he felt that all of this bad breath was out. After all, the world is real. Having money is the way to go. So what if you can dunk a basketball? You can't even afford a plate of food? Looking at Yang Chen's frowning face, Yi Jiawen said slowly, Harm, Senior Yang Chen, we're both brothers on the same team. We're on the same team. Your roommate is my roommate. How much can a meal cost? It's on me, Yi Jiawen said with bravado. In fact, the calculations in his mind snapped. In his opinion, Yang Chen's trio were pure beggars, and they wouldn't dare to order any expensive dishes. A couple of seafood orders for yourself and some entrees would be enough for them. A table is only a couple $1,000s at most, which is nothing to him. Most importantly, being able to enjoy the thrill of this descending strike against Yang Chen was what Yi Jiawen enjoyed the most. It's not good, right? Yang Chen revealed a hesitant expression. My girlfriend treats me to food and dinner. Brother Garvin, you're a good man. Harm, just a few more pairs of chopsticks. It's a rare day when we meet for dinner. It's a deal. It's my treat today. You guys order whatever you want and eat freely. Yi Jiawen waved his hand in a very bold manner. In his YYY, Su Yan had already been convinced by his magnificent image at this point, so maybe the relationship would soon be able to go further. Thinking about yesterday afternoon's lovemaking with Su Yan at the movie theater, Yi Jiawen felt even more pleasant. Poor Yi Jiawen. He's still in the dark until now, not even knowing that the person he was making out with yesterday was actually Yao Yao. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, Yang Chen's gaze showed a hint of pity. I don't know whether to call Yip Kamun ignorant or just too bold. Whatever you want? I'm afraid you don't know that this restaurant has a so-called hidden menu. Do you, Brother Garvin? You're a good man. Then I won't be polite. Brother Jiawen. Yang Chen had a flash of gratitude on his face. Yi Jiawen, on the other hand, nodded her head as if she was encouraging, and then pressed the service bell on the table. Soon, a young, beautiful waitress walked in, ordering, Sir, well, you three are guests. Order first. Yi Jiawen waved his hand dashingly. Jian Li's eyes were touched and he took the lead. I'll go ahead and throw in the towel. Just this cheapest Buddha jumping wall. Okay, Buddha jumping wall is 1 cup per person. Oh, I'll give you 5 cups first. The waitress smiled sweetly and then recorded the dish on her tablet. The waiters order their food on the fruit's newest tablets, and it's obvious from this detail just how posh this establishment is. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen's heart was instantly dripping blood. God throws in the towel. God cheapest. For 5 people combined. This dish alone is over 1,000. Yi Jiawen's smile was a bit forced. Since Jian Li ordered a cheap one, it's not good for me to order something too expensive. I'll just order this king crab 5 for dinner. It's not that I'm craving for this king crab. I mainly want to get a taste of it. To taste if it's as common as Brother Jiawen said. Kangi spread out his menu and then ordered a dish as well. Yi Jiawen's smile instantly stiffened. How is different from what you think? Chapter 53. Is it too hot to wear Parisienne? Mister, you really have a good eye. King crab 5 eats is our signature dish here. Secretly tell you, our school secretary Lu likes to eat this dish very much. Every time you come must order. The waitress girl had a sweet smile on her face and complimented Kangi a little embarrassed. She continued with her introduction. There are a total of 5 ways to prepare the king crab. 5 ways you ordered. The head of the king crab is used to make baked crab treasure. The legs of the king crab are used to make sashimi, steaming and sizzling respectively, and the body of the king crab is used to make the typhoon shelter stir fry. It just so happens that a 9-pound king crab was flown in yesterday. I'll add it to your menu. Hearing the words of the waitress' little sister, Yi Jiawen's heart went half cold. 9 pounds of king crab, plus the cost of making it, adds up to $3,000. If this money was given to Su Yan to spend, even if it was, Yi Jiawen would be willing. The problem was that he was asking Yang Chen, a group of beggars, to eat. However, the bold words had all been put out, and Yi Jiawen was now riding a tiger. You can't take back what you just said in front of Su Yan, can you? Ha! How can a crab be so heavy? The biggest crab we have back home is only 1 pound. Brother Garvin, would it be too expensive? Why don't I just change the dish? Hearing the words of the little waitress, Zhang Ji was busy saying, Harm, it's fine. That's the price for this kind of king crab. It's not very expensive. It just so happens I haven't had one in a while either. Just order this. Yi Jiawen's smile was forced. And then, he turned his head to look at Yang Chen. Senior brother Yang Chen, come and order 2 dishes as well. There's no rush. Let senior sister Su Yan order first. I'll come last, Yang Chen politely said. With that, Yi Jiawen placed his gaze on Su Yan and asked in a gentle tone, Yan, what would you like to eat today? He noticed that Su Yan's state at this moment was a bit strange. Her face was flushed and there was a slight layer of fine sweat on her forehead. She looked as if she was very hot. Is it too hot to wear Balenciaga? Subconsciously glancing downward, he realized that Su Yan's legs had been completely shrouded under the thick tablecloth, and nothing could be seen. That should be right. No wonder the forehead is sweating, Yi Jiawen thought rightfully. Without waiting for Su Yan to reply, Yi Jiawen gentlemanly handed the tissue box to Su Yan and said, the weather is a bit hot, isn't it? Take the paper to wipe off your sweat first. With that, he said to the waitress lady beside him, please help me turn down the temperature of the air conditioner a little bit more. Yi Jiawen's performance at this time was a proper warm man without a doubt. Unbeknownst to him, his actions made Yang Chen, who was watching from the side, want to cry a little. That's so sweet, brother Garvin. Su Yan's body was slightly sideways, drew a piece of paper with her left hand, gently wiped the sweat on her forehead, and smiled sweetly at Yi Jiawen. Thank you. If Yi Jiawen looked closely, he would have noticed that Su Yan's lips had some whiteness, as if she was dehydrated. Only, Su Yan's body was facing Yi Jiawen sideways, and under the cover of her long hair, Yi Jiawen couldn't see very much. I won't order it. Let's let schoolmate Yang Chen do it. Order it. As she spoke, Su Yan suddenly let out a strange sound from her nose, but it was quickly covered up. Yi Jiawen keenly caught the voice, but didn't think much of it. Immediately, he put on a harmless smile on his face and said to Yang Chen, Senior brother Yang Chen, let you order all the other dishes. After all, you rarely come here to eat once, so feel free to order whatever you like. Yi Jiawen's tone seemed generous, but it actually carried the meaning of belittling Yang Chen, mocking him for not having the money to eat here. Yang Chen naturally heard this meaning. However, he didn't show it, but put on a look of having never seen the world and said gratefully, Brother Jiawen, you're so nice. I'll just order a couple of the cheaper dishes then. Yang Chen picked up the menu with his hands in a frenzy, displaying a nervous look as if he was ordering for the first time. All the dishes in front are too expensive. I'd better order something cheaper. After taking a few glances at the menu on the first 2 pages, Yang Chen was busy flipping backward. Seeing Yang Chen's actions, Yi Jiawen was quite satisfied. In his eyes, although Yang Chen was handsome, he was a beggar who had never seen the world and could be taken at will. Hanging him out to dry, he didn't dare to order any expensive dishes. A normal restaurant usually puts its specialties and signature dishes on the first few pages, while items like vegetables and drinks are placed on the next few pages. It's common sense. In Yi Jiawen's opinion, Yang Chen flipped backward just to order these dishes. What he doesn't realize, however, is that this is not the case with the old farmer, a restaurant that is the opposite. Technically, its menu is divided into 3 sections, the first being the signature dishes. It's like the 2 dishes that Kong Qi and Ken Li ordered, which are expensive, but in the eyes of the rich, they're still relatively rare dishes. The second part is some common meats and seasonal vegetables, which are relatively inexpensive and usually cost about $100. The third part is what's called the hidden menu. This hidden menu is tucked away on one of the later pages in a more discreet location. And one thing that characterizes this part of the dish is that it is not marked with a price, because it's too expensive. You should know that this is, after all, a restaurant opened in a school, and often some bosses will invite school leaders to eat here. If you put a price tag on it, how are those school leaders going to feel good about ordering it? The old farmer made the move to keep a low profile, to prevent detection, and to make it easier for the leaders to order food. I have to say, it really is too telling. Even if you eat here a few times like Yi Jiawen did, you never know about this so-called hidden menu. The reason why Yang Chen knew about this was because in his previous life, as an outstanding graduate, he was honored to be invited to the school to give a speech. and it was this old farmer who ate after the speech. At that time, it was a big boss who invited the guests, and the secretary of the college, Wang, who had already become the leader of the school at that time, also called on Yang Chen because of this relationship of the team. After having this meal, Yang Chen realized that there was such an amazing restaurant in their school and that there was such a thing as a so-called hidden menu. I'm afraid Yi Jiawen is going to hemorrhage money today. Looking at Yi Jiawen's unaware appearance, Yang Chen was on the verge of laughing in his heart. Just like that, Yang Chen enjoyed Su Yan's under-the-table massage while flipping backward through the menu. Have one of these caviar chocolate puddings. It looks like it should just be an inexpensive dessert. Yang Chen flipped to the pages of the menu that were not labeled with prices and casually pointed out the name of a dish. Hearing this, the waitress looked stunned, but out of professionalism, she didn't say anything more, but asked, "This one is a single serving. Oh, do you need one for everyone?" Chapter 54. No. Make that too. Nice guy. This caviar is made with top quality sturgeon caviar imported from Crooked Fruit, and it costs $2,000 a serving. That's $10,000 for 5 people. She takes hundreds of dollars just in service charge draws. 1 serving each. No. Make that too. I see in this picture that the portions are not too large per serving, and it just so happens that I haven't had caviar in a bit too long. Without waiting for Yang Chen to speak, Yi Jiawen directly waved his hand and said very boldly, the caviar he used to eat was only $500 or $600 a box, and with a portion like the one in the picture, I'm afraid that 5 servings added up to not even half a box. How was he to know that the caviar used in this dish was top quality caviar? Not at all the caviar he had eaten made from domestic sturgeon roe. Good lord, that's a $20,000 order for one dish. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, the waitress girl instantly became excited and spoke with an increasingly respectful voice. Yes sir, you really have too much taste. This is just the right season for sturgeon spawning, and caviar couldn't be better at this time of year. I'll order it for you right now. 2 servings per person, together with this dish. The tablet in the waitress's hand showed that the total price of the dishes had reached $2,000. Good lord, in this day and age, many second-tier cities only cost $4,000 or $5,000 a square foot. The price of a set in a small 4th-tier city is only about $100,000. That's $2,000 in one meal. That's like eating a bedroom. What an exaggeration this is. The waitress' little sister's eyes began to glow when she looked at Yi Jiawen. It's like the god of fortune who came to give away money. And it seems that the food is not yet ordered. After hearing what Yi Jiawen said, Yang Chen almost clammed up, and the water he just drank into his mouth almost didn't spray out. This guy is a natural-born ingrate. Yi Jiawen shouldn't have thought that the caviar here was that second-rate stuff that cost $200 or $300 a box on the market, right? Although Yang Chen wasn't sure about the price of this dish, but from his experience, it was definitely not less than $10,000 or more. Apparently, Yang Chen was also a bit conservative. Stifling a laugh, he continued to read up on the menu. This black truffle pizza looks good. I've always wanted to go to Pizza Shell for pizza, but unfortunately don't have much money, so I've never gotten around to it. Yang Chen pointed to the picture of the pizza on the menu and acted like he was salivating. Seeing Yang Chen's unbearable appearance, Yi Jiawen was secretly pleased in his heart and mocked again. This guy is properly poor. What era is this? You haven't even had a pizza? No way. No way. Is there really someone so poor? As for this black truffle, it was directly ignored by Yi Jiawen. He'd eaten at a lot of upscale restaurants that liked to bring black truffles with everything, but they were really just a fungus. The fact that these dishes are sprinkled randomly to make the price higher is really nothing more than a gimmick. Yi Jiawen acted quite experienced as he calmly said, yes, since senior brother Yang Chen likes to eat, then it's good to have 2 more servings. I don't see a big picture of it, and it just so happens that I don't have any staples, so let's get pizza as a staple. Yip Garvin is as brash as ever. Brother Garvin atmosphere. It just so happens that I've never had pizza either. It's my first time eating it too. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, Li Jian and Jiang Xinrui immediately applauded. Old Yang is right. This Yi Jiawen is really a good person. Ordering food are so desperate to order. Afraid that they do not have enough to eat as if. What a nice guy. Jian Li and Jiang Xinrui's eyes were touched, and while Yang Chen put on a touched look on the surface, he was actually about to burst out laughing in his heart. He had actually eaten the dish in his previous life. This pizza inside the black truffle with the best imported black truffle, and not just a little sprinkle, are cut into a large piece of placed inside. As a result, this makes the dish very expensive. When Yang Chen ate it in his previous life, the dish cost $15,000, and he didn't know how much it was selling for now. But what is certain is that it is bound not to be cheap. Yi Jiawen also ordered 3 pieces at once, and I have to say, what a pure injustice. Just as Yang Chen was mocking Yi Jiawen in his mind, Yi Jiawen's mind was also mocking the three Yang Chens. Really a bunch of poor, not just eat a pizza, to look grateful? It's so unseemly. The contempt in Yi Jiawen's eyes grew stronger. Noticing Yi Jiawen's expression, Yang Chen did not move on the surface. This guy was afraid that he didn't know how much he had ordered and wondered what kind of face he would have when he paid later. Forcing back the laughter in his heart, Yang Chen still had a touched expression. Brother Jiawen, will ordering so much break your bank? After all, it's just a noon meal. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yi Jiawen immediately waved his hand and said, Harm, not so much, not so much. Usually, I often come here to eat with your senior sister Suyen. These dishes seem to be high priced, but in fact, they don't cost much to eat. After all, my old man gives me 1W a month for my living expenses. It's still trivial to eat these dishes. In his words, Yi Jiawen reveals, consciously or unconsciously, that his family is very rich, and that his living expenses alone amount to 1W a month. As expected, upon hearing this, Jianli and Jiang Xinrui immediately revealed a shocked expression. 1W, that's a year's worth of living expenses for them. Sure enough, the world of the rich was beyond their imagination. Seeing the expressions on both of their faces, Yi Jiawen revealed a look of satisfaction. That's what he's trying to achieve. Immediately afterward, Yi Jiawen looked at Yang Chen who was on the side. Yang Chen also aptly revealed a shocked expression. This made Yi Jiawen feel even more of a thrill of pretending in his heart. This time, it wasn't that Yang Chen was deliberately pretending. It was because he felt that the tempo had suddenly sped up. After a while, Yang Chen's expression changed to one of relief. That's a relief. With that, Yang Chen took a breath. Facing Yi Jiawen's eyes, he casually pointed at a dish on the menu and asked suspiciously, Brother Jiawen, what kind of beef is this divine protection beef? It looks very high class. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yi Jiawen immediately made a look of being accustomed to it and said in a cloudy manner, Harm, this beef is actually the beef that is a specialty over in the East. My family and I even took a trip to the East for New Year's Eve, and we ate there a couple times then. In fact, this stuff is not that advanced. That is, it tastes more tender and smooth. The aroma is more sufficient. The other is nothing special. Eat more in the future, you will know. Yi Jiawen's words revealed that Yang Chen was rare and strange, while at the same time pretending invisibly. Chapter 55, Divine Choice Trigger. Stepping down on others while pulling up one's own pussy. This was Yi Jiawen's usual trick of pretending to be a pussy. After pretending, Yi Jiawen then said with bravado, Harm, since schoolmate Yang Chen wants to eat it, let's order a caddy to try today. I'd also like to see if this restaurant's kamaboko beef is authentic or not. Yi Jiawen had a bland smile on his face, but at this moment, he looked like a SB in Yang Chen's eyes. A pound of divine protection beef? I'm afraid this guy doesn't know the price of divine protection beef. It is important to realize that premium beef in the East is generally divided into 5 classes. From high to low rows are A5, A4, A3, A2 and A1. Generally, the highest grade of beef is known as A5 Wagyu, but in fact, there is another grade of beef above the A5 Wagyu, and that is the divine protector beef. This divine protection beef, which is claimed to be produced only 2,000 times a year, is so terribly expensive that it is not even an exaggeration to call it the gold of beef. Normally, God protects beef by the gram or ounce. Who orders by the pound? Isn't this a death wish? Yang Chen guessed correctly. Yi Jiawen really didn't shell out any money that time when he went to the East to eat God's protector beef. He usually invited some young models or schoolgirls to eat behind Suyan's back sometimes in order to act tough at home. Those restaurants' sacred guard beef is actually A3 beef counterfeits, so it's only a couple $1,000s a pound. Yi Jiawen thought that the old farmer's divine protection beef was the same. I didn't realize that the God's protection beef in the old farmer was really authentic, and it was just flown in from the East a couple days ago. At this point, the waitress girl who was in charge of ordering food on the side was also frightened. At the current price, a gram of Shinobori beef is at $180, so a pound of 500 grams of Shinobori beef is going to be at 9W. Even though this Yi Jiawen might be a rich second generation, he might not necessarily be able to afford this kind of beef. For a while, the waitress's little sister didn't even dare to place the order directly, so she asked, a little hesitantly, Yi Xiao, this divine protector beef we are calculated by grams. Do you want to? Before the words were finished, they were immediately interrupted by Yi Jiawen's domineering voice. What? Is there no 1 pound of goods? That's not true. It's just that the price of this divine protection beef of ours will be more. The little waitress girl wanted to say something. What? Is it because you're afraid we can't afford to eat? Yi Jiawen's expression instantly became a little unsightly. The old man is on the verge of pretending to be a bully, but he will be questioned by the waiter about his financial strength? Can't stand it. No, Yi Xiao. The main thing is this God Protector beef. The waitress' little sister still wanted to explain, but it was directly interrupted by Yi Jiawen once again. Alright, serve me if you have it, just order one catty. Can't you see there's so many of us over here? Maybe a pound won't be enough. Yi Jiawen's eyes looked out of the corner of his eye, with a domineering look. He thought Su Yan was looking at himself adoringly. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yan was worried about one thing at the moment, because she accidentally got some dirt on her Parisian family and didn't know what to do with it. So Press didn't even hear what Yi Jiawen was saying. Instead, Jianli and Zhang Xinrui looked at him with glowing faces. Yes, I'll light it for you right now. Seeing this, the waitress girl immediately nodded her head as if pounding garlic, and with a smile on her brow, she added the divine protection beef. Since Yi Jiawen insisted on ordering it, she couldn't say anything else. After all, the money for all those orders can be discounted into your own service charge. Just this 1 pound of divine protection beef alone was enough to pay her base salary for a whole year. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen could no longer clam up and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Yang Chen's laughter, Yi Jiawen then asked strangely, "Senior Yang Chen, what are you laughing at?" Yang Chen immediately stifled his laughter and said with a normal expression, "I remembered something happy." "What happy thing?" Yi Jiawen's gaze was puzzled. "I have a schoolmate with a great massage." Put. Yang Chen couldn't help it and burst out laughing again. "What are you laughing at again?" Yevgeny wondered again. "I thought that my schoolmate's boyfriend was very nice and would often treat me to dinner." Yang Chen stifled his laughter. This joke, at the dinner table, was feared to be understood only by Su Yan. Even Jianli and Zhang Xinrui had a cloudy expression on their faces as they listened. The two then whispered, "What happened to Lao Yang?" Jianli wondered. "Maybe it's because Brother Jiawen ordered a lot of his favorite dishes, so he's happy?" Zhang Xinrui wasn't too sure. Yi Jiawen's face, on the other hand, showed an expression of looking at a retard. "This Yang Chen, he's a fucking riddler, isn't he? Is it too much excitement? Is it a brain fart?" No longer paying attention to Yang Chen, Yi Jiawen said to the waitress girl, "Alright, order these first. There won't be enough to serve later." "Okay Yi Xiao. I'll go to the front desk to place the order first." The waitress' little sister bowed respectfully, then took the tablet and went out. After the waiter left, Su Yan then got up as well. "I'm going to the restroom." "Aha." Yi Jiawen revealed a warm-hearted smile and nodded slightly. It was obvious that Su Yan was sweating from the heat just now, and it was too normal for her to go to the restroom now to fix her makeup or something. Soon there were 4 men left in the box. The conversation opens up. "Brother Jiawen, it must be very fortunate to have a girlfriend like senior sister Su Yan, right?" Jianli pronounced the word fortunate heavily, revealing an expression that any man would understand. Yi Jiawen heard the meaning, then smiled coyly. "Hey, actually, it's all the same with the lights off." He had never even held Su Yan's hand, but he had to act like he had been in 100 battles. Li Jian and Zhang Xinrui didn't know the real situation and showed envious expressions once they heard this. "If you had a girlfriend at the school flower level like Su Yan, I'm afraid you'd wake up laughing in your dreams, right?" Yang Chen also looked envious on the surface, but he scoffed in his heart. Yi Jiawen, this shriveled man, is afraid that he will never enjoy what happiness feels like in his life, right? Just then, Yang Chen felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrate. Taking it out, I found that it was a microchat message from Su Yan. "Su Yan, hubby, my hands got dirty by you just now. Can you take some paper to the bathroom for me?" "Su Yan, it's still the innermost compartment. Don't look for the wrong one. Move fast. It's not good if it takes too long." Seeing these two sentences, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth involuntarily hooked up. "Little vixen, how do you know your body is made of iron? But it's not a good idea to go over there now, is it? Wouldn't that be a little too obvious?" Just as he was hesitating, a beep suddenly sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Ding! Divine choice triggered. Chapter 56. Choice 1, knowing and repaying Su Yan for her tireless massage just now. You decide to agree to her request to go to the bathroom and bring her paper towels, and receive a reward, Richard Mille Watch, Skeleton Limited Edition, *1. Option 2, be a white-eyed wolf and pretend you didn't see Su Yan's message and she won't initiate contact with you again for a day. Senior Yang Chen, what's the matter? Noticing that Yang Chen was looking at his cell phone and showing a wacky smile, Yi Jiawen became a bit curious. My family suddenly had something to look for me. I'll go out and make a phone call first, so I'll trouble you to take care of my 2 roommates first. Brother Jiawen. Yang Chen stood up as if he had something urgent to do. Don't worry about it. Yi Jiawen revealed a harmless smile. Lao Yang, is everything alright? Li Qin and Kangi also heard their conversation and asked with concern. It's fine. I'm just going to make a phone call. You guys eat when the food is served. Don't wait for me. Yang Chen smiled faintly and immediately walked out of the box door as well. Brother Garvin, can you impart some experience in finding a girlfriend? After Yang Chen left, Jianli continued to humbly ask for advice from Yi Jiawen. Harm. There is no experience. In fact, handsome looks tall are not important. The family has money is not important. The main thing is to pursue the girl true love. Just, Yi Jiawen is invisibly pretending again. Although Su Yan and Yang Chen weren't there, pretending to be a bully in front of Yang Chen's roommate was equivalent to stepping on Yang Chen in Yi Jiawen's opinion. As such, he was still pretending to be a good guy, not realizing at all that something was wrong. After Yang Chen walked out of the door of the box, he headed straight for the restroom. Ding! Detecting the host reaching the requirements. Reward, Richard Mill Watch, Skeleton Limited Edition, *1. Will be delivered by a special person one day later. Hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen faintly smiled. Oh, Richard Miller, the so-called billionaire's ticket. So thankful for the bonus, baby. Yeah, Gavin. Since it was now the noon hour, coupled with the relatively high price of this restaurant, Old Farmer, there were not many guests in the entire restaurant. The hall was basically empty, and there were only a sporadic 1 or 2 booths with people in them. This is not surprising, as socializing basically involves drinking, and few people choose to treat themselves to socializing during the day. This was convenient for Yang Chen and Su Yan. Lightly making his way to the innermost room of the men's restroom, Yang Chen knocked rhythmically on the door a few times. Soon the cubicle door was opened. At the same time, a slender arm as white as a lotus root was revealed. Meanwhile, in box 8, the young waitress who had gone to place the order went and returned. Yi Xiao, it's like this, because the amount of dishes you ordered today is large. I need to trouble you to go to the front desk to settle the bill first. I'm really sorry. She held a list and said respectfully towards Yi Jiawen. Oh, hearing this, Yi Jiawen's face instantly pulled down. This waiter's words mean that he's afraid that he can't afford to pay and eat a bully's dinner? He was about to go on a rampage, but when he noticed the adoring eyes of Li Jian and Zhang Xinrui on the side, he immediately stopped the profanity he was about to blurt out. It couldn't be helped. He always had to maintain his image as a gentleman in front of people. So he said, just as well, then you take me to the front desk to pay. 2 schoolmates, you should stay here for a moment. Nodding towards Jianli and Zhang Xinrui, Yi Jiawen followed the waiter to the front desk. At the front desk, the one in charge of billing was the young woman supervisor who had greeted Yi Jiawen and the others at the beginning. When she saw the waiter bring Yi Jiawen over, she respectfully bowed to Yi Jiawen and then said, Young Yi, you spent a total of 15W1200 today. I've erased the change for you and counted it as 15W for you. Card or cash, please? The young woman's supervisor's words were like a gavel to Yi Jiawen's head. Instantly, Yi Jiawen's brain buzzed. 15W? In Yi Jiawen's original budget, it would only be a few $1,000s at most, right? What the hell is 15W? What? Yi Jiawen thought she heard wrong and asked again in a trembling voice. The young woman supervisor gave Yi Jiawen a strange look, and then respectfully repeated, Young Yi, you spent a total of 15W today. I've specially erased the change for you. 15W? Hearing clearly the words of the young woman supervisor, Yi Jiawen was struck by lightning and instantly doubted the world somewhat. This is a shady store, isn't it? Seeing Yi Jiawen's unbelievable eyes, the young woman supervisor then said in a cold voice, Xiao Wan, what are you waiting for? Why don't you give Yi Xiao the list to check? With that, the waiter on the side handed the list in his hand to Yi Jiawen. Trembling, Yi Jiawen received the sheet, fixed his mind and carefully read the contents of the sheet. Buddha jumping wall, 288 per cup. Quantity, 5. Total, 1440. King crab 5 eats, 299 per caddy. Quantity, 1, 9. 2 pounds. Processing fee, 240. Total, 3, 000. Caviar chocolate pudding, 2, 000 per serving. Quantity, 10. Total, 20, 000. Black truffle pizza, 10, 000 per serving. Quantity, 3. Total, 30, 000. Divine protection beef, 180/G. Quantity, 500G. Total, 90, 000. The prices, at first, were normal, all according to the menu markup, but when it came to the few dishes Yang Chen ordered, the prices suddenly shot up a notch, all of them costing a few W to start. The most expensive God's Protector beef is a surprising 9W a pound? Even Yi Jiawen was shocked. The upscale restaurants he usually takes Su Yan or meets his other sisters to eat at are around 1W at most. It was really the first time he had ever seen a dish like this one costing several Ws. This caviar chocolate pudding. Why is one serving so expensive? Isn't normal caviar only a few $100s a box? Soon after, Yi Jiawen couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, the young woman supervisor immediately replied respectfully, "Young Yi, it's like this. Usually that kind of caviar that costs a few $100s is made from our domestic sturgeon roe, which belongs to a more common grade. Our old farmer mainly serves the leaders of the school, as well as some bosses who have cooperation with the school, and the caviar we use is imported high-grade caviar from Crooked Fruit. A box of this caviar usually ranges from 4,000 to 1W, and the one used today is still caviar from the woolly bear country, not exactly the highest grade. Of course, if you have questions, I can have the chef serve the unwrapped box with the dish later, and you can go through any channels to check the price of this caviar. We are doing regular business. Prices are always transparent." Chapter 57, This is what rich kids are like. After a few words, Yi Jiawen was immediately speechless. "I used to eat fake caviar?" Yi Jiawen instantly understood. Dare I say those fancy restaurants out there use domestic sturgeon caviar. No wonder a dish is so cheap. True pitfalls. Cursing those unscrupulous and treacherous merchants a few times in his heart, Yi Jiawen then asked again without dying, "What about this black truffle pizza? Why is it so expensive? I usually eat out and these dishes with black truffles cost at most $1,000. How come you guys are selling a piece of pizza for 1W over here?" Pointing at the second dish Yang Chen ordered, Yi Jiawen continued to ask. By this time, the young woman supervisor had more or less worked out the flavor. It turned out that this Yi Xiao was grinding here, afraid that he didn't have enough money with him. She had been in the restaurant for 10 years or so. How many guests had she received? Instantly, she could see Yi Jiawen's dilemma. However, she still patiently explained, "Xiao Yi, it's like this. Most of those so-called fine dining restaurants out there, including some crooked Michelin from the Crooked and such, most of the dishes they make are gimmicks. This black truffle, for example, most of those fancy restaurants just sprinkle some crumbs on it or scrape a thin crust on it and dare to call it some kind of black truffle pizza. And the black truffles they use are domestic black truffles. We use authentic black truffles that are flown in from Crooked Fruit, and we add them to our pizzas in big slices. If you don't believe me, I can show you in the back kitchen right away. The chefs should have the black truffles all cut up by now, and I won't hide it from you. President Lin of our Magic City University will come to us every 10 days and half a month to eat this black truffle pizza. If there was a problem with the prices and ingredients, how would our store be open now? Even the principal has moved out. What else does Yi Jiawen have to say? He naturally had no doubts about the young woman supervisor's words, because the first time he knew about this old farmer was when he first started his freshman year. His old man specially invited the college's secretary Chan to dine here with him. After that, Yi Jiawen had something to bring Su Yan or some unseen schoolgirls to eat, taking the opportunity to pretend to be more than they were. And, indeed, you can occasionally bump into some college or school leaders. Therefore, he didn't doubt the words of this young woman supervisor in the slightest. Even so, Yi Jiawen still had a thieving heart, and he pointed at the last dish Yang Chen ordered and asked, I don't have any questions about the first two dishes, but what about this divine protection beef? How come it's 9W? Is the price a typo? Kobe beef costs 180 a gram, and the price of gold at this time is only 170, right? This beef is more expensive than gold? To be honest, no matter which possibility it was, Yi Jiawen didn't believe it. It's just off the charts. Hearing Yi Jiawen's words, the young woman supervisor didn't answer at first. Instead, she somewhat sternly reprimanded the waiter at the side. "Xiaowan, didn't you talk to Xiao Yi about the price of the divine protection beef? Didn't I emphasize over and over again before that the amount of this dish is rather exorbitant? In order to avoid customers ordering and then confirming the price with them in advance because they can't accept it? Didn't you talk to Yi Xiao?" In this passage, it looked like the young woman supervisor was reprimanding the waitress, but in fact, she was insinuating that Yi Jiawen had no money. She had just gone back and forth with the waiter to make sure when she was typing up the order. God protects the beef directly order a pound. Honestly, this young woman supervisor has never seen. School leaders wouldn't dare to order so much. Normally, each person ordering a small portion of 1 or 20 grams is considered very extravagant. 5 people ordering a pound? I've never seen that. Supervisor, I've just reminded Yi Xiao several times. He still thinks I look down on him for not being able to afford this dish. If I say it again, I'm afraid that Yi Xiao will get angry. How should I know? He thinks the food is expensive too. I thought he was really a rich kid. The waitress, Xiaowan, said aggressively. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen's face immediately turned green and white. Especially the waitress Xizhuan's last sentence was like a slap in the face. Are all waiters nowadays so low in emotional intelligence? Did I say I couldn't afford it? Instantly, Yi Jiawen's blood pressure shot straight to his head. What nonsense are you talking about, Xiaowan? Is Yi Xiao that kind of person? Hurry up and apologize to Yi Xiao. Although the young woman supervisor was thinking the same thing in her heart, she still had to say the words on the surface in a nice way. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, Yi Xiao, Xiao Wan said aggressively, only that the previous respect was clearly missing from her words. Yi Jiawen was a bit on top of things by now. 15W would be a pain in the ass for him, but nowhere near affordable. After all, his family was in the real estate business, and it was still no problem to take out this amount of money. Only problem is that he only has 5W on himself and still needs to ask his family for at least 10W to have enough money to make the payment. It more or less made him feel like a bit of an ingrate, especially the last 3 dishes, all of which were ordered by Yang Chen. And I didn't think it was enough at the time, so I fucking ordered more. Now that he thought about it, Yi Jiawen couldn't wait to give himself a few slaps. At the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Yang Chen knew the prices of these 3 dishes? No way. How could this poor know? How can someone who wears a pair of several $100 basketball shoes for 2 years without replacing them, and who lives on only $1,000 a month, possibly know the price of these dishes? Carefully recalling the earlier details, Yi Jiawen became more and more certain. Yang Chen ordered these dishes completely by mistake. Thinking like this, Yi Jiawen's mind was more or less balanced. If this was really a deliberate setup by Yang Chen, then he would really be a stupider than an ingrate. This was something Yi Jiawen could never accept. But the thought of treating Yang Chen's trio to a 15W meal made his heart feel like it was dripping blood. Yi Xiao, how is it? Do you have any questions? Seeing Yi Jiawen's face glooming and half a day without speaking, the young woman supervisor could only take the initiative to ask. Not much doubt. Here's the deal. I left my other bank card in my dorm room. I'll call home now and have them transfer the money over and come back later to pay. Yi Jiawen said stiffly, his face more or less hanging on. How springy he was just now when he ordered. How embarrassed he was now. I have to say that invisible pretending is the most deadly. Okay, then you'd better hurry up or it might affect the speed of our serving in the back kitchen, the young woman supervisor said with a smile on her face. In her heart, however, she despised it. You don't have money and you're pretending to invite people to dinner? Richie rich is this, Chapter 58 Skilled Worker Yipka Man. Hearing the young woman supervisor's words without the slightest bit of respect, Yi Jiawen's face sank. These businessmen are so realistic. And they treated him as a grandpa when they ordered food just now. Now when he saw that he didn't have the money to pay, his attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn. At this moment, Yi Jiawen, the young master, tasted the coldness and warmth of the world for the first time. He couldn't say anything, though, after all, it was true that he had behaved a bit poorly today. With a cold snort, Yi Jiawen then walked in the direction of the restroom. It's too embarrassing to call here, so I'll just have to go find a quiet place. Soon he found the men's restroom, entered a random cubicle. He didn't even notice that the lock on the door to the next compartment was a red flag, meaning someone was inside. It didn't take long for Yi Jiawen's voice to ring out from the cubicle. Hey mom, I recently wanted to enroll in an English class to take the TOEFL exam. I don't have enough money on hand right now. Can you transfer some to me from your side right now? This TOEFL class is not expensive. 15W will do. What? You just bought a Hermes bag, You don't have that much money in your card? That's fine. I'll ask Pops for it. With that, Yi Jiawen's voice fell silent again. Hearing this, Yang Chen next door instantly clammed up. Dare Yi Jiawen, this stupid bird didn't have enough money in his card and came to the bathroom to ask for money from his own family. What a waste. To be honest, Yang Chen despised this kind of person the most. Spending your family's money to act like a pussy when you don't really have much to offer. Yang Chen usually saves money not because his family can't afford his expenses, but he understands that it's not easy for his parents to make money, so he saves what he saves. Otherwise, with Yang Chen's family's condition, it would still be no problem if he wanted to live a petty life in school. Su Yan, who was lying on the front, apparently also heard Yi Jiawen's voice. She turned back towards Yang Chen and smiled seductively, and her eyes also more or less carried a bit of mockery towards Yi Jiawen. She was absolutely loyal to Yang Chen, so inwardly she also despised Yi Jiawen very much. Not only is he a shriveled man, he's a mommy's boy, not at all as manly as Yang Chen, and so strong. After tens of seconds of silence, Yi Jiawen's voice next door sounded again. Hey, Pops, isn't it Valentine's Day soon? I want to prepare a Valentine's Day gift for Su Yan. See if you can sponsor me with some money. Hermes bag. It's not that expensive, just about 20W. Nice guy. 15W for a meal. Asking his old man for 20W, meaning another 5W? Yi Jiawen's tone was very natural. Obviously it wasn't the first time he had done this. Genus is now a skilled laborer. However, it was also obvious that he spoke to his old man with much more respect than he did to his mother. Soon, Yi Jiawen's old man's voice came out from the cell phone. His old man's voice was thick, and he spoke with an aura of superiority, so that even Yang Chen next door could clearly hear their conversation. After all, Yang Chen's body was now the body of a dragon, and all aspects of his abilities had been strengthened, and his hearing was naturally much sharper than that of an ordinary person. Like Su Yan on the side, she couldn't hear clearly and could only hear some murmurs in the microphone. At the same time, Yang Chen remembered something from his previous life. Yang Chen had met Yi Jiawen's old man. His full name was Yi Jingrong, the chairman of Jingrong Real Estate Group. And this Jingrong Real Estate Group is also considered to be more powerful than the second-tier real estate developers. Yang Chen had eaten with Yi Jingrong in his previous life because of his cooperation with Yi Jiawen. He did not have a good impression of Yi Jingrong, although he was decent on the surface. There was a hard-to-conceal shadowy color in his eyes, and at a glance, he was one of those lordly types. However, at that time, due to Yi Jiawen's relationship, Yang Chen still had quite a bit of respect for Yi Jingrong. At that moment, Yi Jiawen's old man, Yi Jingrong, reprimanded Yi Jiawen over the microphone. How is your relationship with Su Yan progressing? It's been more than half a year since they've been together. How come there's still no substantial progress? Taking down Su Yan is the same as taking down the Su family. You have to know that Su Tianhai only has one daughter like her, and she's precious. If your relationship is stable, when you graduate and get married, won't all of their Su family stuff be ours? Hearing Yi Jingrong's words, a flash of obscurity flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. There's a lot of information in those words. Yang Chen also did not think that the original Yi Jiawen pursuing Su Yan. There is such a layer of hidden reasons inside. It turned out that what Yi Jiawen saw was not only Su Yan's identity and condition as a schoolgirl, but her family history. And behind all of this, it's Yi Jingrong who's manipulating. What a great game of chess. Hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly had some clarity as well. Yi Jiawen's means of seeking core technology from himself in his previous life was so similar to what Yi Jingrong was saying now. It's almost as if it's the same thing. First, they make use of their close relationship to do benefit bundling, and then they plunder each other's resources through various means, by any means necessary. In his previous life, Yang Chen was unguarded, and Yi Jiawen stole the company's core technology through means. Finally, he colluded with other companies, causing the company's financial chain to break, forcing Yang Chen to commit suicide. Wait, suicide? Suddenly, a fragment flashed through Yang Chen's mind. In his previous life, he seemed to have seen a news item in today's headlines that a real estate entrepreneur named Su Tianhai in Mordor had committed suicide by jumping off a building. Could it be that this Su Tianhai and the Su Tianhai that Yi Jingrong spoke of were the same person? Or is it just a coincidence? Just as Yang Chen was thinking, the voice from Yi Jiawen's cell phone next door came again. Don't you think that Pops is annoying? What Pops says is for your own good. You're the only one in our family. When I'm old, won't all these things be yours? Although Su Tianhai's Tianhai Real Estate Group is our partner, it will be a competitor sooner or later. If you don't take Su Yan, the Su family might become your enemy in the future. On the contrary, if you take Su Yan, when you annex the Su family, our Zhengrong Real Estate Group will immediately leap to become a first-tier real estate developer. At that time, the future generations of our Yi family will have endless glory and wealth. This time, Yi Jingrong's words were less harsh and more bitter. It had to be said that Yi Jingrong did speak at a very high level. If it wasn't for the fact that they were discussing dirty and despicable content, Yang Chen would have thought that Yi Jingrong was a good father who was bent on thinking about his son. It's just a shame that a bloodsucker is always a bloodsucker. Educating the next generation in such a way will only pollute the next generation. At this moment, Yang Chen only had disgust in his heart. No wonder Yi Jiawen would later do such despicable things. The root of the matter is completely learned from his father Yi Jingrong. This strengthened Yang Chen's determination to completely bring down the Yi family. Just then, Yi Jiawen spoke. Chapter 59 Yip Ka Man's Lucky Day. Pops, I know you're good to me. I haven't had a chance to tell you the good news, but yesterday afternoon I went to the movies with Su Yan, and there has been substantial progress. It can be said that just one last step away, I will be able to take Su Yan completely. Yi Jiawen's tone was tinged with a bit of pride. Immediately after, Yi Jiawen also added more fuel to the fire by telling Yi Jingrong about the movie he watched at Treasure Elephant City yesterday afternoon. In his mouth, how actively Su Yan was hugging him, even inactively asking for a kiss. Simply put, it's all the kissing that should be done and all the touching that shouldn't be done. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't get in his own way there, he might even have had a physical fight on the spot in the movie theater. Listening to Yi Jiawen's smug tone of inviting credit, Yang Chen almost clammed up. Poor Yi Jiawen. Still in the dark up to now. He was completely unaware that the one who staged a passionate kissing scene with him yesterday wasn't Su Yan at all, but her tank roommate Yao Yao. Su Yan was not aware of this matter. After all, yesterday she was the active party, while Yang Chen sat on the chair the whole time to passively enjoy the service. So she really didn't know what was going on at Yi Jiawen's place. A flash of anger flashed in her eyes when she heard Yi Jiawen's words. This is a complete and outright slander. At this moment, she was kneeling on the floor, looking up at Yang Chen in a pitiful manner and shaking her head, meaning that things were not at all what Yi Jiawen had said. It was obvious that she was afraid that Yang Chen would misunderstand. Yang Chen stroked Su Yan's head and gave her a reassuring expression. He naturally wouldn't doubt Su Yan. After all, his loyalty had reached 100, and he had already reached the point of die-hard loyalty to himself. Soon, Yi Zhengrong's voice came out again from the cell phone next door. At this point, his tone became very relieved. My good son has finally grown up. Don't worry, Dad has already contacted the most authoritative medical expert in the meter country. He is an expert in treating that area of congenital dysfunction. He will take the time to take a flight to China this weekend. I've emailed him your case and the test reports, and he says the probability of a successful cure is 75% or more. In less than 3 months, you'll be living the life of a normal man. Yi Zhengrong's tone also carried a touch of happiness. Yi Jiawen was a shriveled man, and this matter was also a stone that had been weighing on his heart. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen immediately shouted out in excitement, his speech somewhat incoherent. Yeah, Pops, I'd love to sing you a song and hear me say thank you for. It took a bit of babbling for his emotions to restabilize. I'm sorry, Pops, I got a little excited. Yi Jiawen hurriedly explained for his behavior just now, fearing that his old dad would educate him again, because Yi Zhengrong often educated him. To become a great man must have a chest of thunder and face like a calm lake. If the joy and anger in the face will never become a great thing. Unexpectedly, this time Yi Zhengrong did not blame him, but laughed freely a few times on the phone as well. It's okay, it's something to be happy about. Jiawen, father told you, don't slack off on your side. Seize the opportunity and continue to launch an attack on Su Yan. As soon as your body recovers, you'll immediately make love to her, and everything will fall into place after that. Dad will now directly give you 40W as funding. You must be willing to spend money on girls to smash them and create some surprises, especially for girls like Su Yan who are still in college. They love some unrealistic romance. Yi Zhengrong analyzed Yi Jiawen with clear thoughts, and when it comes to picking up girls, he seems that Yi Zhengrong is even more knowledgeable than Yi Jiawen, and obviously hasn't played with few female college students outside. Aha! Yi Jiawen said with force, his heart filled with confidence at this moment. It was indeed a roller coaster ride of emotions for him. Although he had been ripped off by Yang Chen and the others for 15W of meal money, now his father had directly given him 40W, which was equivalent to also earning 25W for nothing, and the congenital dysfunction that had been plaguing him seemed to be seeing the light of day. In an instant, today turned out to be Yi Jiawen's lucky day. Hanging up the phone, he walked out of the bathroom humming a little tune. Unbeknownst to him, his conversation with Yi Zhengrong had been heard word for word by Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen's brows knitted lightly as he was digesting what he had just heard. He was now certain that Su Tianhai was Su Yan's old man, as well as Yi Zhengrong's partner, the chairman of Tianhai Real Estate Group. It was obvious that Yi Jiawen and Yi Zhengrong, an old silver coin, were brewing a plot against Su Yan's family. Only, because of the change in their own choices in this life, their plot has now been largely declared bankrupt. The reason was simple, because Su Yan was already her own woman and was still 100% dead to her. It was basically impossible for Yi Jiawen to marry Su Yan. This matter, however, will still have some variables. On the one hand, it was Su Yan's old man Su Tianhai's attitude. If Su Tianhai's attitude was very tough and was eager to join hands with the Yi family, there was no guarantee that he would not sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Although this possibility was very small, Yang Chen had to consider it. On the other hand, it was related to the Yi family. Assuming they find the plot abortive, they may not fail to do something underhanded. People like Yi Zhengrong were obviously people who would do anything to achieve their goals. Su Tianhai's suicide in his previous life was most likely Yi Zhengrong's ghost. Then it was hard to say if they would make a move on Su Yan if they were in a fit of pique. So Yang Chen also had to be on guard. At this time, Yang Chen suddenly remembered their earlier conversation. According to Yi Zhengrong, Yi Jiawen will receive treatment from the medical experts in the Mi country this weekend. And it seems that the success rate of the treatment is still above 75%. And since the success rate is at 75%, that means there is still a 25% failure rate. Yang Chen immediately remembered the rewards that the system had given out earlier, 3 Joker Doom cards. Looks like they'll come in handy just in time. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked into an evil smile. 20 minutes later, Yang Chen and Su Yan returned to box 8 one after another. When he saw Yi Jiawen again, he had a beaming, villainous look on his face. Is blowing smoke at Ken Li and Kong Xinrui. Senior Yang Chen. When he saw Yang Chen, he immediately revealed a harmless smile and waved with feigned enthusiasm. Why did it take so long to make a phone call? Is everything alright at home? Hurry over for dinner. The food is already served. Yang Chen also responded enthusiastically. Harm. Nothing much. The family is rather nagging. With that, he sat down. 5 minutes later, Su Yan also arrived late. If one is careful, one can notice that the Parisienne on her leg is nowhere to be seen at this point. However, Yi Jiawen was on a roll at the moment and didn't notice this at all. Chapter 60, This guy wants to whore himself out to me every day. It was a meal of sorts for both host and guest. Yang Chen's trio ate and drank a lot, whoring Yi Jiawen for nothing. And although Yi Jiawen was slaughtered for 15W, he was blessed by the disaster and made 40W of his old man's money in tears and blood. When you do that math, you have an extra 25W in your own wallet. I have to say, it's also a typical example of a contemporary great filial son. This meal lasted until after 2 o'clock. The meal wasn't wasted at all. At least 12W of the 15W went into Yang Chen's trio's stomachs, while the other 3W was eaten by Su Yan. Yi Jiawen basically never moved any chopsticks, especially that one caddy of Wagyu beef. Yi Jiawen hadn't even looked at it clearly before it was all divided up by Yang Chen's 3 men. Yang Chen was also gentlemanly enough to fork a piece for Su Yan. Seeing this scene, Yi Jiawen's blood pressure couldn't control the upward wave. Fucking spending my money and courting my girlfriend? Can't stand it. However, soon Yi Jiawen restrained himself. A little impatience goes a long way. It wasn't worth it to get angry with a beggar like Yang Chen. He had to maintain his image in front of Su Yan, and he made a furious 25W today. After the meal, the 5 said goodbye downstairs in the cafeteria. Jian Li held Yi Jiawen's hands tightly, with some tears in his eyes, and said breathlessly, Brother Jiawen, you're really a good person. Today's feast was delicious. When will we meet again next time at the old farmhouse? Hearing this, Yi Jiawen's expression stiffened and the veins on his brain jumped twice. Freeloading and fucking sending out good guy cards. And you ask me when is the next time we meet at the old farmhouse? Afraid you don't want to whore me out again? Immediately afterward, he said with a smile on his face. Thank you. We'll meet again if we're destined to. Kangyi immediately exclaimed. I wish I could see Brother Garvin every day. Yi Jiawen blushed again. I didn't realize that this center-parted head with round-framed glasses looked harmless enough to try to whore me out every day. Excessive. In his mind, Yang Chen's dormitory has been completely labeled as a beggar's dormitory. After getting rid of the two people's entanglement with great difficulty, Yi Jiawen put on a harmless expression and said to Yang Chen, Junior brother Yang Chen, let's see you at the competition the day after tomorrow. Don't forget, there's an evening team dinner at the end of the intra-squad game. Don't miss it. Yi Jiawen's eyes carried a touch of well-hidden gloom. After the last match, he had secretly contacted Brother Blade and was ready to make a move on Yang Chen after the gathering the day after tomorrow. Their plan was simple, wait for Yang Chen to get drunk, and then be brought by Yi Jiawen to an unoccupied alley in the backstreet, and then be handed over to one of Blade's minions to clean up. Knife Brother's little brother nicknamed Chrysanthemum. Get this nickname for no other reason, is because he is a broken sleeve fetish of the Dragon Yang enthusiasts, and an offense, usually a fan of fine-skinned little white men. When Chrysanthemum saw Yang Chen's photo, she was so excited that her body trembled uncontrollably. One could only imagine what would happen if he brought Yang Chen, who was drunk and unconscious, to him. Thinking of that picturesque image, the corners of Yi Jiawen's mouth unconsciously hooked upwards. Looking at Yi Jiawen's hypocritical and incomparable face, Yang Chen also put on a naive look and said with a smile, Brother Jiawen, see you the day after tomorrow. Thanks for the hospitality today. After the false pleasantries were exchanged, the men went their separate ways. Su Yan and Yang Chen went back to their respective dormitories, while Yi Jiawen walked towards the outside of the school without understanding what was going on. By the time Yang Chen's trio returned to the dormitory, the time had already reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since there were no classes in the afternoon, and since Ken Li and Kangyi stayed up late last night, the two of them went to bed and started huffing and puffing just as soon as they got back to their dorm room. Before going to bed, Ken Li and Kangyi once again exclaimed, Tatsu Dadi, you're such a good person for a senior. They seemed to sleep more soundly after the White John, and within a few minutes there was an uproar of snoring. Yang Chen smiled and also laid down on the bed and started playing with his cell phone. A few microchat messages popped up when I opened the microchat. Shigaraki my master. I received a couple of deliveries this morning. A couple of uniforms I bought. Shigaraki my, this is a black OL suit. How about pairing it with the high heels you gave me? Pictures. Shigaraki my, there are also stewardesses and sailors. Pick. Arakaki my, it looks good. Which one should I wear to greet you next time you come back? Goblin. Seeing the microchat message sent by Arakaki mai, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Then he clicked on the picture and began to appreciate it. I have to say, Arakaki Mai's clothing aesthetic is still quite good. And the photographic technique is quite good. All kinds of poses posed that is quite seductive. Any random photo pose, if put on the little sweet potato app in the future, will surely be followed by a bunch of so-called hot girls. However, he also noticed a small problem. It seemed that Arakaki Mai's uniforms were all a bit by small. This makes Arakaki Mamoru feel strangled when she wears it. And the quality doesn't seem to be very good. With a piece of fabric missing here and a corner there. It's such a waste of money. No, I must go back and punish Arakaki Maki sometime. Immediately, Yang-chan replied on the microchat, I'll go back to Riverside Villa for dinner tomorrow at noon. Ahem. Just wear that stewardess uniform one. Not even 2 seconds after the message was sent, Arakaki Mamoru's message came right back, Master. Waiting for you. Oh. Hey. It can't be helped. She's just too good at it. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Yang-chen then closed off the microchat box with Arakaki Mai. Immediately afterward, he tapped on a message from his memory. Memory, humph. Running so fast at noon. Didn't you say you were going to treat people to dinner last time? Memory, you recently speculate on stocks, must be cautious. Noon, I called with my father. He said that the recent environment is very bad. Or to be conservative. Oh. Memory, but if you really want to make money, you can buy the stock Mingyang Mining. That's what my dad was willing to tell me after I pampered him for a long time. There might be a big surge recently. Up 30% points. Memory, and if you don't have enough money to spend, be sure to tell me. I've got a lot of money on my card. Memory, don't get me wrong. I just think of you as my good friend. Seeing the memorized information, Yang-chen couldn't help but laugh a little. Regarding the matter that Memory's old man was a private equity big shot, Yang-chen was aware of it. So the stock that her old man said, no surprise, is a stock that their private equity will be heavy in the near future. The probability of going up will be very high. As the old saying goes, a woman is too big to be a woman. She's not even her girlfriend yet, and she's already helping herself to insider stock tips from her father. That elbow is turned outward. I love it. The corner of Yang-chen's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 61, a strange desire to win or lose. And that last sentence is quite a bit of a here and now. Memories are so simply lovely. Immediately, Yang-chen replied, I know. Thanks in advance to Miss Memory. Can I treat you to a big meal this weekend? Can you do me the honor? Soon after, the message from the memory came back in seconds. Good. Saturday or Sunday? Yang-chen, let's do it on Sunday. I'll tell you the location then. Memory, a promise. Who pigeons who is a puppy? Yang-chen, it's a deal. Smile. JPG. Closing the chat box with Memory. Yang-chen's gaze swept toward the message list and he let out a light eep. An unexpected person had taken the initiative to message him. Pei Lu Ocean. Yang-chan's mind instantly appeared with that burgundy-colored big wavy curly hair, as well as that plump and incomparable figure, and that amazing elasticity. I didn't expect her to reach out after the last zero contact. This was something Yang-chen hadn't expected. With that, Yang-chen clicked on Pei Lu Ocean's micro-chat box. Pei Lu Ocean, little handsome, can you answer one of my sister's doubts? How did you manage to perfectly judge the trend of individual stocks and make a tenfold profit in 2 days? Pelosi, am I witnessing the birth of a stock market myth? Sassy. JPG. It could be seen that Pei Lu Ocean's tone of voice vaguely revealed a hard-to-conceal mentality of curiosity. She seemed to be desperate for Yang-chen's answer. Seeing her message, Yang-chen was slightly surprised, but on second thought, he somewhat understood. The first is that she, as a mid-level of Xinhua Securities, can see the information of her stock operation, which is not surprising. Only Yang-chen didn't expect that she would directly pick it out and say it to herself. This is because according to the relevant regulations, securities companies are not allowed to access and disclose customer information at will. Like Pei Lu Ocean, this is already a violation of the law. Of course, Yang-chen definitely wouldn't bother with her about such trivial matters. It was just that what Yang-chen didn't expect was that she was so curious and concerned about herself. Thinking of the little episode that had occurred between Pei Lu Ocean and Yang-chen earlier, the corner of Yang-chen's mouth curled up slightly. What a competitive woman. It seems. Indeed. Anyone who sees their stock delivery slips for this period of time will find it hard to keep their composure. I'm sure. After all, almost every stock one trades has been bought at the lows and sold at the highs. This kind of operation is basically no different from hanging. It was normal for Pei Lu Ocean to be unable to understand. However, this question Yang-chen was bound to be unable to give an answer. Does it mean that one can see what the stock is going to do in the next 10 days? Isn't that bullshit? With that, Yang-chen said back on WeChat, it's probably just luck. Laughing and crying. JPG. Not more than a few seconds later, Pei Lu Ocean's message was sent over. Cheap bastard. Sister just had such a small query and didn't give her an answer. Pei Lu Ocean, then my sister has another small request. It's not possible that you won't grant it to others as well, right? Yang Chen, oh, just say it, if I can help I will help. Pei Luotian, I have some money in my hand, can I ask you to help me invest it? Of course, there's a reward for that. Seeing the message sent by Pei Luotian, Yang Chen had a smile on his lips. Sure enough, women who have been in society for a while are different. They think more purposefully and are good at tapping into the resources around them. In this regard, Yang Chen did not reject it. On the contrary, he greatly appreciated women like Pei Luotian, because the society itself is realistic. If you want to make a good life for yourself and your family, you must learn to utilize your resources. Smart woman. After thinking for a moment, Yang Chen replied, happy to help. How much money do you want to take for investment? Pelosi, not much, about 800 W to 1,000 W. Yang Chen, being able to immediately come up with so much liquidity. My sister is truly unfathomable. Strong capital. Pei Luotian, brother. It's easy to get the wrong idea with those words you're not flirting with your sister. Are you? Seeing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but sweat a little. A moment of inattention. He was actually flirted with by Pei Luotian. Yang Chen /sweat. JPG, /sweat. JPG. Pei Luotian, he. No kidding. How does brother plan to collect his sister's commission? Yang Chen, take 1000 W of principal. 2 weeks later I guarantee to give you back 1150 W. Right. 15% return. This rate of return has been very sincere. In exchange for others, at most, can only promise 6% return. At this moment, Pei Luotian, who was sitting in the office, clenched her silver teeth, her gaze hateful. It's amazing that it took 2 weeks for this guy to be willing to give himself 15% profit on a one-day operation when he was making over 50% profit. Is he not attractive enough? Damn it! In fact, the rate of return Yang Chen gave was really conscientious. Like some professional investment organizations that promise at most 8 to 12% returns over the course of a year, Yang Chen gave 15% gain in 2 weeks. The genius has already looked at Pei Luotian as a friend. Only, after witnessing Yang Chen's counterintuitive operation, Pei Luotian thought that the rate of return given by Yang Chen was obviously not sincere enough. To put it bluntly, he was spoiled by Yang Chen. Thinking for a moment, Pei Luotian replied, so sister in your heart is this position 15% of the rate of return on the outside although it is very high, but sister believes that with the brother's ability, should be able to give a higher rate of return Yang Chen didn't even think about it and immediately replied in seconds on the microchat, 20% then. In fact, what Yang Chen wanted at the beginning was to promise a 20% rate of return, but he knew that with Pei Luotian's character, he would definitely bargain. That's why he purposely gave a 15% yield in the first place. In this way, when Pei Luotian counteroffers, he will give in smoothly and say 20% yield, so Pei Luotian can't say anything else. It's kind of a basic negotiating skill. Seeing Yang Chen reply so decisively, Pei Luotian froze for a moment. But soon, she reacted, and a look of shame couldn't help but appear on her face. Damn Yang Chen, even using this negotiation technique to set himself up. At the same time, a feeling of powerlessness flooded Pei Luotian's heart. Since Yang Chen had already made concessions, she couldn't make any more demands at this time, but she still hatefully replied on WeChat. Little white-eyed wolf, I've been so busy helping you with your leverage that I didn't even eat my lunch, and now you're so clear with me on just a few points. What else could I have in mind? Seeing this, Yang Chen smiled faintly and replied in passing, I wish that would not be a problem to double 5 or 6 times. Pei Luotian blushed, but her beautiful eyes turned, revealing a touch of fox-like cunning, and then sent a direct voice, yes, but my sister is a bit scared. After all, my brother is a young, strong lad. Turning down the volume and hearing Pei Luotian's mind-blowing voice, Yang Chen was instantly a bit on top. Chapter 62, Snowballing. He couldn't chat any longer, or else Yang Chen would immediately have to drive back to Riverside Villa to lower the fire. As for why she didn't look for Su Yan, because she had scrubbed the glass in the toilet for too long today. Her back was a bit sore, and she should be resting on the bed right now if it wasn't an accident. And Pei Luotian, the fox, definitely couldn't eat it. Don't look at her ambiguous tone right now, but if she crossed the line easily, she would surely be met with an unmerciful flip. In society, if a woman ticks her finger like that and takes the bait so easily, she's afraid she'll die without knowing how. Yang Chen didn't want to test the law with his body. Immediately afterward, he replied on the microchat, oh, sister is really good at joking. How dare the younger brother have any unorthodox thoughts? Then, according to what we just said, 20% yield, 1000 W principal, and return you 1200 W after 2 weeks. Seeing these words, Pei Luotian's heart was again flooded with a wave of powerlessness, as if she had punched a fist on cotton. This guy, Yang Chen, is even more slippery than a loach. Surprisingly, he didn't even pick up the conversation. She clenched her silver teeth and could only reply on her cell phone with her slender finger. Yeah, just do what brother said. 1000 W will be transferred to you tonight. Yang Chen, sister side to do a contract. Do a good job to send to the university city side, so that my sister handed over the money to me also feel a little more at ease. Pei Luotian, no need to go to so much trouble. Sooner or later, my sister will be eaten up by you. So what's this amount of money? Seeing this, Yang Chen laughed, then replied with a smiley face and closed the microchat box. This vixen, still thinking of seducing herself. Yang Chen had always been cautious about such things that could not be grasped. Pei Luotian was young enough to become the middle level of Xinhua Securities. How could it be so simple? Although the tone of the chat was always ambiguous, in Yang Chen's eyes, it was currently still a deal in the end. Pei Luotian earned some pocket money, while Yang Chen used the money as his own principal to speed up the pace of picking up money. Anyway, by taking this money for nothing, Yang Chen could still earn tens of millions more. So why not? For both sides, it's a no-lose deal. As for what other purposes Pei Luotian had, Yang Chen didn't bother to think about it. 4 words, wait and see. Only now did Yang Chen finish replying to all the messages in the microchat. In fact, he didn't have a large number of people on his friends list in this life. Aside from the few women he'd crossed paths with so far, Shigaraki Mai, Memory, Su Yen, Pei Luotian, and Jiang Yuzhen, there were also his roommates' classmates who were more familiar with him, as well as some of the guys on the basketball team. Even Yang Chen had deliberately cleaned up a wave of his friend list after being reborn. This is a very different approach from his previous life. In his previous life, when Yang Chen first went to college, he always thought that when he went out, as long as he knew one more friend, he would have one more road. So he often had a bunch of people he hadn't contacted lying in his friends list. And these people, at a later date, didn't have a fourth thing to do other than forward a message asking him to help with a slash, or to get married and borrow money. That's why Jiang Chen realized what is effective interpersonal and what is not. Ineffective people will just be a pure waste of their time, money and energy, plus feelings. And only effective people are worth their weight in gold. That's where Yang Chen changed. After closing the microchat, he opened his stock account in passing. According to Pei Luotian's words, no surprise, Northwest Dairy has successfully surged from down to up. Sure enough, another gorgeous reversal of the ground and skyboard. At this time, Yang Chen's stock account funds had changed from the previous 3600W to 4930W. In the morning, he had 3710W in the money after selling Greenleaf Construction, minus the commission. After taking out 110W and transferring it back to his bank card, he bought Northwest Dairy again for 3600W. Accounts now show that Yang Chen has made a 37% gain on Northwest Dairy. That means a direct profit of 1300W in just half a day. That's the scary thing about stocks. They keep snowballing, not counting leverage. Yang Chen's own funds had totaled 2400W. That's more money than many people can make in a couple of lifetimes. To be honest, compared to his previous excitement, Yang Chen was now numb. He also couldn't help but think of a question. Is it possible to take the money out of the account and leverage it again? Immediately afterward, Yang Chen inquired about the policies related to Jiang Yuzhen on the microchat. Compared to chatting with Pei Luotian, communicating with Jiang Yuzhen was much smoother. She was quick to give answers from a professional point of view. You can't do it in the short term, because the minimum interval for leverage is 1 week and the maximum amount of leverage is 5,000W. And this rule works for all securities firms at the same time. That is to say, Yang Chen can only handle leverage again next week at the earliest, and this time, he can only leverage a maximum of 2,500W. In this way, Yang Chen was in no hurry. By the time a week later, he's in the hundreds of millions of dollars. This 20 million or so is really nothing. With that, close the microchat box and the stock software. Yang Chen also fell back to sleep. These weekday afternoons and the opportunity to sleep in your dorm room are something you can only have in college. It's a joy that social animals can never experience. It must be cherished. Soon, Yang Chen also entered dreamland. This sleep, Yang Chen's trio slept through the night. When I woke up again, it was after 7 in the evening. What's for dinner? Yang Chen shook his foggy head and asked. Let's eat risotto. Kangi and I have already ordered takeout for you. It should be here in a little while. Ken Lee was lying on the bed diagonally across from him playing with his phone, totally salty. At those words, Yang Chen's heart warmed. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, was already asleep and up, reading literature books on the table under the bed with a fascinated look on his face. Hearing the two men, he put down his book and said with a heavy face, Brothers, corrupted. We've been corrupted by capital. Father Tatsu has worked so hard to earn so much money. We can't start spending recklessly just because we have some money. Eating risotto is just too extravagant for us, I have to say. Kong Ki's expression, combined with the round-rimmed glasses and center-parted hair, is quite a bit more flavorful. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. The stock is soaring again today, and each of us made more than $10,000 again. Yang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and said carelessly, "Holy shit." Zhang Ji's book fell straight to the ground. Li Jian, on the other hand, sat up directly from the bed in shock, with a skeptical look on his face. Is it so easy to make money these days? Obviously Yang Chen had been with himself all day today. How did he make so much money again without saying a word? Ken Li and Kangi went straight man numb. With that, Yang Chen got up and took a shower after kicking the bitch-smiling Zhang Ji out of bed. Refreshing. Just then, the takeout arrived. Chapter 63 Limited Time Double Cashback Card. With the air conditioning on in the dorm room and a cold Coke, the trio soon finished their risotto. I have to say, this risotto in the backstreets really does a great job with the flavors. Both the aroma, numbness and spiciness were maximized. It kept the trio on their toes. After eating, the three of them then went downstairs to the adjacent playground and started skating around. At this time, the summer night is not sultry, and there is even a gust of cool wind, blowing on people very comfortable. On the playground, students were everywhere out walking to cool off, and there were some club members playing tabletop games on the lawn. By this time, there were already many beautiful women wearing shorts and short skirts, putting their long white legs on generous display. Although both Shigaraki Mai and Su Yan's legs were superb, it didn't stop Yang Chen from enjoying the scenery here. After all, one must always have an eye for beauty. During this time, Yang Chen was also accosted by several schoolmates and girls from the same class on the playground. The last basketball game with the sports academy had made him a minor celebrity at the school still. That horrible bounce and perfect body, coupled with his handsome face, directly made Yang Chen remembered by many girls. This made Ken Li and Kangi, who were on the sidelines, quite envious. In this way, the three of them returned to the dormitory after skating a few laps, and by this time the time was almost 9 o'clock. As soon as he got back to his dorm room, Kangi couldn't wait to climb into bed and gave the curtains a smooth tug. Ken Li, on the other hand, was on fire, grabbing a roll of paper from the table and running towards the restroom. What's going on? Yang Chen froze, then remembered the conversation between Jianli and Kangi last night during the barbecue. Is this a rush to watch Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast? Just then, Zhang Ji's head poked out from the bed curtain and said to Yang Chen, "I've already shared the live broadcast room with you. Don't say that brother is not enough. Where is your senior sister Li Ran?" Yang Chen couldn't help but ask. Isn't this guy going to discuss the future of literature in depth with Sister Li Ran? She's gone to take a shower. I've got to catch up on this precious time. No more. Before he could finish his sentence, Kangi's head quickly shrunk back. It made Yang Chen look amused for a while. Anyway, having nothing to do, Yang Chen then opened the link given by Zhang Ji. Soon, Zhang Yuqi's perfect body appeared in Yang Chen's cell phone screen. At this moment, Zhang Yuqi appeared to be in a dormitory room, and she was warming up for jumping exercises with her back turned to the viewers of the live broadcast. She wore an aqua blue yoga outfit that showed off her hot body perfectly. At this point, she was bouncing to the music that was playing and it was a sight to behold. I have to say, this Zhang Yuqi is really good at organizing jobs. Immediately, someone in the live broadcast room brushed 2 big rockets, and all kinds of small gifts never stopped. The pop-ups at this point. The 33rd generation of the Ming Church, I, Yang Ding Tian, typed with both hands to show my innocence. Walking in a hurry, Yang Zhang from Shanzhou University. I know you are watching. Have you finished memorizing your words for the exam today? Straight up, brothers, that's it for me today. I'll take my leave. Harry Potter big, ha ha ha. This big bro just lasts less than 3 minutes a day. Doraemon, I can't help it, I sent a few Hori leak. Green over Giant Hulk, 66,666. The old king next door swiped 2 more rockets. Awesome Wang. Vampire Day Reporter, 666, 6666. 666,666. 2 big rockets were swiped and a screen full of 66,666 floated by. Feeling the familiar atmosphere, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth slightly hooked up. Needless to say, there's still a lot of sand sculpture joy in the live room. Come to think of it, it seems like it's been years since I've seen it live. Once in the difficult period of entrepreneurship, it is also live broadcasting to bring Yang Chen a lot of joy. Until the startup company on the right track, he in turn no longer have time to watch. Even during meals, you have to take time to read various reports. Right at this moment, a beep suddenly sounded in Yang Chen's head. Ding! Trigger divine choice. Option 1, top up 100 W Tiger coins at Zhang Yuqi live streaming to get a limited time double cashback card, half an hour. Option 2, continue whoring and get the title of Honorable Whoremonger. Oh, a limited time double cashback card? Hearing the system's beep, Yang Chen instantly came to be interested. Is that even an option? As it happens, Yang Chen took 110W out of the stock market in the morning. Without hesitation, he directly charged 100W into his live account. Ding! Detecting the host reaching the requirements. Reward, the limited time double cashback card has automatically taken effect, with a time limit of half an hour. Note, within this half hour, any consumption by the host in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcasting room will return twice as much cash into the host's bank card. The more you work, the more you consume, the more cashback you can get. More work, more pay? Is that how it was originally used? Hearing the system's prompt, Yang Chen's old face blushed, ashamed of his ignorance. With that, he tapped on his personal account on the live stream. Since Yang Chen had just recharged 100W, it had now all been converted into 100W of Tiger Coins. On the platform Douhu, Tiger Coins and cash are exchanged one for one. Sweeping the gift bar, Yang Chen directly opened a 10-month Emperor. It's more efficient to spend money by opening a knighthood in a live stream as opposed to swiping gifts. 1 month of Empire is 10W. 10 months is 100W. Yang Chen directly opened 10 months and spent all the 100W Tiger Coins in his account. Instantly, a colorful announcement that dominated the top of the screen appeared in Zhang Yuqi's live room. Congratulations to Emperor Yang for successfully opening Emperor * for 10 months in a little rain key's live room. This colorful announcement will appear on the screens of all live viewers, even other live streams. This colorful announcement appears randomly, because according to Douhu's live streaming rules, this announcement mechanism can be triggered as long as a single purchase exceeds 10W. All of a sudden, the entire broadcast room was abuzz. Pop-ups. Fahai's daughter, I Blanche. What am I seeing here? This colorful announcement is blinding me. Harry Potter, who is this Emperor Yang? Such a big deal. Opening a 10-month empire as soon as he arrives. Converted into cash. Isn't that 100Ws? Green over Giant Hulk, 100W. Pure and simple tycoon It is a great honor to see Emperor Yang open the Emperor live. Vampire Day Reporter, 666, 6666. Salted fish don't turn over, 6666666666666. Opening a knighthood in the live stream is also equivalent to giving a gift of equal value. Yang Chen's tycoon list in the live broadcast room directly jumped up to 5th place. It can also be seen that Zhang Yuqi's live room is still very hot. Even though Yang Chen spent 100W, he still could only come in 5th. Right after Yang Chen finished his consumption, his cell phone vibrated at the same time. When he opened his cell phone, it was a text message notification alerting him of the arrival of 200W from CCB. Yang Chen casually recharged this 200W again directly to Douhu's live platform. Immediately afterward, he opened an Imperial Knighthood for 20 months. Spend 200W again. Again. Rainbow-colored announcements dominate the screen. Instantly, countless pop-ups instantly swiped the screen. 33 Generation Master of the Ming Sect, greetings. My Emperor. Walking in haste, greetings. My Emperor. Straight up, greetings to my Emperor. Chapter 64 Opening 10 years of Emperors in a row. The Lonely Turtle of Haiju, greetings. My Emperor. Kaju Philosopher, greetings to our Emperor. In the pop-ups, Yang Chen also saw the IDs of Kong Qi and Li Jian. It's a bit of a clean sweep, I have to say. Asterisk. Just as the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was frantically swiping the screen, Zhang Ji on the bed let out an exclamation, as if he was stimulated by something. After a few seconds, his head poked out from the bed curtain and said to Yang Chen with a shocked face, Old Yang, are you watching the live stream? Surprisingly, someone has opened the Emperor for 30 months in a row. People are numb. I never thought I'd be able to see such a spectacle in my lifetime. Ha, this person is also called Yang Di, and he might even have the same last name as you. Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Yang Chen played dumb and said, What is an Emperor? At a time like this, Yang Chen could only be forced to play dumb. After all, there was no way to explain this matter. What a knighthood on the air. It's 10Ws a month. Okay, I'm not talking to you. I'm going to post a pop-up. Ginger Key explained, then flamed back into the bed curtains. Seeing Zhang Ji's movements, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a little amused. But he's got to get a grip, too. Soon, Yang Chen lowered his head and began to operate. Now for Yang Chen, it was really an inch of time and an inch of gold. As long as the more he spends within an hour, the more rewards he will get. That's when another SMS alert came to his cell phone that he had received a transfer of $400W. Yang Chen smoothly filled up the account of the Fighting Tiger platform again. With that, the 7-colored announcement swiped the screen again. Congratulations to Emperor Yang for successfully opening Emperor * for 24 months in a little rain key's live room. Congratulations to Emperor Yang for successfully opening Emperor * for 24 months in a little rain key's live room. Congratulations to Emperor Yang for successfully opening Emperor * 424 months in, a little rain key, s live room. Congratulations to Emperor Yang for successfully opening Emperor * 418 months in, a little rain key, s live room. Yang Chen opened a whole decade of emperors in one breath in Zhang Yuqi's live room. It wasn't that Yang Chen didn't want to continue to open it, but it was because according to the rules of the Fighting Tiger platform, the highest early renewal period for the emperor title could only be 10 years. Yang Chen has reached the purchase limit. As for why he opened it in so many installments, it's because it can only be opened for a maximum of 2 years at a time. During this period of time, Yang Chen had spent a total of 1,200 W, and according to the rules of the double cashback card, Yang Chen now had 1,300 W on his card. It's the equivalent of making 1,200 W for nothing with 100 W directly. Gee, the system's rewards are really something. Once again, Yang Chen experienced what the thrill of picking up money was. Looking at the extra string of numbers in his bank account, Yang Chen man was already a bit numb. However, the next money is not so good. Yang Chen could only cash back by swiping gifts, and according to the rules for brushing gifts on the Douhu platform, the most expensive gift is a rocket, and a rocket costs $1,000, with a maximum of 10 rockets at one time. This means that swiping a wave of gifts will only get you 1 W cashback. This money is significantly harder to earn compared to opening an Imperial Knighthood. It's a move to make money. In desperation, Yang Chen could only charge another 500 W to the platform first, and then began to frantically brush the rockets. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast room had directly exploded. Her usual number of online live broadcasts was only about 30 W, and when Yang Chen opened the 10-year Imperial title, the number of people directly exceeded 100 W, which could already be comparable to some first-tier big anchors, and the number of real-time viewers continues to skyrocket. All of these people were attracted by the 7-colored announcement that had been dominating the screen. After all, that's 10 years of empire. A whole 1,200 W in cash. What kind of person is dirt poor enough to swipe so much money for a platform? Everyone was curious. As a result, as soon as these people came in, before they could figure out what was going on, they were directly ridden in the face by a bunch of rockets again. Yang Di sends Super Rocket * 10. Emperor Yang sends Super Rocket * 99. Emperor Yang sends Super Rocket * 200. Emperor Yang sends Super Rocket * 500. Emperor Yang sends Super Rocket * 999. Emperor Yang sends Super Rocket * 999. Emperor Yang sends Super Rocket * 999. A screen full of Super Rocket effects kept playing, so much so that it was hard to even read the pop-ups. Seeing the number that keeps twitching in the lower right corner, the audience who entered the live broadcast room thought that the Douhu platform was stuck. It's actually because of the system limitations of the Douhu platform, which only shows a maximum of 999 rockets sent. But in reality, Yang Chen had sent out more than 1,200 rockets. The special effects still haven't stopped. The viewers of the live stream waited for several minutes before the special effects were helplessly turned off. It couldn't be helped. If it went on like this, not to mention the pop-ups, even Zhang Yuqi herself couldn't see clearly where she was. It was only after turning off the special effects of the live broadcast that the pop-ups and Zhang Yuqi reappeared in the screen. At this time, the pop-up screen, a piece of 666 as well as congratulations to our emperor. For the first time, the audience in the live room didn't drive, but swiped the same pop-ups in unison. And Zhang Yuqi also discovered the abnormality of the live broadcast room at this time, and hurriedly walked to the camera and picked up her cell phone to look at her live broadcast room. It was at this time that she realized that Yang Chen had already opened an empire in her live room for 10 years, as well as swiping nearly 1,500 rounds of Super Rocket. At that moment, she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes gazing with an expression of disbelief. According to the rules of the Douhu live streaming platform, viewers open the knighthood in the live room of the anchor. The anchor can get 15% commission, and for top knighthoods like emperor, anchors get a 20% commission. According to Yang Chen's calculation of opening a 10-year empire, with a total of 1,200 W, Zhang Yuqi could get a 240 W draw. While Yang Chen swiped the Super Rocket, she was able to take a 40% commission from it. Let's say for every 100 rounds of Super Rocket sent by Yang Chen, Zhang Yuqi can get 4 W in commission. Isn't that faster than winning the lottery? Zhang Yuqi felt like she had been hit by a huge cake, and her eyes were a little foggy. It was more than a minute before she slowed down from her great surprise and said with tears in her eyes, "Thank you. Thank you Emperor Yang for opening Emperor on the air. Thanks to Emperor Yang for the Super Rocket. Thanks. I really appreciate it." Zhang Yuqi didn't care about any platform regulations at this time, and bowed in front of the cell phone camera repeatedly. It also gives a great view of the rippling landscape. Instantly, pop-ups were swiped too. Kindly understood, XDM punch it. If you don't rush now, when will you wait? The old line has been abstaining from sex for 10 years, it's just a matter of time. The wine and meat have gone through. The Lord Buddha has left it in his heart. And today the old line has broken his fast. The Lonely Turtle of Haiku, is this something we can watch without paying? Without further ado, I'm rushing. Harry Potter, brothers, stop your needlework and listen to me for a moment. Straight up? Why don't you just say it? It was evident that there was not a single decent person in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast. Chapter 65, the second ranking member deletes his number and runs away. Just as the live broadcast was buzzing, Yang Chen was painting rockets without any distractions. Thanks to the body of the dragon race, his endurance and physical strength had been greatly enhanced. Otherwise his fingers would have cramped up if he hadn't pressed for a few minutes. But spare a thought. He still felt his fingers tingle a bit. This platform is so damn impersonal that you can only send 10 super rockets at a time. Spitting silently in his heart, Yang Chen glanced at the time that was constantly passing, and could only helplessly grit his teeth and hold on. There's no way around it. More work, more pay. The only way to win is to persevere. 20 minutes later, Yang Chen was paralyzed on the bed with two lifeless eyes. As for why he didn't send more gifts, it wasn't because Yang Chen's hand speed wasn't fast enough, nor was it because the time for the twice as many cashback cards was up. Rather, it's because platform restrictions won't allow delivery. When the number of super rockets sent by Yang Chen reached 5,000, the live streaming software popped up a prompt, very sorry. The gifts you sent today have reached the upper limit. Please come back tomorrow. Numb nuts. Surprisingly, it was met with platform restraint. Yang Chen manages to go numb. With that, he finally had time to check the results of his battle. In the past half hour, Yang Chen had sent out 5,000 super rockets in addition to the 10 years of emperors that he had opened. Opening a 10-year empire, Yang Chen spent only 5 minutes and earned 1200 W, while sending out 5,000 plus super rockets. It took Yang Chen 25 minutes to earn 500 W. Sending a super rocket is really considered hard money compared to opening an empire. The system was right. It really is more work than it's worth. Yang Chen then opened his phone's bank account. At this point, he had a full 1800 W in cash on his bank card. A limited time cashback card directly turned the money in his card from 100 W to 1800 W in half an hour. That's an outrageous rate of money making. That's the beauty of system rewards. It was only after a few moments of emotion that Yang Chen actually had the time to be able to watch the live stream. At this point in the live stream pop-up, hexagrams, a weak question. Is the reign of rockets from Emperor Yang over yet? Walking the line, has it finally stopped? The 33rd generation of the Ming sect, numb, really numb. I'm guessing it's Yang Di's hand that's sore. Tongtian sect master, is there a possibility that the Yang Di big brother ran out of money? Good reads, it can't be. It's never going to happen. That's when the pop-up immediately came out with an explanation from Knowles. A small leak. It's not that Emperor Yang is broke or tired. It's that he's limited by the system. You guys look at his contribution value. After deducting the contribution points of Kai Di Huang and dividing it by the contribution points brought in by each rocket, it's exactly 5,000. 5,000 is the upper limit of the daily brush super rocket. A small leak, simply put. It means that the number of super rockets brushed by Yang Di Daliang has reached the daily system's upper limit, so it can't be brushed anymore. How many bowls of cold noodles have you eaten anyway? Real name questioning a small leak. How do you know the limited number of super rockets? Have you swiped them? Hexamethonium pills, that's it. I checked the doohickey and there's no such thing as a quantity limit. A little leak, yes. Just as the pop-ups were arguing, a red pop-up suddenly floated by. Super management number 1, a small leak is right. The Doohu platform does have this hidden restriction, which is a provision made to protect one's property. So don't be a barbarian. Harry Potter big. Super management 1 is now available. What a day for all the gods and goddesses to show up. Vampire Day Reporter, was it also attracted by the gift swiped by Emperor Yang? The Lonely Turtle of Haiku, welcome to Super Management number 1. Kaju Philosopher, welcome to Super Management 1. Green Over Giant Hulk, welcome to Super Management number 1. Seeing the super administrators pop up. All those who originally questioned a small leak shut up and didn't even dare to send a pop-up. The screen is now full of welcome to Super Manager 1. Needless to say, the super admin has a great face. When Zhang Yuqi saw it, she also sweetly said in the live broadcast, super management is good. With that, she then looked at the screen with her eyes brimming and said sweetly, Yang Di De, what do you want to see me perform? Tonight, I'll be serving you alone. When she finished, she winked her big eyes playfully. Hearing Zhang Yuqi's words, Yang Chen pondered slightly and typed on the screen, later, when you get off the air, accompany me to a private theater to watch a movie. I happen to be in Magic City as well. The pop-up sent by Yang Chen had a 7-colored special effect, as well as an exclusive effect in a certain area, making them very conspicuous. As soon as she saw Yang Chen's pop-up, Zhang Yuqi froze for a moment. That's straightforward? How dare you send a direct pop-up question? That's something that anyone who is an adult should understand what it means, right? It's already past 9:30, so if you go to the movies after the broadcast, do you still have to go back to your dorm room? However, with only a slight hesitation, she immediately agreed sweetly. Yes, as long as Yang Didi is interested. How late can I accompany you to watch the movie, yo? My microchat number and cell phone number have been sent to you privately. Later you have time to receive it in the background. Zhang Yuqi is a very smart woman, but also a very realistic woman. She had previously been live streaming for over a year and a half and had only received close to about 100 W in honorarium for all the gifts she had received. Most of these gifts are still gifts swiped by the top 3 on the dirt list. The average live studio viewer brushes a few dozen dollars in gifts at most, which is simply not enough. And as soon as this young emperor came, without even saying a word, he directly opened a 10-year imperial title, plus a full 20 minutes or so of brushing up on the super rocket. Just half an hour made Zhang Yuqi earn more than 400 W. This was no longer hitting his face with banknotes, but directly bathing Zhang Yuqi with banknotes. Under these circumstances, would she still be ignorant enough to reject this young D? Apparently not. The main purpose of her live broadcast is not to make money, but to meet some tycoons through the live broadcast. Finding a rich man is what she's after, and obviously, Yang Chen was the tycoon she had been waiting for. When Zhang Yuqi finished those words, how many viewers' hearts could be heard breaking in the live broadcast? Right at this moment, the sharp-eyed audience realized that the original position of the second position on the tycoon list, the avatar had turned into a question mark at this time. At the same time, all of the original information on list 2 was cleared out, showing 2 words, unknown. With that, the pop-ups exploded. Harry Potter, you guys, look at the original top 1. Now top 2 has disappeared. Did it delete its number and run away? Green over Giant Hulk, TSK. I guess I can't stand the excitement. After all, in the past, when list 2 licked his face and wanted to ask the anchor out for dinner, he was ruthlessly rejected. As a result, now Yang D invited the anchor to watch a movie at the 9 p.m. show, and she accepted with a smile. Hey, this society can be so realistic. Chapter 66, Mirrors on 3 Walls? Pop-ups. Walking in a hurry. Hey, the gap between man and man is bigger than the gap between man and dog. I Buddha. Laudian quitting color for 10 years, the wetmaster upstairs. Why don't you quit color with me? Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. The big wet upstairs. If I remember correctly, I'm afraid you haven't already broken your fast just now? Laodicean 10 years of abstinence. Ahem. The wet lord should not be concerned with such details. Seeing how understanding Zhang Yuqi was, Yang Chen then posted on the pop-up screen. Okay, I'll go add you on the microchat, so talk to me when you get off the air. My fingers are a little sore from too many super rocket swipes, so I'll go ahead and get off. Yang Chen's pop-ups were again 7-colored with cool special effects, plus an exclusive mode, so they dominated a quarter of the screen as soon as they appeared. Listen to this. Is this human language? Brush super rocket until your fingers are sore? That's a little too Versailles, isn't it? However, no one in the live broadcast audience dared to question Yang Chen's words. After all, in half an hour, renewing 10 years of emperor and brushing 5,000 rounds of rockets, even the richest man's son Kane would not dare to brush so much, right? Who dares to question it? When Zhang Yuqi saw it, she immediately smiled sweetly and said, Good yo Yang Di de you rest for a while. At night I will give your fingers a good massage. Hearing Zhang Yuqi's words, Yang Chen smiled and then went offline. The pop-ups at this point. Harry Potter, Emperor Yang is mighty. Greetings to my emperor. Green over Giant Hulk, Emperor Yang is too Versailles, isn't he? But I like it. Kudos to my emperor. The lonely turtle of haiku, respectfully yours. My emperor. Kaju philosopher, respectfully yours. My emperor. A small leak, compliments of the emperor. Immediately, the screen full of pop-ups are at send off my emperor. Even super management no. 1-inch followed suit with a congratulations to Emperor Yang. That's the card Yang Chen is playing on the air. It was destined to be a night that would go down in the history books of live broadcasting. Not long after Yang Chen got off the number, Jian Li came out of the restroom. Today, perversely, he didn't do any sewing, but his face was as excited as a chicken blood. It's so bullish. I can't believe someone angrily swiped 1700 W on the livestream. Genuinely, the sparrow licked the cow's bird food is awesome, Li Jian said with a face full of excitement. Hearing Ken Li's voice, Kang Ki also poked his head out of the bed curtains. Yeah, I Blanche watched the live broadcast for a year or two. First time I've seen such a powerful live broadcast. The The previous record for the most gifts swiped at once on a live broadcast would be Torn Onions 500W, right? Old Young. You're so lucky to see this kind of scene as soon as you come to watch the live broadcast. Jung Ji was also unusually emotional. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled without saying anything. You can't say you swiped it all yourself, can you? I'm afraid they'll both have heart attacks on the spot. Suddenly, Jen Li let out an excited shout. Look guys, the top 10 of the Scarf Hot Search list, a certain mysterious tycoon angrily swiped 700W on a certain live streaming platform just to watch a midnight movie with the schoolgirl? It's amazing that this matter has already rushed into the hot search list of the bib, and the attention is still soaring. Zhang Ji, who was on the side, also continued. Not only the scarf, but today the headlines and posters and all these platforms are also spreading this matter. What kind of god is this Yang Di? Throwing away money just to get a smile from a beauty. Really a model for my generation. My heart and soul yearn for it. Just as Jianli and Kangi kept making emotional noises, the cell phone beside Yang Chen rang. It was Zhang Yuqi who sent him a microchat. Sure enough, not long after Yang Chen went off the air, Zhang Yuqi quickly went off the air as well. She sent a message to Yang Chen on WeChat. Yang Didi, where will we meet up later? I'll take a shower and change my clothes. It'll be quick. The corner of Yang Chen's mouth picked up slightly, and immediately returned. Just meet at the private theater tonight in the backstreet of the University City. Just wear this yoga outfit for today's live broadcast. I think it fits. Seeing the message sent by Yang Chen, Zhang Yuqi froze. Why did this sound so familiar? What's with the private theater tonight? Yoga clothes again? She immediately thought of the last difficult night. I don't think it's the rich kid who lives in the riverside villa, is it? But soon, Zhang Yuqi put this speculation behind her. It didn't even matter to her who it was, as long as there was money. And as a student of the Magic City University town, she couldn't have known better what the nature of this private theater was. Press is not a serious place to watch a movie. Men, why are they all in such a hurry? Zhang Yuqi gently clenched her shell teeth, as if she had made up her mind about something. With that, she typed on the microchat. Why don't we not go to the private theater? Let's go to the school's dance studio. There's a room with mirrors on 3 walls. There must be no one there at this hour. I'll go there and dance for you. Receiving the news, Yang Chen immediately stood in awe. It had to be said that Zhang Yuqi was indeed good at playing. No wonder she was able to get a 300W breakup fee when she broke up with a rich second-generation Wang in her previous life. Mirrors on 3 sides? This. Also, this Zhang Yuqi came from a dancing background. She should be good at the one horse and everything, right? Yang Chen revealed a touch of evil smile, replying to the message, good. Send me a location. See you at 10 o'clock? Zhang Yuqi, aha. At 11 o'clock. Yang Chen walked out of the Magic City Dance Academy's practice room in a refreshed state. I have to say, this room with mirrors on 3 walls is truly amazing. Make the most of the visual sensation. Zhang Yuqi is worthy of being the school beauty of the dance academy. Not only does she have a very perfect body, but also possesses unimaginable flexibility. Any unexpected movement, she can do with ease. It allowed Yang Chen to experience an unparalleled and extreme experience. Speaking, of course, of dance poses and the experience of watching a dance performance. In the end, Yang Chen did not choose to take Zhang Yuqi to the hotel, but let her rest for a while to go back to her dormitory by herself. After all, in Yang Chen's mind's position, Zhang Yuqi was just a schoolgirl used to unlock poses, and there was no way she could become Yang Chen's girlfriend, play together even, because Zhang Yuqi is essentially a gold-digging woman. Regarding this point, Yang Chen saw through it, and the results of the probing technique also showed this. Although Zhang Yuqi was obedient to Yang Chen, her loyalty was not really high, only around 60. This loyalty meant that as long as she came across a man who was richer than Yang Chen, she would most likely do something to betray Yang Chen. Yang Chen wasn't like Yi Jiawen, who liked being put in a forgiveness hat. Whistling, Yang Chen was in a soothing mood and soon strolled out of the door of the Magic City Dance Academy. With that, he made his way to the back streets. Since the Magic City Dance Academy and Magic City University were located on both sides of the back street, Yang Chen could only cross the back street if he wanted to return to the school the fastest. The back streets at 11 o'clock were already a little chilly. In addition to some brightly lit stalls, there were some male students sitting around who were sparring. Many of the other small stores have closed. Chapter 67, Encountering Cheng Xiao. There weren't many pedestrians on the road either, except for a few young couples who were making their way to a small hotel. It seemed rather cold. Just as Yang Chen passed through an alleyway, a rather familiar shriek reached his ears. What are you doing, beauty? We don't have any malice. We just want to make a friend with you, Simaida. We can all be exchange students of the International College ACI, right? This face and body. It's almost the same as our country's female artist stars, right? A cacophony of voices appeared at the alley around the corner. Yang Chen followed the sound and found a familiar figure that was being blocked by a group of people in front of a closed milk tea store. Her entire body had been cornered, her body unable to retreat, and she could only deaden herself by wrapping her arms around herself to provide some sense of security. Instead, because of her movements, it looked like something was crying out for more. Chang Xiao? Yang Chen was a bit surprised. Looking at the situation, it should be Chang Xiao being harassed by a group of drunken men. Listening to their accents, it's no surprise that the group should still be exchange students who like kimchi. It's also true that they were dressed all girly and not only had their hair dyed in various colors, but some of them even wore makeup and eyeshadow on their faces. It doesn't look like a Chinese person either. Yang Chen? Chang Xiao, who was surrounded by a group of people, looked at Yang Chen with an unbelievable expression and muttered. She hadn't expected to run into someone she knew at this point, either. Saved. In an instant, Chang Xiao's face blossomed with joy as he hurriedly waved his hand towards Yang Chen. Seeing Chang Xiao's movement, the group of colorful mongrels turned their heads in unison, looking at Yang Chen, the uninvited guest, with unkind eyes. In their eyes, Yang Chen had come to disturb their good deed. Obviously, it wasn't the first time the motley crew had done something like this. Often, after drinking, they would hang out in the alleys of the back streets, and if they came across a lone schoolgirl, they would go up and hit on her and flirt with her. Due to their status as international exchange students and their good appearance, many female students half-heartedly go to rooms with them, and when they encounter some slightly uncooperative, they just need to use a little bit of force, and then take some video, and finally things will not be settled. Over time, they became repeat offenders in the area. Ashi, where's the fly? Get the hell out of here. Can't you see we're doing our job? Just then, one of the pussies with dyed blonde hair and eyeshadow walked towards Yang Chen, and he pointed his finger at Yang Chen while speaking out of turn. Looking at this dead sissy's face, Yang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger. Just then, a beep appeared in his head. Ding! Trigger divine choice. Option 1, when you see an injustice, pull out your sword and give these mongrels a good lesson. Reward, Special Forces Skills Book. Limited time spending cashback card. Option 2, turn a blind eye. Chang Xiao no longer trusts you. Withdraw the previous reward. Hearing the voice ringing in his head, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Is that even an option? Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds to clean up this group of scum and get a system reward at the same time? Option 1. Yang Chen did not hesitate to murmur in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. System reward, a complete list of Special Forces skills, immediately input into the host's body. The host can master all the combat skills and combat experience of a Special Forces soldier, and master the use of various weapons and equipment. System reward, limited time consumption cashback card. Within 1 hour, the amount consumed by the host will be returned as cash, with a cashback amount of 200 W, effective immediately. As soon as the system's words fell, Yang Chen then felt a marvelous change in his body. First, there were many more combat techniques and fighting skills in his mind that he hadn't had before, and then there was the fact that his body had also formed a muscle memory, and his temperament was changing in a very different way. Chang Xiao, who was not far away, saw this scene and his mood sank slightly. It was only now that she realized that Yang Chen was only one person, while this group of mongrels had 6 or 7 people. You go first. Call the police to save me. Chang Xiao shouted nervously, a pair of big white rabbits shaking a few times along with him. Yang Chen smiled at the corner of his mouth and showed Chang Xiao a reassuring expression. In his eyes, these few little scumbags weren't enough for him to beat. As for why Yang Chen dared to choose to make a move, it was because they were in a remotely located alley. There's no such thing as a monitor. This will make it easier for him to make his big move. The blonde bitch got closer and closer. Her finger was about to point to the tip of Yang Chen's nose. Yang Chen then struck out like lightning, and when they didn't even see the action clearly, he directly held the blonde sissy's fingers with one hand, followed by a forceful twist. Ka-ching! A crisp sound came. With that, the blonde sissy covered her fingers and collapsed to the ground in agony while letting out a heartbreaking wail. Nishihachi! Saihachi! My finger is broken. The blonde sissy rolled around on the ground in agony, tears and snot flying wildly. Her eyeshadow instantly smudged into a mess, like 2 big black circles hanging on her face. Very comical. His few remaining weedy friends immediately swarmed around him when they saw that something was wrong. They first checked the blonde sissy lying on the ground for injuries. Their faces instantly changed at the sight of one of the blonde sissy's fingers bending 180 degrees. What a ruthless tactic. Immediately afterward, a small white man with dyed silver hair stood up and said with gloomy eyes, "Your Excellency is a practitioner? What a ruthless tactic. Doesn't Your Excellency know that we are international exchange students? If we call the police, You're afraid you won't even be able to read. Hearing the words of the silver-haired white boy, Yang Chen couldn't help but snort. Then you can try and see. Try and see who the police uncle will believe? Yang Chen didn't even think that this group of mongrels would dare to call the police. Because if the police did come, Yang Chen's side would at most be a brawl. While their problem was much more serious and already involved molestation. As expected, after hearing Yang Chen's words, the silver-haired little white man's face instantly turned gloomy. He realized that Yang Chen didn't look like an ordinary college student at all, and didn't bluff that well. Then we'll just have to see what happens underhand. Park Dong-sung, black belt in Taekwondo. 6th Dan. The silver-haired little white guy named Park Dong-sung suddenly made a Taekwondo move and said in a deep voice to Yang Chen. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth. Yi Jiawen, please enlighten me. Seeing Yang Chen's beaten expression, Park Dong-sung completely couldn't help himself and directly rushed forward with an overhead flying kick. It was obvious that this Park Dong-sung did have some skills, easily making a stunt shot comparable to that in an action movie. If this move was used against an ordinary person who knew absolutely nothing about kung fu, it would be completely more than enough. But unfortunately, Park Dong-sung ran into Yang Chen, a man with the body of a dragon, the national art of Tai Chi, and the added skills of a special forces soldier. Chapter 68, Yi Jiawen. Our Taekwondo club will never rest with you. Seeing Park Dong-sung's movements, Yang Chen was like a statue, standing still. Chang Xiao, who was not far away, saw this scene and his heart couldn't help but lift up. She could also see that this Park Dong-sung had learned kung fu. She was worried that Yang Chen would get hurt because of this. As for the other few stragglers, when they saw Yang Chen standing still, they thought that he had been scared silly by Park Dong-sung, and each of them had a cruel and excited smile on their faces. They knew the strength of Park Dong-sung, because Park Dong-sung came from a Taekwondo family. He was a minor celebrity even in their area. It seemed like they had already seen Yang Chen being beaten to the ground and begging for mercy. When Park Dong-sung saw the dumbfounded Yang Chen, an evil smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. But in the very next moment, the faces of this group of mongrels changed wildly. Because the moment Park Dong-sung was about to kick Yang Chen in the face, Yang Chen shot out. Just like last time, Yang Chen's movements were so fast that they couldn't even be captured with his eyes. Like a bolt of lightning, he had grabbed Park Dong-sung's ankle with his right hand without knowing when. Yang Chen's speed was even faster than he had imagined. What's going on? Just as they were unable to react at all, Yang Chen struck again, only to see him using his right foot as a pivot point. His left foot kicked out diagonally upwards like lightning. Yang Chen's movements were so fast that a stump even appeared. In the next second, Park Dong-sung's body was like a kite with broken strings as it smashed towards the stray hares watching the battle from afar. Boo! The rest of the miscellaneous hares tried to catch Park Dong-sung, but they were simply unable to withstand the overbearing force, and they were all directly smashed to the ground. Within a few breaths, the situation was instantly reversed. At this moment, the only person left standing on the field was Yang Chen. The blonde twat was still rolling on the ground, her bowed body like a shrimp. Park Dong-sung fell to the ground and had completely lost consciousness, and the few remaining people were smashed to pieces, grimacing in pain on the ground. A bunch of stinky fish and shrimp, not a single one that can fight. Yang Chen laughed disdainfully. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, the face of Weedy Hare, who had fallen to the ground, instantly turned red, as if it was the color of a pig's liver. But they didn't dare to speak out against it, because the most capable fighter, Park Dong-sung, had fallen to the ground completely unconscious. How could the few of them left dare to make a move against Yang Chen? Immediately after that, the few remaining conscious mongrels immediately picked up Park Dong-sung, as well as the blonde twat who was ghostly crying at the side, and then let loose a harsh word on Yang Chen. Yi Jiawen, we remember you. Our Taekwondo club will never die with you. Wait for your death. Nishihachi. After letting out their harsh words, the several mongrels immediately took the injured two and ran away in a grayish manner. The whole time he didn't even dare to look back, fearing that Yang Chen would go after them. Bunch of goons. Seeing their panicked backs, Yang Chen cursed in a low voice. Immediately afterward, a string of silver bell-like laughter reached Yang Chen's ears. You're so bad for lying to them. Yang Chen turned his head to look. Unknown to him, Chang Xiao had already stood by his side, looking at Yang Chen with an overflowing gaze. Hey, there's no such thing as deception in war. Besides, Yi Jiawen is a good big brother in my team. If something happens, won't he take the lead? Yang Chen laughed. At this moment, Chang Xiao's dull face was slightly flushed, looking very moving in the dimly lit environment. Thank you, Mr. Yang Chen. You were awesome back there. Seemingly a little shy from Yang Chen's stare, she slightly lowered her head and whispered. Yang Chen laughed slightly. Do you count this as just getting out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den again? Hearing his words, Chang Xiao didn't react for a moment and said hesitantly, "WH. What?" Yang Chen patiently explained. "Oh, now that we're standing here alone, and I've heroically saved the beauty, do you think you're going to do something to repay me?" Immediately, Chang Xiao's face changed slightly, and subconsciously took half a step backward, nagging, "Student Yang Chen, you shouldn't be that kind of person, right? Ha ha." Seeing Chang Xiao's action, Yang Chen laughed, "Just kidding, but are you going to treat me to something?" Only after hearing this did Chang Xiao's face visibly let out a sigh of relief. However, she immediately got a tangled look on her face again, as if she had some meat on her bones. After a while, she said, "Okay, well, I'll buy you a barbecue. It's this time of day, and these are the only barbecue stalls still open on the back streets." Yang Chen was able to understand the entanglement on Chang Xiao's face. A barbecue is tens of dollars, equivalent to what Chang Xiao earns from a part-time job. For Chang Xiao, who was extremely short of money right now, it was definitely considered to be a consumption that could be considered extravagant. He knew that since Chang Xiao worked part-time in the cafeteria, he could pack one meal a day. As a result, Chang Xiao usually spends no more than $8 on 3 meals, and a barbecue almost catches up with her meal money for more than a week. Yang Chen smiled and didn't point out that he was just talking and wouldn't really let Chang Xiao pay for it. Soon the two were paired up at Fatty's barbecue. At this point, Fatty's barbecue is still bustling, except that it doesn't appear to be full. The two of them then found a corner where there weren't many people and sat down. Just as he sat down, a waiter placed menus and disposable bowls on the table. "Order what you want to eat and just take it to the front desk later." After dropping off his stuff, the waiter left. Looking at the prices on the menu, Chang Xiao bit her lip and said, "Classmate Yang Chen, just order what you want to eat. It's not that I'm not hungry." Her face was slightly flushed, unable to tell if she was embarrassed or shy. Yang Chen smiled without saying anything, and then skillfully wrote on the order form. His characters are Dragon and Phoenix, quite atmospheric. At first, Chang Xiao was still admiring Yang Chen's words, but it didn't take long for her face to change slightly. It was because Yang Chen had actually written a dozen lines in a sprawling manner, and there seemed to be no sign of stopping. Roasted oysters with garlic, 2 dozen. Grilled chicken thighs, 10 skewers. Grilled chicken wings, 10 skewers. Roasted leeks, roasted eggplant, roasted chicken feet. A large order form was written all over the place. How can she afford this? Chang Xiao was instantly a bit flustered and stuttered. Mr. Yang Chen, will you order too much? I don't eat late-night snacks." Yang Chen grinned. "Not much, I have a large meal." Hearing this, Chang Xiao wanted to cry. The barbecue was almost equal to what she'd earned working part-time for days on end. Looking at Chang Xiao with a look of watering eyes, Yang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat tonight. I was just teasing you. How can you let a girl pay for your first dinner with her?" Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chang Xiao froze and stared blankly at Yang Chen. Chapter 69 Yang Chen's Enlightenment. Yang Chen's gaze contained a smile, and his clear eyes seemed to be able to see into her mind. At this moment, Chang Xiao had an illusion, as if Yang Chen was able to know what was going on in his mind. It seemed that he knew himself very well. It's a wonderful feeling. How come? She and Yang Chen only had a few encounters in public classes, and didn't interact much the rest of the time. When she came back to her senses, Yang Chen had already paid and returned. "This barbecue is still on me. It was supposed to be me who was supposed to thank you. What's your microchat number? I'll transfer the money to you on microchat." Just as Yang Chen sat down, Chang Xiao opened his mouth and said, a serious expression on his face. She took out a broken cell phone with an old style in her pocket and wanted to add Yang Chen's microchat number. Like Yang Chen's old cell phone from earlier. This old domestic cell phone of hers looked like it had already been used several hands, and the screen even had a few cracks. Yang Chen's heartstrings couldn't help but be touched. He remembered the night he had talked with Chang Xiao in his previous life. The two of them had drank a lot of wine and talked a lot about each other. Yang Chen thought he was relatively frugal, but after talking with Chang Xiao, he realized for the first time what it meant to break a dollar into 2 halves. She saves almost every bit of money she can in her life. Just like this broken cell phone. A cell phone that Chang Xiao had to buy in order to work part-time and contact his boss. This domestic cell phone, originally priced at $699, was passed around several times before she finally bought it for only $125. Yang Chen knew for the first time that he could buy a domestic smartphone for $125. Chang Xiao's world was not in the same world as him at all. She was like a white lotus flower, out of the mud, stubbornly struggling to grow in her Meyer world, and never complained, never relied on her either. Stubborn and independent. Yang Chen shook his head and said, "This amount of money, it doesn't matter." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chang Xiao uncharacteristically insisted, "No, it's agreed that I'm the one who treats you. And in that situation just now, if it wasn't for you, I can't even imagine what would have happened afterward. Please take the money. Yang Chen looked straight into Chang Zhao's large eyes. In her eyes, Yang Chen read stubbornness and persistence, as well as a hint of pleading. Begging? Suddenly, Yang Chen had a moment of clarity. He suddenly realized why Chang Xiao had chosen to commit suicide in his previous life. This had actually been something Yang Chen couldn't figure out, because in Yang Chen's perception, Chang Zhao's mother was her support, but equally her burden. It is reasonable to say that even if Chang Zhao's mother died in the end without treatment, this is something that can't be helped. Chang Xiao has done his best to save her mother's life. Even if it didn't work out in the end, it was a no-brainer and she should have been prepared for it. What's more, her mother had worked so hard to raise her to adulthood, and she wanted to see her have a good life. With all the suitors around her, it's perfectly fine for her to choose the right one and go start another life. Although you won't be rich and famous, you will certainly be clothed and fed and live a good life by your own efforts. Although she agreed to be with Lin Chang because of the money, she didn't actually end up going that far with Lin Chang. Chang Xiao is perfectly capable of starting his life all over again. It can be said that in terms of objective factors, Chang Xiao has absolutely no reason to commit suicide, but she ended up going that far. In his previous life, this matter had always been a hurdle in Yang Chen's heart and a doubt that had never been solved. In this life, he seemed to read the answer in Chang Zhao's eyes. Perhaps Chang Zhao's tragedy was not caused by objective factors, but by her character, too rigid and easy to break. It's actually quite understandable, but it has to be seen in the context of her life, because Chang Xiao has had a rough and tumble life. She suffered a family change in her childhood, after which her mother brought her to the big city to work. It was hard to raise her as a college student and everything was looking up. Instead, her mother was suddenly tested for kidney failure. This is the second major blow that fate has dealt to Chang Xiao, but she didn't give up lightly and continued on with an incredible strength and persistence. By working hard and saving money, he was able to afford school fees and his mother's treatment. Then later, her mother's condition deteriorated and she had to stay with Lin Chang in order to treat her mother. But during a crucial surgery, Lin Chang failed to pay for it, which ultimately caused her mother to miss the best time for treatment and die from the disease. In the end, Chang Xiao committed suicide. Throughout Chang Zhao's life, she has actually always been fighting against her own destiny. In the process, she has seen too much darkness and unpleasantness, and suffered too many hardships and blows. It is fair to say that she would not have been able to persevere through these ordeals without an almost paranoid persistence and a stubborn stone-like rigidity. But it is this almost paranoid and idealistic insistence that also leads her to a false understanding of the world. In Chang Zhao's perception, she believes that with her persistence and hard work, she will be able to break through all the difficulties and obstacles, and eventually life will slowly get better. So, she works part-time and saves in an almost self-mutilating way, believing that she can afford her mother's astronomical surgery on her own. So, she refused to allow anyone to be kind or helpful to her, fearing that she couldn't afford to pay it back. Her mind was at a dead end and she was still driving herself into a corner. She didn't want to admit that the world was realistic or that there were things she couldn't accomplish on her own. At this time, Yang Chen also slowly came to his senses. If one wanted to change Chang Zhao's fate and complete the system's mission, it wasn't really just a matter of simply giving Chang Xiao the money to cure his illness. She has to be completely changed and subverted from her mindset to help her grow. And the first and foremost step to do that is to get her to recognize the world and its reality. Thinking of this, Yang Chen nodded and said, "All right, I'll take this money, but on one condition. You must promise me." Yang Chen's tone was not to be trifled with. "What conditions?" Chang Xiao hesitated. "Accompany me to the bar later. And don't worry, I won't force you to do anything, but you have to stay there with me for an hour," Yang Chen said indifferently. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chang Xiao revealed a hint of hesitation, but out of her trust in Yang Chen, she still nodded and said, Okay, but it can't be too late. I have a part-time job to do in the morning." Yang Chen smiled. "Good. Looking at the time it shouldn't be more than a little. Here's the barbecue. Fill your stomach first." By this time, the waiter was quickly bringing up the first wave of baked goods. Chang Xiao said, "You have to collect my money first. Collect it before you eat it." Fine. Yang Chen was also quite helpless. On the micro chat, Yang Chen passed Chang Zhao's friend verification and then received a transfer from Chang Xiao. I could see that there was still some heartache on her face. Chapter 70, Magic City Bar. A barbecue alone ate up $200, which was as much as she'd earned in 2 days of part-time work. After giving Yang Chen a hateful look, Chang Xiao started to vent her anger on the skewers on the table. Since she's the one paying for it, naturally, she doesn't need to be polite. Eating the roasted meat in his hands, Chang Xiao's eyes lit up again. She hadn't remembered, at all, how long it had been since she'd had a barbecue. coupled with the fact that she hadn't eaten anything during the night. Her stomach had long been starving, so she immediately began to wolf it down. Yang Chen laughed helplessly, and then began to jerk the skewers as well. Soon, after 20 minutes or so, the two of them had swept away the barbecue, touching his stomach. Yang Chen didn't feel a few points of satiety. After all, with his current physical fitness, these portions of kebabs would only be enough to start his stomach, and it was simply impossible to get full. Alright, you have to fulfill your promise and accompany me to the bar. Yang Chen then stood up. Although Chang Zhao's face was a little apprehensive, he still said stiffly, "Since I promised you, I won't go back on my promise. Where do you want to go to the bar? Is it near the school?" Yang Chen had a smile on his lips. "Just follow me." Soon, Yang Chen brought Chang Zhao to the mall next to the backstreet. When he drove the Lamborghini Venom out of the underground garage, Chang Zhao had the word surprise written all over her baby face. There was no way around it. The contrast of the scene was too great, enough to send shockwaves through her mind. From Yang Chen's dress and habits, it didn't feel like he was a rich man at all. Obviously just now, they were college students sitting together jerking off. How come they turned around and drove a luxury sports car? Although Chang Zhao didn't recognize the Lamborghini's bull tag, it didn't stop her from inferring the car's value from its appearance. She couldn't even estimate the price range of the car. It was completely out of the realm of perception. Anyway, she can't afford it for the rest of her life is all. You're a rich second generation? Chang Zhao's tone was filled with skepticism and disbelief. She had the feeling of being set up and deceived by Yang Chen. Yang Chen shook his head and didn't explain, but said indifferently, "Get in the car." Even though Chang Zhao had some regrets in her heart, she got into the passenger seat in order to fulfill her promise. It was obvious that she seemed a bit repulsed by the so-called rich kids. With that, the Lamborghini let out a roar and set off in the direction of the city. Along the way, the two didn't communicate again. After learning that Yang Chen owned a sports car, Chang Zhao's eyes carried a sense of distance and a touch of distrust. It seemed as if Yang Chen had deceived her. In response, Yang Chen didn't offer much of an explanation. From the moment he drove out of his Lamborghini, he was already giving Chang Zhao lessons. He could see very well that although Chang Zhao was very strong and hardworking, he was actually always an ostrich mentality. She buried her head deep in the dirt, unwilling to see and acknowledge the realities of the world, wishfully believing that she could change her and her mother's fate if she worked her ass off. However, the world is real and inherently unfair. It was also this that led to Chang Zhao's loss of her own mother before she could not bear the blow and eventually committed suicide. In fact, she is both brave but timid at the same time. It's contradictory, but that's just the way it is. Yang Chen understood. Only when Chang Zhao recognizes that the world is realistic and unfair can she undergo a metamorphosis, and she can be truly brave enough to change her life. That was the purpose of his trip. Yang Chen drove fast and took about 20 minutes to drive to one of the biggest bars in Magic City, Motor Club. The name, Magic City Bar, is a portmanteau of the Chinese name. This is the most luxurious bar in Mordor, located next to the Mordor Sports Center, and it is a level of ultra-luxury bar with Kyoto's Gongdi Bar. It is here that the most perfect interpretation of what it means to be in Shanghai at night. Neon lights, luxury cars and beautiful women. This street is filled with arbitrarily parked luxury cars and beautiful women in hot outfits. There was a ring of bars and KTVs all around, and the sound from the sports cars intertwined with the music around them, making the blood of the people around them spurt involuntarily. There was a seeming heat and throbbing in the air. As soon as he came here, Chang Zhao's heart experienced a strong discomfort, as if he was out of place here. It seemed like everyone here was dressed stylishly, with elaborate makeup, while she was just dressed in the plainest of outfits, a black t-shirt and washed-out jeans. Seeing the jealous eyes of the surrounding beauties, Chang Zhao could only bury his head deep in his chest. She felt a little inferior. Seeing Chang Zhao's behavior, Yang Chen pursed his lips and did not speak. In fact, Yang Chen's dress was also very plain, but only because he drove a 6000W Lamborghini Venom, so no one dared to belittle him, even to look up to him. Many of the young ladies on the street threw winks at Yang Chen. Some bold young ladies even bent over to make some flirtatious poses, recklessly displaying their career lines, expecting to get Yang Chen's attention. It could be said that as soon as Yang Chen's Lamborghini Venom appeared here, it attracted the attention of countless people around it. Yang Chen had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and without looking away, he drove straight to the front door of the Magic City Bar. Get out of the car, then gentlemanly opened the door for Chang Zhao. Chang Zhao sat in the passenger seat and felt his body stiffen a bit. Looking at the glorious decorations, Chang Zhao pursed her lips, but still summoned up the courage to step out of the Lamborghini and carefully followed Yang Chen's side. She's acting like a country girl who just came to the city. Yang Chen casually threw the key to the parking boy on the side, and then led Chang Zhao into the Magic City Bar. Noticing the Lamborghini Venom that Yang Chen drove, The bar manager, who was originally standing at the door, immediately followed Yang Chen with a smile on his face. In this business, it's all about the eyes. Obviously, in their eyes, Yang Chen was a big customer. Hello sir, is this your first time at the Magic City bar? Seeing that you are rather faceless, how can I address you? The bar manager's suit was straight and he wore a professionalized smile. Yang Chen nodded and said indifferently, "Surname Yang." In response to Yang Chen's coldness, the bar manager still wore a smile and said respectfully, "Mr. Yang, would you like to sit at the bar or open a card seat?" "Open a card seat, the one with the best location." "What grade of consumption do you have in card seats?" Yang Chen asked casually. After passing this corner, before entering the inner door, Yang Chen heard a burst of extremely rhythmic sound waves coming from him, causing the rhythm of his heartbeat to unconsciously speed up. "Just a moment, I'll ask what decks are left in there now," the bar manager replied in a respectful tone, then took out the walkie-talkie on his chest and exchanged a burst of words with the person in charge of the bar's infield. Chapter 71, 88. 8W Imperial Divine Dragon Set. Soon, the bar manager finished communicating with the infield on his walkie-talkie. He then turned his head and replied, "Mr. Yang, it's like this. You're in luck. The best decks 666 and 888 are still available today. Do you need to book these two decks? Because these two decks have the best location. The low consumption may be higher. Oh, it doesn't matter. Let's have the 888 card seat." Yang Chen didn't even ask about the price and said directly. Hearing this, the bar manager couldn't help but light up. People who don't even care about the price seem to be proper dirtbags. However, this was to be expected. After all, who could drive a Lamborghini that wasn't rich? The bar manager felt like he was in for a treat with his commission for the night. With that, he spoke a little faster and introduced, 888 belongs to the VIP card holders, which require a certain minimum consumption. We have 88,000, 188,000, 188,000, and 268,000 slots here. As he said these words, he unconsciously bent his waist a little further down, looking unusually respectful. Hearing the bar manager's words, Chang Xiao, who was on the side, turned pale and felt his heartbeat miss a beat. The cheapest spending is $88,000. It had been perfectly adequate to give her mother initial treatment, and how many days would she have to earn that money? And there's a spending package of up to $268,000? For a while, Chang Xiao felt that this world was a bit unreal. Is there a more expensive package? Yang Chen asked in a salty manner. Yang Chen didn't think that. As the most upscale bar and nightclub in Magic City, there were only packages of this grade. After all, the spending cashback card is still in effect, and you can get up to $200W back. If you don't spend $100W in the next half hour, it means that you've wasted this spending cashback card for nothing. Although only $100W, but the mosquito is also meat. For Yang Chen, this kind of white whoring party, a penny will not be easily wasted. Hearing this, the bar manager's expression visibly froze. 26W8 not enough gear? Dare he still underestimate Yang Chen's spending power? After freezing for a while, the bar manager's face soon showed an uncontrollable joy, and his smile all grew even wider. There, Mr. Yang, please let me introduce you in detail. The 4-step package I presented you earlier is the regular package for the VIP deck. For valued customers like you, we also have a few special customized packages. One is the 6W Earl Divine Dragon Set, and the other is the 8W Emperor Divine Dragon Set. The core of these two packages consists of 66 and 88 bottles of Ace of Spades respectively, and each comes with a complimentary fruit plate, fuzzy mineral water, champagne and other freebies. Do you see which class of package you need? The bar manager's waist was deeply bent at this point, and his entire figure looked a bit stooped and humble. He could only express his respect for Yang Chen in this way. Just that 8W package, Yang Chen said indifferently. Bar nightclubs are different from other places, where the highest grade of alcohol is a bottle of almost 1W Ace of Spades. Here there is no such thing as 82 years Lafite, or any other bottle of more than 10W of high-grade red wine. Want to consume high, basically is to win by quantity. Hearing this, the bar manager's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. People who buy this kind of Imperial Dragon set don't even see it twice a year. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes sir, I'll arrange it for you right away. I'll take you to the card table first." His waist bent deeper and he walked in front of Yang Chen, thoughtfully opening the inner door for Yang Chen and Chang Xiao. As soon as the inner door opened, the agitated sound waves from earlier surged out at once, wrapping Yang Chen and Chang Xiao in it. This Magic City bar, despite its name, is actually a large nightclub. The reason it is the most upscale bar in Magic City is because it requires an admission ticket, one worth $288. This admission ticket also comes with a complimentary cocktail. That means that everyone who wants to get into this bar has to meet a minimum spend of 288. Even if you came in and didn't order anything and just bounced around the dance floor, you'd still have to pay the 288. So, this rule screens out those who are at the lower end of the social ladder, such as some loafers who just want to come to the bar to get girls. Those who dare to come in are basically people with some financial means. This has raised the bar here and, at the same time, attracted many higher quality ladies to come in and play. That's what makes Magic City Bar the most upscale bar in Magic City. But in reality, this rule is only for the average consumer. The likes of Yang Chen and Chang Xiao did not need to pay this fee when they entered the bar. The reason was simple, it was because Yang Chen was driving a Lamborghini. Would someone who can even afford to drive a luxury car like this lack that kind of money? That's how smart the Magic City Bar is. For the average consumer, they screen customers by paying an entrance fee and pulling up the bar. And for the rich, they just give away admission tickets to win the favor of these guests. It didn't take long. Under the guidance of the bar manager, Yang Chen and Chang Xiao walked through the crowd and arrived at the location of the card table. Location code 888 for card holders. The location of this deck is right in the center of the club, on top of the third floor of the terrace, and has the best view of the club, with an unobstructed view of the people who are bouncing and drinking underneath. And at the same time the counter is surrounded by a dry ice mist, which provides excellent privacy for those sitting in the card table, so that no one under the counter can see into the card table. The design is considered quite thoughtful and well thought out. The card table is a row of semicircular leather sofas and a solid wood round table. It was 12 midnight, but it was the busiest time in the nightclub. In the dim light, many people were in the center of the dance floor, starting to sway their bodies to the manic music, especially the many hotly dressed ladies who were oblivious to the fact that they were dancing. High wire, tight dresses and backless suspenders were everywhere, and some of the more daring ones wore lace see-through outfits that made even the color of their inner garments visible. Especially in Yang Chen's position, completely and have God's perspective in general, can see many people cannot see the deep scenery. After the bar manager poured a glass of water for Yang Chen and Chang Xiao, he then took out his walkie-talkie for a burst of orders, to the effect that Yang Chen had already arrived at the location, and asked them to hurry up and send the 88,800,000 set meal over. Not long after, another bar manager dressed similarly came to the bar where Yang Chen was. As soon as they met, he bowed deeply towards Yang Chen and said in a respectful tone, "Good day to you both. We are honored to welcome you both to the Magic City Bar." Chapter 72 Chang Xiao Emoed. It's like this, because the amount you ordered for the 888,000 Divine Dragon set is relatively large, plus you have no previous consumption record, so please pay for this first. I apologize for the inconvenience. With that said, this manager bowed deeply again. Yang Chen was not surprised by this rule. In his previous life, he sometimes accompanied his clients to bars and nightclubs because of socializing, and he usually needed to pay in advance for spending above $10,000. After all, bar operators are also afraid of people coming in for a bully, not to mention this 88W8 Imperial Dragon set. Fine, swipe your card, Yang Chen said indifferently, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. Hey, okay. This bar manager was busy nodding his head and taking out the POS machine hanging on his waist, receiving Yang Chen's card with both hands. After a bit of operation, 88W8 is successfully consumed. Dripping. Your transaction is successful. The consumption amount is 88W8. Please check the amount in time. A mechanized sound came from the POS, meaning that the 88W8 in Yang Chen's card had already been scratched. Yang Chen's face was somewhat unperturbed. He did go a little numb. He proves one thing from his own experience, when there is a certain amount of money, it really is just a string of numbers. After all, Yang Chen had already earned 700W just tonight by relying on the limited time double cashback card. To him, this 88W8 is really nothing. What's more, he now had the spending cashback card on him. In 1 hour, you can spend up to 100W and get 200W cashback. Pure white John. And when Chang Xiao, who was on the side, saw this scene, his expression was a bit dazed. 88W8, just like that? This money is the equivalent of saving her mother's life. The hospitalization fee, the operation fee, and the payment for finding a kidney source. I'm afraid this set does not cost 88W8, right? So, her mother's life-saving money is what rich people spend in a bar and nightclub in one night? It would take her at least a couple years to work part-time to earn that money. Chang Xiao began to wonder what she was trying so hard and desperately to save money on her part-time job. What is she saving her money every day just to save those few dollars for food? At this moment, Chang Xiao's state was like sleepwalking, feeling that his brain and body were somewhat peeled away. Everything around her was happening right in front of her, yet it seemed to feel distant. Watching Yang Chen easily spend 88W8 like this, she felt how unreal it all was. She frantically tried to escape, but her body felt like it was drained of its strength, and she could only lean against the couch for a hint of solidity. Chang Zhao's 3 views had indeed been dealt an unprecedented blow. Simply put, she emoed. After swiping his card, that manager of the infield left first, apparently to arrange the follow-up. The manager of the outfield was still on standby, waiting for Yang Chen's dispatch. This was enough to see how much they valued Yang Chen. It was no wonder. After all, Yang Chen's spending alone tonight was worth the spending of 1,000 ordinary customers. The people in the bar are not stupid. Of course they have to offer this god of wealth properly. Just then, the bar manager first glanced at Cheng Xiao next to him, then bent down and whispered in Yang Chen's ear and inquired, "Mr. Yang, do you need to call some beauties to warm up the scene for you?" Hearing this, Yang Chen didn't feel surprised. Bars and nightclubs often contact some cheerful, good-looking girls, or models and internet celebrities. When a customer opens a card table by himself, the bar manager asks for similar words and can help contact these ladies to warm up the card table. These ladies don't charge extra and don't offer any services voluntarily, but mainly just come to hobnob for drinks and card seats. It's up to each guest to decide if they can take them back for the night. For this reason, some people refer to the ladies who come to warm up the room as the dishes for the guests. The high-quality and beautiful warm-up girls are called heavenly dishes. It's also a common code word used in nightclubs. At this moment, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked up slightly and said, "Fine, but the young lady called over should at least be a heavenly dish and should be from a famous university or have a decent career. A nightclub veteran. I can't believe I know the secret word for heavenly dish." Hearing Yang Chen's words, the bar manager immediately looked at him a little differently. He then said seriously, "Mr. Yang, don't worry. The young lady I'll arrange for you will definitely satisfy you. We've done background checks on all these ladies, and they're all absolutely decent." With that, he gave another burst of orders into his walkie-talkie. Yang Chen drank lemonade in an old-fashioned manner, ignoring the stupefied Chang Xiao beside him. He brought Chang Xiao here to shock her 3 views and change her perception of the world. Only then could she change her views and then accept Yang Chen's help. Simply put, tonight is about stimulating her. Therefore, Yang Chen ignored her. This level is nowhere near enough. It didn't take long for the bar manager's walkie-talkie to get the message, and then he left the bar. Looking down from Yang Chen's angle, it was clear to see that he was going down to pick up the 3 young ladies who had come over to warm up the stage. With the arrival of these 3 young ladies, the rhythm of the dance floor underneath seemed to have suddenly slowed down a beat. They were like a magnet, attracting the attention of countless people around them. It was obvious that these 3 ladies definitely had quite a high face value. Since Yang Chen was looking from above, he couldn't see their faces, but just by looking at their bodies, he knew that they definitely didn't look bad either. It's a heavenly dish. Soon, the bar manager walked up to the bar with 3 young ladies. "Mr. Yang, please let me introduce you to these 3 young ladies. From left to right are Lin Tuaner, Huang Mina and Isuzu Sire. Lin Tuaner is a graduate of Kyoto Aerospace and Aviation University, with a minor in English, and is now working as a flight attendant for Magic City Airlines, flying international routes from home to abroad. Huang Mina is a senior student graduated from Mordor University of Political Science and Law, and is now working at Mordor Tianchen Law Firm, which is considered to be a little-known beautiful lawyer in the industry. Ichisa Shale is a graduate of the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, and she's usually taking jobs in print modeling and magazine cover shoots, with the occasional guest starring role as an actress. These 3 beauties are usually the regulars of our Magic City bar, with a more lively character, like to make friends, and occasionally come to help warm up the VIP's card seats for the sake of our bar owner. Seriously, it's also very hard to have all 3 of you here at the same time today. The bar manager was obviously familiar with the trio and introduced them skillfully. Chapter 73, The Ultimate Heavenly Dish. While listening to the bar manager's introduction, Yang Chen sized up the 3 beauties in front of him. From left to right, it's Lin Tuaner, Mina Huang, and Isuzu Sara in that order. These 3 beauties have impeccable face and body, yet each is a different type of beauty. First is the leftmost Lin Tuaner. Her dress is the most trendy and bold. The upper half of her body is a leopard print halter, except for covering the key parts. The other parts of her body are revealing a piece of snow white, very dazzling. Her lower half, on the other hand, was wearing a pair of black hot pants, leaving a pair of long white legs perfectly exposed. Her looks were on the Netflix type and her face was heavily made up, which made her look very seductive in the dim light. Seeing Lin Tuaner, Yang Chen was still slightly surprised, because this Lin Tuaner was very similar to a female anchor he had watched in his previous life on the Douhu platform. The Fu Tuaner, who was known for her pair of beautiful legs. She was able to draw millions of fans on the Douhu platform thanks to a pair of legs that could play for years. Looking at it this way, it's likely to be the same person. Hello brother Yang. Feeling Yang Chen's gaze, Lin Tuana revealed a generous smile. Yang Chen also smiled and nodded in response. With that, he turned his attention to the next beauty. Standing in the center was Mina Huang, who had a completely different temperament and style than Lin Tuaner. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Huang Mina was wearing a standard OL outfit today. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on her high nose, and her upper half was a thin white blouse, while her lower half was accessorized with a black wraparound skirt, as well as black stockings and high heels. Due to her body being too hot, especially the grandeur of her chest was rather spectacular, causing her to wear this outfit to be somewhat seemingly seductive instead. Especially in this bar and nightclub setting, there is more or less a sense of contrast and impact, combined with the somewhat cold and serious expression on Huang Mina's face. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a desire to conquer in his heart. Seeing Yang Chen's gaze on herself, Huang Mina only nodded her head in a slightly proper manner. Yang Chen also nodded in response. Quickly, he turned his attention to Acthuser on his right. Her style is also very different from the previous two, looking like a classical beauty in a cropped black cheongsam and vintage-styled hair. Her face, however, has a bit of a sweet, innocent look to it, plus some baby fat, the type of first love face. With regards to this Isu Shar, Yang Chen also had some impressions in his mind. Afterwards, with the advent of the 4G era, the rise of short videos, this Isuzu Shara relied on a short video overnight outbreak, directly up Powder Million. Especially the way she was writhing in her blue battlesuit impressed Yang Chen. Is it really that Q-tip? Seemingly sensing Yang Chen's gaze, Isu Shar smiled sweetly, revealing two adorable dimples. Hello brother Yang Chen, I'm Isu Shar. Yang Chen smiled back and responded. Hello. Looking at it this way, it could be said that the quality of these three beauties was quite high, proper heavenly dish level beauties. And it's not just their looks, body and clothes, their education and cultural backgrounds are also quite good. All graduated from top universities in their respective industries, especially Mina Huang, who graduated from the Magic City University of Political Science and Law, was definitely a school-level beauty. Yang Chen also had some feelings in his heart at this time. Sure enough, it's good to be rich, casually come to a bar and nightclub to spend money. There are beautiful women of this level who take the initiative to accompany the drinks to warm up the scene. However, Yang Chen didn't flutter because of this, and remained clear in his gaze. He knew in his heart of hearts that unlike school, this place was not so innocent. For these three beauties to take the initiative to come to the card table to warm up, they most likely had their own agenda. As for whether he was here to dabble in drinks or to catch a golden son-in-law, Yang Chen was too lazy to guess that much. Agreeing with the bar manager to call these heavenly dishes to warm up the scene, Yang Chen also has his own considerations. To put it bluntly, they were used as a tool to teach Cheng Xiao on the spot. In Yang Chen's opinion, although these three beauties had all sorts of halos attached to them, such as face value, body shape, graduating from prestigious schools, etc., and their respective jobs looked quite decent, but they have one thing in common, and that's highs and lows. And maybe there wasn't a few dollars on the bank card, simply just a more refined external condition, equivalent to some ordinary people. They belonged to the goddesses that needed to be looked up to, but for some really rich and powerful people, they still weren't enough to look up to. They look like they live a decent life and have a refined appearance, but in fact, they still belong to the bottom of this society and are still poor. And these beautiful women surely don't want to be reduced to ordinary people and remain so mundane. They also want to break down the class barriers and make the class leap. That's why they're here as heavenly dishes, because it's a shortcut to the rich and powerful. If they were looked at, their lives would be changed. In his previous life, because of his entrepreneurial endeavors, Yang Chen had seen how many people like this, so he couldn't understand their psychology better. In that case, they are very similar to Zhang Yuqi. However, Yang Chen didn't mind getting to know these ambitious beauties better. The adult world is all about getting what you want anyway. It would be nice to have an in-depth conversation. Living a new life, Yang Chen's mindset was already very different. Welcome everyone, my name is Yang Chen, and it's my honor to relax with the three beauties. Have a seat first. Yang Chen had a faint smile on his lips, and very naturally said a few words about the scene. However, he did not make the slightest move to rise to meet him. That's the fire he's holding. For this type of woman, it is important to show the proper attitude of respect, but it is not advisable to show too much enthusiasm. Otherwise, they will subconsciously treat you as those licking dogs outside, or beggars who have never seen a beautiful woman, and their hearts will carry contempt. If you are too arrogant, you will inevitably provoke them to rebel, and it may also lead to disagreements. In the piece of pinpointing women's psychology, Yang Chen grasped it to death. Brother Yang Chen, then we're welcome. The first to respond was the Cheongsam Plati Su Shar. With a sweet smile on her face, she took the lead and sat down on Yang Chen's right-hand side. And as she sat down, she also took a rather curious look at Cheng Xiao in the corner. Lin Tuaner, on the other hand, graciously sat on Yang Chen's left-hand side, and Mina Huan could only sit next to Lin Tuaner. Seeing that the three women had already taken their seats, the bar manager also said very knowingly, "Mr. Yang, you and the several beauties take your time to play. Call me again if there's anything." Yang Chen nodded in response. With that, the bar manager had the good sense to leave. As members of the atmosphere group who came to warm up the room, the three women knew how to liven up the atmosphere. Especially Isu Shar, who had the most lively personality, soon chatted warmly with Yang Chen. Chapter 74, The Emperor's God Dragon Set's Deck of Cards. Brother Yang Chen, what kind of profession do you have? Isu Shar tilted her head and looked at Yang Chen with a pair of big eyes as if they could speak. Hearing her words, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth curved up a little and said, "I'm still a college student and don't have a job." "Yeah, then your family must be very rich. Can you reveal what kind of industry you are in?" Ichisa Shale said curiously. "Ha." Yang Chen smiled faintly. "I'm not a rich second generation, just privately have made some investments." Hearing that, Ichisa Shale showed an incredulous expression, and on the side, Lin Tuaner and Huang Nina also looked over. Obviously, their gazes also held a bit of skepticism. What kind of investment makes so much money that you can spend 80 or 90 W in a random night? However, they both had the good sense not to follow up on the question. Lin Tuaner gently covered her mouth with one hand and said in surprise, "Brother Yang, you're really young and talented." "Ha." Yang Chen just smiled faintly, spoiling himself, with Ichisa Shale livening up the atmosphere. The chatting atmosphere of the few people had been harmonious and there was no cold moment. During that time, Isu Shar also secretly asked Yang Chen, "Brother Yang Chen, who is that sister in the corner?" Yang Chen just said vaguely, "She's my sister. She's upset with me right now. It's okay, she'll be fine after a while." Other than that, there isn't much more to present. Indeed, with the four people who were chatting freely, the plainly dressed Cheng Xiao on the side looked out of place. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Isu Shar also nodded in realization and did not pursue the matter further. Just then, the lights in the bar's infield suddenly changed, and several spotlights suddenly shone down. The gazes of the people inside the nightclub could not help but be attracted, only to see the bar manager was leading a team of about 10 people, slowly walking towards card number 888 where Yang Chen was. The bar manager walked at the head of the line with his head held high. Remarkably, everyone in the group was holding an upscale crystal case in their hands. The crystal case had been opened down the middle, the shell intricately and beautifully carved, and 8 bottles of champagne of various colors were neatly arranged inside. The ambient lighting inside the case flickers, illuminating the 8 bottles of Ace of Spades in all their glory. Instantly, the attention of the nightclub infield crowd was focused on the team. Divine Dragon set? I can't believe my luck is so good today. Seeing someone order the Divine Dragon set on my first visit, a young man said in an excited tone. What's so strange about that? Just now someone ordered the VIP card seat, where the minimum spending has to start at 8W8, exactly the price of a Divine Dragon set. And notice how there are 11 people in this group, each holding the same crystal case. There are 8 bottles of Ace of Spades in each case, and 11 people have a total of 88 bottles of Ace of Spades. That is to say, this person is not ordering an ordinary Divine Dragon set. It is likely to be the legendary Imperial Divine Dragon set. I heard from a friend who works here that the Imperial Dragon set costs 88W8, and the centerpiece of the package is the 88 bottles of Ace of Spades, and only Torn Onion and Duke Chin have come here to order it before. A know-it-all immediately came out and explained. Hiss, 88W8? The price of an Imperial Divine Dragon set is enough for me to make a down payment on a house. Pure and simple tycoon. No wonder those 3 heavenly dishes that are considered to be of the very best quality will go over. The gap between people. Why is it so big? Watching the bar manager and his group slowly walk towards the card seats in the center of the infield, the crowd revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. Who made them so rich? Soon, the bar manager brought the waiter to Yang Chen. Mr. Yang, the Imperial God Dragon set you ordered is here. With that, the bar manager took the wine out of the crystal case. A large round table was soon filled with bottles of Ace of Spades in various colors. The price of a bottle of Ace of Spades averages around 8,000,9,000 for a champagne made entirely by pure hand. With 8 main versions: gold, green gold, pink gold, violet, white gold, black gold, diamond and emerald. The 88 bottles of Ace of Spades on the round table made an unrivaled visual impact. Not only did Isu Shar and Lin Tuaner pick up their cell phones and start taking pictures, even the more aloof Huang Mina took out her cell phone and started taking selfies. This is definitely a moment to remember for girls who like to visit bars and nightclubs. After all, how many people in Mordor would dare to say that they've ordered their decks over the Imperial Divine Dragon set? Only Chang Xiao still sits alone in a corner, staring blankly at the table full of aces of spades, not knowing what to think. Brother Yang Chen, let's take a picture together? Just then, Isusha wrapped her arms around Yang Chen's right hand and asked sweetly. Yang Chen could even feel a jelly-like soft and bouncy sensation coming from his right hand. The blue-clothed god of war. It really lives up to its name. Good. Yang Chen didn't refuse. Among these three heavenly dishes, Yang Chen was most attracted to this Isusha, because not only was she the most lively and always took the initiative to find Yang Chen to talk to, more importantly, she had a high emotional intelligence and knew how to read people's words. As for Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina on the side, Yang Chen simply wanted to explore some of the true meaning of life in depth with them, especially Mina Wang, who had been acting very high and mighty. After obtaining Yang Chen's consent, Isusha naturally leaned her head on Yang Chen's shoulder and took a selfie. A few other positions followed, but without exception they all acted ambiguously. Taking the excuse of sending Yang Chen a photo, Isusha quickly added Yang Chen's microchat number. At this moment, after patiently waiting for Isusha and the others to finish taking pictures, the bar manager on the side said respectfully, Mr. Yang, do you need me to open a drink for you? Yang Chen didn't answer immediately, but turned his head to look at the three of them. Which flavor would you like to drink? I want to drink the black and gold version. I think this diamond version is good. Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina immediately opened their mouths, while Isusha said knowingly, Brother Yang Chen, which kind do you want to drink? I'm fine with all of them. It had to be said that this move might seem more or less green tea to Lin Tuaner and Mina Huang, but Yang Chen favored this, compared to Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina, who made their own choices. Isusha was much more thoughtful and understanding. Yang Chen stroked Isusha's hair and said to the bar manager at the side, one flavor will open a bottle first. Grab a few more glasses and fill one of each flavor for me. 8 bottles of Ace of Spades. Just say open. Hearing these bold words, the three girls of Isusha couldn't help but smack their lips slightly. Okay, Mr. Yang, wait a moment. With that, the bar manager on the sidelines began to skillfully open the drinks and greeted the waiters to help set up the glasses. Chapter 75, The Active Mina Wang. Soon, several people in Yang Chen's presence were filled with cups and cups of split wine. Although Chang Xiao, who was silent on the side, the bar manager was still very considerate and poured her a drink as well. After all, it was the person Yang Chen had brought with him, so he definitely didn't dare to neglect him. After pouring the drinks, the bar manager left silently with a cadre of waiters. The last thing a guest likes at a time like this when drinks are flowing is to be disturbed. I propose that we toast Brother Yang Chen together. Thank you for Brother Chen's hospitality tonight. It has opened my eyes. Isusha raised her wine glass and looked at Yang Chen with a beaming gaze. To Brother Yang, to Yang Chen. Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina also raised their glasses and clinked them with Yang Chen. I also thank all the beauties for their honor. Come on, cheers. Yang Chen also picked up his wine cup and said with a smiling gaze. With that, everyone took a drink. It took a glass of wine to really warm up the atmosphere at the card table. Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina, who were more reserved at first, also made individual toasts towards Yang Chen. In particular, Lin Tuaner, who was sitting on Yang Chen's left side, began to touch Yang Chen with her legs under the table intentionally or unintentionally. After a few glasses of wine, it was directly and blatantly on Yang Chen's calf. On the other hand, Isusha was tightly hooked onto Yang Chen's right arm and wouldn't let go of it, and sometimes she would even gently lean her head on Yang Chen's shoulder. As the atmosphere warmed up, it seemed as if a war without smoke between women had just officially begun. Seriously, this was the first time Yang Chen had been surrounded by goddesses left and right like this. Combined with the stimulation of alcohol, his body was slightly hot again, and his hands naturally wrapped around the waist of both of them. Yang Chen could feel that both women's bodies stiffened for a moment at the same time before relaxing. Both Isusha and Lin Tuaner did not point out Yang Chen's behavior. At this point, Mina Huang, who was sitting on the outside, got a little anxious. She acted high and cold, but it was only to set up her own persona. The purpose was still to attract rich second generation like Yang Chen. However, seeing that Yang Chen was so wrapped up in one left and one right that she didn't have time to care about herself, she was also a little anxious in her heart. She had come here with an agenda of her own. Gritting her teeth, Huang Mina inadvertently unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt, then stood up and leaned over to pour Yang Chen a drink. Brother Yang, I'm sorry, because something happened at home, so I'm not in a good state today. Please forgive me. Oh, what happened at home? Upon hearing this, a curious look appeared on Yang Chen's face. When Huang Mina suddenly took such initiative and said such things, Yang Chen knew that she definitely had a request. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Huang Mina's expression was difficult, as if it was a bit hard to speak. It's okay, Just go ahead. If there's anything I can do to help, just ask. Yang Chen's entire body leaned on the leather sofa of the card seat, and just greatly appreciated the scenery under Huang Mina's shirt without avoiding it in the slightest. For Yang Chen's fiery gaze, Huang Mina didn't have the intention to cover it up, but said with a light bite of her shell teeth, "It's like this. My grandfather in my hometown had a sudden stroke while doing farm work, and because of the seriousness of his condition, he now needs 15W for surgery, and I happen to have no money in my hand. Brother Yang, can you lend me some money to work around?" Hearing this, Yang Chen didn't immediately agree, but asked, "I'm a bit more curious. Aren't all of you lawyers quite rich? How come you can't even come up with 15W? Huang Mina replied shamefully, "We lawyers who have not been in the profession for 2 years, although we seem to be superficially glamorous. In fact, we don't take many cases every year, and we get our hands on only $100,000. But the usual spending is also high, and renting an apartment also costs money, so that makes it basically impossible to save much money a year. This year's stock market is not good again. I have a sum of money trapped in it." So, as she spoke, Mina Wang's voice grew smaller and smaller. She looked sophisticated and pretty on the outside, the image of a white-collar urbanite, but is still embarrassed by her lack of money in the face of life's sudden surprises. Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded thoughtfully. 15W is no problem. It's just a small amount of money. Tell you what, I can give you 20W and you don't have to pay me back afterward. I'm planning to set up a law firm afterward, and I see that you have a good education and are quite resourceful. When the time comes, I'll need you to join the law firm, do some clerical and personnel work, and help me pull a team together. Of course, in a law firm, I'm the boss, and what I tell you must be done, sometimes more than just work. Regarding the establishment of the law firm, Yang Chen had long had plans, because he will have to intervene in the layout of many industries in the future, and in order to avoid disputes over legal matters in the future, it is necessary to have a professional to keep a watchful eye on the situation. It just so happens that this time, when he bumped into Huang Mina, a lawyer who graduated from the University of Political Science and Law, Yang Chen was moved to love talent. Only his words were more or less ambiguous, and when he heard them in the ears of a few people, they were somewhat tainted. Yang Chen could clearly feel that not only was Huang Mina's brow furrowed, but even Isu Shar and Lin Tuaner, who were on the side, had their breathing clearly stagnate. At this moment, Chang Xiao, who was sitting next to him without saying a word, also raised his head to look at Yang Chen, his eyes filled with shock. How could she not expect that Yang Chen would say such words? Hearing Yang Chen's words, a tangled expression appeared on Huang Mina's face. In fact, it wasn't the first time she'd heard that. Her leader at the law firm, when he found out about it, was the first to approach her directly with a bank card, saying he could help her through the situation. However, Mina Wang refused dryly. She believes that she can temporarily raise the money by relying on the help of relatives and friends around her. But when she actually asked to borrow money from people around her, she realized how hard it was to borrow. Everyone has all sorts of reasons for not having money on hand and is just as desperate for money. After borrowing down the line, she only managed to borrow 2W. With the 3W on her bank card, that's only 5W total. And her grandfather's treatment will cost a total of 20W. That's when Mina Wang remembered what the leader of the law firm had told her. Seriously, she was heartened. But the thought of the law firm leader's huge beer belly and the Mediterranean Sea on his head was hard for Mina Wang to accept. She hadn't been in a relationship until now and didn't want to lose her first one. So, she often came to the Magic City bar as soon as she got off work these days, hoping to run into young rich kids. In that case, it wasn't unacceptable to her. After her expression changed for a while, Huang Mina lifted the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one go, finally speaking with difficulty, "Okay, I promise you." Hearing Huang Mina's answer, Yang Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, "You add me to the microchat first, send me your bank card number, and I'll transfer this money to you right away." With that, the two exchanged each other's microchat numbers. Huang Mina transferred her bank card number, and Yang Chen directly transferred 20W in seconds. At the same time, a beep sounded in Yang Chen's head. Ding! Congratulations, host consumption reached 100W. Cashback amount has been issued through the form of bank card. 2 bank cards, amount of 100W respectively, have been put into your pocket. Please keep it properly. Hearing this beep, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth curled slightly. What didn't occur to me was that the money given to Mina Wang was also counted as spending by the system? Chapter 76, Chang Zhao's defense is broken? At this time, Huang Mina's cell phone on the table received a text message. It was only when she saw the alert of the text message on her cell phone that a look of relief appeared on Mina Huang's face and she resumed her seat. The arrival of this money meant that the burden that had been weighing on her shoulders was finally lighter. It also meant that her grandfather's surgery was finally paid for. For a while, she also had some mixed feelings. She excelled all the way from childhood, from the village, to the town, to the university, and was always at the top of her grade, but stubborn and good. She finally took the step. Mina Wang had some mixed feelings. However, just then, Yang Chen suddenly spoke again. Mina, the ancients used to say that you know what you're getting. Look, I don't need you to do anything. My shoulders are a little sore right now, so come over here and press them for me. Hearing this, Huang Mina pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Taking Yang Chen's money and just pressing his shoulder is nothing. She mentally reassured herself. Next to them, Lin Tuaner and Isu Shar didn't say anything when they saw the scene. With that, Huang Mina slowly walked behind Yang Chen and was about to help Yang Chen relax his shoulders. Bing! Just then, there was a sudden sound of glass clinking and shattering next to them. At the same time, Chang Xiao, who had been silent all this time, hissed and roared, with a little bit of a crying tone in his voice. Enough! Didn't you do all this just to show me? If you want to humiliate me, just humiliate me. Why bring someone else? Congratulations! Purpose accomplished. Isuka-chan and Lin Tuaner were startled by this sudden scene and turned their heads in unison to look. Mina Wang also opened her eyes, and the movement of her hands stopped, only to see that Chang Xiao had already stood up from the sofa from some time. Her original row of glasses with different flavors of ace of spades in front of her had now fallen to the table in pieces. Champagne of all colors flowed over the table as well. The scene was a mess. Apparently she knocked it over with one hand. Chang Xiao's chest rose and fell violently as she stared at Yang Chen with tearful eyes, her eyes filled with a touch of undisguised hatred. Of those present, only Yang Chen had the most calm reaction. He seemed to have expected this to happen, and nonchalantly withdrew his hand from the waist of the two Ichisucheras and gave Ichisucheras a wink. Getting Yang Chen's hint, Isushar heartily pulled Lin Tuaner and Huang Mina away. When she left, she looked at the plainly dressed Chang Xiao with a bitter smile and some envy. She understood at this point. So, Yang Chen made such a big scene tonight, but it was for this woman? The three of them, they're just supporting characters. Soon, only Yang Chen and Chang Xiao were left in the card table. It was at this time that Yang Chen slowly stood up and looked condescendingly at Chang Xiao. The corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer as he said faintly, "Do it to you? Are you taking yourself too seriously?" Hearing Yang Chen's mocking tone, Chang Xiao's chest rose and fell violently, as if he was somewhat unconvinced, but he could not find any words to retort. Indeed, Yang Chen's spending for one night was 88.8W, not counting the 20W transferred to Mina Huang. Spending $100W out of pocket just to do it to yourself? What can I do for myself? The courage she had just had was directly shattered by Yang Chen's short sentence. In an instant, the hatred in Chang Xiao's eyes turned into resignation. Her head lowered, and tears began to fall down her face. She couldn't figure out why. Tonight was just an unusual night of part-time work at a milk tea store. Why she'd run into a molestation by a student from the International Exchange Academy in the first place, and then unaccountably, he ate barbecue with Yang Chen and then was taken to the bar by him, and to let her experience what happens in a nightclub with her own eyes. She couldn't figure out how someone could simply spend $100W on one night at a bar. She couldn't figure out why the beautiful sister who graduated from a prestigious school and worked as a lawyer would act like a maid for a mere 20W and be at Yang Chen's beck and call. The social reality that Chang Xiao dared not face up to in the past was now coming towards her mind in an uncontrollable manner. For a moment, she figured it out. How is it that someone can step into a new Nike and hold a new fruit phone while receiving a poverty scholarship at school, while she, who really needs it, is told she doesn't qualify for it? She figured out why her roommate could dress up every day and enjoy her college life leisurely with delicate makeup, while she had to get up early and work part-time. Because the world, as it is not fair. In this moment, she felt that her previous efforts were ridiculous and futile. Thinking of this, Chang Xiao could no longer control it and let out a loud cry. Seeing Chang Xiao's pearly appearance, Yang Chen let out a seemingly audible sigh, then walked forward and gently wrapped her in his arms. Surprisingly, Chang Xiao didn't resist and let Yang Chen embrace her into his arms. After a while, her cries subsided before she choked and hammered her pink fist on Yang Chen's chest. Only the force was soft. "Are you satisfied? Are you going to do what you just like just now? Dropping money on me, to adopt me and make fulfill all your demands? Ugh, you bad man, just trying to trash me. Bad man. Oh hoo." Chang Xiao cried with pearly blossoms, which was heartbreaking to watch. These words caused Yang Chen to be speechless for a while. "In your eyes, am I that kind of person? Woo woo, you just are. All night long, aren't you just trying to tell me that you're that bad?" Chang Xiao raised her face and beamed. She didn't look like she was blaming Yang Chen. Instead she looked like she was being pampered. Yang Chen couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He looked into Chang Xiao's eyes and said seriously, Xiao Xiao. I want to solemnly apologize to you for my behavior tonight. You're a smart girl and already know why I brought you here tonight. I don't want to talk sense to you. I just want to tell you one thing. The world is inherently unfair, but we can still change our destiny through our own efforts. However, sometimes choice is often more important than effort, and at the same time we shouldn't go out of our way to refuse help. Yang Chen wore a faint smile, and his eyes looked like they were shining with bright stars. It was as if his words had magic power, making Chang Xiao involuntarily believe them, and she subconsciously nodded her head. Yang Chen continued in a deep voice, "In my eyes, you've always been a very special girl. It's not your outward condition that attracts me. It's the way you approach life and the quality of who you are. I feel ashamed of myself in front of you sometimes." Chapter 77 Perfect Finish. Chang Xiao becomes a partner. Sometimes I think it's an honor to even be friends with you. However, it is in your wonderful qualities that there is some bigotry and prejudice that causes you to be unwilling to accept help from anyone who offers it to you. But you have to realize that a lot of things in life are not perfect, and that you can't accomplish them on your own. And people are inherently herd animals. Learning to work with others is a skill we must have to survive in this society. Yang Chen paused and continued. I'm not saying these things to be sweet, to please you, or to try to set you up and lure you into bed with money. I've gone to all this trouble tonight for no particular purpose except that you have a very important place in my heart. When he said this, Yang Chen's gaze did not dodge in any way, and he just frankly looked straight at Chang Xiao. It was in his heart. Looking at Yang Chen's eyes, Chang Xiao was able to clearly feel that a certain soft part of his heart seemed to have been touched fiercely. Her heart was in turmoil. Then what exactly do you want to do? Chang Xiao asked subconsciously as his heart was in turmoil. Yang Chen had a smile at the corner of his mouth and did not reply. Instead, he drew out 2 plain black bank cards from his pocket, then gently took Chang Xiao's left hand and placed the bank card in her palm. Looking at Chang Xiao's resistant movements, Yang Chen said, "Don't be too busy to say no. Just listen to me first. There are 100 W in each of these 2 bank cards, one for Auntie's medical treatment, and one for the startup capital for your business. Of course, the 2 sums of money are not given to you for nothing. They are only lent to you for the time being, and with conditions." Speaking of this, Yang Chen could clearly feel Chang Xiao tensing up. She had obviously thought of what Yang Chen and Mina had just said. Seeing Chang Xiao's nervous appearance, Yang Chen couldn't help but laugh dumbly and directly popped her on the head. "What are you thinking about you? Because I have a great project on my hands, but I don't have the time to work on it, so I'd like to invite you to be a partner and help me get it off the ground." Chang Xiao touched the brain that had been bounced by Yang Chen with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Hearing this, she couldn't help but wonder, what kind of program? Open a milk tea store. I bought a set of milk tea recipes from someone before, and it tastes pretty good. I wanted to open a store at my school first, but it's been sitting on my hands because I don't have much time. Don't you happen to work part-time in a milk tea store? I'd just like to invite you to join me as a partner. With the money in one of the bank cards serving as startup capital, Yang Chen narrated his thoughts. Opening a milk tea store? Chang Xiao's tone was also a bit surprised. Owning her own milk tea store was something she had always dreamed of before. She had thought that as soon as her mother got better, she was going to save up and open a milk tea store afterward. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen directly turned what she had dreamed of into reality. But soon, the light that lit up in Chang Xiao's eyes slowly dimmed again. A little unsure of herself, she said, But what if I fail at it?" Seeing Chang Xiao's look, Yang Chen smiled slightly. How can you do business without taking risks? It's normal if it fails. But for this project, I have strong confidence. As long as you grasp the quality of the milk tea ingredients purchased, an operation in line with health norms, this milk tea store will absolutely be a big hit, because the recipe and proportions of the milk tea are unique. Hearing this, Chang Xiao's small mouth pouted. Then why can you be so relieved of me? What if I leak out your formula? Yang Chen was dumbfounded. This little ninny. Still, some can't get over that hurdle in her heart. There's always the fear of not being able to pay what you owe someone. Thinking of this, the corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. Then I'll just have to get some interest back on you. After all, I'm a person who never does a losing deal. Yang Chen's gaze also intentionally glanced at Chang Xiao's strong capital. Instantly, Chang Xiao's face reddened and she spat. No decent behavior. Immediately afterward her expression began to tangle again. Seeing this, Yang Chen continued to follow the good advice. Actually, you don't have to think so hard. Neither one of these payments was given to you for nothing. First is the money for your mother's treatment. This money is my loan to you. To calculate the interest will be calculated in accordance with the bank's interest. You want to pay it back in installments, or you have to earn enough of this money to pay me back in one lump sum. Both can be. Think about it. What if you refuse to accept this money and delay the critical period of your mother's treatment? Who will bear this loss when the time comes? and the other money is the startup capital for the milk tea store. This money is used to pay for rent and utilities, as well as production costs. In the future, our milk tea store is bound to move towards a chain model, so this money is just placed on your side for safekeeping first. As for opening a milk tea store, I'll pay for the money and the recipe. You'll pay for the labor and the time, and we'll split the profits according to 64, which is actually a very fair cooperation. Hearing this, Chang Zhao's brows gradually stretched. She looked at Yang Chen with her eyes brimming and said, "All right, I promise you, but at 64 cents, would I be taking too much?" Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, with a smirk in his eyes. "That's good. Tonight's time has not been wasted after all. Don't worry, the 64 split is absolutely fair. Although I'm contributing the startup capital and the recipe, this is something you're doing solely, including things like production, management, hygiene, and recruiting. I won't have any involvement." "Okay." Chang Xiao could only nod. Seeing Chang Xiao in this well-behaved manner, Yang Chen couldn't help but touch her head and continued, "You first tell me the microchat and phone number. I'll turn around and write up the recipe and bring it to you. During this time you can first familiarize yourself with the milk tea recipe, and when you're not doing anything, you can try to blend it. The location of the milk tea store I'm going to open inside the school first. I'll discuss this matter with the secretary of our college. Another thing is that you need to find some reliable suppliers of milk tea ingredients, including suppliers of milk, cheese, tea leaves and such, and this preliminary work should be prepared in advance." Yang Chen said with clear thoughts. It is evident that he has indeed been giving serious consideration to this matter. This also dispelled the last trace of doubt in Chang Zhao's heart. "All right, just promised you, and you're already squeezing the employees." Chang Xiao pouted, not resisting Yang Chen's intimate movements in the slightest. He, you're a partner, and all the money you share in the future is tied to what you're doing now." Yang Chen laughed. Chapter 78, Accidentally Whoring a Villa for Nothing? Tonight was a perfect night for both Yang Chen and Chang Xiao. Under Yang Chen's influence, Chang Xiao finally opened a tightly closed window in his heart and was willing to accept Yang Chen's help. And Yang Chen also unlocked the knot that had been plaguing his heart. In his previous life, he had always been a bit haunted by Chang Zhao's death. Girls with such wonderful qualities deserve to be treated gently by the world. And it was from tonight that Chang Zhao's destiny truly ushered in a change and metamorphosis. The reason why Yang Chen was so sure was because of the prompt that came from the system. Ding! Detecting that the host has successfully untied Chang Zhao's heart knot and changed Chang Zhao's fate, her life trajectory is starting to develop in a good direction. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission perfectly. The system issues an extra reward. No. 1 residence, detached villa. The relevant documents and keys have been put into the trunk of Lamborghini Venom, and the villa's relevant face information has been collected, so the host can move in at any time. Yang Chen also didn't expect that the system would give away additional rewards, and unlike last time, this time the relevant real estate licenses and paperwork have already been processed. Sort of a surprise. The great name of the first residence he also heard in his previous life. Although it is not the location of the center of the city, but it is not too far away. It is considered to be located in the middle of the city and the University of Magic City, but that doesn't affect its price, because this one residence is situated on top of Pine Mountain. It is considered a villa in the middle of the downtown area, and therefore the price is very impressive, with a set costing at least 2 small goals. With this, Yang Chen had $300 million of fixed real estate in his hands, sort of a real sense of being young and rich. However, this was just the beginning in Yang Chen's opinion. Like his current partnership with Chang Xiao, the layout of the milk tea store was only the first step in developing the industry. In the future, with his previous life's experience, his industry would surely spread all over the world, involved in every industry. This was also Yang Chen's ambition. At this point, it was a little past time. At this point, it was clear that there was no way to go back to school. "It's all your fault that I can't go back to my dormitory. What if I'm written off?" Chang Xiao hatedly hammered Yang Chen with a fist that was still weak and feeble. Yang Chen said smilingly, "It's fine. Go sleep at my house." Hearing this, Chang Xiao slightly froze. "What are you thinking about you? It's a villa. The room is enough for you to sleep." Yang Chen gave another chestnut. "Okay." Chang Xiao agreed in a resigned manner. She seemed to have been eaten to death by Yang Chen now. Before leaving the Magic City bar, Yang Chen instructed the bar manager to open another card seat for Isuzu Sara and the others, and let them drink Ace of Spades as they pleased, and the bar manager would take the initiative to deposit the rest of the wine under Yang Chen's name. However, Yang Chen himself didn't think anything of it, because these wines were completely for nothing, and there shouldn't be too many chances for him to come to a nightclub on his own. With that, Yang Chen drove his Lamborghini and took Chang Xiao to the one residence. For this villa, Yang Chen was also looking forward to it. After all, He had never owned such a villa in his previous life either. At 1 a.m., the downtown roads were noticeably empty, with basically no one visible on the streets except for a few cabs and a few drunken pedestrians. Yang Chen opened the convertible top and drove with one hand, enjoying the evening breeze with some coolness. Thanks to his dragon body, the alcohol in his body had been completely broken down, so there was no risk associated with it. Unlike when she came, Chang Xiao had completely lost the previous constraints and looked at Yang Chen with a surly gaze. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and said, "Yang Chen, at night you said that you earned all your money yourself. Is that true?" "Oh, you can say so. My parents are just ordinary state-owned enterprise employees. I also met a noble person, and by chance I made some money from investment. The money really wasn't taken from the parents." Yang Chen was right. The money wasn't from his parents. It was from System Dad. "Oh." Chang Xiao nodded with seeming understanding. Seeing the expression on her face, Yang Chen smiled again. Since there weren't many vehicles on the road, Yang Chen quickly drove up Pine Mountain and entered the villa complex of the No. 1 residence. The security measures of Mansion 1 were no weaker than that of Riverside Supreme, and even at this hour, there were still doormen standing in the sentry booths with their backs straight. "Hello, are you a visitor or a homeowner?" Since Yang Chen's Lamborghini didn't have a license plate yet, it was unsurprisingly stopped by the gatekeeper in charge. "I'm the owner of Building 6, and I've already collected the face information," Yang Chen said unhurriedly. "Is that Mr. Yang?" The doorman picked up the fruit tablet on the side and gave it a go, apparently pulling up the basic information that Yang Chen had entered. Then it was confirmed again to Yang Chen himself. Yang Chen nodded. "Hello Mr. Yang, welcome back to Residence No. 1. After confirming this, the doorman gave a standard military salute, and then raised the pole of the car. "Trouble." Yang Chen nodded his head in greeting and drove into the No. 1 residence. Unlike the Riverside Villa, Residence 1 is built on a hill. Therefore, the grass and trees here are naturally occurring and not artificially transplanted at a later stage. It's the only place that's considered a natural oxygen bar, and it's kind of a paradise in the Magic City. At night it is very quiet. You can hear all kinds of insects and the sky is very bright with the moon and stars. The distance between each block and each villa can fully ensure that each owner has his or her own independent activity space. But there's no need to think too much about safety. First of all, there are no beastly pests here, and every once in a while there are people who inspect and clean up after them. The second is that you cannot worry about outsiders coming in at all, because every intersection of the entire mountain is filmed by monitors, and there are security personnel in charge of patrolling at night. The security and defense here is built to full level 2 military security standards. At the same time, this has led to very exaggerated property costs here, with each owner paying 60 W a year, which equates to 5 W a month. However, the system had thoughtfully paid off the fees for the next 50 years already in one go, so Yang Chen didn't have the problem of not being able to afford the property fees. According to the guidance of the signpost, Yang Chen quickly found his 6 villas. Residence 1 is really a high-end villa development. The exterior is designed to be more atmospheric than one would expect. There are a total of 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground. The colors of the villa's exterior are mainly white and haze blue, which seems to be very atmospheric. After face recognition, Yang Chen directly drove the Lamborghini into the parking garage on the underground level. There was an independent elevator inside the villa. Yang Chen and Chang Xiao then took the elevator up to the living room on the first floor. Chapter 79: The Upcoming May Day Vacation. The interior of the villa is very spacious and richly decorated. Yang Chen visually estimated that the area of the first floor should also be around 300 square feet. In other words, with 3 floors above ground plus 3 floors below ground, as well as the area of the garden outside, this set of villas had a usable area of at least 2,000 square meters. It's a proper mansion. The interior of the house is also very high quality. The lobby level is designed to be over 7 meters high with a large shiny crystal chandelier hanging above. Next to it is a spiral staircase that goes right up to the second floor. The second floor consists mainly of the study and bedrooms, and is also connected to an external balcony, which is designed as a sky garden. The shed roof on the outside balcony was also made clear with a couple of lounge chairs. Sitting on this lounge chair at night, you can see directly into the quiet mountains and the twinkling stars in the sky. Definitely sort of a dream scene. Yang Chen took Chang Xiao to briefly visit the villa, and then each of them chose a bedroom to prepare for bathing and sleeping. The design of the bedrooms here is similar to that of the Riverside villas, with each bedroom having its own ensuite bathroom and a living balcony. Very posh and luxurious. Yang Chen simply took a shower, lay on the bed and played with his cell phone for a while, replying to the unread messages on the microchat one by one. What made him a little surprised was that Lin Tuaner had also taken the initiative to add herself to the microchat. Lin Tuaner seemed to be interested in herself as well, Or else the scene that had just happened between herself and Mina at the card table would have been enough to dissuade her. So it seems that she doesn't really care if she has a woman or not. I don't know what came to his mind, but the corner of Yang Chen's mouth hooked up an evil smile, and then he turned off his cell phone, and then fell back to sleep. He had, indeed, exerted himself a little too much today. Meanwhile, Chang Xiao, who was at the other end of the room, had not yet fallen asleep. She is in an excited state at the moment because her mother's operation fee has finally been settled, and as long as there is a suitable kidney source, she can undergo the treatment surgery right away. Add to that everything that happened today and the fact that she saw so many things that she had never been exposed to before. So when Chang Xiao finished his shower, he instead tossed and turned in bed, having some difficulty sleeping. Her mind couldn't help but flash over Yang Chen's handsome face, as well as hovering over a question. Why was Yang Chen so nice to himself? Could it be that he liked himself? The next day, the sun came up, still a clear and sunny day. Yang Chen had seen the weather forecast, and it basically wouldn't rain much in the next half a month. At this point in time, we are nearing the end of April and will soon be celebrating the May Day holiday. For the upcoming vacation, Yang Chen already had an arrangement in his mind, and he definitely had to make a trip back to his hometown, Rock City. In his previous life, after working, he had very little time to go home every year, because it was an internet company. So basically the only time he could fly back to Rock City to visit was when he went home for the new year. And after starting the business, it was even busier, sometimes not being able to spare time to go home for the new year. So in the last 3 or 4 years, it was basically Yang Chen's parents who came to Mordor and reunited with him for the Spring Festival. Now that he was reborn back into his student days, Yang Chen naturally wanted to take more time to go home and visit. He was a little homesick for home and his parents at home. After 9 o'clock, Yang Chen returned to the villa on time after his morning exercise. What he didn't expect was that Chang Xiao hadn't gotten up at this hour. Looks like she should have been up late last night. It's not surprising. It's kind of normal to be a little excited after experiencing the ups and downs of life and raising the money for your own mother's surgery and realizing her dream. With that, Yang Chen went back to his bedroom first to take a brief shower. He's going to work on the stock at 9:30 when the stock market opens, because according to the Divine Investment card, his purchase of Northwest Dairy would open high with a 16-point gain, then peak at 18% at 9:40 a.m. After which it would slowly fall back. So Yang Chen had to sell all the stocks in his account in less than 10 minutes to make the most profit. After a simple shower, Yang Chen came to the kitchen on the first floor. He opened the refrigerator to find a neat row of eggs, as well as some bread and milk, and a few fruits and vegetables. Look at the dates. They're all from the last 2 days. There should be someone who put these things in the refrigerator before Yang Chen moved in. With a luxury villa of this caliber, it's not unusual for someone to do the daily dispensing and cleaning. Yang Chen took out a bottle of high-capacity milk, as well as a few eggs and bread, and some fruits, simply matching a breakfast. Chang Xiao's share. He got it, by the way. The time soon came to 9:30 and the stock market officially opened. True to form, Northwest Dairy opened nearly 16% higher at the point, as shown on the Divine Investment card, and then continued to surge higher. Yang Chen immediately began to operate, his hands flying. Since he has so much money, he can only sell in batches so as not to cause too much volatility and impact on the stock. Soon, within 10 minutes or less, Yang Chen sold off all of his Northwest Dairy stock holdings. In the end, Yang Chen's profit point on this stock was 54.3%. His stock account amount also came to 5,800 W. After deducting the $2,500 W leveraged from the securities firms, he has $3,300 W of principal belonging to himself. After this wave of operations, Yang Chen's principal has completely exceeded the money borrowed from leverage, and only 3 days had passed since he had handled the lever. That's a horrible rate of money making. However, at this time, Yang Chen was already very calm. Or maybe it's gotten a little numb. Looking at the string of numbers, he didn't feel much excitement, but began to think about his next move. Yang Chen still had 2,800 W in his bank card at this time. One of them, 1,000 W, was transferred by Pei Luotian to herself last night, and she entrusted this money to herself for investment. The other 1,800 W was earned by him last night in Zhang Yuqi's live broadcast using the cashback card. Oh no! Pick up this 1,800 W. Yang Chen does not intend to put them into the stock market at once, because it's already Friday. Since tomorrow is a daily double holiday, the stock market will be closed and everyone's accounts will be frozen. No trades can be made and no funds can be transferred out. And there will be a May Day vacation tomorrow, with a makeup day for the whole school. Starting Saturday, it will be the official start of the May Day holiday. That means the stock market will be closed for trading for the next 6 days. And according to Yang Chen's plan, if nothing special happened, He should return to Rock City by car the day after tomorrow at the earliest. When the time came, he planned to surprise his parents. Considering some more possible scenarios, Yang Chen still left 800W on his bank card and transferred only 1000W of his own and 1000W of Payluation's to the stock account. This brings his stock account total to $7,800W. Chapter 80, Ideas for Opening a Milk Tea Shop. 7,800W is not far from a small goal. Seeing the long series of numbers, Yang Chen was also a bit numb. Sure enough, when there's a lot of money, it's just a line of numbers. He used to think the phrase was Versailles, but when he actually had this much money, he realized that it was true. After fixing his mind, Yang Chen began to operate in the stock market. In the same way as before, he went straight to the list of decliners in the sci-fi sector and sifted through the stocks that had fallen the most today. From top to bottom, the stock market seems to be doing poorly today, seemingly influenced by the international market and the fact that it was the last day of market opening before the May Day holiday. The stock market overall performance today was very sluggish. Not long after the opening bell, the broader market was already down over 1.5%. Yang Chen just sold the Northwest Dairy, but also in the broader market under the influence of the rapid decline, at this time up only 13 percent points. According to the Divine Investment Card, today's final decline in the broader market will be pegged at 2.5%. It's not quite a stock market crash, but it's definitely a bit of a Waterloo. So, while there are quite a few stocks that open down today, it's not easy to find one that can rally strongly in this market. Yang Chen flipped through several pages of the list of losers and couldn't find a single stock that satisfied him. At best, it's a stock that can make a total profit of about 28%. When he thought of casually finding a stock that could make a profit of 50% to 60% before, Yang Chen lamented somewhat helplessly. Hey, it's hard to make money these days. If anyone in the securities industry heard him, they were afraid that they would jump up and hit Yang Chen in the knee. It's too fucking Versailles. In this current environment, professional investment managers would be lucky to make it without losing money, not to mention how much money they can make. And Yang Chen actually thinks that 28% profit is too little. Forced to make a living, Yang Chen can only continue to patiently look for stocks. Finally, after looking at more than 100 stocks, Yang Chen was able to find a stock with a good total return, Sanping Optoelectronics. This is a technology stock and the company the stock belongs to is in the semiconductor industry. Sanping Optoelectronics is currently down 7%. According to the Divine Investment Card, Sanping Optoelectronics would continue to fall, hitting today's low of 13% at 11:10 a.m. It then began to buck the trend by charging up, touching a halt at 11:15 a.m. Then opening the halt again to reach a 15% gain at the 11:30 p.m. break. Then there was a period of volatility after the afternoon open, before it finally closed strongly at 1500 hours. Not only that, Sanping Photoelectric after the May Day holiday, the stock market opened again, will be directly up to open. That means this stock could end up giving Yang Chen a gain of close to 53%. Although it was slightly lower than the few stocks Yang Chen had bought before, it was still a very good return. Since he chose this stock, Yang Chen no longer hesitated and began to operate it. The time was now close to 10 o'clock, and there was still an hour before the Divine Investment Card showed that Sanping Photoelectric had reached its lowest price. But Yang Chen could still operate ahead of time. He can use his stock software to set the price at which he wants to buy. When the price of Sanping Optoelectronics falls to the price set by Yang Chen, the stock account will automatically buy. This time, Yang Chen still operated in batches, dividing 7,800W into 40 buys and setting different prices in turn. When Sanping Optoelectronics fell to the lowest price, Yang Chen was just able to complete the last buy. This is a maneuver often used by people who play stocks, laddering their positions. After setting up the auto buy, Yang Chen then closed the stock software. Just then, there was a sound of a door opening on the second floor. With that, Cheng Zhao's slender figure appeared at the stairs and entered Yang Chen's line of sight. Awake? How did you sleep last night? Come over and have some breakfast first. Yang Chen beckoned towards Cheng Zhao. Cheng Zhao walked over to the dining table and sat down, a somewhat embarrassed look on his face as he said, I slept late today. It's not usually like this. Understood. Hurry up and have some breakfast. Don't be polite. I've already finished my share. Yang Chen smiled faintly. Cheng Zhao's eyes lit up at the sumptuous breakfast on the table. Then I won't be polite. Compared to yesterday's politeness, Cheng Zhao had completely stopped resisting Yang Chen's kindness to her. In Yang Chen's opinion, this is a good change. Seeing Cheng Zhao eating with relish, Yang Chen continued. I remember you said last night that you had a part-time job today, right? Here's what I'm thinking. Since you've become a partner in the milk tea store, focus on getting this done and quit the other part-time jobs first. I took the time this morning to write down the recipes for several milk teas. as well as the name and symbolism of the milk tea store and the design of the packaging. As he spoke, Yang Chen placed a pile of A4 paper in front of Chang Xiao. Without waiting for Chang Xiao to reply, Yang Chen continued, "The name of the milk tea store. I set it as Tea Face Moonlight, and our main several types of milk tea are made with pure tea plus pure milk, moral and packaging. I'm going to go for design and creativity with the background of the ancient style of the national tide. I drew a few rough pictures, and looking for a specific studio or artisan will require you to get in touch afterward. My initial plan is to have the location of the milk tea store picked out and renovated in early May, and then start trial operations in late May. But this is all a follow-up. Your priority these days is to skillfully master the milk tea recipe and then make some production attempts, because the quality of milk tea is our core competitiveness." Yang Chen's thoughts were very clear as he narrated his planned arrangements. Aha! Chang Xiao listened on the sidelines and nodded repeatedly, his eyes very bright with a different kind of divine splendor. She makes milk tea, knows how many of them are made, and understands the business model of a milk tea store. Therefore, after hearing Yang Chen's words, Chang Xiao had the feeling of hating each other and being enlightened at the same time. Many of the ideas Yang Chen said, including the way of making milk tea with pure tea in pure milk, as well as the ancient design of the packaging's national trend, caught her eye. This is compared to the market's current one-size-fits-all packaging, and much the same way of making milk tea. I do not know how much higher. No wonder Yang Chen was so confident that he could make money. He really didn't take it on faith. Looking at Yang Chen's radiant star-like eyes and confident demeanor, without realizing it, Chang Xiao was somewhat mesmerized by what he heard. At this time, Yang Chen had an indescribable charm. After listening carefully to Yang Chen's words, Chang Xiao also boldly put forward his own suggestion. Can we do some point system activities? For example, after customers buy our milk tea, we return some points to them, which can be used to redeem our milk tea afterward, or get some discounts or something? Chapter 81, Future Beautiful President? Hearing Chang Xiao's words, Yang Chen couldn't help but light up. He also didn't expect Chang Xiao to have such an awesome business mindset. The point system she proposed was actually one of the most powerful marketing methods of the Tea Face Moonlight milk tea shop in her previous life. At that time, Tea Face Moon Color launched a collection point card. As long as every cup of milk tea consumed in the Tea Face Moon Color milk tea store, you can get a beautifully crafted stickers, used to paste on the collection point card. There are a total of 20 blank spaces on a point collection card. Whenever you collect 5 stickers, you'll be able to buy a designated milk tea at the store for a buy one get one free deal. And when 10 stickers are collected, they can be exchanged for any milk tea. When 15 stickers are collected, they can be exchanged for a special Tea Face Moonlight peripheral gift. Blah, blah, blah. In this way, customer stickiness can be greatly strengthened. Yang Chen had originally planned to talk to Chang Xiao about these business skills before the trial operation. Unexpectedly, Chang Xiao took the initiative to make this suggestion himself instead. This made Yang Chen quite surprised, because in this day and age, milk tea was not yet widely available, and most of it was still a cheap drink costing a few dollars a cup. Not to mention having this kind of marketing tactic, Chang Xiao's business thinking can be said to be ahead of the times. This was what shocked Yang Chen the most. For a while, Yang Chen had a strong premonition that Chang Xiao would become a stunningly beautiful president in the business world in the future. What a find! Xiao, you're really smart, Yang Chen heartily exclaimed. Hearing Yang Chen's praise, Chang Xiao lowered her head a little shyly and unconsciously felt joy in her heart. Immediately, Yang Chen exchanged with Chang Xiao many of the marketing techniques he knew in his previous life, such as doing soft advertisements, as well as letting some local scarf bloggers help promote and so on. Without realizing it, the two talked for over an hour long. In addition to some of the basic plans and recipes that Yang Chen had originally prepared, the two of them finalized many more details. After chatting, Chang Xiao was glowing and looked at Yang Chen with a hint of adoration and worship in his gaze. In the past, because she was often harassed by some rich people and the second generation of rich people, she had always been prejudiced against rich people and the second generation of rich people. However, Yang Chen's various behaviors broke her inherent prejudice. Yang Chen, indeed, was very different. I have something to do at noon, so I won't eat with you. I'll take you back first. Do you want to go back to school, or to the hospital? Don't save too much on that card I gave you. Ask me again if you don't have enough. And your mother's condition shouldn't be put off for too long. Yang Chen looked at the electronic bracelet in his hand and then said, it was past 11 o'clock and immediately approaching noon. After sending Chang Xiao off and returning to Riverside Villa, it was almost noon. Since Yang Chen had promised Arakaki Mai yesterday that she would go back to Riverside Supreme for lunch, she definitely wouldn't break her promise. Oh, let's get me to the hospital first. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chang Xiao's heart warmed, but at the same time, a slight sense of loss flooded through him. She was still thinking that Yang Chen could go to the hospital with her to see her mother. The sense of loss was quickly washed away. However, there's always time afterward. Moreover, Yang Chen did have quite a lot of things to explain to her, and the time left for her to make the pre-preparation was not long. She wanted to go to the hospital first to transfer her mother to a more advanced ward, after which she would have to start working on the tasks Yang Chen had set for her. In its place, Cheng Zhao's heart was filled with a sense of fulfillment. Being able to open a milk tea store with Yang Chen gave her a sense of anticipation of striving for a better life in the future. It's getting late. Let's go. By the way, the milk tea recipe must be kept safe, and if you can write it down, burn the recipe I wrote before it causes unnecessary trouble. Yang Chen pressed the villa's internal elevator and reminded at the same time. I know. Cheng Xiao blanked Yang Chen. The doll's face that could be pure or imperial, with long eyelashes and big eyes, had an indescribable flavor. Looking at Yang Chen for a moment, his mind shook. I have to say, Cheng Zhao's face does look a lot like a certain star, kind of like a certain kimchi-loving national idol trainee, only she was now overly plainly dressed, so it was still almost interesting. When the Tea-Face Moonlight Milk Tea Shop is on the right track after that, Cheng Zhao's days will be better, and his clothing and aesthetics will naturally improve. In time, I'm sure it won't be worse than a certain star. Soon after, Yang Chen drove his Lamborghini and left the No. 1 residence with Cheng Xiao. In the meantime, Magic City Financial Center, Xinhua Securities Company. In the department manager's room of the investment department, Pei Luotian happened to finish her work affairs in the morning and started to check Yang Chen's stock market operation today in front of the computer. She skillfully opened the internal database and pulled up Yang Chen's account. His eyes were focused on Yang Chen's latest operational dynamics, and without looking at them for a while, Pei Luotian's good-looking brows knitted slightly. Sanping Optronics? If memory serves, this would be a leading stock in the semiconductor industry. And the semiconductor industry has been in quite a downturn lately, with supply outstripping demand across the board, which has led to semiconductors not selling very well. As a senior investment consultant, Pei Luotian, professional common sense told her that this time to choose to buy Sanping Photoelectric is really not a wise choice. Yang Chen's operation was just too unconventional, and the fact is also true. After Yang Chen bought, Sanping Photoelectric has been slowly falling, has fallen more than 12%. Moreover, the downtrend of Sanping Optoelectronics has not stopped and remains in a general downward trend. However, Pei Luotian was also keenly aware of an unusual thing. Yang Chen's operation today was different from the past. Whereas before he had bought stocks in real time, today he was setting the amount and number of shares to buy in advance. And the point in time when Yang Chen set the purchase was an hour ago, when Sanping Optoelectronics had only dropped about 7%. The internal database shows that Yang Chen currently has about 3,500 W of pending orders that have not been traded. That's because he set a trading range between a 12% and 13% drop. That is to say, Sanping Optoelectronics fell one more point. All of Yang Chen's money will buy Sanping Optoelectronics' full position. Suddenly, Pei Luotian realized. Yang Chen could have predicted an hour ago that this stock would fall to 12 to 13%. His modus operandi, a typical T-operation method of buying stocks in separate positions, is also a typical speculative method of buying a stock with large institutional capital. And one of the most critical aspects of this type of speculation lies in accurately predicting the bottom of a stock. Otherwise, with leverage, it is easy to speculate to the point of no return. So, Yang Chen seemed to be very confident in his prediction. Chapter 82, It's different now. All call others pay manager. As time passed, Yang Chen's pending orders were traded successfully. When the 3-flat photoelectric decline of 13%, Yang Chen last pending order also trading success. So far, all of his funds are full position to buy 3-flat photoelectric. Pei Luotian was also a bit nervous, because 1,000 W of Yang Chen's funds belonged to her. Pei Luotian's entire fortune was basically in there. In fact, it's not what Pei Luotian calls pocket money at all. The money was considered to be the salary she had accumulated over the years as well as the bonus draws, plus the money she had earned from her secret and illegal investments. Although Pei Luotian's was a very wealthy family, because of some special reasons, after she came out to work, she basically didn't take a penny from her family. Therefore, the fact that she had given all of this money to Yang Chen was also enough to show her confidence and trust in him. Still, Pei Luotian would inevitably be a little nervous. But soon, Pei Luotian's emotions were engulfed by shock and joy. Not long after Yang Chen's last pending trade, Sanping Photoelectric surprisingly began to miraculously rise against the trend. In just 30 seconds, it shot upwards by 5% points. Within a minute, Sanping Optoelectronics was up 14% points from before, and the color of the stock went straight from green to red. It went from being down 13% to being up 1%. It stands out in a crowd of green stocks, And the upward trend of Sanping Optoelectronics doesn't stop there. It continues to surge upwards. Up 2%, 3%, 5%. Pei Luotian almost every time he blinked. Sanping Photoelectric rose upward. In just 5 minutes, Sanping Optoelectronics touched the stop directly. Up against the trend again? Why do you say again? At this time, Pei Luotian's person was somewhat numb from watching. How similar is the trend of Sanping Optoelectronics to the stock Yangchen bought before? All of them fell quite a bit at first and then went up against the trend. It's just that this stock, today, is bucking the trend of a very poor general market, so it stands out. After the shock, Pei Luotian looked at Yangchen's profit point, which was around 31%. This is the pure profit point after deducting the commission that is charged when you buy the stock. And Yangchen's capital was 7,800 W, so his profit for this wave was 2418 W. The money in the stock account has also officially crossed the $1 billion mark. Looking at the long string of zeros, Pei Luotian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If she remembered correctly, when Yang Chen came for leverage 3 days ago, he only had 250 W on hand, right? And now, even after deducting the 500 W he borrowed with leverage and the 200 W he committed to himself, he has a total of 518 W in his account. That's a bit of an outrageous rate of earning, isn't it? Thinking of this, Pei Luotian suddenly hated her teeth a little. This guy Yang Chen, who had a 31% gain from today's wave, even promised himself only 20% profit points. It's really a bit too stingy. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Pei Luotian then picked up her cell phone and found Yang Chen's phone number and prepared to dial it out. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was shopping at a cell phone store with Cheng Xiao. Originally, Yang Chen was going to send Cheng Xiao to the Chinese hospital in the city, but while waiting for the traffic light at an intersection, Yang Chen saw that there happened to be a direct store for fruit cell phones on the street, and then turned over. He was a little distressed when he thought of Cheng Xiao's cell phone that he had bought for $125, and she must have had to be in constant contact with a lot of people afterward as she dealt with matters related to the milk tea store. If you are still using your previous cell phone, it will inevitably affect the efficiency of your business. Coupled with Cheng Xiao's frugal nature, he definitely wouldn't use his own money to buy a cell phone. After such consideration, Yang Chen still decided to give her one. Boss, get one of the latest Fruit 6 Plus, max capacity, in pink. Entering the store, Yang Chen spoke directly. Originally, the owner of the cell phone store was still sitting at the cash register napping, ignoring Yang Chen and Cheng Xiao, and after hearing Yang Chen's words, he immediately jumped up with a jolt and poured a cup of water for Yang Chen and Cheng Xiao with a smile on his face. You too have some water. I'll get my cell phone from the cargo hold. With those words, he ass-kicked his way to the cargo bay to find his phone. Cheng Xiao, who was standing timidly next to Yang Chen, did not look at the cell phone in the booth. In Cheng Xiao's knowledge, fruit phones were complete luxuries that perhaps she might not be able to afford in her lifetime. As for the 200 W in her pocket, it was all Yang Chen's money, and Cheng Xiao never considered it her own. Just then, Yang Chen's cell phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. Pei Luotian? Why are you calling at this hour? Is it hard to spy on your stock account again? Yang Chen's eyes were strange. Then he stepped aside and picked up the phone. Manager Pei, why are you calling me at this hour? Is it hard to find me to ask for money? Yang Chen's tone was somewhat flirtatious. Their current relationship is somewhat subtle, in the sense that they are friends, but at the same time there is a little ambiguity. Therefore, Yang Chen spoke in a more relaxed tone. Humph. In the past when you were looking for me to do leverage, you called me Luotian, but now it's different. You're calling me Manager Pei. Pei Luotian's tone carried a hint of a small grudge. Ahem. Hearing this, Yang Chen instantly couldn't hold his tongue and hurriedly changed the subject. It's not the stock thing again, is it? Don't worry. A 20% profit point can definitely be achieved. On the other end of the phone, Pei Luotian immediately gritted her teeth a bit. This guy Yang Chen, how dare he take the initiative to mention this? Right away, Pei Luotian sighed over the phone. AI, brother Yang Chen is really a well-deserved stock god. He made a 31% profit in just 1 hour. Originally, my sister was going to be happy for you, but I always felt something in my heart. Sister trusts you so much that she gave you all the pocket money in her hand, but it turns out that my younger brother is so powerful, but he is only willing to give my sister 20% of the profit. It really makes me a little sad. Speaking of this, Pei Luotian sighed a few more times. Hearing Pei Luotian's sour words, how could Yang Chen not know that she was just jealous of seeing herself making money? After all, if the momentum continued, Pei Luotian's 1000 W would multiply more than several times, but she would only get 200 W. Anyone would be a little unbalanced. However, Yang Chen wasn't a fledgling brat. and wouldn't be embarrassed by just a few words. He then snorted and said, "Ha ha, Sister Pei is overstating it. I'm just more lucky. Today and shit luck stepped in just. Sister, you are also a senior investment advisor. Know that the stock market is very risky. I cannot guarantee that every time to make money. All things considered, the 20% profit point I've given my sister has been very sincere. Who among you professionals in the securities industry would dare to promise you that profit now?" Chapter 83, Anxious. Yang Chen continued, "However, if I say that my sister is one of us, then let alone 20%. I won't refuse even if you ask me to give you all the money I've earned." When he said the last sentence, Yang Chen deliberately lowered his voice, and his tone became a bit unorthodox. After all, this sounded like a flirtation, and it would be bad if Chang Xiao, who was next to him, heard it. "Humph, little heartless one. You just don't see a rabbit until you see a hawk. If you want to get your sister, it depends on your performance. I'm going to eat first. We'll talk again sometime." Pei Luotian directly hung up the phone in exasperation. In front of the computer desktop, her magnificence kept undulating like a blown-up ball of leather. It was amazing. When she thought about what Yang Chen had just said, Pei Luotian was furious. Yang Chen was like a slippery loach, always playing taiji to Pei Luotian's questions. It's hard for Pei Luotian to achieve his goal at all. On the contrary, she herself was always eaten to death by Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen looked at the cell phone screen that was suddenly hung up and felt a bit amused. Oops, rush. He wasn't impressed, though, and then locked the screen on the phone in his hand. Pei Luotian's purpose of this call was pretty obvious, to wind towards Yang Chen and then see if he could fight for some more profit points. It was only that Yang Chen was indeed a master who did not see a rabbit and kept his bottom line to the death. After all, Pei Luotian is different from the memory of still studying and Chang Xiao as simple as that. Yang Chen and her dealings, more to follow the social set. Benefits were benefits, and favors were favors, and Yang Chen would not easily mix them up, unless sometime in the future, Pei Luotian became her own woman. Just then, the owner of the cell phone store went and returned with the plasticized phone. "Just check out at the front desk. I'll swipe my card." Yang Chen looked like a tycoon. He still has over 800 Ws on his bank card, and buying a cell phone is as easy as eating a meal, so his tone is very blasé. "Okay." The boss immediately turned his ass around and operated on the computer. On the contrary, Chang Xiao, who was on the side, asked somewhat strangely, "Yang Chen, who are you buying this cell phone for?" Because Yang Chen himself was using the Fruit 6 Plus, plus the fact that this phone was pink, Chang Xiao would naturally think that Yang Chen had bought it as a gift, and the delivery might as well have been to a girl. Thinking of this, Chang Xiao couldn't help but ask offhandedly, guess. Seeing Chang Xiao's appearance, Yang Chen couldn't help but tease her. "How could I guess?" Chang Xiao huffed. Yang Chen slowly and methodically removed all the plastic seals while saying to Chang Xiao, "That person is far away, but close at hand." Hearing this, Chang Xiao froze for a moment before reacting. She asked uncertainly, "For me?" Yang Chen nodded rightfully. "You'll need to interact and communicate with a lot of people when you open a milk tea store afterward. And you'll also need to do some recording with your cell phone. Now that you're my partner, you certainly can't be too inefficient, and a good cell phone is definitely essential." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chang Xiao didn't know how to retort for a moment. It always felt like there was something wrong somewhere, but what Yang Chen said seemed to make sense. Chang Xiao was at a loss for words. Swiping the card is successful. You have successfully spent $299. Just then, the POS machine on the side rang, prompting Yang Chen to have successfully consumed. "Sir, your small ticket." The boss was full of smiles and handed Yang Chen the small ticket for the consumption of the Fruit cell phone with both hands. Yang Chen took the small ticket and then handed the unsealed cell phone to Chang Xiao with a slight smile. "Here, the bill has been settled. So if you don't use this cell phone, it would be a real waste." Chang Xiao subconsciously took the cell phone and looked at the brand new latest model Fruit 6 cell phone. Her mind was in a trance. What girl doesn't like a new cell phone? Who would go for a cheap phone that has changed hands several times if they had a choice? Chang Xiao is also a normal girl. Just because of the reality, she always feels that these thousands of dollars worth of cell phones are unattainable luxuries. And after meeting Yang Chen, all these things seem to be within reach. After struggling for a while, Chang Xiao didn't reject Yang Chen's good intentions, but still chose to stiffen his mouth for a bit. "Okay, I'll take it. Consider it as what I owe you. And all this money will be deducted from my paycheck from now on." Looking at Chang Xiao's arrogant appearance, Yang Chen couldn't help but touch her head. And just like that, a little episode is over. After buying the cell phone, Yang Chen continued to drive Chang Xiao to the Chinese hospital. In fact, it wasn't just Pei Luotian who was concerned about Yang Chen at the same time, and the vice president of their company, Gao Jun, This lewd Mediterranean middle-aged greasy man was also lewdly peering at Yang Chen's operations at this time. After seeing Yang Chen's operation in the internal database, his face went through 3 changes, from disdain at the beginning, to jealousy to distortion, and then to a cloudy look now. Seriously, Yang Chen's stock operation is really a bit odd. He speculated on several stocks lately that are down a lot and has managed to step in and buy at the stock's lows every time. And after the buy, these stocks went from green to red in a direct surge like a medical miracle, and then sealed the board. At this point, if you still can't realize that something is wrong, then Gao Jun is a cutie. Up. With the previous 2 operations, Gao Jun could still consider Yang Chen to be lucky, but when it's similar episodes one after the other, then there's definitely a ghost. Is it hard to believe that there is someone behind it? Naturally, Gao Jun associated it with this. He couldn't really think of a second possibility. Soon, Gao Jun dialed the phone and told Sun Xing, who was in bed with him, about the conjecture. Oh, this Yang Chen actually has someone behind him? That makes sense. Otherwise it would be impossible to go from a mediocre college student to a multimillionaire in just a few days. It seems like 80% of the time, this kid has met some noble person recently. A hint of scorn was also revealed in the words of the rich second-generation Sun Xing. He was also a bit of a throwback at this point. If Yang Chen was just an ordinary person with no background, then pinching him would be as simple as pinching an ant. But if he's got someone behind him, that's a completely different situation. In case he had some big shot at his back, if he moved Yang Chen at that time, it would mean indirectly offending this big shot. The gains don't pay for the losses. So if you wanted to move Yang Chen, you had to find out who was behind Yang Chen first. Then don't move this Yang Chen for now. Let him bounce around for a while. We can go straight for Pei Luotian. And since this cousin is ruthless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Chapter 84, A Chrysanthemum Strike Plan Against Yang Chen? My brother's company happens to have a business that needs to cooperate with our Xinhua Securities Company. This time I'll send you and Pei Luotian together to talk about the business. We'll just use the old way. By the time the video is done, this watch will be at our mercy. Speaking of which, both Sun Xing and Gao Jun coincidentally let out a silver laugh over the phone. Apparently, they haven't been known to use this kind of threat with shooting video before. After the silver smile, Sun Xing said in a deep voice, "We won't touch this brat Yang Chen for now, but during this period of time, it's still important to figure out exactly who the person behind him is. It's not too late for us to wait until the investigation is clear." It can be seen that Sun Xing is not a brainless rich second generation. No matter what he does, he plans first and then moves, and likes to use certain means. Very cunning. Yes, young Sun is really a strategist. The little Yang Chen will definitely not be able to escape your 5 fingers. Gao Jun skillfully blew up some rainbow farts, making Sun Xing on the other end of the phone smile. With that, the two hung up. After hanging up the phone, Gao Jun's gaze naturally landed on Pei Luotian's photo on the computer desktop. A silver light flashed in his eyes, and he reached under the desk. Finally, the day has come. Bitch, let's see if you'll still act innocent in bed. Damn him, if not for Sun Xing, this wants to play romance with you. You have long ago not known how many times you have been tempered by Lao Zi. Gao Jun's ugly old face was wrinkled into a ball, full of silver and evil colors, very different from the way he usually spoke as a leader on the stage. If the other employees saw him like this, I wonder if they'd be shocked. And besides Sun Xing and Gao Jun who were making small moves behind the scenes, Yi Jiawen was also restless at this time. He was in a 5-star hotel off campus, inviting Brother Blade and their minions to dinner, plotting matters related to dealing with Yang Chen. Brother Blade, come on, this bottle of Wulianye is a good wine that I have brought from home for many years. Knowing that you are good at this, I specially brought it here for you to savor. Yi Jiawen stood up and poured wine for Brother Blade on the side like an accompanying junior, with a respectful expression. Brother Knife, full name Chen Daju, named because of a scar on his face. The main business is to open a car repair shop, and the so-called minions are also his hands under the staff. Since he had previously helped a rich kid who came to the store to wash his car to solve a bit of trouble, the name Brother Knife had spread in the circle of rich kids. Nowadays, many rich kids would come here and pay for his services, and Yi Jiawen was one of them. They had already had a previous collaboration. Yi old brother is polite. It's not the first time we've met, and you know that I'm not a scholar, so I don't need to do all that vain stuff. Come on, go one. Brother Knife patted Yi Jiawen's shoulder and directly picked up his wineglass and drank it all in one go. This scene directly saw Yi Jiawen's eyelids jump. Drinking directly without ordering any food? Such a big cup. I'm afraid it won't be emptied within 2 cups. Yi Jiawen's face stiffened, but he didn't dare to not give Brother Blade face, so he also picked up his wineglass and drank it down. Ha ha ha, cool. Blade laughed heartily, then added, Elder Brother Yi, I went back and discussed with my brothers about that matter you mentioned last time, and also made a relatively detailed plan. To be on the safe side, I decided to send out 7 minions this time, and apart from Chrysanthemum, there are 6 more who will be responsible for receiving you. Tomorrow night, ye old brother, after you get that kid drunk, bring him to the back street near that piece of garbage. The location over there is relatively remote and there are not many cameras. 6 of my boys will be in charge of picking you up when the time comes and taking the boy to the hotel that's been booked. We've already set up several camera positions, and when we're done, we'll give you all the memory cards for these videos. Old buddy. This way even if something goes wrong in the middle of the process, it has nothing to do with you. Elder brother Yi, how about this arrangement? Blade said with a sincere face, as if he was completely thinking about Yi Jiawen. And as soon as Yi Jiawen heard this, 10,000 grass mud horses galloped straight through his heart. The earlier plan agreed upon with knives was similar to this one, except that the earlier pickup at the mouth of the alley had been changed to a junkyard. The most important thing was that before, it only took 3 minions to cooperate, but it turned out that this time there were directly 4 more. Yang Chen is not a pig. Need 6 people to carry? I'm afraid the consideration for myself is fake, but mainly to slaughter myself again, right? Yi Jiawen, who was so shrewd, instantly saw Blade's intentions, but he dared to be angry. After all, if he wanted to fix Yang Chen, he could only rely on Brother Blade to make a move. With that, Yi Jiawen put on a look of gratitude and stood up again to pour another glass of wine for Brother Blade and his own glass respectively. Brother Blade, you're really my own brother. Nothing more to say, it's all in the wine. I'll drink up. Yi Jiawen raised his wine glass and prepared to drink it all in one go. But Knife, who was on the side, suddenly pulled his hand down. AI. No rush, old brother Yi. There are still some things that brother I want to say. Brother, I am a rough man, and do not understand the set of you readers. Not much culture. Just like the straight and narrow. We sent so many men this time, purely on the basis that you are my godbrother. But although I, as an older brother, am helping you willingly, without expecting anything in return. But these brothers of mine usually get up early in the morning and work in the auto body shop. It's very hard. The middle of the night, but also take the risk to help my brother you do these things. Do you think it's not necessary to show a little? Blade's words had already made it obvious that he was explicitly implying that Yi Jiawen should give the money. Hearing this, Yi Jiawen cursed a few more times in his heart. However, on the surface, he still put on a look of sudden realization. Harm, Brother Blade, look at my memory. With that, he picked up the Gucci bag next to his own, then drew out 13 piles of 1W in cash and placed them in front of Knives. This money my brother had prepared long ago, and brought it as a token of my brother's appreciation, and the hard work of others. 5W of that is for my brother. 2W is hard-earned money for Brother Chrysanthemum, and there's the remaining 6W for the others' errands. 1W each. Yi Jiawen wore a harmless smile, but his heart was dripping blood. Originally he had 9W set aside for Knives. The other 4W was what he was going to have to spend at the Rolex Clay Watch shop. The counter that piece of green water ghost he has been looking at for a long time. This time gripped his old man a wave of wool. Thought finally can go to consume a wave. The result is the Knife brother by hand slaughtered. In desperation, Yi Jiawen could only tearfully honor Brother Knife with this money. Elder brother Yi is a man of honor. I'm not going to say anything. I'll help you with this matter. It's all in the wine. Blade skillfully slipped the money into the kit he'd brought with him, then raised his glass and drank. Chapter 85 Return to Riverside Supreme. The plan for the Chrysanthemum strike against Yang Chen was finalized. Although it was upsetting to be slaughtered by Blade again, Yi Jiawen quickly turned his hatred towards Yang Chen. He was looking at Yang Chen everywhere right now, and couldn't wait to be able to start this program in a hurry. When she thought of Yang Chen being pressed on the bed by Brother Chrysanthemum, a twisted perverted pleasure surged in Yi Jiawen's heart. With that, he too drained his glass of white wine. At this time, Yang Chen had already sent Sheng Xiao to the Chinese hospital and was on his way back to the Riverside Villa. Regarding the small maneuvers Yi Jiawen had engaged in behind his back, he had noticed it earlier. Because with Yi Jiawen's small-minded character, after being punched in the face and whored out by himself before and after, he would definitely find someone to take revenge on himself. However, Yang Chen wasn't worried in the slightest. Who could threaten him now that he had the dragon body? The national art and mixed martial arts on his side? Unless the other side has a hot weapon. However, Yang Chen didn't think that Yi Jiawen would have such a thing in her hands. So, as long as Yi Jiawen dared to do anything small to him, the one who would be unlucky would definitely be Yi Jiawen himself. Regarding this point, Yang Chen had an incomparably strong confidence. And as for Gao Jun and Sun Xing's little moves, Yang Chen was completely unaware of them. After all, he had only met with Gao Jun once, so how could he have guessed that this would offend him? It could only be said that Gao Jun's own heart was too perverted, and his possessiveness of Pei Luotian had reached a twisted level, encouraging Sun Xing to conspire to take revenge on Yang Chen simply because Yang Chen and Pei Luotian shared a room. However, even if Yang Chen guessed it, he most likely wouldn't take it seriously. He had the system, so who could he be afraid of? After sending Chang Xiao off, Yang Chen returned to Riverside Villa. Since the location of the Chinese hospital is also in the Magic City area, and not far from the Riverside Villa, in 10 minutes or so, Yang Chen drove back to the Riverside Villa. Parking his car, he swiped his face and rode up the elevator. At this moment, Yang Chen could not help but look forward slightly in his heart. One is because it's been 2 days since he's seen Arakaki Mai and Yang Chen misses her a bit, and the other is the uniform selfie that Mai sent him yesterday. If memory serves, she would have greeted herself at the door today in that stewardess uniform, right? Arakaki Mai's perfect body, combined with the cropped version of the stewardess uniform and a pair of seductive big eyes. Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of a surge in his heart. After he was reborn, he was surrounded by beautiful women, but the most seductive, the most serviceable, has to be Arakaki Mai. I don't know if it's because of the influence of the Eastern culture, but Arakaki Mai would naturally say some words that would make people's blood boil, as well as some seductive actions. Soon, Yang Chen arrived at the door of his house. The door to your home opens automatically just as you're ready for face recognition. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen saw Arakaki Mai, who was sitting on her knees in the doorway. A fuchsia stewardess uniform with a delicate black silk scarf tied around her neck and a hidden skirt. Shigaraki Mai also carefully applied a light layer of makeup this time, with brown eyeshadow paired with a big red lipstick, giving her an indescribably seductive aura. As soon as she saw Yang Chen, Arakaki Mai revealed a sweet smile and said coquettishly, "Welcome home, I missed you so much." At the same time, she knelt down and thoughtfully changed Yang Chen's shoes. This meticulous care instantly warmed Yang Chen's heart. There was one thing to say. Although Yang Chen didn't think much of the Easting people, but he was still very sure about the Easting women. Not only are they submissive to their husbands, but they also give and trust them without reservation, almost as if they are letting their men enjoy an emperor-like feeling at home. Yang Chen touched Arakaki Mai's head, his hand slightly exerting force, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an evil smile. Does Mai just want her master? Being pressed by Yang Chen so suddenly, Arakaki Mai's body couldn't help but lean forward slightly, and her hands naturally rested on Yang Chen's legs. She looked at Yang Chen, blinking her big innocent eyes, biting her lips lightly and said, "Yeah, master, you're so bad. I still have 2 dishes left to fry. Why don't we just finish eating first?" Seeing Arakaki Mai's appearance, Yang Chen this which could not hold back. "It's not a problem. We can dance the materia medica while stir-frying. Haven't seen you in 2 days. Let me check to see if your level has regressed." With that, Yang Chen picked up Arakaki Mai in a horizontal hug. This materia medica was practiced until after 3 in the afternoon. The entire large flat floor was left with the sweat of the 2 men. There was no telling how many times Arakaki Mamoru's carefully prepared uniforms had been changed, and each one had been broken due to the force of the jumping exercises, until finally, Arakaki Mai collapsed, exhausted, onto the large bed in the master bedroom and passed right out. Yang Chen simply ended this exercise. After simply taking a shower, Yang Chen leaned on the bed and played with his cell phone. "I didn't receive any messages from WeChat today, only the daily questioning of Jiang Xinrui and Li Jian in the morning about their failure to return to the dormitory, and some trivial chats in the basketball group." Surprisingly, Su Yan and Memory and the girls were quiet today, and no one came forward to find themselves. After closing the microchat, Yang Chen then opened the stock software to check today's earnings on a daily basis. He now opens his stock software at 2 regular points in the day, one in the morning to perform buy and sell operations on the stock, and the other is after the market closes at 3 p.m. to check the stock returns. Skillfully tapping on his personal account, Yang Chen glanced at the total assets in the account. Not surprisingly, a small goal has been broken. 10360W. Samping Optoelectronics has also closed up as shown on the Divine Investment card and has a 33% yield. Seeing this long string of numbers, Yang Chen was still a little exuberant inside. There's still 2500W leveraged borrowed from the securities company and 1000W from Pei Luotian in there. But it's a small milestone. Wait until tomorrow's opening. Sanping Photoelectric up to open. Yang Chen account directly will have 120 million, plus the money in the card. Yang Chen will have more than 100 million in hand. Cash flow of more than 100 million. This if in the past life proper tycoon. Yang Chen do not even dare to think. Yet now it's at your fingertips. Simply move your fingers every day to operate and get such a large amount of money in just a short period of time. The feeling is more or less surreal. Not bad, not bad. A satisfied smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. Then he turned off his cell phone and threw it on the nightstand, then lay down and started to nap. Chapter 86, Richard Miller has arrived. Due to Yang Chen's excessive physical exertion, it caused him to sleep this sleep directly until dark. When he woke up, the sky outside the window had completely darkened, and all of the bright lights along the Pooh River were turned on, illuminating the entire night scene in a colorful manner. Shigaraki Mai was no longer in bed at this point. Just as Yang Chen was planning to get up and get dressed, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly began to vibrate. Yang Chen glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number, and then he picked it up. Hello, is this Mr. Yang Chen? A nice female voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me. Yang Chen suddenly remembered something. Yesterday at noon when weeding Yi Jiawen's wool, he got a quest reward, a limited edition Richard Mille watch. According to the system, the delivery date should be today. Unsurprisingly, the call would have been for the delivery of a watch. As expected, the person on the other end of the phone immediately said respectfully after confirming Yang Chen's identity. Hello Mr. Yang, I'm Lu Yu, the store manager of Richard Mille's Magic City counter. A skeleton special limited edition watch you ordered from us earlier has arrived in the store. What time is convenient for you to pick it up, or we can deliver it to your home? Sure enough, the system's reward came. Richard Mille watches, claimed to be the ticket to billionaires, are loved by very many young tycoons. Yang Chen's current value is now casually over $100 million, and this watch has come at a very appropriate time. Many of Richard Mille's models are limited editions that retain their value horribly, and most of them even increase in value. Basically, after another year or two, it's even harder to find a watch. For example, like the system rewarded this skeleton limited edition. Yang Chen was busy today and checked. The world is only limited to a total of 6 pieces, and there is only one quota allocated to China by Richard Mille's headquarters. It can be said that this skull limited edition is the only watch in the country that is 100% not going to clash, and that's what makes this watch the most valuable. After all, this kind of luxury is about a specialness and rarity. The fact that you have it and no one else does is what luxury is really all about. This has led to the limited edition of this skull with an issue price of 1600 W, but it has been speculated to more than 3000 W on the secondary market. It has been crazily sought after by many tycoons at home and abroad, and there is still a market for it. That means that even if you were willing to pay 3000 W, you would not be able to buy this watch at all. The only one in the country is in Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen hadn't put this on his mind before, but he didn't expect that the reward would arrive so quickly. It inevitably tickled him a little inside. After all, it's the ticket to a purported billionaire, and what man wouldn't want to have touched it himself? I'll find a time to go to your counter in the evening. What time do you get off work? Yang Chen thought for a while and replied, since there was a team basketball game tomorrow afternoon, Yang Chen wasn't going to spend the night at Riverside Supreme tonight. On the way back to the school, it is possible to stop by the first big shopping street in Magic City, 800.5, to pick up a watch. There are currently only 2 Richard Mille counters in China, one in Wangfujing in Kyoto and the other right here in Yaoan in Mordor. Whenever you come over tonight, Mr. Yang, our counter will close. Receiving you is our most important task today. Store manager Lu Yu replied with a sweet voice. Okay, I'll be in touch then. Very much looking forward to your personal visit. After a few polite words to each other, Yang Chen hung up the phone. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open slowly. Nagaki Mai, who was dressed in a black silk-made outfit, carefully walked in, as if she wanted to see if Yang Chen had woken up from his nap. She was still limping a bit, and wondered if she had practiced too strenuously for the midday banjos. Seeing that Yang Chen had already woken up from his nap, Arakaki Mai then smiled sweetly. Dinner is ready. Get up and eat. It had to be said that Arakaki Mai was just too good at it, and every time she dressed up in her clothes, she had carefully prepared them so as not to make Yang Chen feel repetitive and boring. Each time, it gave him a feeling of light and stupidity. Yang Chen looked at her perfect face as well as her cherry mouth that had been painted with a new color, and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Recently I saw a news story on the internet about a 5-star hotel that started to provide wake-up call services. Hearing that, Shigaraki Mai understood for a second, and then smiled sweetly. It had to be said that after Yang Chen possessed the body of a dragon, his body was indeed different from normal people, and he seemed to have inexhaustible energy. After getting up, Yang Chen and Shigaraki Mai had dinner together. I have to say that Arakaki Mamoru is indeed very virtuous, and the dishes of all colors are very well done. A portion of the small dishes are Japanese cuisine, while the main course is Chinese, and considering Yang Chen's relatively large amount of food, she had specially made a lot more dishes, allowing Yang Chen to have a beautifully full meal. Arakaki Mai supported her head with one hand, her pair of beautiful eyes gazing at Yang Chen as he wolfed down his food. the corners of her mouth curving up slightly. She seemed to be enjoying the time. What's the point of being silly? You also eat more. I won't like you if you get thin from starvation. Noticing Arakaki Mai's naive appearance, Yang Chen felt a little amused and couldn't help but reach out to scrape her agitated nose. Immediately afterward, he peeled a few more shrimp and placed them in Arakaki Mai's bowl, acting very thoughtful. Looking at Yang Chen's careful movements, Arakaki Mai suddenly had a sour nose and burrowed into Yang Chen's arms. Oh, master, you're so good to Mai. When Asako was at home, only my mother peeled shrimp for me when I was a child. In the depths of her emotions, Arakaki Mai was a bit overwhelmed by her feelings. After a bit of pestering, Yang Chen smiled and said, Mai, we're considered good thick meters now. You just don't have to call me master like before. Just call me big boss. Hearing this, Nagaki Mai nodded her head obediently, then looked at Yang Chen with two eyes and pouted. Big boss, can you feed me? Good. Yang Chen smiled faintly and was about to pick up the chopsticks in his hand, but the movement was quickly stopped by Arakaki Mai. Just when Yang Chen was a bit puzzled, Shigaraki Mai licked her lips and said shyly, Don't use chopsticks. Use your hands. Instantly, Yang Chen felt a little uptight. Chapter 87, Strange Fatty. It wasn't until Yang Chen was ready to leave Riverside Supreme that the time was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. The two stood in front of the house, saying goodbye. It was obvious that Arakaki Mai was very reluctant to part with Yang Chen. The last time we were apart it was a full 2 days. And this time I wonder how long it will be before we see each other again? Big boss, you must come to see me more often when you're free. Yo, I'm alone at home. And sometimes I feel bored. Shigaraki Mai stood at the door of her house, a pair of big eyes misting over as she looked at Yang Chen in a pitiful manner. She was also a little pale at the moment due to practicing her materia medica a lot lately. The movements are not too difficult, but mainly the volume and intensity of the exercise is a bit too much. Hearing this, Yang Chen's heart trembled as well. Indeed, due to the reason of her special status, Arakaki Mai was destined to not be able to casually show her face outside. And even the items and vegetables used in her daily life were specially delivered by Riverside Supreme's property. It could be said that Shigaraki Mai was like a canary in a cage, unable to go anywhere and losing her freedom. And at home, there was no one but herself to keep her company. But she never seemed to complain to herself, and rarely even bothered herself voluntarily, trying to be good at my role. Thinking of this, Yang Chen was also a bit ashamed. It's true that he doesn't have enough time to spend with Shigaraki Maki. Even after returning to Riverside Villa, most of the time was spent on doing exercises with her, leaving little complete time to properly accompany her. And it's true that Yang Chen is not a very romantic person. It seemed that by now, he hadn't bought her any gifts himself, other than a cell phone and a tablet. Right at this moment, Yang Chen's head suddenly had a flash of insight. Perhaps next time he came, he could bring some special gifts for Arakaki Mai. After freezing for a while, Yang Chen said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Don't worry, I'll come back often. Aha! Shigaraki Mai nodded vigorously as well. Be careful on your way. Big boss, talk to me when you get to school. Yes. After parting ways with Nagaki Mai, Yang Chen took the elevator down to the underground parking garage and prepared to drive to Richard Mill's counter. 10 minutes later, Yang Chen drove Lamborghini Venom and appeared in the first commercial street of Magic City 830. The reason why this place is called the first commercial street in Magic City is because almost all the high-end famous brands in Magic City, both domestic and foreign, have their own counters here. For example, the familiar luxury brands of bags, Donkey, Gucci, Chanel, Hermes, or luxury brands of watches, Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex, Richard Mille, and so on, all have counters here, and it's basically the first counter to open in China. As a result, Yaoan is also known nationwide. Yang Chen in his previous life had also come here once, but at that time, he still came to play as a tourist. But on the contrary, after working and living here, he had basically never come here. Not too far from the scene in the impression, just entering the street entrance of Yaoan, you can see a variety of luxury sports cars casually placed on both sides of the street. Here, there is an unwritten rule that as long as a car is valued at 400W or more, it is eligible to be parked in front of the Yaoan Mall, and the higher the value, the closer to the mall's main entrance it can be parked. This is actually a kind of publicity in disguise, used to show the noble class of the Yaoan Mall. In addition to the various limousines that filled the area, beautiful women of all colors dressed in cool clothes were everywhere. Only compared to the hot girls in the bar street of Magic City, the beauties here appeared to be relatively conservative, all of them stepping in a ladylike pace and wandering around here slowly and leisurely. In contrast, it's more of a celebrity type of beauty, with delicate makeup and more class. As soon as Yang Chen's Lamborghini Venom appeared here, it instantly attracted the attention of the people around him. Stopped at the traffic light, All the pedestrians walking across the sidewalk invariably focused their eyes on Yang Chen's car. There's no way around it. The racy styling coupled with the special carbon fiber panel material allows even the uninitiated to see the difference in this Lamborghini. Yang Chen had long been accustomed to the attentions of the people around him and looked calm and unruffled, waiting for the red light to convert into a green light. Yang Chen then kicked the gas and turned directly into the underground parking garage of 800.5. Although he knew that he could park on the ground, Yang Chen wasn't the type of person who liked to make a splash and didn't want to attract some unnecessary attention and trouble. Just after entering into the basement, there was immediately a staff member from 830 introduced in the front, guiding Yang Chen to park in the special VIP parking space. Just after getting out of the car, Yang Chen heard a gasp of amazement. Lamborghini Venom? Full carbon fiber limited edition? Awesome! I can't even get this car. Where did you get it, bro? Hearing these arrogant words in his tone, Yang Chen then turned his head to look and realized that there was a Ferrari parked in the next parking space, and a young man happened to come down from it as well. The young man was short and stocky looking, 170 in height and an estimated 180 pounds. On the outside, he looked unkempt, bearded, and his hair looked like it hadn't been trimmed in a long time, not unlike a chicken's nest. On the contrary, it was such a lewd-looking fat guy who had his right arm around a tall, long-legged, net-faced beauty, which looked rather incongruous. At this moment, this fatty was staring at Yang Chen's Lamborghini with a rather shocked expression. Without waiting for Yang Chen to open his mouth, the net red-faced beauty beside the fat man instead said petulantly, "First, Brother Rome, you're so humorous. This car is dark and not pretty at all. How can it compare to your Ferrari?" Hearing this, instead of joy on his face, Fatty said with a serious face, Lon, it's not right for you to say that. Although my Ferrari is also a limited edition, but with this old brother's Lamborghini cannot be compared. My car at most 3,000 W. Hold up. This old brother's car at least 6,000 W. And there is a market without price. How many people have rushed to try to buy it, but are simply not qualified to do so? When the fat man said this, he immediately shook the net-faced beauty beside him. No way. 6,000 W? Her speaking voice began to shiver a little. For her who was familiar with all kinds of name-brand sports cars, this was also an unimaginable astronomical figure. That's for sure. This old man's Lamborghini is limited to 10 units worldwide. The entire body is made of carbon fiber, has the best engine currently available, and takes only 1.6 seconds to start up at 100 kilometers. The fat man immediately gushed and introduced himself to the netizen beauty. It was obvious that this fat man should be a sports car enthusiast, and knew all the parameters of Yang Chen's Lamborghini like the back of his hand. Seeing this situation, it was Yang Chen who had a question mark on his face. Wasn't this fat guy going to hit on himself? How is it that he is here to give people the knowledge of sports cars? As soon as he saw that there was nothing for him to do, Yang Chen didn't feel good about disturbing them and directly pulled his leg towards the mall elevator.